Chapter 1. The Island of the Sea God, a secluded land forgotten by the continent, is home to the sea soul masters who revere the sea god's temple as their sacred sanctuary, venerating the deity for generations. In the blink of an eye, it has been 6 years since Ye Xiaofeng was reborn here. Surrounded by the boundless sea, the island's inhabitants, simple and united, live harmoniously. Every day, Ye Xiaofeng visits the shore to behold the vastness of the ocean, his spirit uplifted by its endless expanse. The islanders hold him in high esteem, perhaps due to the unique circumstances surrounding his identity. He recalls 6 years ago, when he was a junior in university. On a stormy afternoon, while returning to his dorm with lunch, a phone call interrupted him. In that fleeting moment as he answered, a bolt of lightning struck, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself reborn. His mother, Poseidon, explained that the sea god had manifested, sending down a divine light upon the sea god's temple that illuminated the entire island. Subsequently, she became pregnant. This news spread rapidly, and all the island's residents believed that the sea god had bestowed his blessings, heralding the arrival of a divine child, with Poseidon's pregnancy seen as an auspicious sign. Unbeknownst to them, the Spirit Hall had caught wind of this revelation, and Pope Bibidong was secretly observing. The island had long been a source of her apprehension. While many recognized the 2 peaks of the soul world, few knew of the heaven that was the sea god island. To gain control over the island, one must suppress this heaven, yet no one could do so, not even the 2 peaks of the soul world. For Bibidong, Poseidon's pregnancy represented a rare opportunity, a chance to strike while she was vulnerable. Thus, Bibidong issued a papal decree, dispatching the elders Ge, Mei, and Yuguan, accompanied by 3 titled Douluos, 10 soul Douluos, and 50 soul saints to the sea god island, aiming to bring it under the Spirit Hall's dominion. Soon after, the Spirit Hall, under the guise of establishing a soul academy on the island, sought to entice the residents into accepting their proposition. However, after discussions among Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars, they unanimously rejected the Spirit Hall's overtures. At the time of Ye Xiaofeng's birth, the Spirit Hall launched a surprise attack on the island. Yet Poseidon was no pushover. As a 99th level limit title Daw, she swiftly repelled the assault from 5 titled Douluos, while the 7 elders of the sacred pillars joined the fray. The sea god island belonged to the sea soul masters, and the Spirit Hall suffered heavy losses, unprepared for the strength of the 7 titled Douluos on the island. In a critical moment, Gue Mei and Yuguan unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the polar stasis domain. In the end, 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall were slain, 1 gravely injured, and the rest were utterly decimated, with only Gue Mei and Yuguan managing a hasty retreat. However, the aftermath of this battle left Poseidon in a precarious state, and it was feared that her child might be born prematurely. With no time to pursue Gue Mei and Yuguan, Poseidon utilized spatial displacement to reach the sea god's temple, where her waters broke, blood flowing, and she struggled in agony. The 7 elders anxiously awaited outside, while Xiao Bai assisted Poseidon in childbirth. Despite the sweat pouring down her face, Poseidon ultimately gave birth to Ye Xiaofeng. The transformed Xiao Bai joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, High Priestess, it's a boy." Seeing the divine child, Xiao Bai was filled with delight. Perhaps Ye Xiaofeng was hungry, for he let out a wail. Xiao Bai hurriedly cradled him and presented him to Poseidon. When Ye Xiaofeng beheld her unparalleled beauty, her clear blue eyes and flowing sea blue hair, radiating warmth, realized he had become the son of the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. Instantly, he ceased his cries and broke into a joyful smile. His laughter brought a smile to Poseidon's face as she tenderly kissed his forehead, naming him Poseidon, destined to be a figure of great reverence. For Poseidon, despite being the esteemed high priestess of Sea God Island and one of the 3 unparalleled limit titled Douluos of the soul world, this was her first experience of motherhood. In the wake of the Spirit Hall's assault, Sea God Island was sealed off, forbidding entry to outsiders, especially land-based soul masters. Poseidon remained by Ye Xiaofeng's side daily, occasionally allowing Xiao Bai to take him out to play, living a carefree life. As Ye Xiaofeng approached the age of 6, Elder Hai Ma proposed a suggestion to Poseidon. "Milady, this year the children will awaken their martial souls, but I am uncertain where the ceremony should take place." Elder Hai Ma gently inquired. "Hasn't this matter always been under your purview?" Poseidon responded with a rhetorical question. "In previous years, the awakening was held beneath the 7 sacred pillars, but this year the divine child must also awaken his martial soul. Therefore, I dare to suggest hosting the ceremony at the sea god's temple." Elder Haima awaited Poseidon's final decision. Though not the most powerful among the 7 titled Douluos, Elder Haima had earned Poseidon's trust, managing most affairs on the island. However, hosting the awakening ceremony at the sea god's temple held significant implications, surpassing his authority. Given the divine child's status, holding the ceremony at the sea god's temple would be unprecedented, garnering the public's affection. "Then let it be as you suggest. This year, all children awakening their souls shall do so at the sea god's temple, and you shall oversee the arrangements," Poseidon agreed, satisfied with Elder Haima's proposal. Elder Haima gathered the other 6 elders of the 7 sacred pillars to disseminate the news across their respective jurisdictions. On the day of the awakening, the square was filled to capacity as everyone gathered at the sea god's temple, a revered sanctuary for all on the island, bestowing immense honor upon the children awakening their souls. Poseidon, accompanied by Ye Xiaofeng, used spatial displacement to appear on the highest steps. Today, she donned a crimson robe, crowned with a silver gem, her sea blue hair cascading down her back, appearing as a stunning woman of 30. Yet her aura radiated nobility and elegance, as if inherent. In her right hand, she wielded a 3-metertal golden staff intricately carved with magical runes, topped with a brilliant golden gem. "Salutations, High Priestess. Greetings, Divine Child." The 7 elders stood on the central steps, bowing slightly in reverence to Poseidon and Ye Xiaofeng. "Bow to the High Priestess. Bow to the Divine Child." The crowd below knelt before Ye Xiaofeng, quickly paying their respects. Poseidon, averse to mundane formalities, waved her hand gently, prompting everyone to rise. She smiled down at them, as if her smile caused the square beneath the sea god's temple to blossom. "I hereby declare the awakening ceremony officially commenced. The High Priestess will now address the assembly." Elder Hai Ma proclaimed excitedly, the crowd responding with fervent cheers. "My beloved people, it is through the protection of the sea god that our island has flourished. The arrival of the divine child signifies the sea god's expectations of us. The awakening of martial souls is now underway, and the 7 elders shall assist you in this sacred rite." Poseidon spoke soothingly. She then took Ye Xiaofeng's hand and walked gracefully towards the sea god's temple, the 7 elders following in 7 rows with the awakening children behind them. Upon reaching the temple, the elders took turns awakening the other children, continuing from morning until noon, until finally, it was Ye Xiaofeng's turn. Approaching Elder Hai Ma for his awakening, Ye Xiaofeng felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, uncertain of what to expect. "Divine Child, there is no need to be anxious. Simply relax," Elder Hai Ma reassured him with a smile. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Ye Xiaofeng. Even Poseidon felt a tinge of nervousness, for he was her only child, and they all awaited his awakening of the sea god martial soul. Suddenly, Elder Hai Ma directed a peculiar light towards Ye Xiaofeng, who began to levitate. Time seemed to stretch, and Elder Hai Ma's expression shifted from joy to gravity, while Poseidon sensed something amiss with Ye Xiaofeng. "Elder Hai Ma, this awakening shall conclude here. I will personally oversee the awakening of my son," Poseidon stated firmly, leading Ye Xiaofeng away from the sea god's temple and back to her chambers. Once inside, Poseidon attempted the awakening using the same method, yet nothing changed. In that moment, Ye Xiaofeng understood that he was not the divine child he was believed to be, but instead a complete failure on Sea God Island. "Mother, is it true that I cannot awaken a martial soul?" Though he realized he could not alter his fate, a glimmer of hope compelled him to ask. "Finger, perhaps your constitution differs from others. You may yet awaken next year," Poseidon comforted him. Ye Xiaofeng pondered whether his origins from another world were the reason for his inability to awaken a martial soul. He could not help but lament his situation, questioning why others who traversed worlds became extraordinary protagonists surrounded by beauty, while he was relegated to being an utter failure. Why was this so, mother? Why? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed with a sense of injustice. Fenger, she found herself at a loss for a reasonable explanation. If he inherited her martial soul, he would surely awaken the sea god martial soul. Poseidon suddenly embraced Ye Xiaofeng, fully aware of the profound impact this matter had on him. She could not bear to see her child so heartbroken. In that moment, Ye Xiaofeng longed for solitude, breaking free from Poseidon's embrace and fleeing outside. Fenger, Poseidon called after him, but Ye Xiaofeng only wished to be alone, running to the seashore to vent his inner turmoil. Why was the heavens so unfair to him, when everyone else could awaken their martial souls and become sea soul masters? Even if Ye Xiaofeng could awaken a useless martial soul like blue silvergrass, with Poseidon's assistance, he could still become a formidable soul master. Yet now, he felt condemned to a life of insignificance. Perched upon a rock by the sea, Ye Xiaofeng gazed out at the vast ocean, contemplating that perhaps this life, like the previous one, was destined for mediocrity. No matter how hard one strives, sometimes one is simply fated to lose from the very beginning. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaobai had come to his side, sitting quietly. She was unsure how to console him. Perhaps, at this moment, silent companionship was the best form of comfort. Originally a guardian beast of Sea God Island, she had transformed into human form to accompany Poseidon. After Ye Xiaofeng's birth, she often played with him. She possessed a pair of gray-blue eyes, a well-defined nose, and long, blue-gray hair. Her features bore a hint of fish scales, yet this did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it added an exotic charm. "I am fine, I'll be all right in a while," Ye Xiaofeng finally spoke. "Do you believe me? In truth, I am not a divine child. I am merely an ordinary person who stumbled into this world by chance," Ye Xiaofeng mused, unsure whether he was speaking to himself or to Xiaobai. "I know this is a heavy blow for you. Even if you cannot awaken, you are still the most beloved son of the High Priest, and also mine." Xiaobai did not fully believe Ye Xiaofeng's words. She had trailed off, unable to finish her thought. As afternoon turned to evening, the two sat quietly at the water's edge, watching the waves crash against the shore, their hearts inexplicably cold. Let everything take its natural course. Some things are ultimately unattainable. Xiaobai accompanied Ye Xiaofeng, and after what felt like an eternity, he suddenly found clarity within himself. Ye Xiaofeng and Xiaobai returned to the Sea God Palace. He did not seek out Poseidon, but instead retreated directly to his room to rest. However, as he lay in bed, tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. Suddenly, he heard the door gently creak open. Turning his head, he saw Poseidon enter under the moonlight. In a flurry, Ye Xiaofeng pretended to sleep, pondering whether his mother might be upset with him for his earlier impulsiveness. She approached slowly, tenderly covering him with a blanket and gently stroking his face. In that moment, all his worries dissipated, and he felt drowsy. Ye Xiaofeng was unaware of when he fell asleep, but upon awakening in the morning, he found Poseidon sitting by his bedside, smiling down at him. He glanced at his hands, which still held Poseidon's, and quickly released them in embarrassment. Could it be that his mother knew he was feigning sleep? It was reasonable to assume that at her level of attainment, she could not be oblivious to his act. Nonetheless, every time she stayed by his side, he felt an unparalleled sense of security. "Mother, I am sorry." Ye Xiaofeng expressed remorse for causing her to spend a sleepless night beside him. "Fenger, do not overthink it. Whether I sleep or not makes no difference as long as you are happy. That is enough." Poseidon had known before entering that Ye Xiaofeng was awake, which was precisely why she chose to keep him company. Eventually, Ye Xiaofeng came to a resolution. If he could not become a soul master, he would become a fisherman. Yet, he did not anticipate that since his awakening failure, the people on the island began to distance themselves from him. Gone were the days of warmth and respect. He was now met with disdain, and he could hear their derogatory murmurs. Ye Xiaofeng bore no resentment towards them. He could only blame himself. He felt as if everything and everyone on the island had changed, except for the unwavering love and concern from his mother Poseidon and Xiaobai. As Ye Xiaofeng grew to the ages of 7, 8, and 9, each year met with failure in his awakening. The islanders lost all hope in him. Yet Poseidon consistently reassured him that there would come a day of awakening. When Ye Xiaofeng turned 10, he experienced yet another failed awakening. The public outcry grew increasingly fervent, shifting from adulation of the divine child to scorn for a failure, and some even began to insult Poseidon, their gossip and slander overwhelming. Despite the mounting pressure, Poseidon remained steadfast, her love for Ye Xiaofeng unwavering, perhaps even deeper than before. For the sake of her son, Poseidon willingly endured the scorn of others, as long as he could grow up healthy and safe. Until one day, she discovered that 3 elders were conspiring to eliminate her son. It is hard to believe that the 7 titled Douluos, whom I have painstakingly nurtured, are now contemplating an attack on my son in the name of the sea god's honor. Poseidon initially intended to eliminate the 3 titled Douluos, but as the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, I must consider the long-term implications. Xiaobai, you must escort Fenger away from Sea God Island. It is no longer suitable for him to remain here. Poseidon summoned Xiaobai in secrecy. Great Priest, cannot we contemplate alternative solutions? Xiaobai is aware of the island's rule. Those who do not awaken their martial souls face exile. Ye Xiaofeng, the Great Priestess' son, has already postponed his awakening for 4 years, and the mounting public opinion on the island is overwhelming. If we continue to delay, who knows what unforeseen complications may arise. However, is it truly beneficial for Ye Xiaofeng to remain here? Fenger, if you must assign blame, let it be on your mother. She is unable to awaken your martial spirit. Poseidon cradled Ye Xiaofeng as he sensed a warmth and moisture on his shoulder. Mother, I will not blame you. This is my fate. My departure may not be a misfortune. Ye Xiaofeng understood that all the inhabitants of the island were against him, and it would be better to leave than to endure such animosity. Fenger, this jade pendant will protect you. You must not remove it. As they prepared to part, Poseidon produced a semicircular jade pendant and placed it around Ye Xiaofeng's neck. After I leave, please take care of yourself, mother. For the first time, Ye Xiaofeng knelt before his mother, tears streaming down his face as he bowed 3 heavy times. For 10 years, Poseidon had cared for him meticulously, fulfilling his every wish. Now, as he was about to leave her side, he felt he could only express his gratitude with these solemn gestures. Unable to bear the sight of her child departing, Poseidon turned away, yet she could still hear the sound of Ye Xiaofeng's bows, and her tears flowed freely. Seeing the poignant farewell between mother and son, Xiaobai could not help but shed tears, yet she had no choice but to bid Ye Xiaofeng farewell. As Ye Xiaofeng boarded the boat, Xiaobai began to row away. Poseidon watched her son recede into the distance, her heart bleeding, for he was but 10 years old, and she had cruelly exiled him. Xiaofeng, we have reached the safe zone of the harbor, Xiaobai announced as they left the treacherous waters behind. Ye Xiaofeng merely needed to row straight ahead to reach the port. Sister Xiaobai, I will miss you. Ye Xiaofeng embraced Xiaobai, who blushed at the unexpected affection but did not reject his embrace. Take care of yourself. If things do not go well here, return to Sea God Island. The High Priest and I will always look after you. Xiaobai, the first to witness his birth and his companion since childhood, did not wish for Ye Xiaofeng to leave Sea God Island, yet she could not defy the priest's orders. Sister Xiaobai, you remain as beautiful as ever, Ye Xiaofeng said, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. At such a moment, he still dared to take advantage of her. She sighed and acquiesced. As the time for parting drew near, Xiaobai felt an indescribable sorrow, and could only bid him farewell from where she stood. Xiaobai leaped off the boat and swiftly swam back towards Sea God Island, while Ye Xiaofeng continued to row towards the harbor. Unbeknownst to them, danger was approaching. A ship in the distance was drawing near, its mast adorned with a blood-red flag emblazoned with a skull and crossbones. Brother, we have a fat sheet. A man wielding a curved knife exclaimed. Damn it, I'm not blind. I have already spotted that one-eyed dragon with a straw hat and a bearded middle-aged man. Another man replied, his excitement palpable. Bring him aboard, but be careful not to harm him. We are civilized pirates. The captain laughed heartily. Under duress, Ye Xiaofeng had no choice but to comply and soon found himself aboard the pirate ship. Boy, hand over your valuables quickly. You should know our rules. The lewd pirate captain demanded. I have nothing of value, Ye Xiaofeng stammered, recognizing the insignia on the flag and growing anxious. The captain gestured for his men to search Ye Xiaofeng. After a thorough search yielded no results, Ye Xiaofeng was puzzled, wondering why the jade pendant around his neck remained unnoticed. Boss, he has nothing on him, one henchman reported. Boss, we found this on his ship. Another henchman presented a package Xiaobai had given Ye Xiaofeng before his departure. Bring it here and open it. The captain ordered. Boy, I never expected you to be so wealthy. You have quite a trove of valuables. To prevent them from being stolen, I, Captain Jack, will keep them safe for you. The captain leered at the pearls and jade inside the package. I can manage my own belongings. I don't need your help, Ye Xiaofeng replied incredulously. Realizing he had fallen into a trap. Boy, old Jack, detest whiners. The captain retorted. Jack, why not recruit me as well? Ye Xiaofeng suggested. Having lost his money to the pirates, realizing he had nowhere to go. Damn it, are you a pirate, or am I? Toss him overboard. Old Jack snapped, exasperated. Two pirates seized Ye Xiaofeng and unceremoniously threw him into the sea. I meant to send him off, not toss him. Old Jack exclaimed, bewildered by his crew's actions. Boss. We thought it would save time. It is a hassle to send him off properly, the pirates said, hastily justifying their behavior. Who knows how the boss feels? Last time, we sent someone off and got berated for it. One pirate added, trying to shift the blame. You make a fair point, Old Jack conceded. Let us find the next target. With their recent haul, Old Jack was in a good mood and chose not to reprimand his subordinates further. Ye Xiaofeng fell into the ocean but did not perish. His small boat drifted far from him, attempting to swim toward it. He soon found himself exhausted and lost consciousness in the vast sea. Uncertain of how long he drifted, one day he was washed ashore onto a sandy beach. Xue Wu. Look over there. It seems like a person. Xue Bingo called out, noticing a figure on the shore. Let us go check it out, Xue Wu replied. And they approached to find a man lying there, his face smeared with sand, with sea blue hair. He is still breathing. We must save him, Xue Bingo exclaimed. Recognizing that Ye Xiaofeng was unconscious and likely drowned. Sister Binger, he looks like he is drowning. If we don't save him, he will die? Xue Wu said with a mischievous grin. Then you need to act quickly, Xue Binger urged, her concern for the stranger evident. To save him, we need to perform mouth-to-mouth. I refuse to do that, Xue Wu declared, turning her head away. Then what about you? Xue Binger looked at her other sisters, who also turned away, pretending to be uninvolved. With no other choice, as the one who discovered him, Xue Binger reluctantly decided to sacrifice her first kiss. Lowering her head, Xue Binger performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, while the other girls watched in astonishment, surprised that she would sacrifice her innocence for a stranger. It was Xue Bingo's first time saving someone, and though inexperienced, she pressed on, performing CPR as water gushed from Ye Xiaofeng's mouth. Sister, hurry. There is hope. Xue Yue encouraged, reveling in the drama unfolding before her. Just as Xue Bingo was about to administer another breath, their lips met, and Ye Xiaofeng opened his eyes, sensing the warmth and licking his lips. Witnessing this, Xue Binger's face flushed, wishing to hide away in a mouse hole. Hey kid, where did you come from? What is your name? How did you end up unconscious on the beach? Xue Wu bombarded Ye Xiaofeng with questions. Xue Wu, can you not ask one at a time? Water Bingo remarked with dissatisfaction. Sister, could it be that you have taken a liking to this pretty boy, which is why you saved him? Water Yue said with mischievous intent, prompting laughter from the other sisters. If you remain silent, no one will think you are a mute, Water Bingo retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. By the way, how did you end up unconscious by the sea? Water Binger inquired, gazing at Ye Xiaofeng. Just as he was about to respond, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Ye Xiaofeng. You have successfully bound to the heavenly mechanism system. Welcome to the Douluo Continent. What a scam. What a worthless system. It took me 5 long years to awaken my martial soul. During this time, I was ridiculed by the people of Sea God Island and ultimately exiled. The system continued. Host. Ye Xiaofeng male, 11 years old, awakened martial soul, Emerald Swan. Innate full soul power level 30. Due to a system malfunction, the protagonist has not awakened his martial soul for 5 years. As compensation, a second martial soul, the 7 killing sword, is granted. Your presence will rewrite part of the history of Douluo Continent. From now on, you are my master. And you may call me Xiao Bing. Finally, the era of the protagonist has arrived. From now on, I shall conquer all. Surrounded by beauties, Ye Xiaofeng thought excitedly. I have finally awakened my martial soul. Haha. No more ridicule. He joyfully embraced Water Binger, overwhelmed with emotion. Hey, kid. My sister saved you out of kindness, and you dare to take advantage of her. Water Yue remarked, looking at Ye Xiaofeng with exasperation. This fool is either grinning like an idiot or too excited to speak. Does he have a problem with his brain? Snow Dance and a few others whispered among themselves. Are you alright? Water Binger asked, beginning to doubt Ye Xiaofeng's mental state. I apologize. I was just too excited and couldn't control myself. Ye Xiaofeng quickly apologized to Water Binger. My name is Ye Xiaofeng. I was out at sea and encountered pirates. After they looted everything of value, I was thrown into the ocean. You know the rest, he recounted, omitting any mention of Sea God Island. So that's how it is. Hello. I am Water Binger. This is my sister Water Yue, and these are Snow Dance, Yuheru, Shunliu, Guqingba, and Xiao Ruoxue. Water Binger introduced her companions. Thank you for saving me. Kid, if you want to express your gratitude, you should thank Sister Binger. She lost her first kiss just to save you, Snow Dance quipped. If you say another word, don't expect to come out next time, Water Binger retorted, silencing Snow Dance. Just now, I was a bit too excited upon awakening my martial soul, so I lost control. I will definitely repay the kindness of Miss Binger, Ye Xiaofeng declared earnestly. Is an awakening a martial soul normal? Waterbinger asked in confusion. I now possess twin martial souls. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed with renewed excitement, raising his hands to reveal a sword and an emerald swan appearing in his palms. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and Ye Xiaofeng proceeded to show his soul rings. The emerald swan's soul ring displayed 3 white circles, leaving Ye Xiaofeng incredulous. Similarly, the 7-killing sword also had 3 white soul rings. Humph, I thought you were impressive. But it turns out you've made yourself a waste, Snow Dance said disdainfully. Don't you know that white soul rings are of the lowest quality? And you've assigned 10-year soul rings to both martial souls. Waterbinger lamented, feeling regretful. A twin martial soul is a rare talent, now buried due to the quality of its soul rings. Heavenly mechanism system. You scoundrel. Xiaobing, come out right now. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, feeling utterly defeated. After finally awakening his martial soul, the protagonist's era was supposed to dawn, yet the system had once again betrayed him. He cursed at the system for a while, but it remained unresponsive, as if it had never existed. I am powerless, Ye Xiaofeng said helplessly, attributing his misfortune to this unreliable system, which had delayed his awakening for 5 years and now burdened him with white 10-year soul rings. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay with us, Waterbinger suggested. Believing Ye Xiaofeng to be lonely and without support. Sister, our academy does not accept males, Waterbinger gently remarked. I know, but I will figure something out, Waterbinger replied. Feeling pity for Ye Xiaofeng's situation, you can come with us for now, she decided, not refusing him. Thank you. By the way, do you have anything to eat? Ye Xiaofeng asked eagerly. Having drifted at sea for a year and now feeling extremely hungry, let us take you to eat, Waterbinger said kindly. Does your sister have feelings for this dim-witted fellow? Snow Dance whispered teasingly. Who knows what has gotten into her today? Waterbinger replied quietly, confessing that while she may be infatuated, she only finds handsome men appealing, and this one was far from that standard. Ye Xiaofeng followed Waterbinger and the others to an inn, where the sight of them astonished all the patrons, their jaws dropping in awe. Yet, seeing Ye Xiaofeng, grimy and disheveled, walking among them was like a flower among dung. The patrons began to murmur, look at that fool surrounded by beauties, such fine cabbage being ravaged by a pig. A middle-aged man grumbled, discontented with his own single status. Boss, bring me all the best dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hunger as he rushed to a large round table. Kid, you are quite bold. Your sister saved you, and you intend to repay her with your body. Snow Dance teased. What if I offered my body to Miss Snow Dance? What would you think? Ye Xiaofeng countered, leaving her speechless. Get lost. Who would want you, you little brat? You're truly blind. Snow Dance fumed, stamping her feet in frustration, causing the other sisters to burst into laughter. Your order of 4 cold and 4 hot dishes, 8 dishes and a soup, chicken, duck, fish, and meat will be served shortly, the waiter announced as he began to bring out the dishes. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng paid no mind to anyone else, grabbing chopsticks and piling food onto his plate, stuffing his mouth. Be careful not to choke yourself, you rascal. Snow Dance scolded, annoyed at Ye Xiaofeng's earlier remarks. You all take your time. Don't mind me, Ye Xiaofeng said between bites, but the others watched in astonishment as his bowl piled higher and higher, drawing the attention of many in the inn. Your chicken, duck, and fish are here. All the dishes have been served. Please enjoy, the waiter said, astonished by Ye Xiaofeng's voracious appetite, especially when the others had barely touched their food. Then, Ye Xiaofeng shocked everyone further. Excuse me, could you please set another table? I'm still not full. Hey, are you a reincarnated starving ghost? Shui Yuer jested lightly, to which Ye Xiaofeng could only respond awkwardly, remarking on their obliviousness to the common people's struggles. After finishing the first meal, Ye Xiaofeng refrained from continuing, and Shui Binger, who had been silently observing him, suddenly spoke up. Are you full? If you wish to eat more, please feel free, she said with a smile. I am quite satisfied. It has been ages since I enjoyed such a delightful lunch. Thank you. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall surely assist you, Ye Xiaofeng expressed earnestly, feeling a strong desire to repay Shui Binger, the first person to rescue him. That is agreeable, but with your current strength, you may not be of much help. Shui Bingo did not outright refuse. I know the day will come, Ye Xiaofeng replied with determination. After their meal, they acquired 3 rooms, 2 for themselves and 1 for Ye Xiaofeng. Upon returning to his room, Ye Xiaofeng called for a waiter, took a hot shower, and changed into a fresh outfit, instantly appearing more handsome and rejuvenated. The next morning, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Shui Binger. You. Shui Binger was captivated by Ye Xiaofeng's handsome visage, momentarily at a loss for words. Binger, what brings you here? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. I just came to check on you, Shui Binger replied, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing. To see me? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback, wondering if the girl had developed feelings for him. No, we are heading to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. I have reached level 30. You can stay here while we obtain the soul rings and then take you back to the academy, Shui Binger shyly explained. I was wondering why my sister had not returned. It seems she sneaked away to meet a handsome guy, Shui Wu teased. Don't say that. Close your mouth, Shui Binger retorted, blushing with indignation. Hey, who are you? Just because you look a bit handsome, you think you can flirt with my sister early in the morning? Shui Yue remarked, not initially recognizing Ye Xiaofeng. It's me, Yue. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head awkwardly. Wow, I can't believe you changed so much overnight. Shui Yue began to swoon. Ye Xiaofeng felt a rush of emotions, thinking to himself that he had always looked this way. They simply had not noticed. I want to join you this time, Ye Xiaofeng declared, not wishing to be a mere freeloader. With your meager abilities, what can you contribute? Don't slow us down, Shui Wu said, a bit hesitant about Ye Xiaofeng joining them. Despite being a soul master, his strength was questionable, given his 6 10-year soul rings. Rest assured, I will not hold you back, Ye Xiaofeng asserted confidently. Then stay behind us and don't stray too far, Shui Bingo said gently. Although Ye Xiaofeng's strength was lacking, as a healing-type soul master, he could still prove useful in dire situations. Let us set off quickly. What are we waiting for? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly. Hey, kid. It's not you hunting the soul beasts, so why are you more excited than us? Shui Wu remarked, exasperated. Miss Shui Wu, please call me by my name. I refuse to be addressed as Hey, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, finding it undignified. Who knows your name? After some time, one might forget. Shui Wu pretended to forget playfully. Then it's Miss Shui Wu. Remember, my name is Ye Xiaofeng. You may call me Ye Xiao or Ye Gongzi, Ye Xiaofeng declared with a touch of vanity. Ye Xiao, I have encountered shameless individuals before, but none as brazen as you. Shui Wu chuckled slyly, inciting laughter among the group. Though Ye Xiaofeng remained unfazed by her teasing. Miss Shui Wu, I am not small. I have grown, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly declared unabashedly. Enough, Shui Wu said curtly. All right. Let us depart, Shui Bingo interjected hastily to prevent the two from continuing their banter. Soon, Ye Xiaofeng and the others arrived at the Sunset Forest, entering the outskirts without the need for a special token from the Spirit Hall, unlike the Stardow Forest. As they ventured forward, 5 wild boars, each over 100 years old with tusks, charged towards them. Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle, Shui Binger shouted. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Binger unleashed her skill, instantly freezing the 5 wild boars. Her first skill could be cast repeatedly with minimal soul power expenditure. Second soul skill, 0-degree impact. Shui Yue activated her skill, shattering the 5 wild boars into pieces, leaving Ye Xiaofeng astonished. Kid, stop dawdling and come on. We need to find the soul rings for our elder sister, Shui Wu teased, noticing Ye Xiaofeng's dazed expression. Without responding, Ye Xiaofeng continued to follow them, eventually discovering a 1,000-year ice toad surrounded by ice. Second soul skill, Rain of Ice. Shui Wu quickly executed her skill to prevent the ice toad from escaping. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Binger continued to freeze the ice toad. Second soul skill, 0-degree impact. Shui Yue unleashed her skill, shattering the ice encasing the ice toad. Just as Shui Yue thought they had it under control, the ice toad retaliated. With a swift motion, the ice toad expelled a toxic frost toward Shui Yue. Yue, be careful. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Shui Bingo shielded her from the ice toad's attack. Bingo, let me try. You keep it frozen, Ye Xiaofeng urged. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Bingo froze the ice toad once again. Third soul skill, Sword of Death. Ye Xiaofeng gathered the 7 kills sword in his hand and swiftly pierced toward the ice toad. The ice that Shui Binger had encased the ice toad with shattered upon impact from Ye Xiaofeng's 7 kills sword, leaving the ice toad with minor injuries, which posed no significant threat to it. This won't work. We can't defeat the ice toad this way, Shui Wu cautioned. Yue, let us perform a martial soul fusion. Shui Bingo called to Shui Yue, who quickly embraced her, initiating their fusion skill. A cry echoed as an ice phoenix coalesced in the air, exuding a regal pressure that immobilized the ice toad. Martial soul fusion skill, Snow and Ice Falling. Shui Binger and Shui Yue announced in unison, as the ice phoenix launched an attack on the ice toad. The ice toad was thoroughly ensnared in ice, unable to move. Third soul skill, Sword of Death. Ye Xiaofeng's 7 kills sword flew toward the immobilized ice toad, delivering a mortal blow. Binger acted swiftly. Ye Xiaofeng tossed the 7-killing sword to Shui Binger, who swiftly dispatched the Millennium Ice Toad with a single strike. After the fierce battle, their soul power was severely depleted, especially Shui Binger and Shui Yue, who were left utterly exhausted from their martial soul fusion technique. Shui Binger found it impossible to absorb the soul ring in such a depleted state, as it could lead to a backlash from the Millennium Ice Toad. The first soul skill, Blessing of the Emerald Swan, which Ye Xiaofeng possessed, could heal and restore soul power to the group with minimal consumption of his own soul power. Under Ye Xiaofeng's healing, Shui Binger and the others regained their initial combat state. To be cautious, let's absorb the soul rings first while the rest of you stay alert, Ye Xiaofeng instructed. Although it was not typically his role to command, his words made sense in the current situation, and everyone guarded Shui Binger as she absorbed the soul ring. Sitting beside the ice toad, Shui Binger began the absorption process. And soon a purple halo manifested from the toad, gradually transferring to her. After a while, she completed the absorption and stood up, revealing 2 yellow and 1 purple circle beneath her feet. Sister, what skill does your third soul technique grant? Shui Yue inquired as she approached Shui Binger. The repulsion ice ring can create a repelling ice barrier that expands outward from me, inflicting damage while pushing opponents away, Shui Binger replied calmly. This way, we can interrupt an opponent's powerful attack during battle, Shui Wu analyzed coolly. Indeed, but we owe this victory to you, young Master Yi, Shui Binger acknowledged. Realizing that without Ye Xiaofeng's assistance, their hunt for the ice toad would have come at a great cost. Miss Binger, you flatter me. It was my duty to help you, Ye Xiaofeng replied, feeling a sense of joy in his heart, as it was his first time aiding others. Let us return, then. Shui Binger has successfully obtained her soul ring, and our objective has been achieved. Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were still at level 28 and did not require hunting soul beasts, while the others were at levels 27 and 26. With Shui Binger's third soul ring acquired, the group was elated. She was regarded as the leader and core of the team, and her decisions were followed without question. Wait a moment, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly interrupted. What is it? Shui Binger and the others were about to return when Ye Xiaofeng spoke up. Congratulations, host Ye Xiaofeng, for successfully assisting Shui Binger in acquiring her third soul ring. All soul ring cultivation levels have increased by 100 years. And your soul power level has risen by 5 levels. Ye Xiaofeng then heard a mechanical voice. Wow, little Bing, you can finally use it normally. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed joyfully. Host Ye Xiaofeng, your words are disrespectful. Thus, you are rewarded with a lightning strike, Xiao Bing said, and a bolt of lightning struck Ye Xiaofeng. After the strike, his hair stood on end, his body was enveloped in smoke, and his face was blackened, leaving only his eyes and teeth visible. Young Master Yi, what kind of mischief have you caused? Even the heavens seem unwilling to spare you. Shui Wu remarked with a sly grin. Damn it, I only said one sentence. Is it necessary to strike me with lightning? Ye Xiaofeng thought furiously. Are you alright? Shui Binger asked with concern. I'm fine. Let's head back, Ye Xiaofeng said, clearly not wanting everyone to know about his soul ring. Upon returning to the inn, Ye Xiaofeng quickly washed up and changed his clothes. At that moment, he heard a knock on the door. Opening it, he found Shui Binger standing there. What is it? Am I not allowed to come in and sit? She asked with a smile. Of course you can, but is there something on your mind? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. Can I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? Shui Binger teased playfully. Of course, haha, Ye Xiaofeng said as he poured her a glass of water and sat down with a smile. Now that we're alone, you can speak, Shui Binger said as she moved to the table, her demeanor shifting. Miss Binger, what are you saying? I don't quite understand, Ye Xiaofeng replied, knowing she was referring to the earlier events but wishing to keep it private. Do I have to hide it too? Shui Binger said, looking displeased. Then you must keep it a secret for me. Ye Xiaofeng realized he could not conceal the truth from Shui Binger and the others forever. Look, Ye Xiaofeng said, as his soul ring transformed from a 10-year white ring to a 100-year ring. How is that possible? Are you a soul beast transformed into a human? Shui Binger stared in astonishment at the 2 soul rings on Ye Xiaofeng, having never heard of someone upgrading 6 10-year soul rings to 100-year rings in just one day. Do I seem like a soul beast transformed into a human? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled. This matter cannot be known by others, Shui Binger said nervously. I understand. But you are not just anyone, Miss Binger, Ye Xiaofeng replied, grateful for her rescue. From now on, just call me Binger, no need to call me Miss. Shui Binger said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then I shall call you Xiaofeng from now on. Ye Xiaofeng smiled in return. Xiaofeng, thank you for helping me obtain my soul ring today, Shui Binger said, searching for words. Binger, you saved me. Thus, it is only natural for me to help you. Ye Xiaofeng said, patting his chest. Don't keep bringing up your debt of gratitude. Let's just be friends, Shui Binger replied. Binger, actually, I couldn't awaken my martial soul when I was 6 years old. I tried for 4 years but failed to awaken it. My mother had no choice but to send me away from home. Later, I encountered pirates, and during that time, I thought I was doomed to die. But heaven wouldn't let me perish, and ultimately, you saved me. Ye Xiaofeng reminisced about the mockery he faced on Sea God Island, forced into exile, and he crushed the glass in his hand. The shattered cup cut his hand, causing blood to flow, yet Ye Xiaofeng felt no pain. The scene startled Shui Binger. For the first time, she realized how difficult life had been for the boy standing before her, the same age as herself. Though he bantered with Shui Wu and the others and appeared cheerful, the pain within him was hidden. At that moment, Shui Binger's heart ached involuntarily, and she took out a handkerchief, gently wrapping it around the wound on Ye Xiaofeng's hand. No one will bully you again, Shui Binger said, holding Ye Xiaofeng's hand in hers, gradually calming his emotions. Just then, Ye Xiaofeng's door was kicked open. Young Master Yi, have you seen elder sister? Shui Wu entered, only to be taken aback upon seeing Shui Binger holding Ye Xiaofeng's hands, her mouth agape in shock. I didn't see anything. You two are just being friendly. I didn't see a thing, Shui Wu exclaimed as she hurried back to her room. Shui Binger quickly withdrew her hands upon Shui Wu's sudden entrance. But the moment was still witnessed by her. At that moment, Shui Binger's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Xiaofeng, you should rest. I'll take my leave now, Shui Binger said, wishing she could find a mouse hole to hide in, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor. Shui Wu, weren't you looking for my sister? Why are you back alone? Shui Yuer and the others noticed Shui Binger's return but could not find her sister, prompting them to send Shui Wu to search for her. Now, Shui Wu was back alone without Shui Binger. I didn't see elder sister in young Master Ye's room. I didn't see anything. Shui Wu shook her head. You mean to say my sister is in Ye Xiaofeng's room? Shui Wei found Snow Dance's words rather peculiar. No. When did I say that my sister was in his room? Snow Dance vehemently denied. What are you talking about? Just then, Shui Binger returned and heard the commotion in the room. Earlier, Snow Dance said, before Shui Yueo could finish her sentence. Snow Dance quickly covered Shui Binger's mouth with her hand. No, it's nothing, Snow Dance awkwardly replied. Sister, your hand is hurt. Shui Yuer noticed the blood on Shui Binger's hand. It's nothing, just a small injury, Shui Binger said, having forgotten to clean the blood from her hurried exit. You all go eat first. By the way, Snow Dance, you stay here with Shui Bingo to distract the others. Sister, are you planning to silence me? I didn't see anything. Snow Dance nervously exclaimed after the others left. Tell me, what did you see? Shui Binger coldly demanded. I just saw a little bit, but I want to mention your intimate handshake and love display, Snow Dance replied anxiously. When have I ever shown affection to Xiaofeng? I was just helping him bandage his wound. Shui Binger clarified. Xiaofeng, such a familiar address, Snow Dance misinterpreted further. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tie you up and deliver you to his bed. Shui Binger gritted her teeth in anger. All right, but sister, would you really do that? Snow Dance teased with a sly grin. Just as Shui Binger was about to strike Snow Dance, the latter swiftly evaded her grasp. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng had just exited his room and spotted Shui Yuer and the others, but he did not see Shui Binger and Snow Dance. Miss Yuf, where are your sister and Snow Dance? He inquired. They are in the room talking. We were just leaving, Shui Yuer replied, noticing the injury on Ye Xiaofeng's hand. Your hand is hurt. Shui Yuer recognized the familiar handkerchief. No, Ye Xiaofeng responded, turning his injured hand away. Hand it over. Why are you hiding it? Shui Yuer recalled Snow Dance's earlier words and then saw the recognizable handkerchief. Be honest. What is the status of your relationship with my sister? Shui Yuer asked curiously. Binger and I are just friends. Please don't misunderstand, Ye Xiaofeng said. This explanation only led to further speculation. One called Binger, the other Xiaofeng. How intimate they sounded. Snow Dance, who had just run over, overheard their conversation. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. Ye Gongzi, quickly call out Yuer. Shui Yuer playfully urged. Go away, what Ye Gongzi? Just call me Xiaofeng. He replied. Call her Dancer instead. Snow Dance chimed in directly, causing the sisters to burst into laughter. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but wonder what had gotten into these women today. They all seemed a bit off. Everyone, quiet down, Shui Binger exclaimed, having witnessed the earlier scene. Ultimately, this was all Snow Dance's doing. Sister, if you're eating meat, you ought to leave a bowl of soup for your sisters. Isn't that right, everyone? Snow Dance again stirred up the crowd. They all chimed in agreement. Enough with the nonsense. Let us eat. I see food. Keep your mouth shut, Shui Binger said, feeling exasperated. Shui Binger sat down at table 9, with Ye Xiaofeng beside her and Snow Dance on his other side, while the others settled in. Snow Dance raised her hand, and the waiter promptly approached. Young man, bring out all your best meats and dishes. Snow Dance commanded. Certainly, wait a moment, the waiter replied before turning to leave. Oh, and bring an extra plate of lamb kidneys, Snow Dance said, casting a sly glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Miss, let me recommend our signature dish, Tiger Whip. It's even better than lamb kidneys. Would you like a serving? The waiter suggested, glancing between Snow Dance and Ye Xiaofeng, who was surrounded by the ladies. Clearly understanding the implication. We'll have both. I need to replenish my strength, Snow Dance declared, adding to the absurdity. Hearing her words, Shui Yuer nearly choked on her drink. All right, table 9 gets an extra serving of lamb kidneys and Tiger Whip, the waiter shouted. The others wished they could find a mouse hole to hide in, wondering what had gotten into Snow Dance lately. By the way, Snow Dance, do you really need to replenish your strength? You don't seem weak at all, Ye Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. Don't call me miss, it sounds so formal. Just call me Snow Dance, she replied, but before she could finish, Shui Yuer interjected. You can call me Yuer, and you can call me Xiaofeng. Trying to seize the moment. You can call me that too, Xiaofeng. The lamb kidneys and Tiger Whip are for you to regain your strength, Snow Dance said with a mischievous smile. Snow Dance, let us not joke around. Let us eat first, Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly replied, at a loss for how to respond to her antics. Seeing that Ye Xiaofeng had fallen silent, Snow Dance quickly lost interest, and the lively table fell into a hush as everyone focused on their meals. Here comes the signature dish, the waiter announced loudly as he arrived at table 9, eager for everyone to notice. Snow Dance directly placed the lamb kidneys and Tiger Whip in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, you must try it and tell me how it tastes. Snow Dance continued to fan the flames. I think I'll pass. I'm already full. Ye Xiaofeng quickly rejected. Sister, you should persuade Xiaofeng. After all, he is still growing, and this can't be neglected. Snow Dance pointedly directed her remarks at Shui Binger. You little brat, shut your mouth. If you keep talking, I'll tear it apart. Shui Binger exclaimed. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Since everyone has eaten their fill, let us disperse and attend to our own matters, Ye Xiaofeng said, eager to leave. He couldn't withstand Snow Dance's relentless teasing any longer. After the crowd dispersed, Snow Dance lingered at the table, prompting Shui Yuer's curiosity. By the way, Snow Dance, aren't you going back? She asked. I'm just waiting to settle the bill. Why don't you cover it, and I'll head back first. Snow Dance replied with a serious demeanor. Oh, I just remembered, I haven't washed my clothes. Shui Yuer made up an excuse to avoid paying, quickly fleeing the scene. Once everyone had returned, Snow Dance suddenly wore a devilish smile. Young man, take these 2 dishes and 2 jugs of fine wine to that gentleman's room. And then call for my sister Shui Binger, saying that Ye Gongzi has something to discuss with her, Snow Dance said wickedly, having already orchestrated her plans. Miss some. The waiter appeared somewhat troubled. Here's a gold soul coin for your meal, and if you complete the task, you can keep the remaining one. Snow Dance generously offered, producing 2 gold soul coins from her pocket. Seeing the opportunity to earn an extra coin, the waiter quickly changed his demeanor. With money, one could persuade anyone. After all, a month's salary was merely 1 gold soul coin. Now, for a small task, he could earn a month's wages. Why not take it? After dark, the waiter arrived at Ye Xiaofeng's door with the dishes Snow Dance had instructed him to bring. Upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng open the door, he said, Ye Gongzi, Binger asked me to bring this for you. It was too crowded earlier to speak. Doubt lingered over whether the delivery was truly sent by Shui Binger. However, the innkeeper's arrival compelled belief. If young Master Yi had no further instructions, the innkeeper took his leave. Did she indeed send someone to deliver this? Ye Xiaofeng began to conjure images in his mind. After the innkeeper exited Ye Xiaofeng's chamber, he approached Shui Binger's door and knocked gently. Upon her opening the door, he stated, Miss Binger, young Master Yi mentioned he wished to speak with you about his innermost thoughts. Might you be able to visit him? The innkeeper feigned innocence as he spoke. Observing Shui Binger's indifference, he adopted a strategy of retreat to advance. Of course, young Master Yi added that if you find yourself in a predicament, you may disregard his request from tonight. It's nothing troublesome. You may go ahead. I shall follow shortly. Shui Binger contemplated Ye Xiaofeng's words from earlier that day. Despite the late hour, she decided to go. As the innkeeper departed, a subtle smile graced his lips. His mission was accomplished, and a gold soul coin was secured. The affairs between Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger were of no concern to him. It was all per Shui Wu's directive. I am utterly exhausted. I shall retire now, Shui Wu announced to Shui Yuer, simultaneously extinguishing the lamp. Sister Shui Wu, do you not usually stay up the latest? Shui Yuer inquired, perplexed. I've said I am tired. You should rest early as well, Shui Wu replied, pulling Shui Yuer towards the bed. Meanwhile, Shui Binger gently knocked on Ye Xiaofeng's door, which he opened. Binger, what brings you here? He asked. Nothing much. Just came to see you, Shui Binger replied, a touch of exasperation in her tone. Wasn't it you who summoned me? Upon entering the room, she noticed the food laid out on the table, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. This fellow had pretended to be quite earnest during the day. Could it be that Shui Wu's words were indeed prophetic, and Ye Xiaofeng needed to nourish himself? You seem rather thin. You ought to take care of your health, Shui Binger suggested delicately. Thank you for your concern, Ye Xiaofeng responded, somewhat awkwardly, and thus they engaged in a gentle exchange of words. As the night deepened, Shui Yuer fell asleep, while Shui Wu suddenly opened her eyes, stealthily dressing and exiting the dwelling. Binger, please do not hold Shui Wu accountable. They can be a bit mischievous at times, yet their hearts are kind, Shui Binger spoke softly. How could I? I consider them all my dear friends. Ye Xiaofeng smiled in reply. Why aren't you eating? Shui Binger asked, her face slightly flushed. Ah, I had forgotten about that, Ye Xiaofeng admitted. Initially disinterested, he felt compelled to indulge, especially now that she had taken the initiative to mention it. As he savored the lamb kidneys, he poured 2 cups of wine, and they began to drink together. Though it was their first experience with alcohol, the ambience and the desire to alleviate awkwardness led them to down their drinks in one go. A captivating scene was unfolding, and from the window, Shui Wu observed it all with clarity. Xiaofeng, do you feel a bit dizzy? Shui Binger asked, having consumed 2 cups and feeling somewhat befuddled. I'm unsure. I feel the same, Ye Xiaofeng replied, increasingly captivated by Shui Binger's enchanting presence. In a moment of candor brought forth by the effects of wine, he exclaimed, Binger, you look exceptionally beautiful tonight. You, my dear, seem to have indulged in sweet words tonight, haven't you? Shui Binger, having lost her composure due to drink, nestled close to the exquisite Ye Xiaofeng. It would indeed be remiss to not sprinkle a touch of sweetness in your presence, she teased. Confess, how long have you been plotting this? She asked, her cheeks flushed as she embraced his shoulders. From the moment you saved me, Ye Xiaofeng's hands began to wander. Outside, the snow danced with increasing fervor, but as both succumbed to their inebriation, they collapsed upon the table. This sight dulled the excitement of Shui Wu, who, upon entering, remarked how fortunate this fellow was. With a smirk, she assisted Shui Binger and Ye Xiaofeng to bed, not forgetting to remove their outer garments in her departure. She cast a glance at her handiwork, a wicked smile gracing her lips, before retreating to her own chamber. The next morning, Ye Xiaofeng, still in a daze, turned over. Sensing something beside him, he squeezed, hearing Bing'er's voice, and suddenly, he was wide awake, petrified. In that moment, Shui Bing'er also stirred. Glancing at Ye Xiaofeng and then at his hand resting on her chest, momentarily lost for words. They both screamed in unison, their minds blank. "Get your filthy hand off me." Shui Bing'er exploded, kicking Ye Xiaofeng off the bed before he could retract his hand. His head struck the corner of a chair. Yet now was not the time to lament his pain. "Bing'er, I didn't mean to." Ye Xiaofeng stammered, entirely at a loss. Unable to recall the events of the previous night. Without a word, Shui Bing'er slapped him, her anger palpable as she felt her innocence slip away. "Bing'er, I will take responsibility," he implored, noticing tears trailing down her cheeks, feeling like a criminal. "If you tell anyone, I will kill you and then take my own life," she threatened, her heart softening as she witnessed the blood flowing from his forehead after her kick. "Bing'er, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry," Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, pulling her into an embrace. "Let go of me, or I swear I will kill you." Shui Bing'er, startled by his sudden hug, felt conflicted. Sharing a bed was never her intention, and now this rogue was taking advantage of her. "Even if you were to kill me, I want to let go." Ye Xiaofeng tightened his grip, gazing into her tear-filled eyes. "Let go, or I will end you," she whimpered, pounding her fists against his chest. Gradually, she ceased her struggles, allowing herself to embrace him in return. Time slipped by, until a knock at the door shattered their moment. "Young Master Yi, Miss Xue will request your presence for breakfast," came the voice of an attendant from outside. Instantly, they snapped back to reality, Ye Xiaofeng's hands still entwined in her clothing, while Shui Bing'er clung tightly to him. "All right, I'll be down shortly," he called out, hastily shoving the attendant away. "Get your hand off me," Shui Bing'er demanded. Feigning anger. "I couldn't help myself," Ye Xiaofeng replied, withdrawing his hand and releasing her. "Quickly, dress and come down," she urged, her irritation evident. If he delayed any longer, others might notice something amiss, and her reputation would be at stake. Once Ye Xiaofeng departed, Shui Bing'er examined herself, relieved to find her integrity intact. The weight in her heart lifted, signaling that nothing untoward had transpired the previous night. As she awoke, her mind raced with countless scenarios. Fearful of having crossed boundaries with Ye Xiaofeng, especially given their youth, she hurriedly adjusted her attire and reapplied her makeup to avoid arousing suspicion, particularly from Xue Wu, who would surely seize any opportunity to hold something against her. Downstairs, everyone was already dining. Upon seeing the injury on Ye Xiaofeng's forehead, Shui Yuer expressed her concern. "Xiaofeng, how did you get hurt?" she inquired. "Oh, I merely tripped and fell," he replied, embarrassment creeping into his voice. "You have a knack for bringing up the wrong topics," he thought, wondering if perhaps the esteemed young master had engaged in something unsavory and received a beating for it. As Xue Wu sipped her drink, her mind elsewhere, secretly amused. "Xiaofeng, you aren't involved in anything scandalous, are you?" Xue Wu's question drew everyone's attention to Ye Xiaofeng, with Shui Yuer growing increasingly suspicious. "How could I ever? I am no such person," he retorted, glaring at Xue Wu, wishing his gaze could obliterate her. "What are you all discussing?" Shui Bing'er approached, having composed herself. "Nothing at all, just idle chatter," Xue Wu replied, maintaining her expression. "Sister, where were you?" "We didn't see you all night," Shui Yuer asked, her concern evident. "I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk," Shui Bing'er replied, her words betraying her unease. "If you have anything weighing on your heart, you can share it with us. We are here to help," Shui Yuer offered kindly. "Yes, sister, if something troubles you, let us know. Even if we can't assist, Xiaofeng is here to lend a hand, right, young Master Yi?" Xue Wu added, her gaze shifting between them. "Ah, yes, of course," Ye Xiaofeng quickly agreed, noting the flush on Shui Bing'er's cheeks. "Surely you haven't eaten yet." "Let us not delay any longer," she suggested, eager to steer the conversation away. Xue Wu, finding their interaction amusing, concocted a mischievous idea. While everyone dined, she stealthily reached beneath the table, lightly grazing Shui Bing'er's thigh before retracting her hand, feigning innocence as she resumed her meal. Believing Ye Xiaofeng to be the culprit, Shui Bing'er retaliated by pinching his thigh. He winced but held back his cries, perplexed by her sudden aggression. "Xiaofeng, are you unwell?" Xue Wu inquired, concern lacing her voice. Though internally she reveled in the chaos she had instigated. "We should return to school today," Shui Bing'er announced. "Sister, can't we stay a few more days?" "It's not every day we get to escape," Xue Wu protested, wishing for more time to stir trouble. "No, we cannot afford to delay. You both need to train and reach level 30, Shui Bing'er stated firmly, emphasizing the importance of strength in their world. "Xiaofeng, why not accompany us back to school?" Shui Bing'er suggested gently. "I think I'd prefer to venture out on my own," Ye Xiaofeng replied, not wishing to burden her with his presence, given his lack of affinity for ice elemental powers. "You cannot leave," she exclaimed, her tone firm. Xue Wu hastily exclaimed, "You scoundrel. After finishing your business, you wish to simply pull up your trousers and leave? No way. If you were to walk out like this, how could we face the elder sister?" "Why?" Ye Xiaofeng asked, noticing Xue Wu's intense reaction. In truth, he had no desire to depart from them, particularly from Binger. Have you systematically studied the knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts? Xue Wu's question hit the nail on the head. I have not, Ye Xiaofeng admitted. For he had not delved into theoretical knowledge due to his inability to awaken a martial soul. Then what are you honing? Xue Wu retorted, her discontent evident as she turned her head toward Xue Binger, who clearly had something to say. Xue Wu is right. You should come back to school with us. Xue Binger commanded Ye Xiaofeng. You can't just enjoy the benefits and slip away so easily. Master, you can join the Tianxue Academy and systematically learn about soul masters and soul beasts. You also have a mission, to assist Xue Wu and Xue Yuer in obtaining a 30-level Millennium Soul Ring. The inept Tianxue system, Xiao Bing, interjected. What rewards are there for helping them complete the task? Ye Xiaofeng, still wary after his last encounter with lightning, dared not criticize Xiao Bing again. Master, the secrets of the Tianxue cannot be divulged, Xiao Bing stated with a hint of redundancy before falling silent. Ye Xiaofeng had lost faith in this problematic system, which had continuously led him astray since arriving in this world. Then, I shall heed your advice and return to the academy with you. Ye Xiaofeng ultimately conceded to their request. This was the outcome everyone desired, though each had their own motivations. For instance, the mischievous Xue Wu aimed to continue her antics against her elder sister and Ye Xiaofeng. Upon returning to Tianxue Academy, Xue Binger led Ye Xiaofeng directly to her homeroom teacher. Teacher, this is Ye Xiaofeng. Could you allow my friend to join our class? Xue Binger addressed the 30-something female teacher before her. She was Wang Yan, Xue Binger's homeroom teacher and mentor. Usually wearing glasses and appearing gentle, she transformed into a protective lioness if anyone dared to bully her students, earning her the nickname Female Tyrant. You, lad, are also a water and ice attribute soul master? Wang Yan inquired with an impassive expression. Teacher, I am not a water or ice attribute soul master, Ye Xiaofeng replied meekly. Binger, have you forgotten the academy's rules? Wang Yan looked at Xue Binger with an expression of exasperation. Teacher, although I am not a water or ice attribute soul master, I am a healing type, and my soul power has reached level 41, Ye Xiaofeng clarified. Young man, we do not lack healing type soul masters. Binger, please take your friend back. Wang Yan dismissed him without further ado. I'm sorry, teacher. You aren't aware of his third soul skill, which can enhance our entire team's attributes by 20%. Xue Binger loudly proclaimed to Ye Xiaofeng. She acted as if she were about to leave, though Xue Binger was clearly employing a strategy of feigned indifference. What did you just say? Wang Yan's interest was piqued upon hearing Xue Binger. Teacher, Ye Xiaofeng's third skill of the Emerald Swan Martial Soul can enhance everyone's attributes by 20%, Xue Binger reiterated. You little rascal, why didn't you say so earlier? Why all the roundabout talk? Wang Yan perked up immediately, having never encountered such a powerful healing type soul master before. Teacher, I am not a water or ice attribute soul master, Ye Xiaofeng reiterated intentionally. That is not an issue. I will speak with the dean. Wang Yan felt lucky to have stumbled upon such treasure. I lack theoretical knowledge and practical experience, Ye Xiaofeng continued nonchalantly. None of this is a problem. I can assist you with all of it, Wang Yan reassured him, convinced that Ye Xiaofeng's concerns were trivial. Enough with the chatter. If you have any matters, just speak to Binger. She will assist you. Wang Yan preferred not to entertain Ye Xiaofeng's minor issues. By the way, young man, do you have thoughts of taking a master? I am Wang Yan, a level 76 strong attack-type soul master with the Titan Snow Ape martial soul. If you become my disciple, your life will be one of luxury. Wang Yan made her offer, eager not to miss such a promising student. Teacher, I have not yet considered the matter of becoming a disciple, Ye Xiaofeng replied with an awkward smile. You little rascal, Binger is my apprentice, so don't let this opportunity slip away. Wang Yan, glancing at the two, chuckled slyly, realizing that if sweetness did not work, she could use her apprentice's charm. Teacher, what nonsense are you speaking? Xue Binger reacted with a flushed face, as if suddenly invigorated. Young man, think it over and reply to me later. There is no need to rush, Wang Yan hinted, aware that subtlety was not working. Teacher, are you worried he might escape from your grasp? Xue Binger interjected before Ye Xiaofeng could respond. Binger, return to class. I will follow Ye Xiaofeng shortly, Wang Yan instructed, sending Xue Binger away. Young man, acquiring Binger will not be so simple. Wang Yan discerned the significance of Ye Xiaofeng and Xue Binger's eyes from their earlier conversation. Teacher, I understand. I will prove myself through my abilities, Ye Xiaofeng declared resolutely. I eagerly await that day. Do not let me down, Wang Yan cautioned earnestly. I understand, Ye Xiaofeng affirmed, his resolve unwavering. Class is starting. Come with me to the classroom, Wang Yan said, leading the way without giving Ye Xiaofeng a chance to respond. Following Wang Yan into the classroom, Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback to find himself surrounded solely by female students, with not a single male in sight. Aside from Xue Binger and her few companions, the rest looked at Ye Xiaofeng curiously, wondering about the sudden arrival of a handsome lad. Introduce yourself to everyone, Wang Yan instructed calmly. Hello, everyone. I am Ye Xiaofeng, a healing-type soul master with the Emerald Swan Martial Soul. In the future, if any of you get injured, Feel free to seek my assistance. Ye Xiaofeng introduced himself succinctly. Applause erupted, after which Wang Yin quickly assigned seats. You, sit next to your sister. Ye Xiaofeng, you will take Shui Yuer's place. After the applause subsided, Wang Yin directly rearranged the seating, leaving Shui Yuer with a displeased expression. As she was aware that the most talkative one was Shui Wu. Unbeknownst to them, on Ye Xiaofeng's first day, he had already incurred Shui Yuer's ire, and she was determined to create obstacles for him and Binger. That teacher does not seem to be kind, Ye Xiaofeng thought, sensing the challenges ahead. However, he had little choice but to return to his seat, relieved that Binger was seated in front of him. Sitting next to Shui Wu felt somewhat amiss, though he could not quite articulate what felt off about it. All right, let us commence the lesson, Wang Yin declared, her demeanor suddenly shifting to one of seriousness. There are 10 types of soul masters: strong attack, agile attack, control, defense, healing, support, food, summoning, power, and ranged attack. A proficient battle team requires 5 components: support type, healing, and food. Soul masters are responsible for supplies. Strong attack soul masters are tasked with annihilating enemies. Agile attack soul masters handle reconnaissance. Defense soul masters shield against attacks, and control soul masters must manage every aspect of the battlefield. Teacher, what about the other types? Shui Yuer interjected with a question. Of course, the teacher mentioned earlier was giving an example. Other departments could categorize according to their own conditions. For instance, in the summoning department, if you summon a defensive type, you should develop towards defense, while a strong attack type should progress in the direction of offense. Wang Yin felt slightly displeased at having her train of thought interrupted by Shui Yuer, yet she explained patiently. Are there any other questions from my classmates? Wang Yin inquired. Teacher, if one's attack power reaches its zenith, is there really a need for elaborate displays? Ye Xiaofeng asked, not intending to provoke. Perhaps. Wang Yin pondered for a moment before responding slowly. However, Ye Xiaofeng, while your imagination is commendable, I personally suggest you remain grounded. Wang Yin understood that Ye Xiaofeng belonged to the healing department, which, even upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, would still compensate for the shortcomings in attack power. Her words elicited laughter from the entire class, mocking Ye Xiaofeng for being overly ambitious, except for Shui Binger and a few others who held expectations for him. All right, everyone, let's begin self-study. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to ask me, Wang Yin said gently. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Shui Wu perked up, exchanging glances with Ye Xiaofeng. However, Ye Xiaofeng ignored her, which irked Shui Wu. She discreetly reached behind Shui Binger, tugged at her hair tie, and pulled it sharply, causing discomfort to Shui Binger. Yet, Shui Wu quickly withdrew her hand, feigning innocence as she returned to her book. As if the earlier incident had nothing to do with her, Ye Xiaofeng was left speechless, while Shui Binger, blushing, turned around to find Ye Xiaofeng staring blankly at her back. Anger surged within her. How dare he tease her in front of so many classmates? And yet she felt powerless to retaliate. Ye Xiaofeng realized that Shui Binger misunderstood him, lamenting that Shui Wu had set a trap for him. A wave of frustration washed over him. He resolved that after class, he would have to deal with that little girl or risk being trapped daily. Meanwhile, Shui Wu kept making faces, taunting him to come and confront her. When the lunch bell finally rang, Wang Yin exited the classroom, and Shui Binger, holding a book, turned and struck Ye Xiaofeng on the head. Binger, let me explain. It was Shui Wu who pulled my hair, not me. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to clarify. Ye Xiaofeng, just get lost. Shui Binger whispered, her face flushed. Come on, don't be angry. Shui Wu quickly intervened, trying to play the peacemaker. Ye Xiaofeng grew increasingly irritated and slapped Shui Wu on the rear, prompting an immediate outburst from her. Sister, it's fine if you bully me, but now you're bullying me too? Shui Wu complained. Ye Xiaofeng, you're shameless. I misjudged you, Shui Binger remarked, growing frustrated with Ye Xiaofeng's escalating audacity. With that, she turned and exited the classroom, while Shui Wu stuck her tongue out at Ye Xiaofeng. Sister, wait for me. Shui Wu followed Shui Binger out of the classroom. Xiaofeng, everyone has gone to eat. Aren't you joining them? Shui Yuer asked, noticing that Ye Xiaofeng had angered both her sister and Shui Wu. Oh, you all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Ye Xiaofeng replied absent-mindedly, his mind preoccupied with how to explain to Bing. He felt compelled to expose Shui Wu's scheme, or else he would be the scapegoat, while Shui Wu remained unscathed. By the time Ye Xiaofeng regained his composure and stepped outside, the classroom was empty. He wandered aimlessly, realizing his pockets were devoid of money. After exiting the teaching building, he found a bench in the campus, basking in the sunlight, gazing at the azure sky that resembled a vast ocean. Memories of his mother and Xiao Bai flooded his mind, recalling the moments spent on Sea God Island. And before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the trio had finished their meal and were preparing to leave. Sister, aren't you going to get food for Xiaofeng? Shui Yuer asked upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng absent. Who cares if he eats or not? Let him starve. Shui Binger retorted, though a hint of concern crept into her heart. She regretted her earlier words, knowing full well her companion was penniless but refusing to ask for help, which only frustrated her further. Noticing Shui Binger's unease, Xuewu gently tugged at Yuer's sleeve, prompting her to rush to the window and pack a meal for Ye Xiaofeng. Sister, although that guy can be infuriating, he still needs to eat. What if he starves? Xuewu chimed in, echoing Shui Binger's sentiment. Let him starve. It would save us from his daily bullying, Shui Binger said dismissively as she turned to leave the cafeteria. They searched the empty classroom and the sports field, but found no sign of Ye Xiaofeng. Xuewu, do you think my scolding made him leave in anger? Shui Binger asked, her concern palpable. I doubt it. He doesn't seem like that type. Perhaps we should look elsewhere, Xuewu reassured her. Eventually, they arrived at the square and spotted Ye Xiaofeng reclined on a bench, sound asleep. Ye Xiaofeng, you sure know how to lounge around, Xuewu exclaimed, her irritation evident. How did you all find me? Ye Xiaofeng stammered as he was jolted awake by Xuewu's words. Did you know we searched the entire campus for you while you blissfully napped here? Shui Yuer remarked, her bluntness reflecting her thoughts. This is your meal. We searched high and low for you and nearly wore ourselves out, she added, tossing the takeout container to Ye Xiaofeng before plopping down beside him. Thank you. I accidentally dozed off, Ye Xiaofeng said gratefully as he accepted the meal and began to eat. Xuewu and Shui Binger joined him, and as he finished quickly, he took out the handkerchief Shui Binger had given him to clean the grease from his lips. Observing Ye Xiaofeng's actions, Xuewu and Shui Binger exchanged glances before turning to Shui Binger, who blushed upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng using her handkerchief. Now that we've finished eating, I'll help you settle into your dormitory. Shui Binger swiftly changed the subject. They arrived at a courtyard labeled Peach Blossom Garden, which appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, with weeds overtaking the ground. However, the courtyard boasted 4 rooms, all furnished adequately. After a thorough cleaning, it would be perfectly suitable for habitation. Xiaofeng, you'll stay here for now. Our dormitory is full, and there are no available beds. Shui Binger explained a bit awkwardly. No problem. I prefer tranquility. You all go about your business. I'll manage here, Ye Xiaofeng replied, unbothered. As having a place to stay sufficed for him. Shouldn't we assist you? Xuewu suggested. Sure, but let Xuewu stay behind to help me. Binger and Yuer, you can go rest. Ye Xiaofeng finally managed to turn the tables on Xuewu. All right then, Xuewu, good luck. Shui Yuer smiled at Xuewu before she and Shui Binger returned to their dormitory. Xuewu, you start by tidying up the inside while I tackle the weeds outside, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Who are you calling Xuewu? You live here, not me. If anyone is cleaning, it should be you, she retorted, displeased that she was being taken advantage of. You said I could call you Xuewu. Are you trying to backtrack now? Ye Xiaofeng advanced step by step, standing directly before Xuewu. Both could hear each other's breaths. Don't be reckless. If you dare to act foolishly, I will scream for help, Xuewu said anxiously. Go ahead and scream. With Binger and Yuer just leaving, and this place so far from the dormitory, even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a wicked grin. Please, don't be unreasonable. I can help you clean up, can I? Xuewu quickly conceded. If you trick me again, beware that I might strip you of your clothes and toss them around the campus, Ye Xiaofeng warned mischievously. You wouldn't dare. If you act up, I'll tell my sister, Xuewu grasped at her last hope. I'm not afraid of her. You should be more cautious of yourself. Ye Xiaofeng clearly had no intention of letting Xuewu off easily. I'll go help you clean your room, Xuewu said as she slipped inside. Ye Xiaofeng stopped teasing her, opting to remove the weeds from the yard while Xuewu tidied the interior. Hey, could you fetch me some water? Xuewu called out to Ye Xiaofeng. Seeing her diligently cleaning, Ye Xiaofeng remarked nothing further and took a bucket to fetch water. Once Ye Xiaofeng left, Xuewu revealed a long-lost smile, thinking to herself, you're still too naive. With that, she tossed aside the cloth in her hand and left. After a while, Xuewu swaggered back to the dormitory. Sister Xuewu, why are you back? Shui Yuer asked in confusion. Xiaofeng thought I was in the way and sent me back. I told my sister to come help, Xuewu replied helplessly. Then you should rest for a bit. I'll go help him, Shui Binger, without reproaching Xuewu, left the dormitory to head towards Ye Xiaofeng's yard. When Ye Xiaofeng returned with the water, he noticed the cloth on the ground. Realizing Xuewu had escaped, he chuckled helplessly, picked up the cloth, and resumed cleaning the room. Just then, Shui Binger returned. Binger, you've come. Ye Xiaofeng greeted her with a smile. Hand me the cloth. You go tidy up outside, Shui Binger instructed, without holding Ye Xiaofeng accountable for past events. As Shui Binger took the cloth, Ye Xiaofeng grasped her hand. Binger, are you still angry with me? He asked earnestly. Fool, if I were angry, I wouldn't be here helping you. Now hurry and get back to work, Shui Binger interrupted as Ye Xiaofeng was about to proceed with his next move. With Shui Binger back, Ye Xiaofeng felt at ease. One of them cleaned outside while the other tidied up inside. They worked diligently from noon until afternoon, finally achieving a clean state. The bed still lacked sheets and blankets, along with toiletries, when Shui Yuer and Xuewu returned. Just in time. You two go buy some essential supplies, Shui Binger instructed them. In front of Shui Binger, Xuewu dared not act as boldly as she did with Ye Xiaofeng. But an idea struck her. Sister, you both tidy up the other rooms, Xuewu smiled at Shui Binger, who seemed somewhat perplexed. You all go ahead. Shui Binger continued to tidy up other rooms. By evening, Shui Wu and the others returned. Why did you buy so many things? Shui Binger noticed that the items they brought back were clearly not for a single person. Sister, we discussed it and decided to move here as well. Shui Wu said with a smile. Sister, it's too lonely for Xiaofeng to be here alone. You should talk to teacher Wang Yin about it. Shui Yuer began to charm Shui Binger. Fine, I'll communicate with the teacher, Shui Binger replied, utterly speechless. You all moved here, and you're still discussing it? She thought, her face darkening. Hey, we all came to keep you company, so you should help out, Shui Wu said defiantly to Ye Xiaofeng. Once you're finished tidying up, wait for me in the cafeteria. I'll talk to teacher Wang, Shui Binger said helplessly. Yay. Shui Yuer and Shui Wu immediately clapped their hands at Shui Binger's words. Teacher, I've arranged for Ye Xiaofeng to stay in Taohua Courtyard. Shui Binger quietly informed Wang Yin. The male and female dorms are both full, so placing him in Taohua Courtyard isn't bad. But it has been uninhabited for quite some time, Wang Yin pondered aloud. Teacher, we've already cleaned it thoroughly. It's ready for occupancy, Shui Binger quickly added. Excellent. Now I can rest easy. I understand. You may leave, Wang Yin responded, busy with her work. After a while, Wang Yin noticed Shui Binger still lingering and asked curiously. Binger, why haven't you left yet? Teacher, can we move in there? After all, the dormitory is crowded and disrupts our training, Shui Binger replied, looking down. No, the academy has clear regulations that all students must reside on campus, Wang Yin immediately opposed. But we've already moved over, Shui Binger insisted, trying to hold her ground. You all? Who else? Wang Yin grasped that it was not just one person from Shui Binger's words. Besides me, there's Shui Wu and my sister. Teacher, we are not violating academy rules. Taohua Courtyard is still on campus, Shui Binger continued. What kind of charm has Ye Xiaofeng cast upon you? You all seem to flock to him, Wang Yin said, looking at Shui Binger with a mix of exasperation and concern. Teacher, I cannot divulge the secrets he possesses. But I do not regret my decision, Shui Binger stated firmly. Alas, how can we keep our girls? With a suitor, they forget their teacher, Wang Yin sighed, feeling somewhat aged in that moment. Teacher, please grant us this favor, Shui Binger pleaded, grasping Wang Yin's arm tightly. You silly girl, if you shake it any harder, you'll break my arm, Wang Yin chuckled. Thank you, teacher, Shui Binger joyfully embraced Wang Yin. All right, how old are you, yet still so mischievous? Wang Yin chastised playfully, her thoughts drifting to meeting Ye Xiaofeng, having captivated 3 treasures, all of whom were exceptional. Teacher is the best. You're busy. So I won't disturb you, Shui Binger thought, relieved. Wang Yin, as she watched Shui Binger exit her office, found herself pondering Ye Xiaofeng. She retrieved Ye Xiaofeng's enrollment form, which Shui Binger had submitted. Ye Xiaofeng, male, age 11, martial soul, emerald swan, soul power, level 41, soul rings, for yellow. Other details unknown. Wang Yin was both astonished and regretful upon seeing his enrollment form. At such a young age, he had reached level 41. Yet, why did he lack even a 1,000-year soul ring? Was it because no one assisted him? However, that mischievous lad, too proud to accept help, had repeatedly rejected her offers. Otherwise, she would have procured not just a 1,000-year soul beast's soul ring for him, but even one from a 10,000-year beast. I must find a time to meet this boy. If he thinks he can take away my beloved student, it won't be so easy. Shui Binger, elated that the teacher had agreed, happily headed to the cafeteria where the others had already gone. Teacher, what did she say? Shui Wu and Shui Yuer looked at Shui Binger eagerly. Of course, the teacher agreed. Shui Binger replied with a smile. By the way, why aren't you all staying in the dormitory? Why move over here? Ye Xiaofeng asked, bemused. What? 3 beautiful ladies are here to keep you company. And you're not pleased? Upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, Shui Wu expressed her displeasure. No, it's just that the dormitory is quite lively, and I fear you may not be accustomed to living here. Ye Xiaofeng quickly responded. Little one, I have suddenly developed a fondness for a tranquil life and do not wish to be disturbed. Shui Wu continued to take advantage of the conversation. All right, the food has gone cold. Let us eat quickly, Shui Yuer interjected, noticing the two were in a heated debate. After the 4 of them finished their meal, Shui Binger presented Ye Xiaofeng with a small pouch. Xiaofeng, take this 100 golden soul coins for now. If it proves insufficient, do let me know, and I shall find a solution, she said gently. Thank you. I will owe you this for now. Once I earn some money, I will repay you, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Reluctant to live off others, but feeling compelled to accept it for the time being. You scoundrel, my dear sister has given you her entire month's living expenses. Do be frugal, Shui Wu cautioned Ye Xiaofeng. Nodding, Ye Xiaofeng, along with the other 3, returned to the Peach Blossom Garden, where they resumed their playful banter over room assignments. Ultimately, Ye Xiaofeng claimed the central room. Shui Binger took the room on his right, while Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were assigned to the 2 rooms on the left. Over the next 6 months, Ye Xiaofeng attended classes but spent the rest of his time in the library, diligently studying all available records on soul masters and soul beasts. Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were nearing their 30th level, and Shui Bing'er suggested they venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. However, Ye Xiaofeng opposed the idea. Their attributes are water and ice. They should either go to the sea or the extreme north. We shall opt for the latter, he decided. Ye Xiaofeng led the three women to the outer circle of the extreme north, where the biting cold made the three shiver, though Ye Xiaofeng appeared unfazed. Xiaofeng, how long must we stay here? Shui Bing'er inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. That depends on our fortune, should luck be on our side. It might only take a few days, but it could also extend to 6 months if we are unfortunate, Ye Xiaofeng replied calmly. If I had known the extreme north would be this frigid, I would have preferred the Sunset Forest or the Stardow Forest, Shui Wu lamented. Wuer, I came here for you. Not even the harsh cold can quell my fervent passion for you, Ye Xiaofeng declared unabashedly. Do not utter such nauseating words. Hurry and find a suitable soul beast, Shui Wu retorted, never one to grant Ye Xiaofeng any leniency. Look at Yuer, she is so well-behaved, unlike you. Ye Xiaofeng teased as he pinched Shui Yuer's chubby cheeks. Yuer, do not fall for his tricks. My elder sister was deceived by his sweet talk. Shui Wu warned Shui Yuer. Do not worry, Sister Shui Wu, Shui Yuer replied with a smile, although her laughter betrayed her. Enough of this nonsense. Let us swiftly search for soul beasts, Shui Bing'er urged the three, who were caught up in their playful banter. After 3 days of searching, Ye Xiaofeng finally discovered tracks of a soul beast on the ground. We have searched for 3 days and seen not even a shadow. Shui Wu began her complaints anew. Wuer, behind you. Be careful, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, teleporting to embrace Shui Wu with his left arm while his right hand wielded the 7-kill sword to fend off an ambush from the Ice Emperor Scorpion, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps while still holding Shui Wu. Had Ye Xiaofeng not intercepted the Ice Emperor Scorpion's tail, it would have claimed Shui Wu's life in an instant. Prepare for battle. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Bing'er immediately reacted. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Tornado. Shui Yuer joined the fray. Based on the size and attack power of this Ice Emperor Scorpion, its cultivation level is nearing 2,000 years, Ye Xiaofeng analyzed. It is about to break free from the Ice Seal. Shui Bing'er realized that her Ice Seal would not hold the Ice Emperor Scorpion for long. You all restrain it. Leave the rest to me. Ye Xiaofeng's demeanor shifted dramatically. Xiaofeng, be careful. Shui Wu expressed her concern, typically sparring with Ye Xiaofeng, yet understanding the gravity of the situation. Do not worry, I won't perish. Until I have all 3 of you home as my brides, how could I possibly meet an untimely end? Ye Xiaofeng jested. I take back my previous words. It would be better if the Ice Emperor Scorpion ended you, Shui Wu retorted angrily, her feelings bruised by his arrogance. Second soul skill, Sweeping Thousands. Ye Xiaofeng swung the 7-kill sword, and at that moment, as the Ice Emperor Scorpion broke free from its icy prison, the sword struck its body. However, the creature used its pincers to block the attack, which only served to infuriate the Ice Emperor Scorpion, prompting it to charge at Ye Xiaofeng. Second soul skill, Falling Snow. Shui Wu restricted the Ice Emperor Scorpion's speed. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Bing'er instantly refroze the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Second soul skill, 0-degree shock. Shui Yuer declared. Third soul skill, Sword Piercing Throat. Ye Xiaofeng thrust at the Ice Emperor Scorpion. This round of coordinated attacks wounded the Ice Emperor Scorpion, which, realizing it was outnumbered, sought to flee. Do not let it escape. The next part is up to me. Ye Xiaofeng glared fiercely at the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Third soul skill, Sword Piercing Throat. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, and the Ice Emperor Scorpion found itself immobilized. Ye Xiaofeng approached and dealt a grievous blow to the creature. Xiaofeng, why has your soul ring transformed into one of 100 years? Shui Wu asked in astonishment, having been too engrossed in battle to notice earlier. You two act as if this never happened, Shui Bing'er remarked coldly, and though Shui Wu initially intended to clarify, she refrained upon hearing her elder sister's words. You two discuss who will absorb the soul ring first, Ye Xiaofeng said, struggling to decide, considering both had reached the 30th level. Sister Shui Wu, you go first. Shui Yuer smiled. No, you should go first. Perhaps there is an even better soul beast waiting for me, Shui Wu insisted, not wishing to take advantage. Knowing the Ice Emperor Scorpion was already a fine choice, yet she felt no regret in yielding to Shui Yuer, as she regarded her like a younger sister. Yuer, I shall grant you this opportunity. Sit down and absorb it, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling gratified by their mutual reluctance to claim the prize. Xiaofeng, am I able to absorb a 2,000-year soul beast? The moon was slightly anxious, fearing that she might be unable to absorb such a precious soul ring. There is no need for concern. With me here, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, offering a preventive measure. Let us proceed. We still need to help Shui Wu. He handed the sword to Shui Yuer, who, without hesitation, pierced it into the body of the Ice Emperor Scorpion and then sat down to absorb the soul ring. A purple soul ring emerged from the Ice Emperor's body, transferring to Shui Yuer as she gradually absorbed it, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Bing and Shui Wu watched nervously, but Ye Xiaofeng activated his healing powers, ready to assist at any moment. After an afternoon of absorption, she finally succeeded. Xiaofeng, I've done it. Shui Yu exclaimed, opening her eyes and instantly embracing Ye Xiaofeng in her excitement. Whoa, you do you really want to throw yourself at me so quickly? As if we don't exist. Let us save the intimate moments for later, Shui Wu teased. Sister Shui Wu, I was just too excited and lost control, Shui Yu replied, her cheeks flushing. Well, you can't let this guy benefit from it too easily. Quickly, tell us what your third soul skill is. Shui Wu insisted, wanting to prevent Ye Xiaofeng from gaining any advantage. Perplexed, Ye Xiaofeng wondered what he had done to incur her wrath. Ever since they had met, she had been targeting him relentlessly, constantly setting traps and never offering him a kind glance. My third soul skill is Ice Explosion Technique, Shui Yu declared, activating her new ability, causing a massive explosion within 100 meters. Wow, this is incredible. They all exclaimed, astonished by the power of the Ice Explosion Technique. It consumes 20 of my soul power, but the cost will decrease as my cultivation improves. Thank you, Xiaofeng, Shui Yu said, running over to peck Ye Xiaofeng on the cheek like a chick pecking at rice. Xiaofeng, let us discuss something, Shui Wu said, rubbing her hands together as she looked at him. What is it? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, noticing her mischievous demeanor. Let us find another Ice Emperor Scorpion. I want the Ice Explosion Technique too. I'll agree to any conditions, Shui Wu declared, completely captivated by the power of the skill. Would you be willing to be my wife? Ye Xiaofeng asked cheekily. That is not out of the question, Shui Wu replied firmly. The Ice Explosion Technique was rare and hard to come by. Even if they found another Ice Emperor Scorpion, the chances of it manifesting were slim, 1 in 10,000. Ye Xiaofeng knew this well, having spent half a year in the library studying. Though we may not find one, we can seek out others. Wouldn't you agree? Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Without the Ice Explosion Technique, you won't even have a chance to marry me, Shui Wu retorted, turning on her heel and walking away, causing Shui Bing and Shui Yu to stifle their laughter. It seems our fated coupledom is not meant to be just yet. By the way, you isn't it time for you to pledge yourself? Ye Xiaofeng said, taking advantage of Shui Wu's distraction to approach Shui Yu. Sister Shui Wu, wait for me, Shui Yu said, ignoring Ye Xiaofeng, knowing that being with him would only lead to her being bullied. Looks like someone's harem is unattainable, Shui Bing remarked. Seeing Shui Wu and Shui Yu disregard Ye Xiaofeng, and she couldn't help but take a jab at him. Bing why don't they understand my intentions? They should be more like you, Ye Xiaofeng said shamelessly. Enough of that. Don't you think you flirted with enough people? You're still trying to charm them? Shui Bing said, her irritation rising. Of course not. It's just a joke, haha. Ye Xiaofeng chuckled, taking Shui Bing's hand. Bing your hands are so soft, he continued, gripping her hand firmly. Shui Bing attempted to pull her hand away several times, but to no avail. Yielding to Ye Xiaofeng's hold. Let us stop the nonsense and find a soul ring for Shui Wu, then we can go home. There are suitable soul beasts here. But I don't want to stay in this cold weather, Shui Bing said. Bing you're becoming more beautiful by the day. If only this moment could last forever, Ye Xiaofeng sighed, pulling her into an embrace and kissing her. Xiaofeng, if you have any worries, feel free to share them with me, Shui Bing remarked, sensing his troubled thoughts. It's nothing, just casual talk, he replied, saying little as he continued to hold her hand, following the others in search of suitable soul beasts in the extreme northern outskirts. Hey, you two, how long are you going to flaunt your affection? Shui Wu interjected, unable to bear it any longer, as she and Shui Yu did not wish to play the role of third wheels. Wu didn't you promise to marry me? Why don't we tease them together? Ye Xiaofeng grinned. Go die? You think you can marry me without examining your own character? You look like a dog. So don't expect ivory from a dog's mouth, Shui Wu shot back, showing no mercy. If only you could possess half of your gentleness, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, observing Shui Yu's amusement at their banter. I'm not marrying you, so why do you care? Shui Wu snapped, her irritation flaring at his comment. Sigh, a handsome guy like me, and you don't even recognize it. I'm worried about your future, Ye Xiaofeng said, fixing his hair, convinced he was the most attractive man in the world. You don't you agree? He asked, turning to her. Indeed. It's just that your handsomeness isn't quite obvious enough, Shui Yu teased playfully. I've devoted my heartfelt sincerity, and it pains me, Ye Xiaofeng said, elated by her earlier comment but left speechless by the latter. Should I stab your heart to ease your pain? Shui Wu said coldly. No wonder there's a saying about the cruelty of women's hearts. Ye Xiaofeng shot back at Shui Wu. What did you just say? The three individuals spoke in unison. And Ye Xiaofeng never anticipated that a single remark of his would incite such indignation among them. I was merely jesting. Haha, let us hasten to find an appropriate spirit ring for Wu. He quickly shifted the topic. This area yielded no suitable spirit beasts. Perhaps we should venture to the mountain ahead, Shui Bing suggested, gazing at the snow-capped peak. All right, but do exercise caution, Ye Xiaofeng replied as he led the way. The four trekked for 3 days before finally reaching the foot of the snow mountain. Although it appeared close, the journey proved to be increasingly arduous. I'm utterly exhausted. I can't go on, Shuewu gasped. Let us rest at the base tonight and ascend tomorrow, Shui Bing'er proposed, noticing the encroaching darkness. The four searched for a place to rest and eventually discovered a cave not far off. There's a cave ahead, we shall settle there. In the extreme north, the winds and snow at night can be fierce, making this spot quite suitable, Ye Xiaofeng informed the group. Upon entering the cave, they found it sheltered from the biting winds and surprisingly warm, likely due to their prolonged exposure to the frigid conditions. You three should gather some firewood nearby while I search for edible provisions, Ye Xiaofeng instructed the three ladies. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 2 wild rabbits, while Shui Bing'er brought back firewood. Why haven't you started a fire? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, observing the three sitting idle in confusion. We don't know how. Shui Yuer chuckled, while Shui Wu and Bing'er blushed in silence. Ye Xiaofeng resorted to the primal technique of friction to ignite a fire. After considerable effort, he succeeded, blowing gently until flames flickered to life. After cleaning the rabbits, he prepared to roast them. You rascal, how could you kill the rabbits? Shui Wu exclaimed angrily. Then you can eat your rations and ignore us, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, placing the rabbits on the fire and slowly rotating them. I want to eat that, humph. Shui Wu sulked, pulling out her rations and biting down hard. However, the food, frozen solid, proved difficult to chew. Frustrated, she hurled the rations against a stone, which, despite the impact, remained intact. What did the rations do to you? Go pick them up, Ye Xiaofeng teased. It's none of your business. You should pick them up yourself. Shui Wu shot back. Unable to bear their bickering, Yuer turned to retrieve the rations and put them back in her pack. Yuer, hand that to me, and bring the rest as well, Ye Xiaofeng instructed. He took the rations from Shui Yuer and began to toast them over the fire, deeming them nearly ready. Wuer, let us simmer down for a moment, Ye Xiaofeng said as he handed the discarded rations back to Shui Wu. Is this even edible? I nearly lost a tooth trying to bite it, Shui Wu grumbled. You'll find out if you try, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. To her surprise, the roasted rations tasted better than usual, prompting her to praise Ye Xiaofeng inadvertently. You have more skills than you realize. If it weren't night, I'd show you some other tricks, Ye Xiaofeng said with a mischievous grin. Shui Wu glanced at him, initially curious about those other skills. But upon seeing his playful smirk, she sensed mischief and chose not to scold him this time. Ye Xiaofeng continued to serve the roasted rations to Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer, while he himself savored one. The rabbits were nearly done, exuding an enticing aroma that made the three inexperienced ladies salivate. Shui Yuer could hardly contain herself, her eyes fixated on the rabbits roasting over the fire, while Shui Wu's irritation dissipated. Xiaofeng, is it nearly ready? Shui Bing'er asked impatiently. It's done, just be patient. Ye Xiaofeng reassured as he carefully removed the rabbits from the fire and handed them to Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer. Thank you, brother Xiaofeng, Shui Yuer exclaimed, having casually referred to him as brother, feeling it was a small price to pay for the delicious meal. Yuer, take your time, there's plenty more, Ye Xiaofeng said with amusement. Hurry up, stop dawdling, Shui Wu urged. Yuer, I heard someone lamenting their love for rabbits and blaming me for the slaughter. Ye Xiaofeng turned to Shui Yuer. I heard that too. I can confirm it, Shui Bing'er chimed in. Humph, I want to eat it. That should suffice, Shui Wu retorted, turning her head away while gnawing on her rations. Here, this is for you, Ye Xiaofeng said, not pursuing the joke further. I don't want it, Shui Wu insisted. Feeling cornered. If you don't eat it now, it may be gone, Ye Xiaofeng teased. This time, I'll let you off, next time. I want to be so forgiving, Shui Wu declared, snatching the rabbit meat from Ye Xiaofeng's hands as soon as she finished eating. As they feasted, Shui Wu even licked her fingers. For the three ladies, this was the most delectable meal, yet Ye Xiaofeng felt a twinge of melancholy. His mission to help them obtain spirit rings was nearing completion. On the eve of their departure, the heavenly machine system assigned Ye Xiaofeng a new task, to travel to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and apprentice under the sword Douluo Continent. This also signified his impending leave from the Tianshui Academy and from them. Xiaofeng, once we return, you must roast wild rabbits for us every day, Shui Wu insisted, still relishing the earlier rabbit meat. Yes, brother Xiaofeng, I wish to partake as well, Shui Yuer added. In the future, I'll make sure to treat you. Ye Xiaofeng neither promised nor declined. Why must we wait? Can't you do it when we return? Shui Wu questioned, puzzled. After I help you secure your spirit rings, my task will be complete, Ye Xiaofeng explained slowly, his gaze betraying a hint of reluctance. What does that have to do with roasting rabbits? Shui Wu felt his words were evasive. It's nothing. Let us rest early. We'll ascend the mountain together tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng concluded, saying no more. They did not press further, but Shui Bing'er remained silent, quietly watching Ye Xiaofeng. As night deepened, Shui Wu and Shui Yuer leaned against each other and drifted off to sleep, while Shui Bing'er continued to observe Ye Xiaofeng. Bing'er, why aren't you asleep yet? Ye Xiaofeng asked, feeling uneasy. You're leaving, aren't you? Shui Bing'er bit her lip, her eyes glistening as she fixed her gaze on him. Bing'er, let me explain. Ye Xiaofeng began, but before he could elaborate, Shui Binger stepped forward and slapped him across the right cheek. Binger, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed. But Shui Binger retaliated with another slap to his left cheek. Get lost. If I hadn't, he asked, would you have continued to keep this from me? Shui Binger trembled as she clung to Ye Xiaofeng. I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit King realm. I wish to venture out alone for training. He consoled her. Are you afraid we'll hold you back, so you're leaving us? Shui Binger said coldly. No, my cultivation is progressing too rapidly. I need to refine and solidify my realm, Ye Xiaofeng clarified. Then let me accompany you. Is that all right? Knowing that her mind was made up, Shui Binger decided to accompany Ye Xiaofeng. Take good care of them. You all are developing ice attributes. Refine your existing powers to their utmost potential, using the pinnacle of ice to overcome myriad techniques. This is the task I entrust to you, and I hope you will agree. Ye Xiaofeng had been analyzing their team for quite some time, and this was the conclusion he reached. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. If there's a need, feel free to return to us. Shui Binger longed to depart with Ye Xiaofeng, yet after hearing his words, she acquiesced. Don't worry about me. I shall return soon. It's getting late. You should rest. With that, Shui Binger nestled against Ye Xiaofeng's arm, gradually drifting into slumber. Observing them, Ye Xiaofeng felt an immense joy. They gradually became an inseparable part of his heart. The following morning, Shuewu awoke and, upon opening her eyes, saw Shui Binger sleeping in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, who was still sound asleep. Thinking she was imagining things, Shuewu rubbed her eyes, but the sight remained unchanged. She hurriedly roused Shui Yuer. Hush! Shui Yuer was about to scold Shuewu when she was interrupted by Shuewu, who pointed in the direction of the two sleeping figures. Shui Yuer turned to see the affectionate scene, leaving them both momentarily stunned. Soon enough, Ye Xiaofeng awoke. Noticing Shuewu and Shui Yuer staring at them with mischievous expressions, as if they comprehended everything in an instant, Ye Xiaofeng shifted slightly, awakening Shui Binger, who had completely forgotten that she had dozed off in his arms. What are you two staring at? Shui Binger opened her eyes to find Shuewu and Shui Yuer gazing at her, feeling quite uncomfortable. Big sister, did you sleep particularly well last night? Shuewu asked teasingly. It was all right, Shui Binger replied, still somewhat dazed. Sister, how long do you intend to sleep in Xiaofeng's arms? Shui Yuer remarked, observing her sister still nestled against Ye Xiaofeng. Shui Binger suddenly realized her position and hastily sat up. Big sister, did you not call out all night? Or should Yuer and I step outside for a bit, allowing you two to continue? Shuewu teased further. If you keep talking nonsense, just wait and see how I handle you, Shui Binger retorted, her cheeks flushed from the teasing. Once Shui Binger rose, Ye Xiaofeng shrugged, feeling a bit sore from remaining still throughout the night. You all should tidy up, let us head up the mountain together, he suggested, stretching his limbs as he stepped outside. The cold air hit them as they exited the cave, yet the pursuit of soul rings made it all worthwhile. After a morning of climbing, they discovered a 2,000-year-old Snow Lotus on a snow-covered peak. Truly, it was a case of seeking and finding without effort. And they prepared for battle. First soul skill, Dark Cloud. Second soul skill, Rainfall. Shuewu unleashed her abilities in quick succession. First soul skill, Frigid Storm. Shui Yuer followed suit. Do not use violence against it. Otherwise, we cannot obtain the soul ring. Binger, restrain it. Ye Xiaofeng urged as he noticed the 1,000-year Snow Lotus attempting to escape. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Binger sealed off all escape routes. Hurry, War. Ye Xiaofeng gripped his 7-killing sword, keeping a watchful eye on the Snow Lotus. If it attempted to flee, he would strike swiftly. The 1,000-year Snow Lotus, unlike the domineering Ice Emperor Scorpion, was swiftly defeated by Shuewu, and the absorption process was relatively smooth and successful. Sister Shuewu, what is your third soul skill? Shui Yuer inquired with curiosity. Behold, third soul skill, Snowfall. Thousands of ice spikes descended from the sky, striking the ground like a volley of arrows. Impressive. Shui Yuer exclaimed in awe, realizing that this skill rivaled her own ice explosion technique. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully assisted Shuewu and Shui Yuer in obtaining their third soul ring. Reward: Simulation Soul Ring skill and an increase of 5 levels in soul power. Xiao Bing's voice chimed in. Ye Xiaofeng broke through to the 40th level of the Soul Master rank, and 4,000-year purple soul rings slowly emerged beneath him, leaving Shuewu and Shui Yuer astounded. Shui Binger was somewhat surprised as well, though she was aware of some of Ye Xiaofeng's secrets. Xiaofeng, you. Shuewu stammered, taken aback. I possess a simulation soul ring skill. It can not only simulate 1,000-year rings, but also 10,000 and even 100,000-year rings. Ye Xiaofeng smiled as he explained. Subsequently, the 4 soul rings beneath him transformed into black 10,000-year rings, then into brilliant red 100,000-year rings. Is that so? I thought as much. Someone like you could not possibly be so weak. Shuewu remarked defiantly. However, your simulation soul ring skill is indeed quite impressive, she added, taking a jab at him. Hey, Wooer, I helped you obtain your soul ring. Is it too much to expect a simple thank you? Why do you always oppose me? Ye Xiaofeng sighed in exasperation. It seems you hardly contributed at all. Shuewu chuckled, clearly not ready to let him off the hook. I was merely overseeing the situation. Ye Xiaofeng defended, acknowledging that he had not directly engaged, but had prevented the 1,000-year Snow Lotus from escaping. Such thick skin, Shuewu pouted. Since our task is complete, let's hurry back to the academy, Shui Yueker said with a cheerful smile. Then let us return. Remember to keep my matters confidential. Ye Xiaofeng instructed Shui Binger. She nodded in agreement, yet a sense of melancholy stirred within her at the thought of returning to the academy. Knowing it meant Ye Xiaofeng would be leaving her side. The journey back was marked by a noticeable silence. Shui Binger remained uncharacteristically quiet throughout. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Garden, Shui Wu and Shui Yuer regained their spirits. It feels wonderful to be back. I never want to go to that frigid place again, Shui Wu complained. Me too. I'm heading for a hot bath, Shui Yuer added in agreement. I'll join you, Shui Wu said cheerfully. How about I offer my services for a complimentary bath? Ye Xiaofeng suggested playfully, the thought itself exhilarating. Get lost, the two retorted, turning their backs as they headed to their respective rooms. Just kidding. Don't take it too seriously. Binger. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to engage Shui Binger, but she refused him the chance, retreating into her own room without a backward glance. Left alone in the expansive courtyard, Ye Xiaofeng entered his room. Retrieving a jar of wine, he settled on a bench beneath the peach tree. As the gentle breeze blew, petals cascaded like snowflakes. Sipping his wine, he gazed at the sky, burdened by countless sorrows. He had hoped that drinking would ease his troubles, but to his dismay, it only deepened them. As he drank to the point of inebriation, he dreamt of Shui Binger appearing before him. Binger, why are you here? Ye Xiaofeng slurred. I came to see the peach tree. Is that so wrong? Shui Binger replied with a smile. I thought you came to keep me company. Ye Xiaofeng chuckled sadly. I can keep you company now. Don't you wish to share your thoughts with me? Shui Binger seized the opportunity, attempting to delve into his innermost feelings. What would you like to ask? I am open to sharing, Ye Xiaofeng replied, still in a dazed state. Why must you leave? I once stated that in order to grow stronger, one must indeed become stronger to protect those I cherish. You are already remarkable, possessing a twin martial soul and extraordinary talent. In the future, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo, Shui Binger comfortingly remarked. As she recognized Ye Xiaofeng's exceptional abilities, believing he would secure his place among the titled Douluo in time. Binger, wait for my return, Ye Xiaofeng said, slightly intoxicated as he embraced Shui Binger. She refrained from probing further, quietly holding him until he fell asleep, assisting him to his room and gently placing him in bed. Shui Binger did not leave. Instead, she remained by his bedside, watching over him, eventually succumbing to slumber herself. In the dead of night, Ye Xiaofeng awoke to find Shui Binger asleep. Rising, he picked her up in a princess carry, placed her gently on the bed, tucked her in, and caressed her delicate face, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. As he turned to depart, tears silently streamed down Shui Binger's cheeks. Throughout this, Ye Xiaofeng pretended to be drunk and asleep, just as Shui Binger did. They both wished to shield one another from sorrow, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Ye Xiaofeng could not let go of Shui Binger, nor could she bear to part from him. Nevertheless, reality was harsh. Choices had to be made. Ye Xiaofeng stepped outside, softly closing the door behind him. Exiting the room, he glanced at the doors of Shui Wu and Shui Yuer, then left the Peach Blossom Garden without looking back. The academy was desolate in the dead of night, and Ye Xiaofeng made his way swiftly to the main gate. Upon exiting the school grounds, he ventured into a nearby grove, when suddenly, he sensed an ominous presence around him. A glacial spear shot toward his back, but Ye Xiaofeng swiftly dodged the lethal strike. Who goes there? He inquired upon spotting a masked figure. And who might you be? The masked individual replied. I am a student of Tianshui Academy. I implore you to show mercy, Ye Xiaofeng stated, realizing the figure was a woman. If you are a student, you could have sought permission from the teacher during the day. It's rather suspicious for you to be out at such an hour, the masked figure retorted, disregarding Ye Xiaofeng's words. Without giving him a chance to explain, she unleashed her second soul skill, Ice Palm. Ye Xiaofeng countered with his 7-kill sword to defend against her onslaught, but the masked woman, intrigued by his prowess, declared, how interesting. I shall not let you go now. With her third soul skill, Ice Fist, she continued her assault. Ye Xiaofeng realized her strength surpassed his own. Prolonging the encounter could lead to his demise, so he decided to take the initiative. Just as his sword lunged toward her throat, she shattered his fourth soul skill. The masked figure revealed her martial soul, the Titan Snow Demon King. In that critical moment, Shui Binger rushed to his side, employing her first soul skill, Ice Seal, her second, Ice Ring Armor, and her third, Resistance Ice Ring. Shui Binger shielded Ye Xiaofeng from the Titan Snow Demon King's formidable attack. Binger, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come, Ye Xiaofeng urgently implored, fully aware that the opponent was a level 70 soul master, making escape impossible. Young man, you are quite fortunate. I shall grant you one opportunity. Only one of you may live, the masked figure jested. Allow her to leave. Once she is safe, you may do as you wish with me, Ye Xiaofeng declared, feeling content that Shui Binger had come to his aid. You truly fear not death? The masked woman asked, astonished, expecting Ye Xiaofeng to abandon Shui Binger for his own safety. Of course, everyone fears death, but I have no alternative, he replied helplessly. Teacher, Are you finished with your games? Shui Binger realized the masked figure was Wang Yan upon witnessing her martial soul. Hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, her heart melted. Unwilling to watch her teacher continue to torment him. Teacher? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, bewildered. You foolish girl, utterly lacking in ambition. Wang Yan said as she removed her veil, intending to tease Ye Xiaofeng further but was thwarted by Shui Binger's revelation. Teacher, you can't be serious. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, utterly speechless. Why not give it a try? How else will you know that you possess a rare twin martial soul? How will you understand your true feelings for Binger if you don't? Wang Yan teased. Teacher, I'm aware of the risks. You know the significance of twin martial souls. It could cost me my life, Ye Xiaofeng said, resembling a child who had made a mistake in front of Wang Yan. As for your twin martial soul, I shall keep it a secret, Ye Xiaofeng insisted. Rest assured, I will protect your secret. Where do you intend to go? Wang Yan continued to inquire. I wish to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As you know, my other martial soul is the Seven Kills sword. To master swordsmanship, I require guidance, and currently, only the sword Douluo Exile possesses the 7-kill sword martial soul, so I must seek him out, Ye Xiaofeng stated resolutely. Young man, seeking to apprentice under sword Douluo Exile is no simple task, Wang Yan warned. It is not easy to meet a title Douluo, let alone become a disciple. How will you know unless you try? Please, support me in this endeavor, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded earnestly. Since your mind is set, what use is it for me to keep you here? Go ahead. If you encounter difficulties, remember to return, Wang Yan said before departing the grove. Thank you, teacher. Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, left alone in the grove with Shui Binger. Binger, he embraced her, intending to leave quietly, only to find that the foolish girl had noticed him. What are you doing here? Ye Xiaofeng questioned, having seen her asleep earlier. I couldn't shake off my concerns. So I came to see you off, unaware that teacher would deliberately make things difficult for you. Shui Binger complained in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. It's nothing. Perhaps teacher still holds a grudge for my refusal to become her disciple, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled. In truth, he understood that Wang Yan valued talent. Throughout the past year at the academy, she had repeatedly expressed a desire to take him as a student, which he had declined. Nonetheless, Wang Yan had always been accommodating of Ye Xiaofeng's requests. Binger, promise me you'll take good care of yourself, Ye Xiaofeng urged, unable to shake off his concern for her. Yes, I know. You too, Shui Binger replied, nestled comfortably in his arms. As Ye Xiaofeng gazed at her, his throat grew dry. He tightened his embrace and leaned in for a kiss, which Shui Binger reciprocated. After a passionate moment, they finally parted. As dawn approached, Ye Xiaofeng turned to venture deeper into the grove, while Shui Binger watched the boy walk away until he vanished from sight. She then turned back toward the academy, entering the peach blossom garden, where Shui Wu and Shui Yuer had just awakened. Sister, where did you go so early in the morning? As Shui Wu observed Shui Binger entering through the door, she inquired with a hint of confusion. Xiaofeng, he has left, Shui Binger replied, her heart heavy with reluctance. Ultimately, she had consented to Ye Xiaofeng's decision. Let him go wherever he wishes. He is an adult now. After all, Shui Wu remarked nonchalantly, stretching her limbs. He has left and will not return, Shui Binger said, her eyes reddening as she spoke to Shui Wu, pondering how long it would be until they could reunite. Not return? Sister, where exactly has he gone? Shui Wu questioned, incredulous. Where he goes is of little consequence. What matters is his desire to hone his skills. Shui Binger responded, withholding the specifics of his destination. Even if she shared that information, it would not guarantee their ability to find him. I will seek him out and demand an explanation. This scoundrel has departed without a word, Shui Wu exclaimed, cursing Ye Xiaofeng, though internally she wished for his return. He left last night, Shui Binger said, closing her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Sister, is it possible that brother Xiaofeng is angry with us? Which is why he chose to leave. Shui Yuer expressed her guilt, believing their actions had caused his departure. Elder sister, you knew he intended to leave. Why did you not inform us? Why did you allow him to go? Shui Wu challenged Shui Binger for the first time since their acquaintance. His heart is no longer here. Even if he remained, it would make no difference. If he is determined to leave, knowing this will not change anything. I cannot keep him here, nor can you. Let him go, Shui Binger lamented, torn between her emotions yet still acquiescing to Ye Xiaofeng's wishes. He has his own path to tread, and we have ours. Let us focus on our cultivation. There may be a chance to reunite in the future, Shui Binger muttered, a statement meant for both them and herself. Ye Xiaofeng was already in his 40s, while they were merely in their 30s. When he reached level 50, his soul rings would be of 10,000 years. Even if they were to meet again, the disparity between them would only widen. However, Shui Binger refused to concede defeat. She yearned to cultivate more diligently, aspiring to assist him in the future. Ye Xiaofeng's departure ignited her fighting spirit, which was precisely what he had hoped to inspire. Trusting that Shui Binger would lead them well, Ye Xiaofeng arrived alone in the capital of the Tiando Empire, a bustling metropolis filled with vibrant commercial streets, throngs of people, and a cacophony of activity. After several days of travel, he felt fatigued and sought respite at an inn known as Heavenly Paradise. The establishment featured dining on the first floor and accommodations on the second and third floors. "Young master, will you be dining or lodging?" the innkeeper inquired. Perceiving Ye Xiaofeng's attire as indicative of wealth, and promptly greeted him with a smile. "I wish to dine and also require a room. However, dear innkeeper, is it customary to keep a guest standing while conversing?" Ye Xiaofeng jested. "Please forgive my oversight. This way, if you will," the innkeeper gestured for a servant, who promptly brought forth a teapot. The innkeeper poured a cup of tea for Ye Xiaofeng. "I am Li Baochai, the proprietor of Heavenly Paradise. How may I address you, young master?" Li inquired respectfully, his demeanor polite. "Ye Xiaofeng," came the response. Noticing Li's courteous demeanor, Ye Xiaofeng felt somewhat amused. "What would you like to eat, young master? Our establishment offers a plethora of dishes, from those that soar in the sky to those that roam the earth. If you name it, we can prepare it," Li assured confidently. "Li innkeeper, do bring me a selection of your finest food and drink, keeping in mind that I dine alone. Also, please prepare a room for me," Ye Xiaofeng replied, eager to conclude the conversation as his stomach growled in hunger. Wishing to avoid waste, he recalled that the gold soul coins he possessed were a gift from Binger. Li immediately set to work, arranging accommodations in room 1 on the 3rd floor. After a brief respite, Ye Xiaofeng overheard a few young men at a nearby table discussing significant events in the Tiando Empire. Notably, they mentioned that the Seven Treasures Glazed School was recruiting outer disciples. Intrigued, he called for the innkeeper. "Li innkeeper, I have heard that the Seven Treasures Glazed School is seeking outer disciples. What are the requirements?" Ye Xiaofeng inquired. This matter has stirred quite a buzz in the Tiando Empire lately. Although the conditions are rather stringent, one must possess a soul power level above 30 and be no older than 14 years, specifically as a strong attack-type soul master. Li explained, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "That does seem rather harsh. Are soul masters of other types not eligible?" Ye Xiaofeng asked curiously. "Ah, young master, you may not be aware, but the Seven Treasures Glazed School is a premier auxiliary spirit, and its only shortcoming lies in its lack of offensive power. Hence, they recruit every 3 years," Li elaborated. "If you are interested, you might consider trying your luck. The requirements are strict, yet the benefits are substantial. Outer disciples receive 100 gold soul coins monthly, along with additional perks," Li continued, sensing Ye Xiaofeng's keen interest in the Seven Treasures Glazed School. Ye Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, indicating he would pursue this opportunity, then resumed his meal. As he neared the end of his meal, Li presented a jug of fine wine, pouring a glass for Ye Xiaofeng. "Li innkeeper, I did not order wine. What is the meaning of this?" Ye Xiaofeng asked, intrigued by the gesture. "This is merely a token of my goodwill. All expenses for your stay are waived," Li replied with a smile. "Li innkeeper, I cannot accept such generosity without merit. I will pay for all expenses in full," Ye Xiaofeng insisted, wary of the innkeeper's intentions. "My aim is to forge a positive relationship with you, young master," Li stated with a friendly demeanor. "Your esteem for me is excessive, Li innkeeper," Ye Xiaofeng replied, unable to refute the innkeeper's hospitality. "I have operated this establishment in the imperial capital for 40 years. My discernment of character is somewhat reliable," Li added. "Thank you, Li innkeeper," Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged, unable to argue further. Having finished his meal, he took the wine jug and returned to his room. Upon entering, a servant inquired of Li, "Boss, why did you extend such generous treatment to him?" "In my observation, there appears to be little of significance. The phrase golden suggests that Ye Gongzi's future is boundless." From the earlier conversation, Manager Li reached a conclusion. Ye Xiaofeng intends to join the Seven Treasures Glazed School. Given that Ye Xiaofeng meets the recruitment criteria, it is noteworthy that he is merely 14 years old and already a level 30 attack-type soul master. Such a talent is indeed worth several golden soul coins. Although Manager Li's conjectures may not be entirely accurate, he is not far off the mark. Ye Xiaofeng plans to stay in the Heavenly Realm for 3 days. The capital city is exceptional, and the accommodations are particularly luxurious. Upon opening the window, Ye Xiaofeng is greeted by a view of the garden, a stark contrast to the bustling commercial streets outside. While sipping exquisite wine and gazing out, he finds himself longing for his mother and Xiaobai, as well as for Shui Binger and the others. He contemplates a return to Sea God Island, but wishes to refine his skills further before doing so, aspiring to sweep across the island and compel those who once looked down upon him to kneel before him. After a series of arduous travels, exhaustion has set in. Ye Xiaofeng indulges in a soothing bath before retiring to bed, where he quickly succumbs to slumber. However, in the middle of the night, the noise from the adjacent room becomes unbearable, with the voices of 2 women disrupting his peace. Ye Xiaofeng, unwilling to engage, covers his head with the blanket and attempts to drift back to sleep. Yet, the commotion persists, rousing him further and igniting his irritation. As the saying goes, what can be tolerated must not be endlessly endured. He rises, dons his attire, and steps out to confront the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, sounds from the room next door reach his ears. "Dai Xiao, you are truly impressive. The 2 sisters have yet to witness your prowess." Ye Xiaofeng, increasingly vexed, kicks open the door, revealing a blonde-haired young man alongside 2 twin sisters. Presumably, the youth is Dai Mubai during his adolescence. The forceful entrance startles the 2 women. prompting them to hastily cover themselves with the bedding. How dare you intrude into my room? You are courting death. Dai Mubai, now dressed, is incensed at having his revelry interrupted. You have awakened me from a delightful dream, and yet you seek to hold me accountable? Ye Xiaofeng retorts with a cold smile. Just then, Manager Li rushes upstairs, likely alarmed by the commotion caused by Ye Xiaofeng's abrupt entrance. Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. This is an oversight on my part. Manager Li interjects, clearly wishing to avoid offending either party. Kindly step aside, Li. I intend to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, Dai Mubai declares, unwilling to let the matter slide. Li, you may observe how I handle this insolent brat, Ye Xiaofeng responds, dismissively regarding Dai Mubai. You'd best not weep when you inevitably lose, Dai Mubai taunts. It remains uncertain who will be the victor, Ye Xiaofeng retorts with a sneer. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Dai Mubai initiates the assault without further ado. First soul skill, Azure Lotus Shield, Ye Xiaofeng calmly counters, showing little concern for the impending attack. Dai Xiao, is that all you've got? Is this a display of your prowess? Ye Xiaofeng mocks. Impossible. Dai Mubai is taken aback. Realizing his soul weapon, inherently superior, fails to breach Ye Xiaofeng's barrier, indicating that his strength surpasses his own. Despite his efforts, Dai Mubai's second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, also proves insufficient to penetrate the Azure Lotus Shield, shattering his previous assumptions. Yet, Dai Mubai remains unaware that he is pitting a century-old soul skill against one that has existed for a millennium, obscured by Ye Xiaofeng's simulated abilities. Enraged, Dai Mubai utilizes his third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, unleashing all his soul power against the Azure Lotus Shield. Though he begins to create fissures in the barrier, it remains intact. Dai Xiao, I presume your trump card is exhausted. How about a counterattack? Ye Xiaofeng muses, aware that Dai Mubai's relentless assaults would eventually break through the Azure Lotus Shield. What of a counterattack? It is impossible to defeat me with one blow, Dai Mubai responds, acknowledging his opponent's superiority yet refusing to concede. Very well, I hope you can withstand this strike. Should you falter, the blame lies solely with your weakness, Ye Xiaofeng quips. Second soul skill, Sweeping the Army. Ye Xiaofeng concentrates his 7-kill soul, slowly raising his sword, channeling all his soul power into this singular strike. Dai Mubai attempts to withstand the blow in his diamond transformation state, but the sheer force of the attack nears the level of a 10,000-year soul skill. Ultimately, he is unable to endure, hurtling backward 10 meters before collapsing, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The floor bears deep gashes from the sword strike, prompting Manager Li to consider repairs before the building collapses. Dai Xiao, should you wish to take my life, do so. I beseech you, spare the twins. The sisters, witnessing Dai Mubai's injury, selflessly plead for his safety. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Dai Mubai slowly rises, wiping the blood from his lips. Your training has been effective. It is commendable that they would sacrifice themselves for you, Ye Xiaofeng remarks, glancing at the twins and then at Dai Mubai, recognizing the latter's fortunate circumstances. I am Dai Mubai, a level 31 attack-type Battle Soul Master. May I inquire your name, and would you consider joining our Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai, bearing no grudge, extends an olive branch. I am Ye Xiaofeng. As for Shrek, perhaps fate will bring us together. Ye Xiaofeng acknowledges Dai Mubai's amiable nature, appreciating his ability to adapt. Since you have your own plans, I shall take my leave, Dai Mubai concedes, recognizing his defeat with grace. Dai Xiao, it is late. Why rush to depart? Why not join me for a few drinks? Ye Xiaofeng, having released his pent-up frustration through their skirmish, finds camaraderie with Dai Mubai and desires to foster a friendship. Brother Yi, if you are inclined to enjoy a drink, I would be honored to join you, Dai Mubai graciously responds, embodying the qualities of a prince. Please, gentlemen. Manager Li hastily leads the way, eager to see this outcome. Soon, they arrive at a private establishment where Manager Li promptly arranges for refreshments. Dai Xiao, you are indeed a remarkable young man, Ye Xiaofeng comments, casting a sly glance at the twins beside Dai Mubai. If Brother Yi has an interest, you might consider indulging. As twin beauties are a rarity, Dai Mubai boasts, proud of his companions. Such a gentleman does not covet another's affection, Ye Xiaofeng humbly replies, recognizing the implications. Dai Xiao, your intentions are rather mischievous. The twins, clad in purple, blush at the insinuation while simultaneously tempting Dai Mubai. The presence of two enchanting companions elevates the allure of the evening, and as the drinks flow freely, the atmosphere becomes increasingly convivial. Brother Yi, take your time with your drink. I shall take my leave for now, and we can continue our revelry another day. Dai Mubai, cradling the twin sisters, returned to the new cabin. Ye Xiaofeng smiled, resuming his drinking, suddenly feeling a twinge of envy towards Dai Mubai, who truly knew how to enjoy life, unlike himself, who was rather upright and virtuous, having merely shared a hug and a kiss with Bing without further indulgence. Upon returning to his room, Dai Mubai succumbed to his primal instincts, yet the twin sisters were enamored by his wild side. Since they had latched onto Dai Mubai's thigh, they never worried about finances. They could ask him for anything, and he would oblige, being both handsome and skilled. Drunkenly, Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room to continue sleeping, only to awaken the next afternoon with a slight headache. Slowly rising to wash up, he exited his room and made his way downstairs, where Manager Li hurried over to greet him. Young Master Yi, I apologize for last night's poor rest, Li Baokai said, bowing slightly. It's nothing. Just a trivial matter. By the way, where is Dai Xiao? Ye Xiaofeng inquired curiously. Dai Xiao has yet to rise. You know he stayed up late last night. Manager Li replied with a sly tone, hinting at unspoken implications. Manager Li, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not commendable, said Dai Mubai as he descended the stairs with the twin sisters. Dai Xiao, how could I ever speak ill of you? Manager Li chuckled. Dai Xiao, how many times have you turned the tables? Ye Xiaofeng jested. Shouldn't you bring out some substantial delicacies for the store? Certainly, please wait a moment, Dai Xiao. Manager Li replied with a smirk. Soon, dishes of soft-shelled turtle, lamb kidneys, and tiger penises were served. Dai Xiao, please enjoy, the attendant said politely before retreating. Brother Yi truly understands me. It's time to replenish our energy. Come, let us toast, Dai Mubai declared, pouring himself a drink as he ate. Dai Xiao, you ought to eat less. Last night nearly took half our lives. If you continue this way, we may decide not to accompany you any longer. The twin sisters playfully protested, their smiles betraying their satisfaction from the previous night's escapades. That's what you said, so I want to take you out next time. Don't blame me, Dai Mubai teased, wrapping an arm around their waists, engaging in playful banter. Dai Xiao, we were just joking, they replied, still laughing. Would you be interested in meeting two exquisite ladies, who are as pure as lotus blooms? Dai Mubai offered with a smile. Dai Xiao, my sole focus is on cultivation. I harbor no other thoughts, Ye Xiaofeng replied earnestly. Since you are unwilling to indulge, I shall refrain from further recommendations. However, there is an entertaining place I wonder if you might find intriguing, Dai Mubai continued, smiling. What sort of entertainment? Ye Xiaofeng asked, contemplating his 2 days of free time to explore. Follow me, Dai Mubai beckoned as they made their way to the great soul arena of the Tiando Empire, bustling with excitement as the soul fighting competition unfolded. Brother Yi, would you care to partake? Dai Mubai asked, producing 2 masks and handing one to Ye Xiaofeng. Since Dai Xiao has extended an invitation, how could I refuse such kindness? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. To avoid unnecessary complications, Ye Xiaofeng donned the mask, feeling a surge of excitement as he prepared for the simulated soul ring state, allowing him to exceed his usual limits. Dai Mubai led Ye Xiaofeng to the registration desk, where he handed the attendant 10 gold soul coins for Ye Xiaofeng's registration. Ye Xiaofeng provided his information, name, sword god, martial soul, 7 kills, soul power level, 41. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The attendant registered the details with a dismissive glance at Ye Xiaofeng and handed him a token. Ye Xiaofeng wagered 100 gold soul coins on himself, instructing the attendant to add his winnings to the next round's bet. Beautiful lady, place a bet of 1,000 gold soul coins for him, stacking each win on the next, Dai Mubai instructed the front desk attendant. The attendant observed the two, bemused, as they appeared overly confident, as if victory was assured. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Despite the risks, the potential rewards were equally enticing. Ye Xiaofeng stepped onto the grand battle stage, coldly declaring, I shall accept all challengers of Soul Sect level and below. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to step forward. Soon, a robust young man in his late teens approached, clearly the first to take offense at Ye Xiaofeng's words. Kid, you're quite arrogant, but I find that appealing. The young man scoffed. Welcome to the great soul arena of the Tiando Empire. Please allow me to present the participants' information, name, sword god, martial soul, 7 kills. Soul power level, 41. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Name, Neo Dali, martial soul, rhinoceros. Soul power level, 43. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Our Neo Dali has an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories, while this is Sword God's first appearance at the arena. Who will triumph? Let us await the outcome. The match commenced. Dali, Dali, Dali. The audience cheered, evidently not favoring Ye Xiaofeng. With his first soul skill, Neo Dali initiated the attack. Ye Xiaofeng's demeanor shifted instantly as he concentrated all his power into one decisive strike, akin to a sovereign commanding the realm. The onlookers were left astounded. If Ye Xiaofeng did not counter, he would surely be overwhelmed by Neo Dali's attack. Only Dai Mubai wore a slight smile. With a sweeping motion, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his own technique upon Neo Dali. In a single strike, he shattered Neo Dali's soul skill, leaving him unable to respond in time. Neo Dali was sent flying from the stage, coughing blood and rendering him unconscious, subsequently attended to by medics. Shouldn't we announce the results? Ye Xiaofeng prompted the host, who was still in disbelief at the preceding events. The first round goes to the sword god. That was truly pathetic, Ye Xiaofeng remarked disdainfully. How can you speak like that? One may kill, but not insult. Someone in the audience protested. I did not call him pathetic. Rather, I declare all soul masters of Soul Sect level and below to be so. Ye Xiaofeng sought to provoke their anger, enticing more challengers for himself in the process, thus honing his skills further. Yet he did not become overly arrogant, refraining from mocking those of higher levels, for even in victory, one ought not to offend all. This fellow, during our battle, did not unleash his full strength, Dai Mubai observed, realizing that despite employing the same technique, Ye Xiaofeng had held back his true power in their earlier encounter. Impossible. Dai Xiao, is young master Yi truly that formidable? The twin sister expressed disbelief. Indeed, however, in certain aspects, I surpass him, Dai Mubai replied cheekily. In what aspects? The twin sisters eagerly inquired. Don't you already know? Dai Mubai chuckled and replied, continuing to embrace both of them while watching Ye Xiaofeng's match. Everyone's attention was fixated on the arena, oblivious to Dai Mubai and the twins. Dai, you are quite the rogue. The twins understood his jest, playfully tapping his chest with their delicate fists. Indeed, we are in pain now, the elder sister said, biting her lip and blushing slightly. It's all my fault. My dear ones, I shall be more attentive next time. For now, I will reward each of you with 1,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound? Dai Mubai smiled at the two beauties. Dai, you only know how to tease us. You've wagered all your money. Where will you find the coins to reward us? They continued to tease. Not at the moment, but soon enough, Dai Mubai said, glancing at the pristine valleys, his hands wandering playfully around the sisters' waists. Let us continue watching the match and later, we shall enjoy each other as company, he said, his gaze returning to Ye Xiaofeng on the stage. Now, let us introduce the participants for the second match. Who will take the stage this time? The host continued. Let's view the big screen. Name, Ye Xiaohu Martial Spirit. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Power Level. 44, Assault Type Battle Spirit Soul Ring Configuration. Yellow, purple. Purple Ye Xiaohu challenges Ye Xiaofeng. The match begins. You possess quite the skill, but I wonder if your strength matches it, Ye Xiaohu scoffed. As a top-tier beast martial spirit, he had never been belittled. You'll find out soon enough. I hope you are not as pathetic as the last challenger. Ye Xiaofeng replied, fully aware of the formidable nature of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, yet confident in his own abilities. With his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, Ye Xiaohu wasted no time in launching an attack. Ye Xiaofeng, employing his first soul skill, Azure Lotus Protection, opted for defense. Look, Ye Xiaohu's first soul skill has no effect on the sword god's Azure Lotus Protection. Are plant soul rings truly this powerful? The host exclaimed. Is this all the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex can do? I find it rather disappointing. Ye Xiaofeng continued to taunt. Is that so? Then allow me to show you the true power of a top-tier beast martial spirit, one not to be trifled with, Ye Xiaohu retorted, his temper flaring. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt Strike. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. He unleashed 2 consecutive skills, breaking through Ye Xiaofeng's Azure Lotus Protection. You shall pay for your earlier insolence. Ye Xiaohu pressed on with his assault. Second soul skill, Sweeping the Army. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Head. Ye Xiaohu observed Ye Xiaofeng preparing his second soul skill, but was determined not to afford him the opportunity. The fierce clash between the two resulted in them both being pushed back 3 meters. I have witnessed your strength. Now allow me to unveil my ultimate technique. Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, his demeanor shifting. Third soul skill, Sword Throat Seal. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Head. The 7-kill sword in Ye Xiaofeng's hand flew forth like an arrow, directly shattering Ye Xiaohu's attack and sending him hurtling away. Lying on the ground, Ye Xiaohu coughed blood, struggling to rise but failing repeatedly. The second match goes to the sword god, murmured the spectators, astonished by the emergence of such a powerful contender. The top-tier beast martial spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, suffering a crushing defeat. Dai, Yi Gongzi is incredible. Thankfully, he didn't truly unleash his power on us that day. The twins gasped in awe at Ye Xiaofeng's prowess. To be honest, I find that fellow increasingly enigmatic, yet the stronger he becomes, the more pleased I am. Dai Mubai remarked with a smile. Indeed, the stronger he is, the thicker your wallet grows, the twins mused, hoping for Ye Xiaofeng's continued success, which would inevitably benefit them as well. When the time comes, Dai will reward us with more than just 1,000 gold soul coins. As the duel stretched from morning into afternoon, Ye Xiaofeng had achieved 9 consecutive victories. Manager, if this continues, we shall incur unbearable losses, the steward reported. If he wins the 10th match, the Soul Arena will lose over 2 million gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai's betting returns multiplied, and the audience rushed to place bets on the sword goddess victory. Go, summon Exile. Let him take the stage, the manager insisted. Apprehensive about Ye Xiaofeng's unbroken winning streak, as he had a business to uphold. However, Exile was known for his aloofness and rarely participated willingly, the steward explained. Just inform him that if he wins this match, the Soul Arena will privately offer him 200,000 gold soul coins, the manager continued. In another room, Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai were engaged in a discreet conversation. Brother Yi, we have secured 9 consecutive victories. The Soul Arena may arrange for Exile to face you next. He has a martial spirit, the Fire Dragon Spear, and won 10 matches in a row half a year ago, defeating a level 52 Soul King at level 48. Dai Mubai expressed a hint of hesitation. That is precisely what I desire. Without such opponents, how can I refine my swordsmanship? Ye Xiaofeng reassured him. Dai, If you wish to withdraw, you may collect your winnings. He added, understanding Dai Mubai's perspective. Brother Yi, if you wish to continue, I shall accompany you to the end, Dai Mubai declared resolutely, unwilling to let Ye Xiaofeng underestimate him. Dai, fortune favors the bold. Though the risks may be heightened, the potential rewards are equally substantial, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Meanwhile, the steward brought Exile to the manager's office, where Exile demanded a reward of 500,000 gold soul coins. Unable to comply, the steward sought the manager's assistance. Exile, I can meet your demands, provided you secure a victory. The soul arena can aid you in acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring. The manager said cautiously. I understand, but I shall never lose, Exile asserted, his confidence forged through numerous battles. The audience continued to swell, fervently cheering for both combatants. Currently, Exile's odds stood at 1-2, while the sword god Ye Xiaofeng's odds were at 1-8-5. Two-thirds of the spectators favor Exile, while the remaining third leaned towards the sword god, Ye Xiaofeng. Ladies and gentlemen, the true pinnacle showdown is about to commence. Who will emerge as the undisputed champion of this contest? Now, let us welcome the sword god, who has achieved an impressive 9 consecutive victories today. Sword god, sword god, sword god. And now, we invite Exile, who boasts a remarkable record of 10 consecutive wins in the past, who will claim the title of the true champion today. Exile, Exile, Exile. The audience on both sides is fervently cheering for the upcoming grand final. Now, let us direct our attention to the big screen. Sword God vs. Exile. Name, Sword God Martial Soul, 7 kills soul power level, 41 soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Name, Exile Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spear soul power level, 55, a strong attack type weapon soul master soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Upon observing Exile's soul ring configuration, his supporters eagerly increased their stakes, while some supporters of the sword god, anticipating a loss, shifted their bets to Exile. The odds for Exile shifted from 1-2 to 1-3, while the sword goddess odds improved from 1-3 to 1-5. Now, let both sides prepare. The 10th match of this pinnacle duel officially begins. Kid, considering your talent, I advise you to concede now while you still can. Exile confidently declared, convinced that although Ye Xiaofeng is formidable, he is not his match. Old man, you should worry about yourself. What if you lose? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, though he remained vigilant, fully aware of his powerful opponent. Kid, I'll let you make the first move, otherwise, you might not get another chance, Exile said coldly. As the senior, you should go first, Ye Xiaofeng continued to smile. With his first soul skill, Spear emerges like a dragon. Exile wielded a fiery red spear that lunged towards Ye Xiaofeng. Utilizing his first soul skill, Azure Lotus Shield, Ye Xiaofeng defended against the attack, the spear tip striking the Azure Lotus barrier, producing sparks but failing to breach it. Kid, your first soul skill is quite powerful. But I see you can still withstand my assault, Ye Xiaofeng remarked. With his second soul skill, Yellow Dragon emerges from the mountain. He aimed to shatter Ye Xiaofeng's defense. But he underestimated the strength of Ye Xiaofeng's barrier, which was supported by a Millennium Soul Ring, though it appeared as a century-old yellow soul ring in the simulated state. Old man, have you not eaten? Is this all the strength you possess? Ye Xiaofeng retorted coldly. Kid, you're too pleased too soon. My third soul skill, 100 steps to penetrate, launches swiftly, Exile countered, not allowing Ye Xiaofeng to maintain his defense. With his third soul skill, a sword seals the throat. Ye Xiaofeng's blade swiftly advanced towards Exile. In midair, the spear tip collided with the sword tip. Both adversaries locked in a stalemate until Ye Xiaofeng gained a slight upper hand, forcing Exile to retreat half a step. However, Exile swiftly altered his approach. With his fourth soul skill, Sweep the World, and Ye Xiaofeng employing his second soul skill, Sweep the Thousand Armies, the two fought to a standstill. Exile was somewhat astonished. The sword god was indeed powerful, unexpectedly matching him in combat. Ye Xiaofeng recognized that he lacked practical combat experience, while Exile had clearly engaged in more real battles, making him more adept with his soul skills. The audience held their breath, captivated by the thrilling showdown between Exile and the sword god. Kid, to force me to unleash my fifth soul skill, even in defeat, you can take pride, Exile confidently stated, at that moment, acknowledging Ye Xiaofeng as a worthy opponent. Old man, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not rejoice too soon. Losing to me would not be unjust. Ye Xiaofeng's aura shifted dramatically. With his fifth soul skill, Destruction of the Fire Dragon Spear, Exile's attack surged forth like a fire dragon, aimed directly at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng sensed an unprecedented aura of death. He was astonished at the terrifying power of a Millennium Soul Ring. With his fourth soul skill, Moment of No Trace, the surrounding space momentarily froze. And in that fleeting instant, Ye Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to strike. The previous soul skill disrupted the Millennium Soul Ring, allowing Ye Xiaofeng to launch a successful surprise attack, wounding Exile. Blood trickled from Exile's lips as Ye Xiaofeng calmly remarked, "You should concede. Had I aimed for your heart just now, you would not have survived. Despite only being able to manipulate space for 3 seconds, in a duel between masters, that was sufficient. You are indeed powerful. Had this been half a month ago, I would have conceded, but now I have comprehended my self-created soul skill. Exile smiled, resolute in his refusal to lose. If anyone were to be defeated, it would be the sword god. Show me all your trump cards, Ye Xiaofeng declared coldly, intent not only on winning the contest, but also on ensuring Exile accepted defeat wholeheartedly. Sword god, should you withstand this strike, I shall henceforth regard you with utmost respect, Exile proclaimed, his entire being seemingly merging with the fire dragon's spear. In that moment, he was the spear, and the spear was him. Sword god, prepare to receive my attack, Exile shouted, causing the audience to hold their breath in anticipation. Utilizing Azure Lotus Shield and Moment of No Trace in rapid succession, Ye Xiaofeng endeavored to defend himself. Exile breached the Azure Lotus Shield and lunged towards Ye Xiaofeng. The diminished power of Moment of No Trace allowing his spear to pierce through Ye Xiaofeng's chest. With blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, Ye Xiaofeng whispered, "You have lost. Is that so?" Ye Xiaofeng gripped the fire dragon's spear tightly with his left hand, thrusting his 7 kills sword towards Exile's chest with his right. How is this possible? How can you? Exile's eyes widened in disbelief as he found it hard to accept that the sword god could still retaliate against him despite the overwhelming force of his attack. What transpired on the battlefield? The audience was left in suspense, unsure of who had triumphed. How is it possible? The sword god still possesses strength to counterattack despite the ferocity of the assault, the host exclaimed loudly. You have won, Exile said, his clothing stained crimson with blood. Speaking slowly, both warriors simultaneously withdrew their weapons, and Exile, fatigued, collapsed. Ye Xiaofeng understood that, in truth, he too had lost. Exile had not been defeated in spirit. In this 10th match, the undisputed champion is the sword god. Sword god, sword god, sword god. The audience erupted in applause, celebrating the extraordinary display, a moment destined to reverberate throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Are you alright? Dai Mubai rushed over to assist Ye Xiaofeng as he slowly descended from the arena. This is not the time for conversation. Let us return, Ye Xiaofeng replied, leading them back to their room in the arena. The moment they entered, he collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. Brother Yi, what has happened to you? Dai Mubai hurriedly supported Ye Xiaofeng. I'm fine, just close the door quickly. The twins were startled by the scene and rushed to shut the door. The soul skill created by Exile was exceedingly powerful. I just need a moment to recover. You all go on ahead, don't let anyone else in. Ye Xiaofeng was gravely injured but had managed to endure until now. Rest for now, call me if you need anything. I'll be just outside, Dai Mubai said as he led the twin sisters out. Ye Xiaofeng's first soul skill was meant to distract Dai Mubai and the others, as he did not want them to see his other martial soul. Under the healing of the Emerald Swan martial soul, he soon felt better, though after 10 consecutive battles, his body still felt somewhat weak. That last shot, Ye Xiaofeng fell into recollection, continuously analyzing Exile's self-created soul skill, the fusion of man and gun, and unknowingly entered a state of enlightenment. Dai Xiao, Ye Gongzi has been inside for 3 days without making a sound. Could something have happened? One of the twins inquired. Should we check in, just to be safe? Dai Mubai acknowledged their concern. 3 days had passed, and the risk of a mishap was considerable. Surely, Ye Xiaofeng would not blame him for checking. After much deliberation, Dai Mubai slowly opened the door. Ye brother, you, he began, only to find Ye Xiaofeng sitting cross-legged beside the bed, utterly still. Dai Xiao, Ye Gongzi. Hush. Dai Mubai observed the scene for a moment, realizing that Ye Xiaofeng had entered enlightenment, signaling for the others not to disturb him. Ye brother must have reached the state of enlightenment. This truly is a blessing in disguise, Dai Mubai remarked with admiration. Is enlightenment really that impressive? One of the twin sisters asked, as neither of them were soul masters. Enlightenment is what every soul master dreams of. It is a rare opportunity in a lifetime, Dai Mubai replied with a sigh. Let us wait outside and ensure we don't disturb you, brother, Dai Mubai suggested as he led the sisters away. Dai Xiao, have you ever experienced enlightenment? Must you even ask? Dai Xiao has certainly achieved enlightenment, the sisters chimed in, though Dai Mubai felt a bit embarrassed. It is said that enlightenment is a rare occurrence. Dai Mubai had reached the rank of Soul Sovereign, but had never experienced enlightenment himself. How long does enlightenment typically last? The twin sisters continued to inquire. Naturally. The longer the better, Dai Mubai replied helplessly. Just then, the manager of the Soul Arena approached. Esteemed guest, greetings. May I trouble you to introduce me to the Sword God? The manager said politely. Manager, I've already informed the steward that the Sword God is currently incapacitated and cannot meet with anyone. I'll notify you once the situation improves, Dai Mubai replied calmly. If the esteemed guest requires treatment, the Soul Arena has healing soul masters willing to provide assistance free of charge, the manager offered. Understanding the Sword Goddess' formidable strength and the importance of forming connections. Not necessary for now, but we will need to rent this room for a while longer, Dai Mubai added, recognizing that the manager was being courteous, given they were on another S territory. That's completely fine. If Dai Xiao needs anything, I am here to assist, the manager replied with a smile. Very well, I will inform you when he awakens. Dai Mubai thought it odd that the manager knew his name, but assumed it was due to diligent inquiries. Then I shall not disturb you further. You may also rest in the adjacent room, the manager suggested, noting Dai Mubai's vigil at the door and arranging for the twins to have a place to rest. Days passed, and 4 days later, in the afternoon, Ye Xiaofeng awoke from his state of enlightenment. Dai Mubai and the others were still waiting outside. As Ye Xiaofeng attempted to rise from the bed, his body felt stiff, and he tumbled to the floor. Hearing the commotion, Dai Mubai and the others rushed in, finding Ye Xiaofeng sprawled on the ground. Ye brother, are you alright? Dai Mubai asked with concern. I'm fine, just a cramp. Ye Xiaofeng replied awkwardly as he climbed back to his feet. What time is it? Ye Xiaofeng remarked, feeling as though he had merely taken a short nap. Aside from a lingering weakness, he felt remarkably refreshed. Ye brother, you entered the state of enlightenment for 7 days, Dai Mubai exclaimed enviously. He had heard tales of prodigies experiencing enlightenment for only 2 or 3 days, while Ye Xiaofeng had managed a full week, truly extraordinary. At that moment, the voice of the Tiangong system S. Xiaobing echoed. Master, congratulations on achieving enlightenment for 7 days, surpassing the expectations of the Tiangong system. As a reward, you receive the Eye of Deities and Demons. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes transformed, one turning gray and the other green. The gray radiated boundless destructive power while the green exuded endless vitality. Dai Mubai was instantly overwhelmed by the power of Ye Xiaofeng's Eye of Deities and Demons, collapsing into unconsciousness. Dai Xiao, what is happening? The twins exclaimed, bewildered. Don't touch him. Let me see, Ye Xiaofeng said. Realizing Dai Mubai had fainted due to his eyes, he quickly retracted the Eye of Deities and Demons and activated the first soul skill of the Emerald Swan Martial Soul to heal Dai Mubai. What just happened? Dai Mubai regained consciousness under Ye Xiaofeng's treatment, only to faint again at the sight of Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. You might just be exhausted. Take a rest, and you'll be fine, Ye Xiaofeng said evasively. Dai Xiao, you scared us to death. The twins cried, on the verge of tears. Without Dai Mubai, their blissful lives would come to an end. Esteemed guest, greetings. I am Luo Xiaodian, the manager of the Soul Arena. Upon learning that Ye Xiaofeng had awakened, Luo Xiaodian promptly set aside his work and rushed over. Hello, what can I assist you with, Manager Luo? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with curiosity. Here is a diamond badge from the Soul Arena and 2 exclusive purple gold cards. All your capital and rewards have been deposited into these cards, amounting to 189, 650 and 18, 096, 500 gold soul coins, respectively. Thank you, Manager Luo, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, accepting the badge and cards. He noticed a fleeting expression of pain on Luo Xiaodian's face, which he quickly caught. I wonder if the Sword God would be interested in joining the Imperial Soul Arena. If you wish, we will provide you with 10,000 years of soul rings. All of the highest quality, Luo Xiaodian proposed, not wanting to lose such a talent. With proper training, Ye Xiaofeng could potentially become a formidable title de law in the future. Ye Xiaofeng's brilliance had even stirred Luo Xiaodian's interest, considering he had defeated the level 55 Exile at level 41. Exile's combat prowess was comparable to that of an average Soul Emperor. Ye Xiaofeng's future would surely be even more formidable. I'm very sorry, Manager Luo. I am accustomed to freedom and do not have such considerations at the moment, Ye Xiaofeng replied, indicating he had no need for soul rings. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Please consider it carefully. The doors of the Soul Arena will always be open to you, Luo Xiaodian urged. Luo Xiaodian was reluctant to part with such a prodigy. Ye Xiaofeng ceased his discourse, changed into a different attire with Dai Mubai and the others, and departed from the Grand Soul Arena, heading towards the Celestial Inn. Manager Li, prepare the finest dishes in a private room, Dai Mubai instructed the innkeeper, speaking with an air of mystery that Ye Xiaofeng disregarded as he ascended the stairs. Manager Li smirked lewdly, displaying a knowing expression, while Dai Mubai embraced the twin sisters and followed suit upstairs. Brother Yi, we struck a fortune, Dai Mubai exclaimed, delighted by the unexpected wealth. Indeed, I never anticipated such a substantial profit from the arena, Ye Xiaofeng replied, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Dai Xiao, you promised us, the twin sisters chimed. As long as we are under your protection, we need not worry. In a jovial mood, Dai Mubai declared, today, I shall gift each of you 100,000 gold soul coins, ensuring you live without want. The mere mention of such a sum ignited envy in their eyes. Dai Xiao, we seek not riches, but your kindness. They insisted, believing that with his favor, monetary concerns were trivial. Rest assured, the promised gold shall not diminish, nor shall my affections, he said with a sly grin. Make sure to fill your stomachs well. We have a busy night ahead. After 7 days of vigil over Ye Xiaofeng, he felt on the brink of madness. Dai Xiao, you are insufferable. Young Master Yi is still present. The elder twin playfully admonished him. Fear not, continue as you wish. However, if you desire a battle, retreat to your chambers. I cannot bear witness to your antics, Ye Xiaofeng jested. His heart soared with joy. Having attained enlightenment that deepened his understanding of the sword path and unexpectedly bestowed upon him the eye of the divine demon, along with nearly 200,000 gold soul coins. Brother Ye, I wish to transfer 1 million from my account to you. After all, my gains are due to you, he offered, valuing Ye Xiaofeng's companionship above wealth. Your kindness is appreciated, but I must decline. You should keep your earnings. I have already earned 200,000 gold soul coins, Ye Xiaofeng responded, wishing to avoid any debts of gratitude that would require future repayment. Now, he possessed ample wealth, having once received 100 gold soul coins from Binger, which represented her month's allowance. He pondered ways to send her some funds. Very well, Brother Ye, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Dai Mubai replied. Not pressing further. Dai Xiao, it has been 7 days. How fares the recruitment at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, realizing he had missed the opportunity during his period of enlightenment. While you were in contemplation, I learned that the recruitment has concluded. However, given your current achievements, joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School should pose no issue, Dai Mubai reassured him. Then I shall visit tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng concluded, recognizing that urgency was futile. For now, he would enjoy a hearty meal and a good night's rest. After dining together, Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room to recuperate. Dai Mubai, with the twin sisters in tow, retreated to their quarters, casting a sly glance at Ye Xiaofeng as he entered his room. Dai Xiao, what are you laughing at? The elder twin inquired. Did I laugh? I merely noticed your intentions towards young Master Yi, he replied, retreating into their chamber while informing the twins of his arrangements for Manager Li to procure 2 lovely maidens to attend to Ye Xiaofeng. Dai Xiao, you men are incorrigible. They protested, feigning indignation while subtly enticing him. Such is the nature of man. A rogue is often adored, Dai Mubai quipped, lunging towards the twins. Dai Xiao, it is not yet dark, they reminded him. The occupant next door is young Master Yi, he countered, disregarding the implications. Without further ado, he pushed the twins onto the bed. Here we go again. This fellow truly does not wish for me to sleep, Ye Xiaofeng lamented. As he neared madness from the raucous sounds emanating from next door, a sudden knock on his door drew his attention. Who is it? Ye Xiaofeng queried, opening the door to find 2 enchanting maidens, mistakenly believing they had approached the wrong chamber. You must be young Master Yi. We did not expect such a handsome and charming figure, remarked the maiden clad in red. Oh dear. The other, adorned in white, feigned to fall into Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. Are you all right, my lady? He inquired, believing her tumble to be genuine. Young master, may we not join you for a while? The red-clad maiden pressed, swiftly entering and shutting the door behind her. Ladies, I am not acquainted with you. If there is nothing pressing, I kindly ask you to depart, Ye Xiaofeng said, overwhelmed by their beauty and the distracting noise from next door. Why so tense, young master? We are merely here for a friendly visit, the sisters coaxed, their words weaving an intoxicating spell around him. Your intentions are noted, but I must insist you leave, he stated coldly, not wishing to succumb to their allure. You make it quite difficult for us, young master. How can we explain this to Dai Xiao? They pleaded, the urgency of their situation now apparent. Should you remain, you may not see tomorrow's dawn, Ye Xiaofeng warned, his hand gathering energy for the 7 kills sword. What a blockhead, they scoffed, storming out of his room, initially intending to linger, but ultimately compelled to flee for their own safety. Dai Xiao is leading me to the brink of temptation, employing 2 sirens to ensnare me, Ye Xiaofeng muttered as he swiftly locked the door behind them. Unable to withstand the turmoil, he stripped off his garments and plunged into the icy bath, seeking solace for his restless mind. Meanwhile, silence enveloped Dai Mubai's room, and Ye Xiaofeng gradually emerged from the water, dressed and returning to his bed for rest. In Dai Mubai's chamber, garments lay scattered across the floor as he slumbered, embraced by the 2 maidens. Manager Li shook his head in resignation, reflecting, the youth today truly know how to indulge. I have grown old. My once fiery spirit now diminished. The following afternoon, Ye Xiaofeng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, emerged from his room just as Dai Mubai appeared. Brother Ye, how was your experience last night? Dai Mubai inquired with a mischievous grin. Scram, can you not see? Ye Xiaofeng retorted. Ye Xiaofeng, in a fit of anger, remarked that Dai Mubai's antics had caused him a restless night. Brother Ye, I admire you. Those 2 beauties must still be in slumber, Dai Mubai replied, giving a thumbs up to Ye Xiaofeng, clearly having misunderstood his words. Get lost, it's all your fault that I couldn't sleep well. Ye Xiaofeng's irritation grew as he mulled over the situation. Brother Ye, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Dai Mubai said with an awkward smile, hastily making his exit. Ye Xiaofeng descended the stairs, grabbed a quick bite, and left the Heavenly World Inn, embarking alone towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. By the afternoon, he finally arrived at his destination. Who goes there? A guard inquired. I am Ye Xiaofeng, having admired your esteemed sect for quite some time. I wish to join and kindly ask you to relay my request to the higher-ups, Ye Xiaofeng responded, feigning admiration for the school. The recruitment for disciples has already concluded. If you wish to join, you will have to wait until the next opportunity. The guard bluntly rejected Ye Xiaofeng's appeal. Next time? I do not wish to wait 3 years. Please, grant me a chance and relay my request. Ye Xiaofeng protested, unwilling to endure such a long wait. You are ungrateful. Hurry and leave. You are a nuisance here, the guard replied, showing impatience. What if I insist on entering? Ye Xiaofeng challenged, adopting a more aggressive stance. Daring to cause a scene before the 7 treasure Glazed school? You are seeking death. The guard, now angered, felt that even as a guardian of the school, he should not be disrespected by a mere youth. With a swift motion, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his second soul skill, sweeping away the 2 guards before they even had a chance to summon their martial souls. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged. Who are you? He inquired. Master, please help us. This brat attacked us without warning. One of the guards quickly complained to the newly arrived man. Young man, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Why did you injure these guards? The middle-aged man asked, maintaining his composure. I wish to join your esteemed sect. It is one thing for these guards to refuse to relay my request. It is quite another for them to tell me to leave, Ye Xiaofeng replied, asserting his stance. Young man, the recruitment has ended. I won't hold this against you this time. You may return in 3 years, the master noted, recognizing that Ye Xiaofeng had acted out of a desire to join the sect. But I, Ye Xiaofeng, do not wish to wait 3 years. Ye Xiaofeng responded fearlessly. Young man, if you can endure 3 strikes without falling, I will grant you the chance to join our sect, the middle-aged man stated coldly, clearly expecting Ye Xiaofeng to back down. Master, let us consider another method, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, sensing an opportunity. What method do you propose? The master asked, intrigued by Ye Xiaofeng's willingness to negotiate. Let us make it the same 3 strikes. If I do not injure you within those 3 strikes, I will take my leave. Conversely, if I succeed, I shall join your sect, Ye Xiaofeng proposed, having gained a new insight. You are quite audacious, but that suits me. If you can force me to take a step back, I will consider it a victory for you, Master Lei Yu replied seriously. It is an honor, Master Lei. Prepare yourself. Ye Xiaofeng grinned mischievously. Ye Xiaofeng faced the formidable opponent, who was 3 levels above him, without a hint of trepidation. Although unleashing 2 soul skills in quick succession drained his energy, it was undoubtedly the best strategy against a powerful adversary. With the transformation of his fire wolf martial soul, Master Lei Yu showed no sign of holding back. Instantaneous trace and sword to the throat were unleashed in rapid succession. Young man, you have surprised me, Master Lei Yu admitted, recognizing the familiarity of Ye Xiaofeng's martial soul. More astonishingly, Ye Xiaofeng's soul skills had momentarily dulled his senses, but fortunately, in his transformed state, he managed to avoid serious injury. Ye Xiaofeng underestimated the might of the martial soul transformation. Even with 2 consecutive soul skills, he could not shake Master Lei Yu. It appears that I must resort to my ultimate move. Prepare yourself, Master, Ye Xiaofeng declared. Whatever technique you wish to employ, unleash it all. Master Lei Yu challenged him. Unity of man and sword. This was a unique soul skill that Ye Xiaofeng had developed through inspiration from Exile's weapon mastery, integrating his soul power into the 7-kill sword while merging his spirit with the blade. This young man radiates a hint of murderous intent, Master Lei Yu noted, still standing firm in his transformed state. Prepare to receive my strike. Ye Xiaofeng lunged forward, but instinctively, Master Lei Yu released his soul power, sending Ye Xiaofeng flying back. He landed 10 meters away, quickly using his sword to steady himself as he knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away gently and stood up. I concede, Ye Xiaofeng stated, his intent to leave clear. Wait, it is not you who has lost. It is I who has been defeated, Master Lei Yu lamented, surprised that such a young boy had compelled him to exert his soul power in his transformed state. If the sect learned of this, he would lose face. Master, does this mean I can still join the sect? Ye Xiaofeng pressed, reluctant to depart as he had a mission to complete. Indeed, here is your token. From now on, you are a member of the 7 treasure Glazed school, and you must abide by our rules, Master Lei Yu instructed, clearly eager to keep the incident under wraps. What did you say? I did not comprehend, Ye Xiaofeng responded, understanding that the earlier events should be forgotten. And what are the 2 of you? He inquired. Ah, the master values talent. We have seen nothing. The guards quickly chimed in, eager to avoid offending Master Lei Yu. Indeed, we have seen nothing, they echoed, clearly intimidated. Ye Xiaofeng followed Master Lei Yu into the sect, marveling at the resplendent architecture of the 7 treasure Glazed school, which rivaled that of a royal palace. Young man, I find you quite agreeable. I shall take you as my disciple, Master Lei Yu smiled, his earlier duel igniting his desire to mentor such a young talent. Master, I am rather dull-witted and currently have no intention of taking a master, Ye Xiaofeng replied, as his purpose for joining the sect was to seek out the sword Douluo, not to become a disciple of Master Lei. Your martial soul bears a striking resemblance to that of one of our elders. If you become my disciple, I assure you a life of comfort. Master Lei Yu insisted, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Master, may I meet that elder? Ye Xiaofeng inquired tentatively. Do you think everyone has the luxury of idling about? Besides, the elder is exceptionally busy. You cannot just demand a meeting. Master Lei Yu retorted, clearly annoyed at the thought of a newcomer expecting such privileges. Tell me, why are you so curious about the elder? He asked seriously. Master, you mentioned that the elder's martial soul is similar to mine, which is why I wish to meet him. Ye Xiaofeng deftly redirected the conversation to avoid suspicion. Young man, if you become my disciple, I can leverage my position to solicit guidance from the elder for you. What do you say? Master Lei Yu proposed eagerly. Master Lei Yuantang held a profound admiration for Ye Xiaofeng's exceptional talents. In his advanced years, he had yet to accept a disciple, but he had finally encountered a prodigy he was determined not to let slip away. At such a tender age, Ye Xiaofeng had already ascended to the soul sovereign level and devised his own unique soul techniques, a genius born once in a century. Is it true? Might the master consider me a named disciple? Ye Xiaofeng inquired eagerly upon hearing of an opportunity to meet the sword Douluo. However, he remained reluctant to formally accept Master Lei as his mentor. You should inquire how many disciples in the sect vie for my tutelage. Others clamor to learn from me. Yet you are selective, Master Lei retorted, displeased with Ye Xiaofeng's response. He clarified that being a named disciple was distinct from being a direct disciple. If the master is unwilling, then I shall consider our conversation moot. Ye Xiaofeng firmly declined, as his aim in becoming a named disciple was merely to draw closer to the sword Douluo. Very well, such a pity. But may I ask your name? Master Lei, having made an exception for Ye Xiaofeng due to his undeniable prowess, sought to know more about him. I am Ye Xiaofeng, a level 41 assault system soul master. Wielding the 7 killing sword, he replied with a smile. What? The revelation shattered Master Lei's preconceived notions. The 7 killing sword, could there truly be a connection to the elder? This matter had transcended his control. He had initially believed Ye Xiaofeng's martial soul merely bore a striking resemblance. But now he had confirmed that Ye Xiaofeng himself acknowledged his soul as the 7 killing sword. Master Lei's mind raced with thoughts of Ye Xiaofeng. Master, what occupies your thoughts? Ye Xiaofeng interrupted his contemplation. Nothing of consequence. Follow me, Master Lei instructed, leading Ye Xiaofeng back to his residence, where he arranged for someone to tend to him. Rest here for a while. Should you require anything, feel free to ask them. I have some matters to attend to. Master Lei conveyed to Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng sensed the change in Master Lei's demeanor upon hearing his martial soul, although he masked it well. It was evident to Ye Xiaofeng. Master, please attend to your business. I am in no rush, Ye Xiaofeng replied calmly. Subsequently, Master Lei hastily departed from his quarters. Xiaoyu, what has you so flustered? A white-haired man donned in a blue robe sat calmly at a table, exuding an air of tranquility. This was the sword Douluo, Qinshin, unperturbed by his surroundings. Long. Elder, today a gifted young man has joined the sect, and I made an exception to accept him, Master Lei stammered. Appearing somewhat like an inexperienced youth before the elder. Any disciple meeting the sect's criteria can be accepted. This is a trivial matter you need not bring to me. Sword Douluo Qinshin replied with a resigned shake of his head, gracefully sipping from his teacup. However, elder, that child may indeed be your descendant. Master Lei blurted out without a moment's thought. Sword Douluo Qinshin nearly choked on his tea. Xiaoyu, my lineage has always been singular. How could there be offspring? Although he had once experienced a fleeting romance in his youth, that was a distant memory. Elder, the boy possesses the same 7 killing sword martial soul as you. Master Lei said, finally getting to the crux of the matter. Please elaborate on the events of the day, Sword Douluo Qinshin urged. Master Lei recounted the day's occurrences in detail. This matter must not be publicized. Proceed with utmost discretion. I am aware of his situation, Sword Douluo Qinshin instructed, maintaining his serene composure. Understood, Elder, Master Lei acknowledged before retreating to his room. Wenji, I shall be stepping out. Temporarily delegate sect affairs to Xiaohe. Sword Douluo Qinshin declared as he swiftly entered Ning Fengji's chamber, leaving no room for discussion. After a half-day of inquiries, Sword Douluo Qinshin soon learned of Ye Xiaofeng's visit to the Heavenly Pavilion. Manager Li quickly divulged all he knew. He then visited the Great Soul Arena, where he discovered that Ye Xiaofeng had, under the title of Sword God, defeated Exile despite the odds. He had sought out Dai Mubai for information, but lost the trail upon reaching the inn. Manager Li informed Sword Douluo that Ye Xiaofeng had appeared suddenly. He had never been seen before. Sword Douluo even checked the Soul Master registration at the Martial Soul Hall, but found nothing. Every person leaves a trace. Manager Li suddenly recalled, revealing that on his first day at the inn, Ye Xiaofeng had worn clothing adorned with the emblem of Tianshui Academy. Sword Douluo Qinshin arrived at Tianshui Academy. Through various inquiries, he eventually learned that Ye Xiaofeng had studied there for a year, residing at the Peach Blossom Garden. Today was coincidentally a weekend, and with fewer students around, Sword Douluo approached the entrance of the Peach Blossom Garden, which stood open, revealing 3 girls playing on a bench beneath the blossoms. Excuse me, is this where Ye Xiaofeng resides? Sword Douluo inquired with a smile. How do you know? Shuewu blurted out. Shuewu's swift response earned her a sharp glare from Shui Binger, who quickly silenced her friend. Who are you? Shui Binger regarded the elderly man before her with suspicion. I am Qinshin. Xiaofeng asked me to inform you that he has joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sword Douluo replied, maintaining his pleasant demeanor. Sis, did you know that Brother Xiaofeng went to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Shui Yuer asked, her expression pained. I have traveled quite a distance to provide you with this information, yet you do not even offer me a cup of tea? Sword Douluo remarked nonchalantly. Of course. Shui Wu, Yuer, please fetch some water. Shui Binger, feeling anxious, urged them. Sis, it's not that. Just go. No need for further discussion, Shui Binger interrupted, hastily dismissing her sister. Old sir, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, Shui Binger implored. Indeed, it is not of great concern. I merely wish to learn more about young friend Ye, Sword Douluo stated, his intentions clear. He understood that Xiaofeng's enrollment in the 7-treasure Glazed school was a secret, one that the two girls could not possibly know. So he posed no threat to them. I know you are not an ordinary person. Please do not harm him, Shui Binger insisted, her resolve unwavering. What if I were to insist on his demise? Sword Douluo replied coolly. I would willingly exchange my life for his. I implore you to spare him. Are you truly prepared to sacrifice your life for him? Sword Douluo was slightly taken aback, not expecting anyone to willingly offer their life for him. Let us proceed. Shui Binger closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she sensed the presence of the Grim Reaper. The surrounding space shattered, making it difficult for her to breathe, as if she were on the brink of death. Her only regret was that she could not see Ye Xiaofeng one last time. She would willingly exchange her life for his, even if it was a bittersweet longing. 2 tears slowly traced down her cheeks. Sister, what are you doing? Why are you crying? Shui Wu and Shui Yuer returned from fetching water and found Shui Binger standing motionless with her eyes tightly shut, tears streaming down her face. Oh, I'm still alive. Shui Binger was astonished to discover that she had not perished, as the elderly gentleman in front of her gracefully sipped his tea. Sister, what do you mean by alive? Shui Yuer asked, puzzled. Shui Binger realized that her survival indicated that this gentleman had no intentions of harming her. He merely wished to test her. You and Shui Wu return to your room. I shall speak with this esteemed elder privately. Upon hearing her elder sister's command, the two swiftly retreated to their quarters. Seeing the sword in the elder's hand, Shui Binger recognized it was identical to Ye Xiaofeng's, yet devoid of any soul power. Young lady Shui Binger, I pay my respects to Sword Douluo, she acknowledged, knowing that her martial spirit was akin to that of Ye Xiaofeng, and thus, this person must be the elder Sword Douluo and Exile of the 7-treasure Glazed school. My dear child, may I now be privy to your tale? Sword Douluo continued to sip his tea with elegance, smiling at Shui Binger. She recounted her acquaintance with Ye Xiaofeng, explaining how they had rescued him from pirates by the sea a year ago. Afterward, he had awakened his martial spirit and had been with her at the academy for a year before departing. So, you are unaware of his past prior to the age of 10? She continued. He is reluctant to speak of it. All I know is that he was exiled for his inability to awaken his martial spirit and was abandoned by his family. Realization dawned on Sword Douluo. Awakening at 11 and achieving soul master status at 12 indicated he possessed an innate soul power level of 30, despite reaching the pinnacle of 97. He found it hard to believe, yet he had to accept it. I humbly request you to take him as your disciple, Shui Binger implored, kneeling before Sword Douluo. Rise. He still has much to learn. When the time is ripe, he shall find his way. Thank you, esteemed elder, Shui Binger replied, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Let today's events be forgotten. I appreciate your hospitality, Sword Douluo and Exile said softly as he departed quietly, leaving Shui Binger with a sense of surreal transformation. Sister, where did the elder go? Shui Wu and Shui Yuer emerged to find the elder had vanished. He has left, saying that Xiaofeng is doing well and that we need not worry about him. Since Ye Xiaofeng's departure, Shui Binger had not slept soundly, constantly fretting for him. Now, she finally felt at ease. Today's events must not be spoken of, she instructed. Understood, replied her elder sister, though Shui Wu wore a puzzled expression, refraining from further inquiry. Fear not, sister, I assure you, I shall not speak of it to anyone. However, that old gentleman was quite handsome. Shui Yuer began to swoon. Shui Binger and Shui Wu exchanged exasperated glances, realizing the younger girl's mind was elsewhere. Ye Xiaofeng, in a month, the sect will hold a newcomer competition. The first-place winner can present a reasonable request to the sect leader, Lei Tangzhu remarked with a smile. The opportunity lies before you. It is up to you to seize it. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint your expectations, Ye Xiaofeng declared, fully aware that he could not let this chance slip away if he wished to learn under Sword Douluo. Very well, go about your business. But do not cause any trouble for the sect's disciples, or you shall be expelled. Lei Tangzhu issued a warning to Ye Xiaofeng to prevent any potential disturbances. Do not worry, Master. I will not initiate any conflict unless provoked, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, though in his heart, he thought, if others provoke me, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. You may leave now, Lei Tangzhu said, ushering him away. Ye Xiaofeng returned to his quarters, currently assigned to the newcomer's residence due to his recent arrival. He selected a secluded house on the outskirts, appreciating the tranquility. As he prepared to rest, a middle-aged man entered. Kid, this room has already caught my eye. You should choose another, Wang Hao declared arrogantly, as if issuing a command. Very well, but do you possess the strength to back it up? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, eager to engage. You're asking for death. Wang Hao, a prominent figure among newcomers, was incensed by such disrespect. Let us step outside to avoid damaging the property, Ye Xiaofeng suggested with an enigmatic grin. All right, show me what you've got. Otherwise, you may miss your chance. Wang Hao saw Ye Xiaofeng's words as a provocation, underestimating him. Wang Hao, a 53rd level assault-type soul master with the martial spirit of a mighty bear, faced off against Ye Xiaofeng, a 41st level assault-type soul master wielding the soul slaughter bear sword. I thought you were formidable, but a mere 41 soul rank? Such arrogance. I intended to teach you a lesson, but now you shall not escape. Who teaches whom is yet to be seen, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, finding Wang Hao's bravado amusing. You talk too much. Second soul skill, sweeping the 1,000 armies. Second soul skill, diamond body. Wang Hao countered, unaware that Ye Xiaofeng's second soul skill was also a millennium-grade ability, which effortlessly shattered Wang Hao's defense. You underestimate me, Wang Hao declared. Activating his 5th soul skill, Mighty Diamond Fist. He was unwilling to waste further time with Ye Xiaofeng, despite the considerable energy expenditure it required. 4th soul skill, Instantaneous Trace. 3rd soul skill, Sword to the Throat. Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his own 4th and 3rd soul skills, opting for a direct confrontation. The brief disorientation from his 4th soul skill was sufficient. You've lost, Ye Xiaofeng announced, his sword poised at Wang Hao's neck. Kid, I will settle the score at the competition. I won't be as careless then, Wang Hao grumbled, disgruntled by his defeat to someone just breaking through to the soul rank. I'm ready whenever you are. However, you cannot alter the final outcome, Ye Xiaofeng replied coldly, disdainful of Wang Hao's self-importance, which made him seem foolish. Changing outcomes isn't your prerogative, Wang Hao retorted angrily as he stormed off. Ye Xiaofeng turned back to rest, and the following day, feeling bored at the Sect, he ventured out to the Grand Soul Arena. Young Master Yi, welcome to the Grand Soul Arena. Luo Xiaotian greeted upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng donned in a mask. Ever since Ye Xiaofeng's 10 consecutive victories, the arena had sought information about him, albeit with limited success. Good morning, Manager Luo, Ye Xiaofeng smiled. Though Luo Xiaotian felt unnerved by the young man's grin. Will you be participating in the soul fights today, young Master Yi? Although Luo Xiaotian's inquiry was somewhat inappropriate, he could not help but ask. Previously, due to Ye Xiaofeng, the Soul Arena suffered a loss of nearly 4 million, half of which was taken by Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai. Initially reluctant to participate, he merely wished to observe. Yet, with Manager Luo's insistence, it became quite difficult for this young master to refuse. Ye Xiaofeng smiled in a rather peculiar manner. Ah, young Master Yi, I was merely jesting, he replied. But out of respect for young Master Yi, the opponents invited to the Soul Arena were all level 55 Soul Masters. Luo Xiaotian also chuckled, as each harbored their own hidden agendas. The next match was a duel between Exile and a level 61 Soul Emperor. Exile had previously earned a reputation at the Soul Arena, and few dared to challenge him. However, after his defeat at the hands of Ye Xiaofeng, challengers began to emerge one after another, yet many still fell to Exile. Today's contender was a level 61 Soul Emperor, whose strength was considerable, making the two combatants evenly matched, a scenario that the Soul Arena eagerly anticipated. As the match commenced in half an hour, spectators hurried to place their bets. Exile's odds were set at 1-4, while the Soul Emperors were 1-6, with 90 of the audience favoring the Soul Emperor. Ye Xiaofeng approached the betting booth. Beautiful lady, I would like to wager 150,000 gold soul coins on Exile, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Sir Sword God, are you certain? Exile's opponent is a Soul Emperor, the attendant cautioned upon recognizing Ye Xiaofeng. Indeed, the risk is somewhat elevated, yet the potential rewards are substantial. As the saying goes, one must take risks to gain wealth, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a grin. Sir Sword God, allow me to share a secret. Your exclusive purple gold card allows for an overdraft of 1,000,000, interest-free for a week, the attendant whispered. In that case, I shall add 1,000,000, Ye Xiaofeng said, as the attendant lightly swiped the purple gold card and handed it back to him. Please take care of your card, the attendant said politely, her beauty matched by her demeanor. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly and turned to leave. Manager, the task has been accomplished, the attendant reported to Luo Xiaotian after Ye Xiaofeng departed. Very well, if Exile loses, I will ensure that Ye Xiaofeng walks away with nothing, Luo Xiaotian remarked, still harboring resentment over Ye Xiaofeng's previous victory. Esteemed audience, the Soul Duel competition officially begins this afternoon. Let us first glance at the big screen. Exile versus Tian Hu. Name: Exile Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spears Soul Power Level, 57. A powerful attack type weapon Soul Master Soul Ring levels, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Name: Tian Hu Martial Soul, Saber-Toothed Tiger Soul Power Level, 61. A powerful attack type Soul Master Soul Ring levels, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Now, may I invite both contestants to the stage as the match is about to commence. Exile, I advise you to concede, as you cannot even handle a Soul Zone. What face do you have to compete with me? Tian Hu derided. aware that Exile's reputation had plummeted after his encounter with Ye Xiaofeng. Yet, rather than succumb to despair after his defeat, Exile had leveled up by 2 ranks in just half a month. I do not feel ashamed by my failure, on the contrary. This defeat has highlighted the shortcomings in my marksmanship, Exile reflected. After returning from his loss, he had an epiphany during a brief period of contemplation. Enough for him to refine his self-created soul technique, and he subsequently leveled up twice. Let me see how much your cultivation has improved. Tian, who initiated the attack with his first soul technique, Fire Tiger Claw. Exile responded with his first soul technique, Spear of the Dragon, launching his assault. The best offense is a swift defense. Attacking is the best means of safeguarding oneself. Unexpectedly, Exile exhibited even greater strength than before. Would he be able to redeem himself in this match? The host shouted eagerly, urging the audience to remain attentive. With each combatant employing their techniques, the battle unfolded. Second Soul Technique, Demon Tiger Heavenly Transformation. Second Soul Technique, Yellow Dragon emerges from the mountain. Exile found himself in a defensive position, countering each move as Tian, who struggled to land a hit. Despite facing a level 61 opponent, Exile, having endured numerous life and death encounters, infused each of his strikes with lethal intent, even against formidable adversaries. Third Soul Technique, Grinding Tiger Wings. I've been waiting for this move, Exile declared, unleashing his third soul technique, piercing through 100 paces. Fifth Soul Technique, Demonic Tiger's Roar. Tian, who underestimated Exile, who executed every strike with deadly precision. He could not afford to employ his millennia-old soul technique. Fifth Soul Technique, Annihilation Kill. Exile was determined not to prolong the battle. Aware that the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him, he needed to resolve this conflict swiftly. Fourth Soul Technique, Demonic Tiger's Guardian. Tian, who, astonished that Exile had pushed him to such limits, hastily employed his fourth soul technique to defend himself, yet he still sustained injuries. After all, a millennia-old soul technique could not withstand one of 10,000 years. Exile, to have forced me to this extent is a commendable feat. I retract my previous words. Concede now, Tian, who stated earnestly, realizing that Exile had exhausted his soul techniques while he still had his sixth technique in reserve. Allow me to test the strength of your sixth soul technique. I hope you do not disappoint me. Exile replied coldly, undeterred. Exile, if you seek death, then I shall grant you that wish. Tian, who, now enraged, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. The moment of truth was at hand. As Ye Xiaofeng observed the unfolding scenario from the stage, let us witness who shall emerge victorious. The host's voice rang out, igniting the audience's fervor. Sixth Soul Technique, Demonic Tiger's Cataclysm. Tian, who unleashed his final technique, confident of imminent victory. Bring it on. Soul Technique, Man-Gun Fusion. Exile, placing his life on the line, once more fused himself with his weapon, becoming one with the spear. The host, witnessing the tremendous energy unleashed in the arena, exclaimed urgently, activate the energy shield. If we do not, the Soul Arena's platform may collapse. What transpired? I can see nothing. Who has emerged victorious? A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, rendering 2 individuals invisible. The audience in the viewing platform erupted in a hushed uproar. You have lost, Exile remarked coldly. How could this be? Tian, who struggled to accept that he had fallen to Exile, convinced of his own superiority. There is nothing impossible, Exile replied, as he withdrew the gun lodged in Tian, whose shoulder and turned to leave. I cannot lose. You will die? Tian, who, consumed by rage, sought to eliminate Exile. Since you seek death, I shall not spare you, Exile retaliated, thrusting his dragon gun into Tian, whose heart. Tian, whose hands hung in the air. A moment too late, as he collapsed lifelessly onto the stage. No one anticipated Tian, whose defeat, nor his attempt to kill. The audience mused that even if they were in his position, they would have failed to act with Exile's swiftness. In this encounter, Exile emerged victorious. The crowd cheered fervently for him, yet upon hearing the host declare his triumph, Exile coughed up blood, hastily leaning on his dragon gun for support. He had won, but the victory was not easily attained. Weary, Exile descended from the battle platform. While some wept, contemplating suicide from the loss, others rejoiced, unable to contain their glee. Thank you so much, beautiful lady. Without your reminder, today's gains would not have been possible. Ye Xiaofeng rushed to the service area, addressing the front desk attendant. He had cleverly played the odds at the Grand Soul Arena, overdrawing 1 million, and now had won 460,000, repaying his debt and pocketing 375,000. Manager, quick! Manager Luo has fainted. Ye Xiaofeng, relishing his winnings, was interrupted by a distant shout. Since entering the Grand Soul Arena, Luo Xiaodian had experienced nothing but misfortune, believing Ye Xiaofeng to be his jinx. Luo Xiaodian had initially intended to deceive Ye Xiaofeng into losing 1 million, leaving him destitute and unable to repay. Now he realized his miscalculation. If things continued this way, he would lose his managerial position. Is it really such a big deal that I won a mere pittance? Ye Xiaofeng laughed maliciously. Is that pittance in your eyes? Luo Xiaodian, incensed by Ye Xiaofeng's words, fainted again. Ignoring Luo Xiaodian, Ye Xiaofeng turned and departed with his purple gold card. With over half a month remaining until the Sect's newcomer competition, he found himself at the entrance of the Celestial Inn. I had no knowledge of young Master Ye's arrival. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. The innkeeper, Li, hastily flattered upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng. Li, I trust you are well, Ye Xiaofeng responded amiably, appreciating the innkeeper's compliments. Please, come inside, Li urged, leading Ye Xiaofeng to a private room, signaling the waiter with a glance. The waiter understood immediately and hurriedly brought the establishment's signature dishes and fine wines. Li, I didn't mention a meal, Ye Xiaofeng remarked. I assumed since it was nearing lunchtime. Li explained. Flattery without cause is suspect, Ye Xiaofeng teased. I heard young Master Yi has been exceptionally kind to the Grand Soul Arena, Li continued. Ye Xiaofeng casually remarked that he occasionally visited, unaware that Li truly had business with him. A simple visit could yield a fortune. We have become such close friends. Perhaps you'll take me along next time? Li was keenly interested in Ye Xiaofeng's affairs. Recognizing the young man's promising future after catching the attention of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Sect. After Ye Xiaofeng's last victory alongside Dai Mubai, Li had aspired to accompany him on his ventures. Contemplating his own earnings, which amounted to a mere 1,000 gold soul coins a day, he felt an imbalance as Ye Xiaofeng won 100,000 in a single day. Li, I still believe you are better suited as an innkeeper, should you lose. You might end up with nothing, Ye Xiaofeng cautioned. But there is always a chance for redemption, young Master Yi, is there not? Li insisted. You consider me a close friend, yet your words put me in a difficult position, Ye Xiaofeng replied, feigning distress. Are you trying to take advantage of me? What do you think of this inn, young Master Yi? Li inquired earnestly. It is quite nice. Li, what do you mean by that? Ye Xiaofeng wondered if the old man intended to gift him the establishment. If it pleases you, I offer it willingly, Li said with a smile. You claim we are close friends, yet discussing money could damage our relationship, Ye Xiaofeng thought inwardly, though his expression remained unwilling. Young Master Yi, as a gesture of our friendship, this is a token of my appreciation, Li insisted. Old man, are you trying to seize the Grand Soul Arena? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by Li's audacity. Not at all. I have saved a little over the years managing this inn, and before I pass, I wish to leave it to someone else, for one cannot take possessions beyond this life, Li said, appearing frail and convincing. Old fellow, how much do you intend to charge the Grand Soul Arena? Ye Xiaofeng laughed. Li merely raised a finger. 1 million? Ye Xiaofeng ventured cautiously. How much is mine worth? Li retorted with a grin. 10 million? After a rough estimate, Ye Xiaofeng figured the inn might be worth 5 million. And even if gifted to him, Li would still profit. Li shook his head. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes widened. The old man was asking for 100 million. Come, let us drink, Li urged, pouring wine. No, Ye Xiaofeng firmly declined. Why not? Li was puzzled, as Ye Xiaofeng had seemed intrigued moments before. I do not desire the inn. I propose a profit sharing of 37 to 63, Ye Xiaofeng stated calmly. Why not seize the opportunity? Li scolded himself, lamenting his earlier offer of 1 million, never expecting Ye Xiaofeng to demand such a high stake. Just joking. How about a 40-60 split? Upon seeing Li's reaction, it was evident that such terms were unacceptable, and Ye Xiaofeng had to concede. Very well, I will take 60, and you can have 40. Li conceded with a sly smile. That was not my intention. I meant I would take 60, and you would have 40, Ye Xiaofeng clarified, surprised by Li's misunderstanding. Young Master Yi, remember that I am the one providing the funds, not you, Li reminded him, asserting his authority. Can you guarantee 100% victory in the competition? Do not forget that losing means you will be so impoverished that you cannot even afford a pair of underpants. Ye Xiaofeng, resolute and unyielding, knew that the initiative lay in his hands. As long as you can ensure 100% victory, I shall comply with your wishes. Li Zhongguo reluctantly conceded a step before Ye Xiaofeng. As you wish, I shall take 60%, and the inn will be mine. Ye Xiaofeng had his own plans, thus conceding 2/10 for the sake of the inn. How about we split it 50-50? The inn shall be yours, and once the money is won, I, the old man, shall take my leave, Li Zhongguo suggested. Initially displeased that Ye Xiaofeng had claimed 2/10 more, he felt his irritation dissipate as Ye Xiaofeng willingly offered a concession, raising his opinion of him. Li Zhongguo, if you submit to me, I shall demand nothing in return, Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed as he sipped his drink. Young Master Yi, I foresee a place for you in the future soul world. Whether I live to witness that day is another matter. Li Zhongguo thought it implausible to submit to Ye Xiaofeng without reason, believing it wiser to enjoy the comforts of life after winning money. Ye Xiaofeng gathered the 7-killing sword in his hand and swiftly pierced it into Li Zhongguo's chest. Young Master Yi, Li Zhongguo was taken aback, not anticipating his demise at Ye Xiaofeng's hands. In an instant, Ye Xiaofeng withdrew the 7-killing sword and utilized his first soul technique, blessing. With his second martial soul, he healed the wound on Li Zhongguo, restoring him instantaneously. Li Zhongguo felt as though he had awakened from a dream. The treatment had invigorated him beyond his previous state. What do you think, Li Zhongguo? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with a smile. Young Master Yi, could it be that you possess dual martial souls? Li Zhonggui asked in astonishment. Having encountered many in his life, yet unable to believe the reality before him. Did you not see? As long as I live, you shall not perish. Ye Xiaofeng asserted confidently. Young Master Yi, I, Li Baochai, am willing to submit to you, Li Zhonggui declared. Having seen too much, he understood that even if Ye Xiaofeng spared him, he would not escape unscathed. With age weighing upon him, nothing mattered more than his life. Aligning with Ye Xiaofeng would only benefit him. In the present circumstances, a comprehensive strategy was essential. The individuals at the Great Soul Arena were not foolish enough to be easily deceived. Ye Xiaofeng discerned that Luo Xiaodian would not fall for any trickery now. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaodian was being berated by Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. Effective immediately, no betting projects would be opened for Ye Xiaofeng. To be cautious, Luo Xiaodian placed Ye Xiaofeng on the blacklist. Just as Ye Xiaofeng pondered how to deceive Luo Xiaodian, he received delightful news. Exile had issued a challenge, with a duel scheduled at the Great Soul Arena in 3 days. 2 days later, Luo Xiaodian sent someone to invite Ye Xiaofeng. To ensure the plan's success, Ye Xiaofeng stealthily arrived at the Great Soul Arena alone under the cover of night. Manager Luo, how have you been lately? Ye Xiaofeng greeted Luo Xiaodian, who appeared to be cordial, yet something felt amiss. Thanks to young master Ye's good fortune, Luo Xiaodian longed to lash out at Ye Xiaofeng, but had to relent for the sake of the Great Soul Arena. Manager Luo, please speak plainly, Ye Xiaofeng urged. Disinterested in circumlocution. Young Master Yi, regarding tomorrow's match against Exile, 99 people have placed their bets on you. The Great Soul Arena cannot withstand such pressure. Luo Xiaodian hesitated to articulate the dilemma. So you mean to suggest that I should concede in tomorrow's duel? Ye Xiaofeng feigned ignorance, testing Luo Xiaodian's intentions. Do not worry, young Master Yi. Everything will be conducted in secrecy. Once successful, the Great Soul Arena will reward you with 5 million. Luo Xiaodian believed he had presented an irresistible temptation. Do you not realize that the entire imperial capital is now filled with fans of the Sword God? You want me to deliberately lose? Ye Xiaofeng retorted angrily. At that moment, an individual stealthily approached Luo Xiaodian and whispered, 8 million, what do you think? Luo Xiaodian, initially reluctant to increase the offer, reconsidered upon hearing that someone had bet 20 million on Ye Xiaofeng. Manager Luo, you are indeed a straightforward man, Ye Xiaofeng replied innocently. 1 million, Luo Xiaodian finally acquiesced. Observing the betting situation on his mechanical screen, he noted that Exile had just over 1 million, while Ye Xiaofeng's total approached 100 million. Merely from that day alone. Let us sign this agreement to ensure there are no discrepancies, Luo Xiaodian insisted, fearful of unforeseen complications. And he and Ye Xiaofeng secretly signed a pact. Hereas to a successful collaboration, Ye Xiaofeng rejoiced inwardly. Little did he expect that young Master Yi was also a kindred spirit. Luo Xiaodian assumed that Ye Xiaofeng rejected his goodwill for the sake of his so-called fans. Unaware that Ye Xiaofeng found the offer insufficient. After finalizing the agreement, Ye Xiaofeng ventured into the betting area of the Great Soul Arena. Hello, beautiful. Please place a 5 million bet on Exile for me tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng cheerfully instructed the waitress. Despite the Great Soul Arena's restrictions, he aimed to maintain the pretense. I apologize, young Master Yi, but the arena has prohibited you from participating in betting activities, the waitress replied with a smile. Although Ye Xiaofeng perceived a hint of schadenfreude in her expression. Just wait, I will speak to Manager Luo, Ye Xiaofeng fumed, turning on his heel to confront Luo Xiaodian. Luo Xiaodian, what the hell is going on? Ye Xiaofeng kicked open the door to Luo Xiaodian's office. Young Master Yi, please temper your anger. Due to your performances in the previous rounds, the higher-ups have implemented special considerations for you. I hope you understand. Luo Xiaodian hastily attempted to placate Ye Xiaofeng's fury. Considerations? What do you expect me to understand? Ye Xiaofeng showed no signs of leniency. Even without betting, you would still receive 1 million. Why get worked up over such trivial matters? Luo Xiaodian maintained a smile, aware that Ye Xiaofeng would likely lash out. Is there truly no way around this? Ye Xiaofeng pressed, refusing to yield. Young Master Yi, this is beyond my control. It is dictated by higher authority. How about I accompany you to ease your mind? Luo Xiaodian played the emotional card, secretly elated. No need, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, slamming the door behind him. Ye Xiaofeng, you also have your day of reckoning. Luo Xiaodian revealed a long-lost smile, having finally managed to trip Ye Xiaofeng today. Someone go follow him. Luo Xiaodian remained concerned that Ye Xiaofeng might engage in gambling through other channels. Ye Xiaofeng headed straight back to the Heaven and Earth Inn, disregarding everyone else. Consumed only by drinking and dining, as if everything remained perfectly ordinary. Li, the innkeeper, bring me more wine, Ye Xiaofeng shouted, tossing an empty wine jug out of the private room. Young Master Yi, please calm down. I will fetch it immediately. Li, the innkeeper, hurriedly entered Ye Xiaofeng's room. Innkeeper Li, I am extremely displeased today. I intend to drink to my heart's content. Ye Xiaofeng continued to raise his voice, as if addressing an audience. Young Master Yi, I apologize for my inadequate service. Please forgive me, Li hastily replied. Once arrangements were properly made, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly whispered, "Then I shall invest in the next half hour before the match begins." Li, with a sly grin, stepped out of the private room. After finishing his drink, Ye Xiaofeng stumbled back to his quarters to rest. The following day, just before noon, he groggily made his way to the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Now, the entire imperial capital was aware that Exile was challenging the sword god to redeem his lost honor. With merely an hour until the match commenced, the crowd was apprehensive about the sword god's return. As of now, a total of 3 million had been wagered on Exile, while the sword god had garnered an astonishing 260 million in bets. Among these, Xueqinghe deliberately wagered 50 million, while Prince Xuexing bet 100 million to counter Xueqinghe's move, and Douluo also staked 50 million. At present, the odds were Exile 1, 113, sword god 115. Ladies and gentlemen, the match will commence in just over half an hour. Now, let us welcome Exile to the stage. The applause from the audience was noticeably less enthusiastic, as if they had just finished a meal. Now let us welcome the sword god. The host had barely finished speaking when thunderous applause erupted from the audience, who cheered vigorously. As the focus of the crowd converged on the fighting platform, Li Baochai placed a staggering 120 million bet on Exile, completing the wager in the final minute. Instantly, Exile's odds plummeted to 1, 5, 6, while Ye Xiaofeng's odds rose to 1, 3, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let us turn our attention to the big screen. Both are champions with 10 consecutive victories at the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Exile previously lost to the sword god in a close match. Can he turn defeat into victory in this pinnacle showdown? Sword god, sword god, sword god, Exile, Exile, Exile. The audience on both sides was fervent, cheering for the impending grand finale. On the big screen, the match details appeared. Sword god name, sword god martial soul, 7 kills soul power level, level 41 soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Exile name, Exile martial soul, fire dragon spear soul power level, level 57, a powerful assault type weapon soul master soul ring level, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Exile, it is good to see you again. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Exile across from him. In this match, I shall make you suffer a devastating defeat. Exile coldly retorted. Then let me see if you possess such capability. Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, unfazed by Exile's words. Ladies and gentlemen, the pinnacle match officially begins. Say, aren't you going to place a bet for your future disciple? I have wagered 50 million in a premium room at the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, Douluo remarked to Douluo as they both focused on the big screen. I prefer to remain rational. I don't believe in windfalls. Douluo seemed to know something, but chose not to reveal it. You coward. After the Sect competition, I shall have him become my disciple. Douluo scoffed at Douluo. What can you teach him? Douluo retorted. Dimwit, you must understand that whatever you can teach, I can teach too. What you cannot teach, I can still impart, Douluo declared confidently. On what grounds? Simply on the basis of my 7 kills sword. Douluo consistently managed to dominate Douluo in strength, leaving Douluo with no retort. Humph. Douluo fell silent, continuing to watch the match. Have you not noticed a certain issue? Douluo inquired while sipping his tea, suddenly posing a question. What do you mean? Douluo was momentarily puzzled by Douluo's words. The odds for this pinnacle match, 1 hour ago, and the odds now. Douluo's words struck home. Isn't that better? That kid's odds have risen since before. Douluo remained oblivious. Half an hour ago, someone placed a 120 million bet on Exile. Douluo continued to drink his tea, unperturbed. Who is so wealthy as to not bet on your disciple, but instead on Exile? Truly foolish. If that money were given to me, perhaps I could ensure his comfortable life. Douluo lamented, filled with regret and anger. I just passed by the betting area and discovered that it was Li, the innkeeper from heaven and earth, Douluo said with a slight smile directed at Douluo. That old fellow is risking everything. Douluo, familiar with Li, knew that every dish at heaven and earth was a masterpiece. From my understanding of Li, he would never act impulsively. And I also know that my disciple is in cahoots with Li, Douluo said with a smug expression. You mean your disciple? Douluo finally realized he had been duped, or rather, that everyone had been tricked by Ye Xiaofeng and Li. Douluo was somewhat aware of this scheme. Where are you going? Douluo asked as he saw Douluo about to dash out. I must make amends for my losses. By the way, lend me 1 billion. I shall repay you later, Douluo hurriedly said. Despite his wealth, 50 million was still a substantial amount. It's too late. Do you not know that betting closes half an hour before the finals? Douluo reminded Douluo. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Douluo grumbled in frustration. Initially, he had come to pass the time, only to be swept up in the betting frenzy. Exile and Ye Xiaofeng were evenly matched. However, at that moment, Exile unleashed his self-created soul skill. Soul skill, man and spear unite. Third soul skill, one sword to seal the throat. Exile's fire dragon spear surged forward, piercing toward Ye Xiaofeng, who countered with the 7 kills sword. The two were evenly matched, and the audience was on the edge of their seats. concerned not just for Ye Xiaofeng, but for the potential returns he might yield. Just as they were locked in combat, the 7 kills sword in Ye Xiaofeng's hand shattered, and the fire dragon spear struck his left shoulder. Ye Xiaofeng spat blood and collapsed in the grand soul fighting arena. The audience was incensed, with Shueshing Prince erupting in fury, having lost 100 million in an instant. Only a small fraction of the crowd cheered for Exil's victory, while Li, the innkeeper, laughed heartily and promptly took Ye Xiaofeng back. In an office, Luo Xiaotian was smugly reporting today's earnings to Xue Qinghe when a steward rushed in. "Did you not see that I am in a confidential discussion with His Highness?" Luo Xiaotian angrily slapped the steward. "Manager, in the last minute before betting closed, someone wagered 120 million on Exile winning," the steward timidly reported. "What? Repeat that." Luo Xiaotian could hardly believe the words just spoken. With a swift motion, he seized the steward by the collar of his garment. "According to today's odds, we lost that individual 672 billion, the steward whispered once more. "Luo Xiaotian, you are truly remarkable," Xue Qinghe said coldly, her heart filled with a desire to end his life. "Your Highness, it truly has nothing to do with me. I beseech you, in your magnanimity, grant me another chance," Luo Xiaotian pleaded, hastily kneeling in supplication. "Go, find out who placed the bet, and ensure clarity. If you cannot ascertain, come to me with your own head," Xue Qinghe said, her teeth grinding in frustration. It was not merely the loss that incensed her. It was the intolerable notion that someone could toy with her so easily. "Thank you, Your Highness, for sparing my life," Luo Xiaotian quickly expressed his gratitude. "Get out." Xue Qinghe snapped, and Luo Xiaotian promptly exited the room. "The commotion we caused this time is too great. We must lay low for a while. Let us close the inn," Ye Xiaofeng instructed the innkeeper, Li. "This was already arranged," Li replied, having anticipated the situation. "Let us head to the 7 treasures Glazed Sect," Ye Xiaofeng said as they departed from the Great Soul Arena, accompanied by Li. "Ye Xiaofeng, the sect has rules against bringing outsiders to the entrance." The 2 guards blocked their path. "Master Lei instructed me to invite the innkeeper from Tianshang Renjian to improve the cuisine for the sect leader. Will you also obstruct me?" Ye Xiaofeng retorted icily. "If that is the case, please return, innkeeper Li," he added with feigned nonchalance. Ye Xiaofeng, inform sect leader Ning that I, Li Baokai, am not a pawn to be played with. Any future requests will be futile. Farewell, Li declared, turning angrily to leave. "This is a misunderstanding between us," the guards hastily apologized. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but admire the cunning of the older generation, almost believing that Li was genuinely angry. "Junior brother Yi, do not misunderstand. We were merely adhering to sect rules and were unaware of Master Lei's instructions." The guards quickly changed their demeanor, fearing to offend either Master Lei or the sect leader. "Innkeeper Li, please proceed inside." Ye Xiaofeng continued his charade, speaking courteously to Li. Once within the 7 treasures Glazed Sect, the 2 made their way directly to Master Lei. Fortunately, he was not out. "I report to the leader. Ye Xiaofeng seeks an audience, claiming to have matters to discuss," a maid announced. "Let him in." Master Lei, occupied with sect affairs, acknowledged his visitor. "Leader, it has been a while," Ye Xiaofeng greeted Li as they entered. "Young man, where have you been? I haven't seen you around lately," Master Lei remarked, aware of the sword Douluo's interest in Ye Xiaofeng, who had recently been absent from the sect. "I noticed your tireless efforts in managing sect affairs, so I specially invited innkeeper Li to attend to you for a few days," Ye Xiaofeng replied, weaving an elaborate lie. "Ye Xiaofeng, you are quite bold. Bringing outsiders into the sect without my consent." Master Lei slammed his palm on the table in anger. "Leader, this is unjust. I did it out of goodwill. My sincerity is as clear as day," Ye Xiaofeng insisted, unfazed by his own deceit. "Seize Ye Xiaofeng and expel him from the sect." Master Lei commanded coldly. "Wait, leader. If you disapprove, I shall send innkeeper Li back immediately." Ye Xiaofeng hastily redirected the conversation. "The 7 treasures Glazed Sect is not a place where one can come and go at will. Leave innkeeper Li. You may depart," Master Lei declared frostily. "Please, leader. I can still be of assistance. I can keep watch at the gate," Ye Xiaofeng offered. "I have no need for your guarding services," Master Lei retorted sharply, demanding Ye Xiaofeng to be direct. "Bring innkeeper Li to the kitchen," Ye Xiaofeng insisted, taking charge of the situation. The servants, however, were not inclined to obey Ye Xiaofeng's commands. Master Lei nodded slightly, and the servants escorted Li to the kitchen. "Leader, come, let us converse while we drink," Ye Xiaofeng urged as he made way for Master Lei. "Young man, speak your mind," Master Lei said, settling down with a cup of tea freshly poured by Ye Xiaofeng. "Tomorrow, following the new competition, I thought it fitting to celebrate. Hence, I invited innkeeper Li to enhance the sect's dining experience," Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. "Is that all?" Master Lei inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, that is all," Ye Xiaofeng affirmed. "This matter presents some difficulty," Master Lei replied, feigning concern. "Leader, this is merely a token of my esteem for you," Ye Xiaofeng said, producing a check for 100,000 gold soul coins. "Young man, I am not motivated by money. The sect leader has decreed against overstepping authority," Master Lei reiterated. "Come, leader, indulge in the exquisite dishes from Tianshang Renjian. Ye Xiaofeng quickly shifted the focus as the dishes were served. Indeed, quite good. In the entire imperial capital, when it comes to cuisine, none dare claim superiority over Tianshang Renjian, Master Lei remarked while savoring the meal. Leader, let us drink, Ye Xiaofeng urged, diligently attending to him while flattering him. Young man, speak plainly. I am not so easily deceived, Master Lei, as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, was not one to be fooled. It is like this. Innkeeper Li and I have encountered some minor troubles outside, and we seek refuge within the sect for a while. Through this culinary experience, I hope you can introduce me to the elders, Ye Xiaofeng revealed, hoping to curry favor after Master Lei had dined well. However, this comment, if overheard by Luo Xiaodian, would surely cause him to spit blood. How could a loss of 672 billion be reduced to a mere trifling matter in Ye Xiaofeng's discourse? Leader, once the matter is resolved, I shall bestow another gift upon you, Ye Xiaofeng added with a grin. Young man, understand this. The money does not line my pockets. Master Lei accepted the check, stowing it away. I comprehend. You shall utilize this money to establish connections on my behalf. Please, do not hesitate. This is merely what is due. Ye Xiaofeng spoke with a tone of supplication, both aware of the unspoken agreement between them. Very well, prepare diligently for tomorrow's competition. Leave the rest to me. You may rest assured, Master Lei concluded, pleased with the 100,000 check he received. Ye Xiaofeng hurried to the kitchen, took Li back to his dwelling, and made sure to bring along a portion meant for himself. Earlier, he had instructed Li to prepare a share for him to take home as well. How did it go? Li inquired anxiously. The arrangements have been made. However, to secure the funds, we will need the assistance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Without their backing, we stand to gain nothing, and our lives may be at risk. Ye Xiaofeng explained, recognizing the necessity of a powerful ally to retrieve their funds from the Great Soul Arena, which was backed by the Empire. To gain such support, a corresponding price must be paid. Master, wealth is but a transient possession. We must utilize the funds wisely, Li remarked, addressing Ye Xiaofeng as master. It appeared that they would need to make a significant sacrifice this time. Despite his reluctance to yield too much to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Ye Xiaofeng understood that to recover the money, he must endure. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. The following morning, the grand competition commenced as scheduled, with all the novice disciples gathered in the square, awaiting the event. The top 3 contenders of this competition would be granted generous rewards, though the specifics of these prizes remained shrouded in mystery for the time being. All participants were summoned to draw lots for the ceremonial initiation conducted by Master Lei. The numbers in their possession were random and bore no relation to their strength or background. The first 50 numbers would challenge the latter 50, and so forth, until the top 3 contestants emerged. Do you all understand? Master Lei addressed the 100 participants. Understood. Of course, among you, there will be fortunate individuals who will advance directly to the next round of finals. The rules of the competition are clear, no intentional harm to opponents. And those who concede must refrain from retaliating. Stepping down from the arena constitutes a surrender. Master Lei would oversee the entirety of the proceedings, and with that, the competition officially began. In the first round, Ye Xiaofeng, having drawn number 101, received a bye, and the competition proceeded as planned. In the second round, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 51 once again granting him a bye. Wang Hao, who had previously clashed with Ye Xiaofeng, seethed with frustration at his own misfortune while Ye Xiaofeng enjoyed 2 consecutive byes. Master, I refuse to accept this. Why does Ye Xiaofeng get 2 byes? Wang Hao exclaimed in indignation. Are you questioning my integrity? Master Lei swiftly approached and slapped Wang Hao across the face, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. Disciples dare not. Even if Wang Hao possessed 100 times the courage, he would not dare oppose the master. Your luck pales in comparison to others. Do not blame them. If you are discontented, simply defeat him to resolve your grievances. Master Lei retorted angrily, taken aback by Wang Hao's audacity. As the third round commenced, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 13, while Wang Hao drew number 26, as if fate itself had orchestrated the event. Next match, Wang Hao versus Ye Xiaofeng. Wang Hao stepped onto the stage, coldly declaring, "What? No one to challenge me?" He was determined to avenge his previous humiliations. Facing you is akin to having a bye. Do not overestimate yourself, Ye Xiaofeng replied, refusing to concede verbally. Do you think I'll be careless like before? Wang Hao, eager to eliminate Ye Xiaofeng, was filled with animosity. Are you two going to fight or not? If not, I shall consider your forfeit, Master Lei interjected, unable to tolerate their verbal sparring any longer. Very well. Let the battle commence. Second soul skill, sweeping army. Ye Xiaofeng smiled innocently at Master Lei, but as he turned, his demeanor transformed. He launched an immediate offensive. Second soul skill, diamond body. Wang Hao hastily defended against Ye Xiaofeng's assault, yet Ye Xiaofeng effortlessly breached his defenses. How is this possible? Ye Xiaofeng shattered Wang Hao's protection in a single stroke. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. 7 kills is indeed renowned for its unparalleled offensive power. Master Lei nodded in satisfaction, having long desired to take Ye Xiaofeng as his disciple, but alas, the young man remained devoted to his own master, Exile. Is this all you have? Unleash your strongest power and face me. Ye Xiaofeng taunted, gazing down at Wang Hao with disdain. Kid, don't get ahead of yourself. Fourth soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm. Wang Hao glared at Ye Xiaofeng, his anger intensifying with each passing moment. First soul skill, Green Lotus Shield. Ye Xiaofeng, in the eyes of others, appeared as audacious as ever. To engage with someone wielding a fourth soul skill with his first seemed reckless. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ye Xiaofeng possessed the confidence to be so brazen. His first soul skill was indeed a millennium old, albeit presented in a simulation state with a 100-year yellow soul ring. As Wang Hao's Mighty Diamond Palm collided with Ye Xiaofeng's Green Lotus Shield, neither party gained the upper hand. Frustrated, Wang Hao channeled more soul power, shattering his shield. And both were forced back several steps. Wang Hao, have you not eaten today? Ye Xiaofeng continued to deride him. Fifth soul skill, Mighty Diamond Spring. Wang Hao, having exhausted much of his soul power in the previous rounds, now resorted to using a 10,000-year soul skill. Even if he won this match, he would be unable to participate in the next, but he was undeterred. All that mattered was defeating Ye Xiaofeng, even if it meant resorting to lethal force. Just in time. Third soul skill, Sword to the Throat. Ye Xiaofeng sidestepped Wang Hao's 10,000-year soul skill, refusing to engage in a futile head-on clash. He swiftly launched a counterattack. Wang Hao attempted to defend himself, but he lacked the soul power to do so. Ye Xiaofeng's blade advanced a mere half-inch more, piercing Wang Hao's throat before he could surrender. Without waiting for acknowledgement, Ye Xiaofeng kicked him off the stage. Wang Hao, now lying on the ground, coughed up blood and fell unconscious, reduced to a near-lifeless state. Master, Ye Xiaofeng has violated the competition rules. I propose disqualifying him. Observing Wang Hao's dire condition, some spectators seized the opportunity to report him, hoping to prevent Ye Xiaofeng from advancing further. Ye Xiaofeng's strength posed a threat to them, and they sought to diminish his advantage. Hey, even the emperor is not in a hurry. Why are you, a mere eunuch, so anxious? Even if you report it, it will be Wang Hao who does so. If he wishes to complain, let him. The crowd's gaze fell upon the unconscious Wang Hao, and Ye Xiaofeng's words left them speechless. Look, Wang Hao has no objections. What business is it of yours? Ye Xiaofeng retorted angrily at the onlookers. Master, see. Ye Xiaofeng lacks martial ethics, spouting nonsense. Ye Xiaofeng, please be mindful of your tone. This is not the outside world. This is a sect competition. Friendship comes first, and competition second. Master Lei admonished sternly. Though he internally agreed with Ye Xiaofeng, he felt compelled to placate the crowd. Master, first, Wang Hao did not concede. Second, Wang Hao is not dead. How then have I violated the competition rules? Ye Xiaofeng responded defiantly, as if impervious to rebuke. Well, since there has been no violation of the rules, Ye Xiaofeng may continue to participate in the competition. However, do be cautious and avoid seriously injuring others. As Ye Xiaofeng had not violated any regulations, Master Lei held no authority to revoke his eligibility. With the conclusion of the third match, only 13 contenders remained. The next round would take place in the afternoon, during which yet another fortunate individual would advance directly. As the fourth round commenced in the afternoon, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 3, lamenting that luck could not be relied upon forever. What? Are you looking for a fight? The individual who had previously suggested disqualifying Ye Xiaofeng now drew number 13, gloatingly displaying his number. Even if you received a bye, there is no place for you among the top 3. What is there to boast about? Ye Xiaofeng's words were a direct slap to his face. Wait until you win this match before boasting, number 13 retorted. Next match, number 3 versus number 4. Master Lei called out. Ye Xiaofeng stepped onto the platform. Yet the fourth contestant was nowhere to be seen. If number 4 does not appear, they shall be expelled from the sect. Master Lei declared angrily. Individuals like this possess no fighting spirit in the face of adversity. I am Lu Yuan. I implore you, senior brother Yi, to show mercy. Lu Yuan had initially hoped to secure a victory, but upon realizing that his opponent was Ye Xiaofeng and recalling Wang Hao's dismal fate, his fighting spirit waned. Do not worry, I shall show mercy, he declared. Ye Xiaofeng, noticing Lu Yuan's submission, chose not to push the matter further. Second soul skill, sweeping across the armies. I concede. Before Ye Xiaofeng could make a move, Lu Yuan hastily admitted defeat, drawing scornful glances from the audience for surrendering without a fight, branding him a coward. Hall Master, Lu Yuan's forfeit tarnishes the integrity of the competition. I implore you to expel him from the sect. Hey, the Hall Master has yet to speak. What are you shouting about? Is this how you expect the Hall Master to act? Ye Xiaofeng could no longer tolerate this fool and countered with the authority of the Hall Master. Hall Master, I do not dare to. Enough with the noise. Lu Yuan understands he cannot win and has chosen to concede, which does not violate any competition rules, Lei Hall Master remarked, uninterested in their bickering. The match resumed. And after another round of battles, only 7 competitors remained. Just as Lei Hall Master was about to commence the next round, someone called out. Ning Fingji approached slowly, flanked by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Greetings, Sect Master. Lei Hall Master quickly went to welcome him. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone promptly knelt in reverence. There's no need for excessive formalities. Let the competition continue, Ning Fengxi said, as he had come to observe the finals, recognizing the need for fresh blood within the sect. A matter of great importance for its future. Ning Fengxi, accompanied by the two elders, took their seats at the dais, observing the disciples below. Ye Xiaofeng regarded Ning Fengxi, whose countenance was refined and gentle, dressed in a pristine white robe, appearing to be in his 40s. His demeanor was soft and unassuming, radiating an air of simplicity, with his neatly flowing black hair cascading down his back. In contrast, sword Douluo Continent Exile bore the visage of an elderly man, clad in an immaculate white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow. His long silver hair was neatly arranged, his face reminiscent of a cherubic infant, displaying an expression of detachment as if he were oblivious to the surroundings, simply standing there as if merging with the atmosphere. Bone Douluo appeared as if his attire was supported solely by a skeletal frame. His skin was drawn tight over his bones, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. The two elders sat beside Ning Fengxi, creating a stark contrast. Lei Yu, let these 7 ascend the stage together. The sole survivor shall be crowned champion. Bone Douluo stated languidly from the dais, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Xiaofeng. Feeling the weight of a super Douluo stare upon him, Ye Xiaofeng felt uncomfortable, uncertain of what offense he had committed, especially since he had never encountered Bone Douluo before. Sect Master, this, Lei Hall Master hesitated, aware that the decision lay with Ning Fengxi. Let us proceed as Bone Uncle suggests. As for the rules, there are none, Ning Fengxi replied with a gentle smile. Do you all understand? If you wish to concede, now is the time, Lei Yu declared solemnly, aware that a lack of rules could lead to dire consequences. Understood. The remaining 7 did not waver and ascended the stage, while the earlier challenger shot a malicious glance at Ye Xiaofeng. The match officially begins, Lei Hall Master announced. Everyone, as you have seen Ye Xiaofeng's prowess, I suggest we eliminate him first, after which we can battle amongst ourselves. The earlier challenger directed his focus squarely on Ye Xiaofeng. That sounds like a sensible proposal, a rather effeminate man concurred. I agree. Count yourself fortunate that I, Chongqing, will teach you a lesson today, Ye Xiaofeng. You should understand that in a forest of trees, the tall ones are destined to be felled. The previous challenger seethed. What's this? You trash are joining forces against me? Ye Xiaofeng retorted coldly, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Just so you know, I will leave you in a state worse than refuse, Chongqing declared, intent on avenging past grievances through this coalition. Oh, by the way, I'm not just referring to you. In my eyes, the rest of you are no better than refuse. Ye Xiaofeng's words ignited outrage among the crowd. Ye Xiaofeng, I previously felt a twinge of guilt over planning to unite against you, but your arrogance has surpassed my expectations. Today, I, Han Lei, will teach you your place. Han Lei fumed in response to Ye Xiaofeng's disdain. You all chatter too much. Sweeping across the armies, Ye Xiaofeng struck first. Sword Uncle, you were speaking of him. Although this little fellow is somewhat arrogant, he indeed possesses the talent to be so. Ning Fengxi observed from the sidelines, watching Ye Xiaofeng. Sect Master, this guy truly merits cultivation. Allow me to take him under my wing, and I will nurture him well. Bone Douluo interjected, placing particular emphasis on the word cultivate. Bone's uncle, his martial spirit is akin to Sword Uncle's. They are both 7 killing swords, Ning Fengxi remarked, puzzled by Bone Douluo's unusual enthusiasm today. Sect Master, I heard that Black Air had been swindled out of 50 million. Sword Douluo interjected at an inopportune moment. That's not true. Ignore his nonsense. Bone Douluo exclaimed, feeling his pride wounded. If the Sect Master discovered he had been deceived by that rascal Ye Xiaofeng, how could he ever face anyone again? Ning Fengxi chose to disregard the two individuals and continued to watch the match, as they launched a combined assault against him. They sustained some injuries, while Ye Xiaofeng remained unscathed, as if his soul power were inexhaustible. Chongqing once again allied with 5 others for an attack. With techniques such as Great Power Vajra Palm, Spectral Sword Qi, Gale Blade, Xuanwu Shield, Fire Dragon Incineration, and Vengeful Spear, all 6 assailed Ye Xiaofeng simultaneously. Employing his first soul skill, he swiftly countered with Qingyan Body Protection, sweeping aside thousands of troops. Just as the protective shield shattered, he immediately retaliated with his second soul skill. Ye Xiaofeng deftly evaded the others and targeted Chongqing, whom he had long wished to confront. He thrust his sword into Chongqing's left chest and kicked him off the stage. The Bone Douluo, witnessing Chongqing gasping for breath, couldn't help but marvel at Ye Xiaofeng's prowess. Uncle Bone, this world is meant to be thus. To avoid being bullied, one must be stronger than others, Ning Fengxi remarked, observing that Ye Xiaofeng's performance was not overly surprising. However, the boy exhibited some irregularities, judging by the previous battle. His first and second soul rings rivaled the 4th soul rings of others. It is indeed striking, the Bone Douluo mused, intrigued by how a century-old soul ring could compare to a millennium one. Everyone has their own secrets, as long as it serves the sect. There is no need to inquire further. I believe the sect will become even more robust in the future, Ning Fengxi reflected, acknowledging that the successes of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were inseparable from his own efforts, as well as those of Sword Uncle and Uncle Bone. Now that Sword Uncle had reached level 96 and Uncle Bone level 95, with his support, they could achieve levels 98 and 97 respectively. As he contemplated the future, he realized that when he grew old, Sword Uncle and Uncle Bone would also age, necessitating a strong successor for Rongrong, prompting Ningfengxi to consider nurturing Ye Xiaofeng. Only the 5 of you remain. You flaunted your might earlier, but now it is my turn, Ye Xiaofeng stated coldly. Utilizing his 4th soul skill, Momentary Trace, followed by his 3rd soul skill, Sword Throat Sealing, he initiated his assault. With his 5th soul skill, Xuanwu Body Protection, he deployed his 4th soul skill, Spectral Clone. And then his 4th soul skill again, Gale Phantom. The others attempted to resist, but it was futile. 3 of them were overwhelmed, while the other 2 were knocked off the stage. I concede. I exhausted my soul power in the previous clash against a Millennium Soul skill and can no longer fight. One announced, withdrawing from the competition. Now, only the 3 of us remain. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, use them quickly, or you shall have no chance. Then, as you suggest, Lin Fei, let us join forces to defeat him, and we shall split the reward, Han Lei proposed, looking at Lin Fei. That suits me well. Lin Fei agreed, unleashing his Millennium Soul skill, Blackfire Purgatory. Han Lei simultaneously released his 5th soul skill, Gale Blade. The Bone Douluo chuckled, eager to see how Ye Xiaofeng would withstand the combined assault of 2 Millennium Soul skills, secretly relishing the prospect of seeing Ye Xiaofeng concede. Given that he had deceived him financially, Ye Xiaofeng quickly employed his 4th and 1st soul skills to defend himself, even with his exceptional strength. It was impossible to withstand 2 Millennium Soul skills simultaneously. He was instantly pushed back to the edge of the stage, half kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ye Xiaofeng concede. You are indeed formidable, but you cannot withstand the combined onslaught from 2, Han Lei remarked, somewhat admiring Ye Xiaofeng for enduring under the attack of 6. Reflecting on his own capabilities, he found it inconceivable that he could have accomplished the same. Nor could Lin Fei. Aha, at last, we have forced out your Millennium Soul skills, Ye Xiaofeng said as he steadied himself with the 7 kills sword. Could it be that this boy still has a trick up his sleeve? Didn't he exhaust all his soul skills? Lin Fei inquired anxiously of Han Lei. I do not know, Han Lei replied, aware that Ye Xiaofeng was only a soul master and could not possibly possess a Millennium Soul skill. Prepare to receive it. Soul skill, man and sword united. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes shifted, and he became one with the 7 kills sword, channeling all his soul power into it. Quick, resist. Han Lei urged, realizing that both he and Lin Fei had exhausted their soul power. They were unable to use even a Millennium Soul skill, let alone a 1,000-year one. Indeed, however, with the sword strike, those 2 will either perish or be grievously wounded. The sword Douluo expressed satisfaction with Ye Xiaofeng's self-created soul skill, recognizing its excellence despite its shortcomings for one of his age to grasp a self-created technique. Suddenly, Han Lei and Lin Fei, filled with soul power, hastily employed their 1,000-year soul skills to defend themselves. Rongrong, why are you here? Ningfengxi asked, surprised to see his daughter. Father, such an exciting match. And you did not call for me. Have Grandpa Jin and Grandpa Bone ceased to care for me? Ning Rongrong complained, glancing at the 3 before her. Rongrong, come here to Uncle Bone. I have good news for you. The Bone Douluo beckoned her over with a mischievous smile directed at the sword Douluo. Despite receiving assistance from Ning Rongrong, Han Lei and Lin Fei were gravely injured, though Han Lei fared slightly better than Lin Fei. With the match concluded, the results of the Sect's grand competition were announced, Ye Xiaofeng as the champion, Han Lei in 2nd place, and Lin Fei in 3rd. As the final results were declared, the Thunder Hall Master expressed little surprise at Ye Xiaofeng's victory, though some gritted their teeth in envy. Han Lei's 2nd place was unquestioned, as he was still stronger than Lin Fei, despite his injuries. Thank you, young Sect Master. Han Lei and Lin Fei promptly expressed their gratitude to Ning Rongrong. No need for excessive formality. Even if I do not intervene, the Thunder Hall Master would, Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly. Now, let us invite the Sect Master to present the awards, the Thunder Hall Master announced, turning his gaze toward Ningfengxi. Winners, please come to the stage to receive your awards, he continued as Ye Xiaofeng and the other 2 approached the podium. 3rd place, Lin Fei, receives a 10 cubic meter soul guide storage ring and 100,000 gold soul coins. As the Thunder Hall Master's voice echoed, the participants stirred with envy. 2nd place, Han Lei, receives a 50 cubic meter soul guide storage ring and 500,000 gold soul coins. And the champion, Ye Xiaofeng, receives a 100 cubic meter soul guide storage ring and 1,000 gold soul coins, along with an additional reward of his choosing within the Sect's capabilities. All the contestants present were unaware of the ultimate victor and the bountiful rewards awaiting them. Some competitors lamented their own inadequacies, feeling a twinge of envy at the sight of such prizes. Ningfengxi, with a smile, presented the awards, taking note of the eager gazes from the audience. To all participants, do not be disheartened, he announced. Today, as an exception, I shall bestow upon each of you 10,000 gold soul coins. I hope you will strive harder to serve our sect. To Ningfengxi, this amount was inconsequential. He sought to win the hearts of the people. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to the sect, the crowd declared, astonished by the unexpected generous reward. Ye Xiaofeng, if you have any requests, feel free to present them to me, Ningfengxi said, turning his attention to Ye Xiaofeng. Respectfully, Sect Master, may I have a word in private? Ye Xiaofeng replied, steeling himself. Follow me, Ning Fingji instructed, leading the way, with Ye Xiaofeng trailing behind. Everyone, disperse and attend to your own matters, Master Lei urged. Since Ye Xiaofeng wished for a private discussion, he saw no need to intrude. The other contestants reveled in their fortunes. 10,000 gold soul coins would sustain them for years, allowing them to procure finer items at the auction house. Upon entering the conference room, Ye Xiaofeng was joined by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, along with Ning Rongrong. Ye Xiaofeng, you may speak now, Ning Fingji said with a smile. Disciple hopes that Senior Qinshin will accept me as his pupil, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, summoning his courage once more. Young man, you truly know how to make bold demands. Do you think a titled Douluo can simply take you as a disciple at your whim? Bone Douluo interjected, still irked by the loss of 50 million gold soul coins. This is not within my purview. You should consult Sword Douluo's opinion, Ning Fingji replied. Even as the sect leader, he could not compel the elders to do as they pleased. What makes you think Sword Grandpa will accept you as a disciple? Ning Rongrong chimed in, her discontent evident. On the way, Bone Douluo had shared many disparaging remarks about Ye Xiaofeng with her through secret communication. The sword in my hand is my only claim. Ye Xiaofeng retorted coldly. Sword Grandpa may accept you, but you must pledge your lifelong loyalty to the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, Ning Fingji remarked, intending to caution his daughter against speaking rashly. Yet, she was correct. If Ye Xiaofeng were truly willing to serve the sect, even if Sword Douluo hesitated, he would put aside his pride to request it. That is unacceptable, Ye Xiaofeng firmly rejected, refusing to bind himself by such terms for eternity. What did you say? Ning Rongrong glared at Ye Xiaofeng, and even Ning Fingji and Bone Douluo furrowed their brows. A true man, born in this world, cannot languish beneath others. Ye Xiaofeng declared coldly. Are you implying you wish to gain without giving? Ning Rongrong scoffed. Sect Master, if you agree to my request today, I, Ye Xiaofeng, can ensure the 7-treasure Glazed tile school's prosperity for a millennium, he asserted confidently. And if I do not agree? Ning Rongrong queried, aware of Ye Xiaofeng's prowess, yet recognizing that he was beyond her control. If my request is not granted, I shall leave the sect, Ye Xiaofeng declared. He had joined the 7-treasure Glazed tile school solely to learn the swordsmanship of Sword Douluo, and if his aspirations could not be fulfilled, he would not remain. Young man, do you think the 7-treasure Glazed tile school is a place you can enter and exit at will? Bone Douluo remarked, twisting his hand in the air, lifting Ye Xiaofeng off the ground as if by an invisible grip, making it difficult for him to breathe. I had heard the sect master was a person of great talent. I did not expect this first encounter to reveal a narrow-minded individual, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, his anger flaring. I agree to take you as my disciple, but remember what you just said, Sword Douluo interjected, breaking the tension. He had intended to accept Ye Xiaofeng as a pupil. Yet the latter's words had irked the others, compelling him to demand assurances of the sect's longevity. Then let it be as Sword Uncle wishes, Ning Fingji thought, curious to observe whether Ye Xiaofeng could succumb under the pressure from Bone Douluo. Since Sword Douluo had acquiesced, he felt there was little more to say. For Ning Fingji, Ye Xiaofeng was either to be recruited or won over. He could never be an enemy. Ye Xiaofeng's future achievements would rival those of Sword Douluo, and the best course of action was to draw him into their fold. As Bone Douluo released him, Ye Xiaofeng did not immediately kneel to express gratitude. He continued to ponder his next move. Sect Master, I have one more matter to discuss, Ye Xiaofeng said, somewhat embarrassed. Young man, do not overreach. Even if he takes you as a disciple, you cannot act recklessly, Bone Douluo warned, displeased by Ye Xiaofeng's audacity. What is it? Ning Fingji inquired, puzzled. Here's the situation. Previously, I won a small sum in the Grand Soul Arena, but I lack the strength to secure it. I hope the Sect Master will assist me, Ye Xiaofeng explained hastily. This trivial matter can be resolved through Master Lei's assistance. Ning Fingji misinterpreted Ye Xiaofeng's words, believing it to be a minor issue. He was busy with sect affairs, so he deemed it appropriate for the Hall Master to handle it, thus tacitly agreeing to Ye Xiaofeng's request. Ye Xiaofeng looked awkwardly at Ning Fingji, while Bone Douluo's face flushed with embarrassment. He had lost 50 million, which now seemed trivial in Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. Sword Douluo observed the situation with a sense of schadenfreude. Why are you still standing there? Ning Fingji glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, who remained unmoved despite the agreement. Young man, you are attempting to extract teeth from a tiger. This matter is not as simple as you think. The small sum you mentioned is indeed a hot potato. Bone Douluo understood that Ye Xiaofeng wished to retrieve funds from the Grand Soul Arena, needing a powerful ally to secure them. Sect Master, as long as you agree to assist, I am willing to contribute 200 million to the sect once the matter is resolved. Ye Xiaofeng seized the opportunity, quickly presenting his enticing offer. Are you attempting to rob the Grand Soul Arena? Ning Fingji smiled slightly. Although he did not lack funds, 200 million was not an insignificant sum. You are quite the businessman, young man. Now, do tell, just how much did you win during that time? Bone Douluo still refused to let go of Ye Xiaofeng. The disciple had scarcely won a few games, perhaps around 500 to 600 million. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head innocently and smiled at Bone Douluo. Ning Fingji furrowed his brow. At such a tender age, Ye Xiaofeng had amassed such wealth through gambling, and his winnings were substantial. No wonder he sought to attach himself to someone of his stature. My heavens, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Although the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect was affluent, it was unlikely they could produce 500 to 600 million at once. Of course, if the two elders could lend their support, Ye Xiaofeng was willing to offer each of them 100 million as a token of gratitude. Observing that Ning Zhongzhu remained unmoved, seemingly deep in thought, Ye Xiaofeng cast out another enticing offer. Master, why not kneel and pay respects? We are already akin to family. There is no need for formality. Upon hearing that he could receive 100 million, Douluo instantly transformed his demeanor. If Ye Xiaofeng were to offer such a sum, he would not only recover the 50 million he lost, but also gain an additional 50 million, thus preserving his dignity. Disciple Ye Xiaofeng pays homage to master, he proclaimed as he knelt before Sword Douluo and Exile. No need for excessive formalities. Do not be constrained by worldly customs, Sword Douluo and Exile replied, having transcended such trivialities at his level of cultivation. Congratulations, master. You have successfully taken on an apprentice, and your soul power level has risen by 5. The voice of the celestial mechanism, Little Ice, echoed in Ye Xiaofeng's mind. He was rather displeased with this cumbersome system, which only made its presence known during task completions, engaging in brief conversations before falling silent and becoming unreachable. Since that is the case, let Sword Uncle handle this matter, Ye Xiaofeng thought. Ning Fengji was also swayed by Ye Xiaofeng's temptation. Even though the Grand Soul Arena was backed by the royal family, losses still needed to be compensated. 400 million was no small sum. Assisting Ye Xiaofeng could yield benefits, so why not? At that moment, Master Lei entered, smiling as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed Zhongzhu, the banquet is ready. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, and the group proceeded to the dining hall. Your Highness, we have discovered that everything was orchestrated by Ye Xiaofeng. Luo Xiaotian reported, his head bowed before Xue Qinghe. Have we uncovered Ye Xiaofeng's true identity? Xue Qinghe inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon Luo Xiaotian. Not yet. We only learned that Ye Xiaofeng arrived in the imperial capital not long ago and settled in the heavenly realm. Subsequently, he won twice at the Grand Soul Arena. It seems that Manager Li is aware of this, and they conspired against us, Luo Xiaotian lamented, wishing he could turn himself into minced meat to feed the dogs. Tonight, we must discreetly deal with those two at the heavenly realm, Xue Qinghe remarked icily, aware that eliminating them was the only way to halt the losses at the Grand Soul Arena. It is too late. The heavenly realm has closed for the night. My subordinates have learned that Ye Xiaofeng has joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and Manager Li is likely there as well, Luo Xiaotian reported, trembling. Luo Xiaotian, do you comprehend why I have spared your life and allowed you to continue existing? Xue Qinghe glared at him, teeth clenched. Your Highness, please have mercy, Luo Xiaotian pleaded, dropping to his knees. Killing you would only dirty my hands. Ye Xiaofeng, I will remember you, Xue Qinghe seethed, channeling all his anger and hatred towards Ye Xiaofeng. Now, prepare the money. Knowing that killing Ye Xiaofeng was no longer an option, he would have to devise another plan. Your Highness, do we truly have to pay him? Luo Xiaotian asked, puzzled. Are you a simpleton? Xue Qinghe retorted, spinning around to deliver a slap to Luo Xiaotian's face. He was taken aback by Luo Xiaotian's foolishness. With Ye Xiaofeng's affiliation with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, how could he not comply? Luo Xiaotian felt his vision blur, his face burning with pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he thought it was a small price to pay as long as he remained alive. I shall attend to it at once, he stammered, scrambling out of the room. The banquet that evening was delightful, with Douluo savoring every bite. Noting that the meal was different from the usual fare, reporting to the elder, today is the Sect's grand competition. And I have invited Manager Li from the heavenly realm to prepare some homestyle dishes, Master Lei reported earnestly from beside the table. Thank you for your efforts, Ning Fengji expressed, clearly pleased with the evening's banquet. This is my duty as a hall master, Master Lei replied, delighted by the Zhongzhu's satisfaction. After the banquet, Ye Xiaofeng sought out Manager Li. Upon entering, he was met with an eager inquiry. Young master, how did everything go? Everything is proceeding smoothly. You may resume normal operations at the inn tomorrow morning, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Very well, I shall make arrangements, Manager Li stated, hastily departing for the night. While Ye Xiaofeng retreated to his own chamber to rest. The following day, Ye Xiaofeng went to visit Sword Douluo and Exile. Approaching the door, it swung open before he could knock, as if Chen Xian had anticipated his arrival. Disciple, I pay my respects to master, Ye Xiaofeng said, refraining from kneeling. Instead clasping his hands in front of him in a slight bow. Excessive formalities are unnecessary, Sword Douluo replied, lifting his hand to draw Ye Xiaofeng into the air as a radiant light enveloped him, filling him with warmth and comfort. Your innate talent and constitution are exceptional, Sword Douluo remarked, retracting his hand as Ye Xiaofeng gently descended. Thank you for your kind words, master, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged, his heart swelling with joy. Now, let us discuss how you obtained your martial soul, Sword Douluo gestured, enveloping the room in a protective barrier of white light. He understood that Ye Xiaofeng was neither his descendant nor a survivor of the Sword Sect. Disciple is uncertain where to begin, Ye Xiaofeng admitted, feeling somewhat lost. I have been observing you since your arrival at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Later, when I visited Tianshui Academy, those 3 girls informed me about you, Sword Douluo said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Master has known all along. I ask you to keep this confidential. Ye Xiaofeng felt as if Sword Douluo could see through him. Are you suggesting you possess innate soul power at level 30? Sword Douluo inquired, raising an eyebrow. I speak not only of innate soul power, but also of my twin martial souls and soul rings, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded earnestly. Release your twin martial souls. Sword Douluo's heart raced with astonishment, though he maintained his composure. Ye Xiaofeng summoned his two martial souls. And while Sword Douluo was not particularly impressed by the 7 killing sword, he was taken aback by the Emerald Swan martial soul. What a pity. Sword Douluo Chen Exile thought as he observed Ye Xiaofeng's dual martial souls. Such talent was rare in the world. And he noted how both of Ye Xiaofeng's souls were enhanced. Master, look. Ye Xiaofeng does not possess simulated soul rings. He directly displays 8,000-year purple soul rings. Someone noted with excitement. Even Sword Douluo Chen Exile, at the level of title Douluo, could not contain his exhilaration upon witnessing the 8,000-year soul rings. As it fundamentally altered his worldview. How is this possible? Jian Douluo rose from his chair and approached Ye Xiaofeng, gripping his shoulders with both hands as he questioned him. I am unsure. Each time my soul power reaches a bottleneck, the soul rings appear naturally. And their age also upgrades, Ye Xiaofeng replied honestly. But I just examined your body, and you are indeed human, Jian Douluo observed, perceiving numerous doubts about Ye Xiaofeng. Unable to accept the situation before him. Master, how could you be so confused? I have always been human, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled, oblivious to the gravity of the matter. Who else knows about this? Ye Xiaofeng's secret was immense. Should others discover it, they would pursue him relentlessly to uncover his mystery. Aside from Binger and the others, no one else was aware, as he had kept it to himself. Fenger, your secret is too significant. We must deal with those 3, Jian Douluo stated calmly. No. Master, they won't tell anyone. I beg you, spare them, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, realizing the magnitude of his secret. The revelation could potentially stir the entire spirit world, particularly the spirit hall. They truly haven't told anyone, not even me, Jian Douluo remarked, smiling at Ye Xiaofeng. Master, are you deceiving me? Ye Xiaofeng's mind raced, shocked by Jian Douluo's cunning nature. I tested her. The girl's vigilance is exceptionally high. However, it seems you have quite the fortune with women. Jian Douluo remarked with a lecherous smile. Master, I implore you to spare them. They saved my life, and I cannot repay kindness with malice. Although Ye Xiaofeng was reluctant to believe Jian Douluo would harm them, the threat to his secret made it a possibility. Was it merely a debt of gratitude? Jian Douluo countered, his expression implying understanding. Master, isn't that the norm? Ye Xiaofeng could only respond weakly with a smile. Do not speak of this matter to anyone, not even those close to you. Continue your training as you are, and handle your personal affairs independently. Jian Douluo specifically advised Ye Xiaofeng. I understand. Thank you, Master. Although Ye Xiaofeng realized Jian Douluo had caught him in a trap and was now privy to his secret, he still trusted him to keep it. Moreover, without sufficient strength, he must conceal his brilliance. One cannot always escape death. Jian Douluo had observed Ye Xiaofeng's excessive display of prowess before the sect leaders, noting that if not for his intervention, he might have faced assassination. I joined the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to learn the most powerful swordsmanship and to fulfill your wishes, Ye Xiaofeng declared, kneeling on one knee. You need not kneel henceforth. Since I have accepted you as my disciple, I shall naturally impart the swordsmanship to you. However, do not forget what I previously mentioned. Jian Douluo replied, observing Ye Xiaofeng steadily. Master, within my capabilities, I can ensure the prosperity of the sect for a millennium, Ye Xiaofeng asserted confidently, believing that reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation was merely a matter of time. Master, how did you join the sect? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, pondering how Jian Douluo, with his strength, could establish a sect. My father, Qin Jianjun, the supreme Douluo, founded the sword sect. It was not weaker than the current top 3 sections. When my father was at level 98, he encountered the strongest opponent of his life, a peerless powerhouse at level 99. Out of respect, that formidable opponent fought with full force. My father battled him for 3 days and nights, ultimately suffering severe injuries and passing away 3 days later due to his wounds. Jian Douluo recounted, his face revealing no sorrow. And what happened afterward? Ye Xiaofeng asked, curious about the events that followed. After my father's death, the strength of the sword sect plummeted, and many enemies came after us. I fought them, but there were too many, at that time. I had just broken through to the Soul Douluo realm and could not withstand them. In the end, I escaped with only a few survivors, saved by Fengji. Jian Douluo explained, regretting that he could have perished alongside the sect, but the elders chose to self-destruct to create an opportunity for his escape, leaving him with a scar on his heart and a source of ridicule from Bone Douluo, who frequently called him a coward. Master, if one day I establish my own power, will you support me? Ye Xiaofeng asked delicately. I understand your intentions, but I cannot leave the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Fengji has shown me kindness. However, if you ever find yourself in peril, I will still come to your aid, Jian Douluo replied, sharing his own difficulties and reluctance to abandon the sect, which had become his home since the demise of the sword sect. Thank you, Master. Ye Xiaofeng chose not to delve further, recognizing Jian Douluo's own struggles. He felt a sense of joy witnessing Jian Douluo's loyalty and camaraderie. Could he really trust him if he were to leave so easily? By the way, Master, what level of cultivation have you reached now? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. Aware that Douluo had achieved the rank of title Douluo but uncertain of his current realm. I am now at level 96. Once you reach the title Douluo level, it is not merely a matter of talent to progress, it requires comprehension. I have been stuck at level 96 for a decade. Without a better understanding, it is challenging to break through to the next realm, Douluo stated plainly. Master, what if, hypothetically, a peerless powerhouse at level 99 were to assist you? Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Douluo, contemplating how his mother might help him ascend to greater heights. Perhaps 1 or 2 levels could be gained, but achieving level 99 is improbable. You did not grasp my earlier words. Comprehending one's own potential is key to breaking through. Douluo reflected, considering the possibility of having a peerless Douluo aid him to reach his father's level. Is that so? Ye Xiaofeng mused thoughtfully. Do you think peerless Douluos are common? There are only 2 such beings on the entire continent, Douluo of the Spirit Hall, my father's adversary, and Tangchen of the Haotian Sect, who has been missing from the spirit world for 30 years. No one knows his whereabouts, Douluo remarked. Ah. I was merely speculating, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, diverting the topic. Master, should we take a stroll? Ye Xiaofeng suggested with a grin directed at Douluo. Yes, it is time to breathe in the fresh air, Douluo agreed, having remained indoors for too long. Master, allow me to guide you, Ye Xiaofeng offered eagerly. The two then made their way to the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. Why have you brought me here? Douluo furrowed his brow slightly. This young man had tricked him early in the morning. Hee, master, have you forgotten the 100 million I presented to you? It is still stored here for convenience. Ye Xiaofeng replied with an innocent smile. Douluo chose not to say much further, and the two entered the Grand Soul Arena. Manager Luo, good morning. How's your health these days? Upon entering, Ye Xiaofeng spotted Luo Xiaodian. Just as Luo was about to make a delivery, he noticed Douluo Qinshin behind Ye Xiaofeng. Unaware of Senior Qinshin's arrival, I apologize for the oversight. Luo Xiaodian quickly suppressed his anger and greeted Douluo with courtesy. No need for formality. I am merely accompanying my disciple for a casual stroll. You may continue with your business, Douluo clarified, indicating that Ye Xiaofeng was indeed his apprentice. Senior Qinshin. Please come in, Luo Xiaodian said hastily, suspecting that important figures were inside. Shortly thereafter, Luo Xiaodian emerged behind Shuqinghe. Senior Qinshin, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. My subordinates were remiss in their welcome, Shuqinghe spoke politely. Your Highness, no need for such formalities. I am just here to take a leisurely stroll. Douluo smiled at Shuqinghe. Senior Qinshin, please, do come in, Shuqinghe invited with a smile directed at Douluo. Ye Xiaofeng followed suit. Feeling assured that with Douluo present, he would certainly settle today as accounts. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Grand Soul Arena? Shuqinghe asked Douluo, feigning ignorance despite knowing the answer. Indeed, my disciple won a wager at the arena a few days ago. Today, I have some free time to accompany him for a visit, Douluo replied, smiling slightly at Qianrenxue. Senior Qinshin, when did you take on such a talented disciple? I have not heard of it. Shuqinghe feigned ignorance of Ye Xiaofeng's apprenticeship, treating him as if he were invisible. How could this little fellow of humble origins dare to occupy the mind of your Highness? Ye Xiaofeng responded with a facade of innocence. Your Highness, a few days ago, I won a modest sum at the arena. But I have an urgent matter to attend to, hence my haste. Today, my master kindly accompanied me to retrieve it, Ye Xiaofeng said, wearing a look of mischief. Ye Xiaofeng, you must not be disrespectful to His Highness. Douluo admonished, playing the role of the stern mentor. It's fine, the money is prepared. Give it to him, Shuqinghe said, her eyes filled with disdain for Ye Xiaofeng, wishing she could see him suffer. Luo Xiaodian quickly handed a black golden card to Ye Xiaofeng, suppressing his anger in front of everyone. Your Highness, is this the total amount? Ye Xiaofeng asked, incredulous at the sum before him. Certainly not. There are 500 million in the card, and the remainder will be settled with this Grand Soul Arena, Shuqinghe replied. Taking a deep breath. Your Highness, may I inquire if this Grand Soul Arena is worth 272 million? Ye Xiaofeng remained curious about the finances. Knowing the arena was worth no more than 100 million. Then let us proceed as your Highness suggests, Douluo said, discreetly maintaining respect for Shuqinghe. For she was still a royal. Ah, merely a jest. Let it be as your Highness wishes, Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Shuqinghe. Young Master Yi, we have ample time. Shuqinghe said coldly, ready to leave with Luo Xiaodian. Why wait for another day? Today is even better. Ye Xiaofeng emphasized the word day. Recalling the tales he had read about the Douluo Continent before his arrival, knowing that while he could alter certain events, the overall course might remain unchanged. What did you say? Shuqinghe frowned, suspicious of Ye Xiaofeng's words. I meant to say, Manager Luo has yet to provide the promised 10 million reward. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head, smiling at both Shuqinghe and Luo Xiaodian. With no money to spare, Shuqinghe had no intention of giving Ye Xiaofeng another cent. Luo Xiaodian, deemed useless, was good enough as a placeholder for the 10 million. Very well, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, considering Luo Xiaodian as collateral for the sum. Young Master Yi, I hope you have such good fortune next time. Farewell, Shuqinghe began to say, but upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's distasteful remarks, she quickly changed her tone, fully marking him on her blacklist. Once Xueqing had departed, only Jian Douluo, Ye Xiaofeng, and Luo Xiaotian remained in the room. Manager Luo. I cannot help but feel you are not worth 10 million, Ye Xiaofeng sneered at Luo Xiaotian. Ye Xiao, please spare me. I am willing to serve you in any capacity, Luo Xiaotian, sensing the anger radiating from Ye Xiaofeng. Realized that his only chance of survival lay in befriending him now that he had allied himself with the formidable Jian Douluo. Spare you? I cannot see how you are worth even 10 million gold soul coins, Ye Xiaofeng said coldly, intent on ensuring Luo Xiaotian's complete submission, lest he turn against him later. I understand my life is of little value, but the Grand Soul Arena is in need of a manager. I could fill that role, Luo Xiaotian quickly offered. His mind racing to appease Ye Xiaofeng. What, do you expect me to lose billions? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled lightly at Luo Xiaotian's suggestion. I believe it would be hard to find another as astute as you in the entire soul world, Luo Xiaotian flattered hastily. Enough flattery. The betting rules of the Grand Soul Arena have some loopholes that need addressing, Ye Xiaofeng declared, unwilling to allow anyone to pilfer from his pockets. From today onward, the arena's betting system will be transformed into a welfare lottery center. First, we will establish a welfare foundation. From now on, 20% of the winnings from welfare bets will be allocated monthly to assist in the education, medical aid, poverty alleviation, and disaster relief for soul masters. Young master, is 20% not excessive? We cannot bear such a burden, Luo Xiaotian protested immediately. What does that have to do with us? I made it clear that it pertains to the winner's earnings. For instance, if someone bets 100 gold soul coins and wins, they would receive their principal of 100 plus 100 in rewards, totaling 200 gold soul coins. Now, they would only receive their principal of 100 plus 100 in rewards, totaling 180 gold soul coins. Do you understand? Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at Luo Xiaotian. Brilliant. How did I not think of that? Luo Xiaotian slapped his forehead. Jian Douluo observed this exchange, appreciating that Ye Xiaofeng not only had a good heart but also a remarkable business acumen. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng was merely replicating the lottery rules from his previous life. The gambling here was fundamentally akin to that of a lottery. It is merely a matter of one entering the national coffers and the other lining their own pockets. Yet the profit remains consistently at 20%. Secondly, a new stipulation has been introduced. For every ticket purchased for gambling benefits, a fee of 100 gold soul coins will apply, with the 20% profit still contributing to the welfare foundation. Isn't that a bit expensive, Ye Xiao? Luo Xiaotian whispered. What, are you refusing your salary? Are the other attendants also foregoing their wages? Ye Xiaofeng, in need of funds to bolster his own power, retorted. Not at all, it's not expensive in the slightest, Luo Xiaotian quickly responded, eager to flatter, thinking he might be in trouble but relieved to receive a paycheck. Thirdly, the registration fee for each participant in the arena competition, whether in singles, pairs, or teams, shall be raised to 10,000 for each entry, with the victors entitled to 5% of the competition's earnings. Fourthly, to ensure fairness in the competition and prevent match fixing, opponents will be randomly assigned from the Grand Soul Arena, ensuring that no competitor exceeds the level of their adversary by more than one rank. Fifthly, in the case of a challenge where the stakes are disproportionately high, the gambling benefits for that match may be revoked, and the principal returned, although the ticket fee will not be refunded. Very well, that will be all. Prepare the announcement, and it shall be released 3 days hence, Ye Xiaofeng concluded, casting a harmless smile at both Sword Douluo and Luo Xiaotian. Oh, by the way, Manager Luo, what was your previous monthly salary? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, glancing at Luo Xiaotian. Ye Xiao, it was approximately 10,000 per month, Luo Xiaotian replied, somewhat hesitantly, as if unsure about the accuracy of his estimate. You need not repay the previous 10 million. Starting this month, your salary will be raised to 100,000, while the other attendants will receive 10,000 each month, along with full attendance and performance bonuses. Ye Xiaofeng believed that stimulating employee motivation through financial means was the most straightforward approach. Thank you, Ye Xiao. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Luo Xiaotian expressed his gratitude, nearly moved to tears. However, you must understand that while I can grant you everything, I can also reclaim it all should you dare to betray me. Ye Xiaofeng's demeanor shifted as he turned away from Sword Douluo, his gaze towards Luo Xiaotian becoming suddenly stern. Ye Xiao, rest assured, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Should you send me east, I shall not dare venture west. Luo Xiaotian, sensing the gravity of Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, quickly affirmed his loyalty. Manager Luo, you are already under my command. There is no need for such tension. I was merely jesting, Ye Xiaofeng stated, employing a playful approach. Thank you, Ye Xiao, Luo Xiaotian replied, breaking into a cold sweat. Go, divide the funds into 2 portions, 100 million and another 200 million, Ye Xiaofeng ordered, producing a black gold card to hand to Luo Xiaotian. Without hesitation, Luo Xiaotian took the card and promptly set about his task, finding the transfer between cards far more convenient than dealing with convoluted gold soul coins. Fengno, should you continue to develop in this manner, in a few years, you could command the wealth of the entire empire, Sword Douluo remarked, acknowledging Ye Xiaofeng's business acumen. Soon, Luo Xiaotian returned with several neatly divided cards, casting envious glances at them, though he dared not express his jealousy. As lunch approached, Ye Xiaofeng turned to Sword Douluo with a smile. Master, I have heard that the fare at Tianshang Rinjian is delightful. Indeed, yesterday's home-cooked meal was quite satisfactory. Sword Douluo replied, briefly closing his eyes to savor the memory. Manager Luo, please proceed according to my plan. Master, please. Ye Xiaofeng focused entirely on Sword Douluo, intent on winning his favor to strengthen his own capabilities. Master, your next task is to learn the swordsmanship from Sword Douluo and successfully execute a kill to complete the mission. Ye Xiaofeng heard the voice of the Tianji system, Xiaobing, once again presenting him with a task. By the way, could you refrain from appearing and disappearing without a trace? Why can't we communicate more regularly? Ye Xiaofeng complained, gazing at the virtual figure of Xiaobing. Do you dare to scold me, master? Do you truly dare? Xiaobing retorted, adopting the demeanor of a petulant girl. Of course not. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Please do not be upset. Ye Xiaofeng quickly backed down. Next time you dare to scold me, I shall summon lightning to strike you down. Humph. Xiaobing declared before vanishing in a huff. Ah. I knew this absurd system would lead me astray. Thankfully, I am clever. And why on earth is a robot posing as a girl? Ye Xiaofeng inwardly grumbled. Fenger, what are you daydreaming about? Could it be those three girls? Sword Douluo teased. Ah, master, how could that be? I was merely contemplating how to better learn swordsmanship. Ye Xiaofeng hastily fabricated a story, weaving a lie into another. Well, as long as you have that intention, let us be off. Sword Douluo appeared to accept Ye Xiaofeng's fabricated tale. Before long, the pair arrived at Tianshang Rinjian, where Manager Li spotted them approaching from a distance. Forgive my lack of hospitality in welcoming esteemed guests like Sword Douluo and young Master Yi. Manager Li quickly began to flatter them. Yesterday's home-cooked meal was quite satisfactory. Master enjoyed it greatly, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, winking at Manager Li. Indeed, indeed. Please, gentlemen, upstairs. Manager Li eagerly led Sword Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng to a private room. Manager Li, you understand? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at him. Rest assured, young Master Yi. I will ensure that Senior Qinshin is thoroughly pleased. Manager Li understood that Ye Xiaofeng's wink indicated that the payment had been received. Fenger, your relationship with Manager Li is rather extraordinary, Sword Douluo concluded from their exchange. Hehe, master, nothing escapes your keen eye. I settled here in the imperial capital upon my arrival, and over time, I grew close to Manager Li. After all, having won 2 matches previously, he was eager to lend me $1 billion, Ye Xiaofeng replied innocently, pouring wine. To be able to casually borrow $1 billion. Why not ask Manager Li to lend me $1 billion as well? Sword Douluo jested, amused at how this young man dared to deceive him. By the way, this is for you, master. Ye Xiaofeng promptly produced a black gold card containing 100 million from his storage device. Take this for yourself. Consider it a welcoming gift from your disciple, he offered. Sword Douluo, not in need of money, saw that Ye Xiaofeng was in urgent need of funds. Master, with your esteemed status as a super Douluo, would not $1 billion be somewhat meager as a welcoming gift? Ye Xiaofeng, with a shameless grin, remarked. If you find the quantity unsatisfactory, feel free to take some. Next time, I shall provide you with more, Sword Douluo. Listening to Ye Xiaofeng's flattery, he felt a surge of happiness, but upon hearing the latter part of the statement, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his disciple would ask for so much. Not a small request at all. Ye Xiaofeng quickly placed the black gold card into his soul guide ring, fearing that if his master reclaimed it, who knew when he would receive a meeting gift again, perhaps he wouldn't receive one at all. Manager Li, yesterday's meal was insufficient, you understand. Came a voice from downstairs. Bone Douluo had arrived. Apologies for the lack of a proper welcome, Senior Guru. Please, come in. Manager Li promptly greeted Bone Douluo. Senior, would you prefer to dine alone or with Senior Qinshin? Manager Li inquired timidly as he escorted Bone Douluo upstairs. Attending to such esteemed individuals required careful handling. Failure to do so could lead to endless troubles. Why is this cowardly man here? Bone Douluo exclaimed loudly, directed at Manager Li, yet intended for Sword Douluo to hear. What? Just because you, black fool, can come, I can't? Sword Douluo elegantly sipped his drink, disregarding the others. Ye Xiaofeng observed Bone Douluo entering slowly, with Manager Li trailing behind, appearing somewhat embarrassed. My master and I just arrived and encountered Elder Bone. How fortuitous. Ye Xiaofeng quickly diverted the conversation to prevent these two from bickering again. Manager Li, why are you dawdling? Hurry and serve the wine. Bring out all the signature dishes. Ye Xiaofeng urged again. Understood, coming right up. Manager Li sighed in relief and hurriedly retreated to close the door. Elder Bone, please take a seat and enjoy a drink. Ye Xiaofeng assumed the role of host, promptly pouring wine for Bone Douluo. Why are you here instead of staying at the Sect? Sword Douluo clearly disapproved of Bone Douluo's interruption. This isn't your establishment. If you can come, why can't I? Bone Douluo retorted defiantly. You came here merely to mooch off the food. Don't think I'm unaware. Sword Douluo intended to embarrass Bone Douluo with his words. Bah, you truly flatter yourself. I've seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. You both clearly saw me walking over and rushed in ahead. Bone Douluo's statement held truth. Black fool. You'd be better off at the Sect. I know you can't help your looks, but scaring people in broad daylight is your fault. Sword Douluo provocatively aimed to irritate Bone Douluo. Coward, Refrain from personal attacks. You're nearly buried 6 feet under, yet still flaunt that pretty boy facade. You're not much better off. Bone Douluo loathed Sword Douluo's remarks about his appearance. A beauty like me is a rare sight in a century, Sword Douluo said, playfully flicking his white hair, satisfied with himself. Dishes are here. Manager Li shouted from outside, entering with a spread of delicious food. Ordinarily, serving dishes would be the responsibility of the staff, but for these distinguished guests, Manager Li had to take on the task himself. Master, Elder, let us dine first. We shall discuss other matters afterward. Ye Xiaofeng began to mediate. Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo exchanged glances, disdainfully turning their heads away to avoid seeing one another. Esteemed elders, Ye Xiaofeng is right. These dishes will lose their flavor if they cool down. Manager Li quickly echoed Ye Xiaofeng's words. Let it be known. I'm only here for the meal, so I won't hold it against you. Bone Douluo began to relent upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng and Manager Li's comments. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I don't want it to spoil my appetite. Sword Douluo also chose to refrain from further teasing Bone Douluo. Manager Li, your culinary skills are commendable. Bone Douluo began to eat, not forgetting to praise Manager Li. Senior, I'm delighted to hear that. Manager Li beamed at the compliment from Bone Douluo. Hey, I haven't even touched my chopsticks. Sword Douluo complained, watching Bone Douluo devour the food hungrily. Who cares if you eat or not? Bone Douluo unabashedly replied, content with his own enjoyment. Sword Douluo ignored Bone Douluo. And Ye Xiaofeng kept company with both as they dined. Once Bone Douluo had feasted and quenched his thirst, he resumed speaking. This meal has been quite enjoyable. If you hadn't disturbed my mood, I would have been even happier, he directed at Sword Douluo, who was drinking. Couldn't the food silence your chatter? Sword Douluo, initially in good spirits, felt his mood dampened by Bone Douluo's incessant remarks. Then don't come here to eat. Bone Douluo wouldn't back down. Having eaten his fill and ready to digest. Elder Bone, this is the reward I promised you. Ye Xiaofeng produced a black gold card worth 100 million and handed it to Bone Douluo. Unlike Sword Douluo, who would refuse such a sum. Bone Douluo readily accepted the black gold card and placed it into the soul guide ring on his finger. I didn't expect you two to wrap things up so quickly. Had I known, I would have accompanied you. Bone Douluo was aware that Sword Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng had gone to the Grand Soul Arena to collect their earnings, yet he feigned innocence while reveling in the benefits. Do you really have the audacity to accept my disciple's money? Sword Douluo cast a disdainful glance at Bone Douluo. What do you mean, your disciple's money? This is my money. Mind you, Ye Xiaofeng, tell him, isn't this a tribute to me? Bone Douluo, unable to counter Sword Douluo, shifted the focus onto Ye Xiaofeng. Indeed. It is a tribute to Elder Bone. It is only right for you to accept it. Ye Xiaofeng could only smile awkwardly, not wanting to offend Bone Douluo. Consider yourself clever. Bone Douluo accepted the 100 million, feeling indifferent about the previous loss of 50 million, as it had returned to him. My apprentice and I shall return to the sect. You need not follow, Sword Douluo stated, having finished his meal. Go your way, I shall go mine. Besides, the sect isn't yours alone to command. Bone Douluo, infuriated by Sword Douluo's words, felt his teeth grind. Very well, you return to the sect. I shall take Xiaofeng to the auction house for a stroll. Sword Douluo grinned cunningly. Who wants to go with you? Ridiculous. Bone Douluo huffed angrily as he departed. Xiaofeng, let us visit the auction house, Sword Douluo, not wishing to return to the sect so soon, suggested. Master, why do you and Elder Bone always bicker upon meeting? Ye Xiaofeng, observing the two esteemed title Douluos behaving like children, questioned. When we were both at level 95. We made a wager, who could break through to level 96 first. In the end, he lost. Jian Douluo spoke softly. Since then, all matters, large and small, of the sect had been entrusted to Gu Douluo, allowing him to enjoy a more leisurely existence, ultimately leading to the present situation as observed by Ye Xiaofeng. Whenever the two met, they would engage in witty banter, neither willing to concede to the other. Over time, this quarreling became a habitual ritual. If a few days passed without their verbal sparring, they would feel a sense of unease. Let us depart. Soon you shall understand what sort of person he is. Jian Douluo smiled at Ye Xiaofeng before turning away, and together they left the heaven and earth establishment. Gu Douluo, however, did not accompany them and returned to the sect. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled mischievously. Grandpa Gu, where have you been? I couldn't find you all afternoon, Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled by Gu Douluo's absence. I dined on the exquisite dishes prepared by Master Li yesterday and found it unsatisfactory, so I ventured to heaven and earth for a casual meal. Gu Douluo replied with a smile, appearing to be an entirely different person than the one Ye Xiaofeng encountered. He regarded Ning Rongrong as fondly as one would a beloved granddaughter. Humph, Grandpa Gu no longer cherishes me. You sneak off to dine alone without taking me along. Ning Rongrong pouted, clearly displeased. While I was at heaven and earth, you would never guess whom I saw. Gu Douluo feigned surprise, eager to capture Ning Rongrong's attention. Whom did you see? Ning Rongrong's curiosity was piqued. I saw your grandpa Jian dining secretly with his precious disciple, he said with a sly smile, relishing the revelation. Ah, that crafty grandpa Jian. Has he forgotten about me now that he has a new disciple? Ning Rongrong, initially upset with Gu Douluo for abandoning her, now felt her anger intensify, as if fuel had been added to the fire. I thought so too. But I overheard that they seem to be heading to some auction house, Douluo thought to himself, delighted by the prospect of watching that cowardly man squirm. I am so furious, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Rongrong, perhaps your grandpa go misheard. It is only natural for your grandpa Jin to dine with his newly accepted disciple, Douluo reasoned, attempting to soften the blow, wary of raising Ning Rongrong's suspicions. What do you mean by natural? Am I, his granddaughter, not worthy of his attention compared to a mere disciple? Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Douluo, feeling wronged. Why not this? Grandpa Gu will accompany you to the auction house. And whatever you wish to buy, I shall procure for you, Douluo suggested, hoping to mollify his precious granddaughter before confronting Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng. Let us see what your grandpa Jian intends to buy for that new disciple, Ning Rongrong huffed, anger still evident in her voice. Then let us hasten. Lest they purchase everything before we arrive, Douluo urged Ning Rongrong. Since childhood, both Douluo and Douluo had indulged Ning Rongrong's every whim. Even her father Ning Fingji rarely intervening. Over time, this had fostered a somewhat spoiled disposition within her, though not excessively so. Initially upset with Douluo, Ning Rongrong's ire had now shifted entirely towards Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng. Upon arriving at the imperial auction house, Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng found it teeming with people, all vying for coveted items, even bidding higher than the worth of the items themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer, Ling Ling. We shall commence with our first item, a soul guide storage ring of 50 cubic meters, starting at a price of 500,000 gold soul coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 50,000 gold soul coins, announced a woman in a cheap howl, showcasing the soul guide storage ring to the crowd. I bid 550,000. A middle-aged man immediately raised his paddle. Bidder number 22 has offered 550,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Ling Ling smiled at the audience. 60,000 gold soul coins, 70,000 gold soul coins, 80,000 gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng, noticing the storage ring as potential as a gift for Bing, who lacked such a ring for convenient storage, decided to participate. 1 million gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng raised his paddle, a subtle smile on his lips. Bidder number 22 has offered 1 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is a rare opportunity. Ling Ling encouraged, knowing that her commission would increase with each higher bid. I bid 1,500,000. Ye Xiaofeng observed Chongqing's bid, clearly still troubled by the previous sect competition. Bidder number 88 also seems quite fond of this item, Ling Ling noted as Chongqing raised his paddle again. 2 million gold soul coins, Ye Xiaofeng, incensed by the presence of that distasteful individual, raised his offer by 50,000. 3 million. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong snatched the paddle from Chongqing's hands. The auction house had strict rules. Without an official auction paddle, one could not bid. Realizing the presence of the young sect master and elder Gu, Chongqing quickly vacated his spot to make way for Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong had come to the auction house specifically to disrupt Ye Xiaofeng and Douluo's bidding. Douluo noticed Ning Rongrong's arrival and exchanged glances with Douluo, who smiled smugly back at him. Douluo understood that Ning Rongrong had been summoned by that fool and given her earlier bid. It seemed she was intent on opposing them. As a young sect master who lacked for nothing, what need did she have for a storage ring? 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million thrice sold. Ling Ling's gavel fell decisively. The next item for auction is the shadow dagger, which a young man entrusted to our auction house a week ago. After testing, it was found to penetrate a steel plate 1 centimeter thick within a 10-meter range, evaluated at a value of 500,000. As always, each subsequent bid must exceed 50,000 gold soul coins. This item is particularly useful for support-type soul masters for self-defense, Ling Ling elaborated. 1 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, recognizing the item as a means to compensate for her lack of offensive capability. Others, witnessing Ning Rongrong's bid of 1 million, gritted their teeth in frustration. But with Douluo beside her, they had no choice but to remain silent. 5 million gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng, still irked by Ning Rongrong's previous interference, raised his paddle. By heavens, bidder number 22 has boldly offered 5 million gold soul coins. Is there a higher bid? The offer made by Ye Xiaofeng left everyone astounded, including Ling Ling. I bid 6 million. I bid 7 million. I bid 8 million. I bid 9 million. I bid 10 million. Ning Rongrong, unwilling to concede to Ye Xiaofeng, was not short of money. She simply desired what she liked. Since the young sect master was interested, she would graciously yield. Ye Xiaofeng ceased to bid. Having already surpassed the intended price, for him, the bidding was merely an opportunity to embarrass Ning Rongrong. You, very good. I have remembered you, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in frustration. Not out of concern for the money, but rather irritated by Ye Xiaofeng's smugness. The auction continued into the afternoon, with neither party raising their bids during this time, resulting in a temporary truce. The highlight of this auction was the Soul Master armor, crafted by the renowned master craftsman, Gao. Its defensive capabilities could withstand a full-force strike from a soul saint in their true martial spirit form. The starting bid was set at 20 million, with increments of 5 million. The official starting bid commenced at 50 million gold soul coins. Let us see who dares to compete with this prince. Prince Xuesheng boldly raised his paddle. Good heavens, the first bid is 50 million gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Ling Ling shouted. Prince Xuesheng was not someone to be trifled with. Even with ample wealth, many hesitated to challenge him, a situation the auction house dreaded. I bid 60 million. Ye Xiaofeng raised his paddle decisively, undeterred by the prince. How dare you challenge this prince? Prince Xuexing began to scold Ye Xiaofeng, but promptly silenced himself upon noticing the sword Douluo Continent by Ye Xiaofeng's side. Even as the younger brother of the Snow Knight Emperor, he dared not provoke a super title Douluo, particularly one specializing in offensive swordsmanship. 65 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong, determined to acquire the armor, would not let the opportunity slip away, especially since it was Ye Xiaofeng involved. Young Sect Master, this armor is male armor. Would you kindly let me have it? I owe you a favor. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Ning Rongrong, recognizing the need to tread lightly. I apologize. I neglected to mention that this armor is indeed male armor, the auctioneer Lingling informed Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit awkward. Although higher sales benefited her, maintaining the auction house's credibility was paramount. 65 million gold soul coins, once. 65 million gold soul coins, twice. Give it to him and let him owe you a favor. Ning Rongrong was about to raise her bid when Bone Douluo intervened. After hearing Bone Douluo's words, Ning Rongrong reluctantly agreed, though she remained discontent. 65 million gold soul coins. Thrice. Sold. Lingling's gavel struck down decisively. This auction concludes here. The next auction will be announced later. She smiled at the crowd. For Lingling, this auction was undoubtedly her most successful as a newly appointed senior auctioneer, promising a substantial commission. Ye Xiaofeng paid the sum and successfully acquired the armor. With the sword Douluo by his side, others could only envy him, as they dared not express their envy openly. Rongrong, what brings you here? The sword Douluo smiled at Ning Rongrong. Is it only allowed for sword grandpa to bring his disciple? Can't bone grandpa bring me here? Ning Rongrong retorted, though she refrained from venting her frustration at the sword Douluo. Rongrong, had I known you wanted to come, I would have brought you along. The sword Douluo continued to smile, unaffected by Ning Rongrong's small tantrums. Rongrong, let us go. Don't believe that coward's words, Bone Douluo interjected, eager to take Ning Rongrong away to prevent any further exposure of lies. Young Sect Master, don't be so hasty to leave. Let us go to Tianshan Renjian together. Ye Xiaofeng suggested, hoping to ease the tension between them. You stay out of this. Rongrong, let Bone Grandpa take you to experience Master Li's culinary skills. Bone Douluo's falsehood was almost revealed by Ye Xiaofeng, prompting him to flatter Ning Rongrong instead. The sword Douluo shook his head helplessly, knowing that this black fool had likely spoken ill of him to his granddaughter, yet he soon wore a sly smile. Fengno, it's getting late. We should return. The sword Douluo glanced at Ye Xiaofeng before following Ning Rongrong and Bone Douluo. Hey, you two tailing shadows. What do you want following Rongrong and me? Bone Douluo glared at the sword Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng. This isn't your place, so why can't I come? The sword Douluo retorted. You. Bone Douluo was infuriated, his teeth gritting at the thought of the sword Douluo using his earlier words against him. Not aware that 4 esteemed guests have arrived. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. Master Li hastily greeted the 4. Master Li, I brought my granddaughter to sample your culinary skills. Do not disappoint me. Bone Douluo smiled at Master Li, recognizing that he had not offended him, and thus had no reason to be angry. Indeed, it's just the 2 of us. Bone Douluo gave a sly smile. Black fool, are you blind? Clearly, there are 4 people here, yet you insist there are only 2. Can you not afford the bill? The sword Douluo teased Bone Douluo in front of everyone. How dare you? A dignified title Douluo being accused of being unable to pay for a meal. Bone Douluo fumed. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced dire consequences. As the 2 bantered at the entrance, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh. Gentlemen, let us proceed to the private room. It's too crowded here. Master Li could hardly bear to witness the 2 title Douluos squabbling at the entrance of his inn, which would undoubtedly become the hottest headline if word got out. The 4 ascended to the private room for lunch, since Ning Rongrong was present. Master Li opted for tea instead of serving wine. Rongrong, what did this black fool say to you? The sword Douluo smiled at Ning Rongrong. Hey, don't assume I'm small-minded, judging others by your own standards. Bone Douluo interjected eagerly, not allowing Ning Rongrong a chance to speak. Just because you went to the auction house, does it mean we can't go there together? Bone Douluo quickly began a series of rebuttals. Gentlemen, please enjoy your meal. The dishes will be served shortly. Master Li poured tea for the 4 before quickly retreating. Ye Xiaofeng had remained silent, accompanying them quietly. Yet the afternoon's meal lacked the flavor of the earlier one. It was not that Master Li's cooking was subpar, but rather that Ye Xiaofeng's state of mind had shifted. Following the afternoon meal, the 4 decided to return to their sect. What's wrong, Fenger? The sword Douluo noticed Ye Xiaofeng's mood seemed off. It's nothing, master. I just want to learn the swordsmanship sooner. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject. Learning swordsmanship requires a tranquil mind. Only when your heart is at peace can you truly learn the art of the sword. The sword Douluo, a master of swordsmanship, understood the depth beyond mere technique. The disciple understands. I take my leave. Ye Xiaofeng said nothing further and exited the sword Douluo's room. Upon returning to his own quarters, Ye Xiaofeng flopped onto his bed, lost in thought, yearning to calm his mind. However, the more he tried, the more tumultuous his thoughts became. Eventually, Ye Xiaofeng dismissed the turmoil and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. The next day, Ye Xiaofeng sought out the sword Douluo Continent, and after a night of rest, he felt a serene calmness wash over him. Master, Ye Xiaofeng entered the sword Douluo's room, where Continent sat gracefully, sipping tea. Are you prepared? Sword Douluo gazed at Ye Xiaofeng with a slight smile. Indeed, Ye Xiaofeng stated directly that mastering the swordsmanship would allow him to elevate his personal rank more swiftly. Follow me, Sword Douluo said as he rose and exited the room into the courtyard. Let us commence. I wish to see the extent of your training. He beckoned to Ye Xiaofeng with a single-hand gesture. Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his second soul skill, sweeping across 1,000 armies, striking towards Sword Douluo with his sword. Is this all you are capable of? I find it rather disappointing, Sword Douluo remarked, effortlessly pinching the 7-kill sword between 2 fingers. Again, he instructed. Releasing the sword and standing firm like a mountain, Ye Xiaofeng then invoked his third soul skill, sword sealing the throat, lunging forward. However, Sword Douluo merely flicked it away with his fingers, rendering Ye Xiaofeng's once proud skill ineffective, akin to a child playing with mud in front of an adult. The fourth soul skill, Instantaneous Imprint, was Ye Xiaofeng's most cherished skill, capable of sealing the surrounding space, extending its duration with his growing rank. As Ye Xiaofeng pierced towards Sword Douluo, the latter's second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian, effortlessly deflected the attack. Even though Sword Douluo's second soul skill was a century old, Ye Xiaofeng found himself unable to breach it, his confidence shattered. Your mind is in disarray. Sword Douluo stated calmly. I am not, Ye Xiaofeng retorted. You are. Your previous victories have fostered arrogance within you. Sword Douluo's words struck deep, showing no mercy. I am not, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, invoking the soul skill unity of man and sword, a concept he had grasped from Exile's self-created skill unity of man and gun. Since achieving this self-created skill, Ye Xiaofeng had gained the capability to challenge Soul Kings, now standing at level 45, with the potential to face Soul Emperors of level 60. You should awaken to reality, Sword Douluo said as he concentrated the 7-kill sword in his hand. When Ye Xiaofeng attacked again, Sword Douluo swiftly struck him into a nearby water pool with a single blow. Do not forget, there are always greater beings beyond you, he remarked. Turning to observe Ye Xiaofeng submerged in the water. Emerging from the water, Ye Xiaofeng felt considerably more enlightened. Let me see how strong your protective barrier is. Sword Douluo remarked, waving his sleeve, instantly drying Ye Xiaofeng's clothes. Without further ado, Ye Xiaofeng employed his first soul skill, preparing for the impending assault. My body is like a sword, Sword Douluo declared as his soul rings descended from the sky, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. He merged entirely with the 7-kill sword. At that moment, the sword embodied him, and he embodied the sword. While Ye Xiaofeng could also merge with the 7-kill sword, it was but child's play compared to Sword Douluo's mastery. He could not harmonize with the surrounding environment. With a flick of his fingers, Sword Douluo formed a character for kill, instantly shattering Ye Xiaofeng's Qinglian protective barrier. Darkness enveloped Ye Xiaofeng as he felt an overwhelming aura of death, as if he were being pulled into the abyss. With a wave of his hand, Sword Douluo caused Ye Xiaofeng, who had been standing, to gently sit down, immobile like a bell. He then waved again, creating a barrier around Ye Xiaofeng. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune, Sword Douluo said, having expended considerable effort to help Ye Xiaofeng enter a state of enlightenment. A master opens the door, but the cultivation journey is yours alone, he continued, unwilling to impart everything to Ye Xiaofeng. It was not that Sword Douluo wished to withhold knowledge, but if he revealed everything, Ye Xiaofeng's future would likely stagnate at his own level. Which was not what either wanted. With that, Sword Douluo turned to leave, reflecting on the previous day's encounter with the bumbling Hier. He could not let that slide. Rongrong, Grandfather Jian has come to see you, he announced cheerfully at Ning Rongrong's door. Grandfather Jian, you've come. Why aren't you with your precious apprentice? Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she rushed out, but upon seeing Sword Douluo, her expression shifted, recalling something. In my heart. You are paramount. How could Fono compare? She assured. Today, I shall take you to the heavenly realm, where Manager Li will personally prepare a meal. What do you say? Sword Douluo smiled at Ning Rongrong, affectionately ruffling her hair. Are we not bringing Ye Xiaofeng? Ning Rongrong hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed by Sword Douluo's sudden affection. No need to concern yourself with him. Sword Douluo wished for Ye Xiaofeng to enter a state of enlightenment, unaware of when he would awaken. Then I shall inform Grandfather Bone, Ning Rongrong insisted, not forgetting to mention Bone Douluo, who also cared for her. Why bother with that fool? It's just the two of us, Sword Douluo replied, clearly uninterested in dining with Bone Douluo. This was not due to animosity but rather because their meals had never been peaceful. Grandfather Jian, you must not speak of Grandfather Bone like that. Ning Rongrong protested. Fine. I shall refrain. But let me tell you, there is a chance your Grandfather Bone may have gone off to the heavenly realm for dinner without you. Sword Douluo said, swiftly changing the topic, having sensed Bone Douluo's absence from the sect earlier. Impossible. Grandfather Bone would never do such a thing, Ning Rongrong interjected, adamantly defending him. Then let us go see for ourselves, Sword Douluo replied with a subtle smile, taking Ning Rongrong's hand and departing the sect toward the heavenly realm. Manager Li, did you know we were coming? Sword Douluo greeted with a smile upon seeing the manager. I was unaware that Senior Qinshin and Miss Ning would also be here, Manager Li responded warmly. Indeed, What did you mean by that? Are we not welcome? Sword Douluo teased managerly, intending for Ning Rongrong to hear. Welcome indeed. Your presence graces this establishment, elevating its prestige immensely. I meant to say that Elder Gu has also arrived, managerly clarified, unaware of Ning Rongrong's connection. Oh, I see. Rongrong, did you catch what managerly just said? Jian Douluo deliberately inquired about Ning Rongrong. Old Bone, it is quite understandable that you forget to invite me to dinner given your age. Especially since you forgot to bring me along yesterday. Ning Rongrong felt embarrassed and had to find an excuse, as she did not want to lose face in front of Jian Douluo. Li, go ask that blockhead why he came alone today and did not bring the young master. Jian Douluo would not let such an opportunity slip away, especially since Old Bone was using Rongrong to make things difficult for him. Is that appropriate? Li noticed the tension in the air and felt a bit awkward. If Old Master Jian asks you to go, then you should go. I will take responsibility for anything that happens. Ning Rongrong was also curious as to why her beloved Old Bone did not bring her along for the meal. Li carried a jug of wine as Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong followed closely behind. Upon entering, Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong prepared to eavesdrop outside. Li entered with the wine and saw Old Bone enjoying his meal, completely absorbed and oblivious to the outside world. By the way, yesterday Old Master brought the young master along. Why didn't the young master come today? Li timidly asked while filling Old Bone's cup. Don't ask about that. My little girl is quite demanding. I brought her yesterday just to make things difficult for that coward. Old Bone, under the influence of the wine, spoke freely and did not forget to mention Jian Douluo. The young master is quite cute and endearing. Li felt a pang of guilt for Old Bone. Even with the two outside providing support, he hurriedly complimented. Indeed, she is quite adorable and evokes sympathy, but her temper matches her cuteness. Just look at my condition. She has really worn me out. Old Bone's words only served to exacerbate the situation. The two outside listened intently, with Jian Douluo smirking while Ning Rongrong clenched her fist in anger. Finally, she could no longer contain herself and kicked the door open. Old Bone, startled by the interruption of his enjoyment, turned to see Ning Rongrong and immediately panicked, realizing he had misspoken. I let you eat and drink to your heart's content. Ning Rongrong, seeing the table before Old Bone, angrily overturned it. Rongrong, let me explain. Old Bone wished he could slap Li for this predicament, but he found Li had already slipped away when the table was overturned. Do you see me as nothing more than a spoiled brat? Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears. He has always thought that way. We heard everything clearly from outside. Jian Douluo only added fuel to the fire. Get lost. This is none of your business. Old Bone felt oppressed, unable to voice his grievances, and could only vent his frustration on Jian Douluo. You think you can do this without me saying anything? Rongrong. Let's go. We need not bother with this blockhead. Jian Douluo said to Ning Rongrong as he turned to leave. Rongrong, listen to me. This cannot be blamed on Old Bone. It must be a plot by him and Li to frame me. Old Bone hurriedly explained. No need for explanation, I understand. Ning Rongrong replied coldly. Understanding is good. Old Bone thought Ning Rongrong had forgiven him. Grandpa Jian, let us go, Ning Rongrong said, taking Jian Douluo's hand to leave. Get out of here. No, Old Bone was wrong. How about this? You can have anything you want. Old Bone pulled Jian Douluo back, not wanting Ning Rongrong to leave. Li, come out. Unable to vent his anger at Ning Rongrong, Old Bone turned to Jian Douluo and Li. Rongrong is unhappy today, so this inn doesn't need to exist anymore. Old Bone declared angrily, ultimately blaming Li for this situation. Please calm down. The banquet is ready in the adjacent room. Please take a seat, Li smiled slightly, having anticipated trouble and prepared a feast in the next room. Rongrong, let's go, Old Bone said, pulling Ning Rongrong along, who had no choice but to follow. By the way, weren't you full? You should go. I can keep Rongrong company. Jian Douluo implied he wanted them to leave. Who said I was full? Besides, I haven't eaten enough. What business is it of yours? Old Bone retaliated. However, Jian Douluo was already immune to Old Bone's temper. No matter what you say, I will pretend not to hear. In the adjacent room, Old Bone endured an hour of this little tyrant. Throughout, Jian Douluo elegantly sipped wine and enjoyed the performance, feeling quite pleased. Ning Rongrong was satisfied with the lunch arranged by Li, and after an hour of coaxing from Old Bone, her anger had dissipated. Soon the three returned to the Sect, with Old Bone brooding over the incident, realizing it was all orchestrated by Jian Douluo to embarrass him. By the way, where is your precious disciple? I haven't seen Ye Xiaofeng all day. Since he has become my disciple, I must teach him something. Otherwise, if he loses to someone outside, I cannot bear the humiliation, Jian Douluo remarked with a slight smile. Coward, if you're dissatisfied, let's fight. Don't resort to personal attacks. Be careful or I might get serious. Old Bone was furious, and it seemed a fight was imminent. All right, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jin, should we go see what he is up to? Ning Rongrong was also curious about what Jian Douluo had taught Ye Xiaofeng. The three entered Jian Douluo's courtyard, finding Ye Xiaofeng sitting still, not moving an inch. This boy has reached a state of enlightenment, Old Bone noted, surprised at Ye Xiaofeng's progress. Grandpa Bone, what is enlightenment? Ning Rongrong, having just broken through to level 30, had never encountered this state before. Enlightenment, simply put, is a profound understanding. Take the distraction control technique you are familiar with. If you achieve enlightenment in that area, Mastering the techniques of the heart becomes second nature. Old Bone looked at Ning Rongrong, feeling a touch of regret. If you had worked a bit harder in your training, you might have already mastered the techniques of the heart. Old Bone glanced at Ye Xiaofeng and then at Ning Rongrong, pondering the stark contrast between a child from another family and his own. Grandpa Bone, do you think Ye Xiaofeng is impressive? Of course. Do you feel a desire to take him as a disciple? How did you know? Unfortunately, that boy is unwilling to be my disciple, Old Bone sighed, feeling a sense of missed opportunity as Jian Douluo had already taken the lead. Humph. Ning Rongrong grew increasingly irritated by Old Bone's words, stamping her foot in frustration. Rongrong. Let me explain. I was merely making a comparison. No matter how talented that boy is, he cannot compare to my precious granddaughter. Old Bone realized he had misspoken. Even if he thought it in his heart, he shouldn't have said it in front of this little demoness. When will he wake up? Hearing the Bone Douluo plead for mercy, Ning Rongrong's anger dissipated. Although she could be a bit willful, Ye Xiaofeng indeed possessed strength superior to anyone she had previously encountered. The time taken for enlightenment varies. Some achieve it in an hour, others in a day, a month, or even longer. However, the longer the process of realization, the better. The Bone Douluo remarked to Ye Xiaofeng that his continual suppression by the Sword Douluo stemmed from the latter's moment of enlightenment at level 95, which enabled him to successfully break through to level 96 and comprehend the essence of 7 killing techniques. Ning Fengji, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong's father entered the Sword Douluo's courtyard. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I'm here to discuss sending Rongrong to Shrek Academy for her studies. Ning Fengji was not merely conveying a message but earnestly seeking their consent. Fengji, do you doubt our ability to teach Rongrong? Do you believe that Shrek Academy offers superior education compared to us? The Sword Douluo expressed his dissent first. I also disagree. I am not accustomed to Rongrong being away from me. The Bone Douluo concurred with the Sword Douluo for the first time. Unexpectedly. You and I share the same sentiment this time. Black fool, the Sword Douluo remarked with mild surprise, as the Bone Douluo typically contradicted his decisions. Don't flatter yourself. My concern is for Rongrong, not for you. The Bone Douluo retorted disdainfully at the Sword Douluo. Dad, what is so great about Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong, tired of the constraints of her sect, yearned for freedom. Her eyes glimmered with a newfound opportunity. Shrek Academy specializes in nurturing elite youth. The principal is Flander, a key figure in the Golden Iron Triangle, while the theoretical instructor is the esteemed Elder Yu Xiaojing from the Spirit Hall, also part of the Golden Iron Triangle. Along with several other distinguished teachers like the unmoved King Zhao Wujie, Ning Fengji explained with a smile, clearly pleased with Shrek Academy. I disagree. I too object. As the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo united in their opposition, Ning Rongrong's declaration shattered their resolve. Rongrong, you cannot treat your Grandpa Bone this way. The Bone Douluo lamented her departure. Rongrong, why go to Shrek Academy? Grandpa Jian will teach you. I assure you will be satisfied, the Sword Douluo implored, reluctant to let his granddaughter leave. My dear grandpas, you must understand that Rongrong has grown up and should learn to stand on her own. Rest assured. I will visit you both every week. Ning Rongrong finally felt liberated from their grasp, though she feigned reluctance. I have already informed Principal Flander. Master Lei is waiting for you at the entrance. You should go today. Once there, you cannot behave as you did in the sect. If trouble arises, no one will come to your aid, Ning Fengji cautioned her. Understood, father. I'm grown up now. Why do you sound like my two grandpas? Ning Rongrong pouted in annoyance. What did you say? Both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo inquired simultaneously. Hee, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. I'll head over now, realizing her faux pas. Ning Rongrong hurried away. Miss, the sect leader has arranged everything. We should depart. Master Lei greeted Ning Rongrong upon her arrival. Let us hurry. If Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone change their minds, we might not be able to leave. Ning Rongrong dashed away like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Girls grow up too fast, the Bone Douluo mused as they watched the carriage speed away, eliciting a sense of nostalgia from the three. In truth, both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo understood that Rongrong's desire to attend Shrek Academy was not merely for its educational philosophy but rather a bid to escape their constraints. Master, I can enter by myself now that we have arrived at the gate, Ning Rongrong insisted, wishing not to be seen by other students. Miss, please proceed. Once you are inside the academy, I will take my leave. Master Lei still harbored some concerns, given Ning Rongrong's esteemed background. Hello, I am here to register. Ning Rongrong smiled as she handed over her application form. Have your family members consented to your attendance? Li Yusong inquired, measuring her soul power and age. Astonished by her martial spirit. Teacher, students should not be judged by their backgrounds. Why must we classify them? Ning Rongrong's retort left Li Yusong momentarily speechless. You have been successfully admitted to Shrek Academy. The tuition fee per semester is 10,000 gold soul coins, the uniform 2,000 gold soul coins, food expenses 3,000 gold soul coins, and accommodation 5,000 gold soul coins, totaling 20,000 gold soul coins, Li Yusong stated solemnly. Other academies charge only 200 gold soul coins. Why is your uniform priced at 2,000 gold soul coins? This is sheer extortion. Parents in the queue voiced their outrage upon hearing Li Yusong's words.
Our uniforms are custom designed by the Academy's principal, making each year's attire unique, which justifies the higher price, Ye Xiaofeng explained, although he himself found the designs less than appealing. He had once asked Flander why any student would willingly wear such exquisite uniforms, but Flander's response had left him speechless. Explaining why Zhao Wujia never shared a meal with him. Teacher, we are registering 2 students. Here is 40,000 gold soul coins. Tang San and Xiao Wu presented their application forms, followed by their measurements. Excellent. Both of you have been admitted to Shrek Academy, Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed happily. Reveling in the collection of tuition fees. Teacher, I too wish to enroll. My soul power level and age are the same as the previous 2. Zhu Zhuqing submitted her application and proceeded to pay her fees. Very well, everyone else may leave. The academy has reached its enrollment quota, Ye Xiaofeng said impatiently. As securing even 1 student had been challenging in previous years, yet this year they had welcomed 4 new students. Teacher, this is unacceptable. I have been here since morning. The academy has only accepted 4 students, and you dismiss us without measuring our abilities? The disgruntled parents glared at Ye Xiaofeng. I forgot to mention earlier. The academy's resources are limited, allowing us to accept only 4 students. Mubai, show them out. Ye Xiaofeng concluded, uninterested in further discussion. In reality, Ye Xiaofeng had reviewed all applications. The academy was not short on resources but rather sought candidates with strong backgrounds and potential. Currently, the academy boasted only 3 students, Ma Hongjun, a direct student of Flander, requiring no further consideration. Oscar, a support-type student with innate full soul power at level 10, was directly accepted for his promise. As for Dai Mubai, he was initially not favored. It wasn't due to his martial spirit being subpar, but rather his evident talent squandered on frivolities. Flander had 2 reasons for accepting him: the academy's financial strain and the desire to maintain favor with the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Today, the academy was admitting students, and Flander had informed Ye Xiaofeng that one was a young lady from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, another was Dai Mubai's fiancée, and the last 2 had formidable backgrounds tied to a powerful surname, making it imperative to enroll them. Thus, with the 4 new students today, the academy's total enrollment reached 7. The number of teachers is nearly equal to that of students. Mubai, please take them to arrange their accommodations. Tomorrow morning at 7. Everyone must gather at the playground. Those who arrive late or fail to show up will incur a penalty of 10,000 gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng instructed the newcomers before turning to leave. By the way, Mubai, please inform the other 2 as well. You are seasoned students of the academy, so be mindful of your image and exercise restraint in certain matters, especially you. Mubai, he added, leaving before Mubai could respond. Report to the sect leader. The young lady has successfully joined Shrek Academy. Should we dispatch someone to protect her discreetly? Lei Tang observed Ning Rongrong entering Shrek Academy and felt relieved to depart. There is no need. Shrek Academy is not as feeble as you imagine. If you would dare to offend them, Ning Fingji replied, handing Ning Rongrong over to Flander. Confident there was nothing to worry about. I take my leave, Lei Tang said curtly, having completed his task. Mubai arranged accommodations for the 4 newcomers. While better housing could have been constructed, Flander's frugality dictated that the academy be situated in a remote village, under the guise of harmonizing with nature. The matter did not conclude swiftly, as other teachers suggested erecting new buildings, but Flander insisted on using local materials, refusing to waste the academy's financial resources. Consequently, all the houses were constructed from wood. The 4 newcomers were assigned to the first floor, while Mubai and the others resided on the second floor. Due to the secluded location, the academy was vast, and the dormitories for teachers and students were separate. In the dead of night, unusual sounds emanated from upstairs, causing the newcomers to blush with embarrassment. Even Tang San, with his past lives, felt somewhat awkward. After more than half an hour, a girl's voice pleading for mercy echoed through the hall. Fatty, please let me go. It's the 5th time. I can't take it anymore. Can we do this another time? Came Lily's desperate plea. Lily, I am sincere to you. Just help me one last time, please. Fatty's voice responded. This back and forth continued for 7 rounds, with the girl crying and begging for mercy, ultimately unable to endure Fatty's antics and leaving in the middle of the night. By now, it was well past midnight, and Fatty, feeling uneasy, chased after her. Meanwhile, Mubai and Oscar had grown accustomed to Fatty's peculiarities. As for the other 4 downstairs, having just moved into their dormitory, they felt somewhat out of place. With Fatty's pursuit of the girl, the dormitory finally fell silent. It was unclear when everyone finally drifted off to sleep. It was Mubai who called everyone awake the next morning. Tang San, usually an early riser, overslept due to the previous night's events and woke just as dawn was breaking. After a hurried wash and tidy up, everyone left the dormitory for the playground. Xiao San, I don't want to wear this outfit. The design is too hideous, exclaimed Xiao Wu upon seeing everyone's attire. This? Leader Dai, this is a bit much. Tang San thought, though he did not finish his sentence, silently agreeing with Xiao Wu. In Flander's words, this was also a form of cultivation. Mubai recalled Flander's miserly and lecherous demeanor, pondering how one could bow their head under such a roof. By the way, how come you all have panda eyes? Oscar curiously inquired, looking at the newcomers. Shameless. Zhu Shiqing turned her head away. At such a young age, truly brazen, Ning Rongrong glared at Oscar, who only realized the girls were blushing after a moment. Who are you calling shameless? The happiness I provide is not something someone like you can enjoy. Came a voice from outside. It was Ma Hongjun, who had overheard Ning Rongrong's remark. We are all in the same school now. Soon, you will be like family. Oscar quickly played the peacemaker. Greetings, I am Flander, the head of Shrek Academy. This year has been splendid, as we have welcomed 4 new prodigies, Flander stated. Eyeing the 7 students, particularly pleased with the 4 newcomers. Let me make this clear from the outset, since you have entered Shrek Academy. You must adhere to its rules and regulations. I do not care how powerful your backgrounds are, any disobedience will result in expulsion. Do you have any questions? Flander issued a stern warning to the new students. Director, what are the rules? Tang San meekly inquired. Your name is Tang San, correct? That is an excellent question. The rule here is simple, all matters are decided by me. My word is law. Do you understand? Flander leered at Tang San and the other 3 newcomers. Tang San felt as if struck by lightning, momentarily speechless. Flander's words sounded like those of a bandit claiming dominion over a territory. I understand that you have significant objections to the attire I designed. However, let me assure you, it is also a form of cultivation for your character. If you find it ugly and are disdainful of it, it merely indicates that your character is not yet strong enough, Flander proclaimed, satisfied with his design. Previously, he had also designed outfits for the teachers, but after the introduction of these garments, the other teachers found it unbearable. Ultimately, Zhao Wuji had to plead with Flander not to wear them, but the fee for the teacher's attire still had to be paid, 10,000 gold soul coins per semester. With no exceptions for Zhao Wuji. This hideous outfit, yet you speak of it so grandly, Xiao Wu exclaimed, unable to be subtle, expressing her anger directly. What did you say? Flander glared at her with a look that could kill. Director, Xiao Wu's character needs strengthening. She requires your designed attire for her cultivation. Wouldn't you agree? Tang San cleverly interjected to smooth things over. Tang San, you are perceptive. Others should learn from you. And you, do not let this happen again. Flander said, pleased by Tang San's flattery and letting Xiao Wu off the hook. Your task for this morning is to run 10 laps around the academy. If you do not complete it by noon, there will be no lunch. Mubai, lead the team, Flander concluded before returning to his office. Mubai led the other 6 as they began running laps around the academy perimeter. Initially, everyone was cooperative, but as time passed, Ning Rongrong began to lag behind. And the others slowed as well. By noon, everyone had completed their 10 laps except for Ning Rongrong, who finished her final lap just as lunch hour ended. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they found no food. Exhausted and hungry, the 7 of them angrily sought out Flander. You are a group. If one cannot finish, all will be punished together, so you will have to solve your own lunch. Flander reclined in his office chair, reprimanding them. Flander, you did not arrange for lunch. Don't use my situation as an excuse. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her frustration as the young lady of the 7 treasures Glazed tile school. She had never endured such indignity. Then why did you hold everyone back? You should temper your temper. You are the weakest here. If it weren't for your father's influence, I wouldn't bother accepting you as a student. Flander added fuel to the fire, aggravating Ning Rongrong further. How dare you say that? Ning Rongrong was incredulous. Oscar, like you, is an auxiliary system, yet he possesses innate full soul power at level 10. What do you say? Flander's response was incisive. I am disinclined to engage in conversation with you. Let us dine first, Ning Rongrong remarked, exasperated and lacking the strength to argue due to her hunger. Soon, the 7 of them arrived at a nearby town, where they found an inn and feasted heartily. Ning Rongrong footed the bill, acknowledging her previous shortcomings. Afterward, they returned to Shrek Academy, only to be intercepted at the entrance by Flander. Your performance at noon was exceedingly disappointing, he declared sternly. Therefore, I have decided that you shall be responsible for your own breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Of course, you may also seek assistance from teacher Xiao Xian. Following that, he instructed them to attend 2 hours of theoretical lessons under the master and another 2 hours of practical training with teacher Zhao Wujia, allowing for independent study with other instructors over the weekend. With that, Flander turned to leave. Director, if we are to manage our own meals, might we get a refund for our food expenses? Oscar inquired, a question supported by the agreement of the other 6. Oscar, are you itching for trouble? Do you think the provisions in the cafeteria come free of charge? Are vegetables, eggs, and meat without cost? Flander retorted with a barrage of questions, leaving Oscar speechless. Director, I see now that I was thoughtless. Hearing you say that has opened my eyes, Oscar quickly flattered, fearing Flander's potential retribution. Do the rest of you still wish to demand a refund for your meals? Flander seized the opportunity to admonish the others, ensuring they would not dispute him further. Teacher, your decision is indeed sagacious, Ma Hongjun chimed in, making Flander internally elated, recognizing Ma Hongjun as a worthy disciple. With Ma's affirmation, the others could only nod in agreement, retracting any further thoughts of meal refunds. In the days that followed, the newly arrived 4 learned from Dai Mubai and Oscar about Flander's frugality. Subsequently, even though they internally disagreed, they verbally acquiesced to Flander's dictates. The Shrek 7 trained diligently each morning, engaging in 2 hours of theory and 2 hours of practical exercises every afternoon, adhering to this regimen day after day. A full month passed. and Ye Xiaofeng remained in a state of enlightenment under the tutelage of Jian Douluo and Exile. Today, Jian Douluo entered the courtyard to assess Ye Xiaofeng's condition, anticipating signs of awakening. As noon approached, Ye Xiaofeng's eyes fluttered, followed by the movement of his fingers. Upon opening his eyes, he found Jian Douluo before him. "Master!" Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed before losing consciousness again, teetering as Jian Douluo caught him in his arms. After a month of deep meditation, his physical strength was severely depleted, but fortunately, Jian Douluo was by his side. Using one hand, Jian Douluo gently infused soul power into him while placing a pill in his mouth. When Ye Xiaofeng regained consciousness, he discovered himself lying in bed. "Fenger, you have awakened. How do you feel?" Jian Douluo inquired kindly as if regarding his own child. "Master, I am well. How long has it been?" Ye Xiaofeng asked, attempting to rise from the bed, only to realize it was Jian Douluo's chamber and he was on his master's bed. Yet, his body remained weak. Despite his efforts, he could not move. "You have been in deep meditation for an entire month, and now you have fainted for 3 days and nights. Fenger, your body is still very frail. Rest here and recuperate. We will discuss matters once you are well." Jian Douluo smiled gently, sensing Ye Xiaofeng's predicament. "Thank you, master." Ye Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude hastily. "Silly boy, you are my disciple. If you were to perish so easily, where would that leave my old face?" Upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng, Jian Douluo felt a profound sense of familiarity, akin to a parent welcoming a long-lost child, leading him to decide to take Ye Xiaofeng as his last disciple. After over a week of recuperation, Ye Xiaofeng had fully regained peak condition, and his aura had grown sharper. "Fenger, let me see how much you have progressed from your enlightenment," Jian Douluo stated, disregarding Ye Xiaofeng's presence as he unsheathed his sword. "Master, are you serious?" Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, hastily drawing his 7-killing sword to defend himself. Even without utilizing his martial soul, Jian Douluo's strikes were beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. As Ye Xiaofeng continued to parry Jian Douluo's attacks, he pondered the inevitable depletion of his soul power if this continued. "Master, prepare yourself. Soul skill, human sword unity." Ye Xiaofeng conjured the character kill in the air with his 7-killing sword, directing it at Jian Douluo. "Good." Jian Douluo caught the first character of Ye Xiaofeng's attack with one hand. "Congratulations, master, you have successfully comprehended the first character of the 7-killing sword. Your soul power level has increased by 5 levels, and all your soul rings have transcended to the 10,000-year heavenly mechanism." The voice of Xiaobing echoed once more. As Xiaobing's voice faded, 5 black 10,000-year soul rings gradually descended beneath Ye Xiaofeng's feet, leaving Jian Douluo and Exile astounded. However, he quickly regained his composure, waving his hand to create a barrier around the courtyard, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, unless they possessed a higher soul power level capable of breaking through the barrier. "Fenger, although I have heard you mention that each time you break through a realm, your soul rings correspondingly elevate. Witnessing it firsthand is still astonishing," Jian Douluo remarked, taken aback. "Master, this isn't just with this martial soul, the other one is the same," Ye Xiaofeng said innocently, releasing his other martial soul, the Emerald Swan, which also bore 5 black 10,000-year soul rings that gradually descended from above his head. How is this possible? Ye Xiaofeng's secret has utterly upended the worldview of Jian Douluo Qinshin. It is not merely Jian Douluo Qinshin whose perspective would be shattered. Even the most formidable 99-level powerhouses would find their beliefs irrevocably altered upon witnessing it. "Master, observe how Ye Xiaofeng has once again unleashed his martial soul under simulated conditions, achieving the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black," he said. "Remember, from this day forth, regardless of time or place, always release soul rings as if in a simulated state. If you were not my disciple, I might even envy you and wish to capture you to study the secrets you possess." Jian Douluo was not joking. The secrets surrounding Ye Xiaofeng were so glaringly apparent that they incited jealousy. "Master, I understand. Ye Xiaofeng is fortunate to have encountered Jian Douluo Qinshin. Had another title Douluo investigated him, not only would he face peril, but it would also endanger Binger and the others. Of course, your strength is sufficient to resist a title Douluo. You can do as you wish, provided you safeguard yourself. Fenger, you must comprehend that excessive pride leads to downfall." Jian Douluo had admonished Ye Xiaofeng more than once, fearing his potential arrogance. "By the way, previously, Manager Li and young Master Luo sought you out, but I instructed them to be informed that your recent training has made you unable to meet them. When you find the time, you shall naturally seek them out," Jian Douluo said with a slight smile. Ye Xiaofeng had spent a month in enlightenment. That was ample time. "Ah, Master, I had forgotten about my promise to the sect leader amidst my busyness." As he spoke, Ye Xiaofeng retrieved 200 million black gold cards from his soul guide device. "I will hand this over to the sect leader on your behalf. You should take some time to relax. Do not solely immerse yourself in training. Learn to let things flow naturally. One must not pursue blindly." "Understood." Ye Xiaofeng replied before departing from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and heading to Tianshang Renjian to find Manager Li. "Manager Li, what an exquisite taste you have." Ye Xiaofeng entered the inn, where Manager Li was engrossed in his account books at the front desk. "Did you not see I am busy, guest? Please attend to yourself." Manager Li was completely absorbed in his work, mistaking Ye Xiaofeng for a mere attendant. The inn staff, Witnessing this, quickly tugged at Manager Li's sleeve. What is it? Don't you see I am occupied? Manager Li exclaimed, looking up at the staff member, who awkwardly informed him, young Master Yi has arrived. Yi Xiao, when did you come here? I must be losing my mind. Manager Li exclaimed, hurriedly flattering Ye Xiaofeng. Wasn't I the one you just chastised? Ye Xiaofeng teased with a smile. Had I known young Master Yi was coming, I would have prepared better. Manager Li quickly invited Ye Xiaofeng to the upstairs private room, which he had previously arranged for him, ensuring good sound insulation and a view of the bustling street from the window. Manager Li, how's business lately? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with a smile as he settled in. Young Master Yi, this small sum of money is scarcely sufficient. Perhaps we could make a fortune at the Grand Soul Arena, Manager Li replied, promptly pouring wine for Ye Xiaofeng and calling for dishes to be served. Given that I had to offer 400 million previously, my funds are rather limited. Ye Xiaofeng recounted the events surrounding the Grand Soul Arena to Manager Li. I see. Now that the Grand Soul Arena belongs to us, I presume young Master Yi has devised a plan to profit? Manager Li smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. I have already entrusted this matter to young Master Luo. Ye Xiaofeng assured him, confident that Luo Xiaodian would adhere to the rules he had established, ensuring their success. Young Master Yi, I heard from Qinqin that you have been training. How has it progressed? Manager Li, now close to Ye Xiaofeng, naturally took an interest in this matter. I have successfully broken through to the Soul King realm. As for my strength, Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Manager Li, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet Manager Li understood immediately. Truly impressive, young Master Yi, achieving the Soul King level at such a young age. Manager Li exclaimed, pouring more wine, his face beaming with joy. After an afternoon of engaging conversation, Ye Xiaofeng departed the inn and made his way to the Grand Soul Arena in the imperial capital. Hello. Beautiful. May I ask your name? Ye Xiaofeng greeted the female attendant at the front desk of the welfare betting area, the same one who had previously recommended an overdraft of the purple gold card to him. The attendant was strikingly alluring, clad in purple with a black leather jacket, her purple hair captivating all who laid eyes upon her. You dare to return here? The attendant recognized Ye Xiaofeng immediately, recalling how he had previously swindled a significant amount of money under the guise of the Sword God. Due to this incident, the Grand Soul Arena had changed management. Yet over a month had passed without any sign of the new owner, as all matters were being handled by Manager Luo, whose salary had doubled. Why can't I come here? You still haven't told me your name, Ye Xiaofeng replied, maintaining his charming smile. Hey, are you buying a ticket or not? If not, hurry and step aside. We need to purchase ours, a person behind Ye Xiaofeng impatiently interjected, as they were all waiting in line behind him to invest in the welfare betting for the match. Exactly. Take a good look at yourself. Do you think someone like you deserves to be with Qingqing? Another person chimed in, clearly irritated by the wait. Qingqing, a lovely name. I shall remember it. Ye Xiaofeng said, completely ignoring the insults hurled at him from behind, still smiling at Qingqing. Young Master Yi, if you're not purchasing any welfare betting, could you please step aside? Qingqing gently suggested, aware that she could not offend anyone. I would like to treat Miss Qingqing to a cup of tea. Would you do me the honor? Ye Xiaofeng's interest in her grew, though he merely wished to tease her. Young Master Yi, can't you see I'm busy? I advise you to leave promptly. Qingqing found an excuse to refuse. Then let us make a wager. I trust that Miss Qingqing has the time. The gold soul coins within this purple gold card shall serve as the stake. If I lose, it is yours. If I win, you need not do anything. Just accompany me for tea, Ye Xiaofeng proposed with a smile, gazing at Qingqing. The people behind him resumed their insults, yet Ye Xiaofeng seemed oblivious. Without awaiting Qingqing's response, he exited the welfare betting area. Ye Xiaofeng strode directly into Luo Xiaoyan's office, where Luo was in a passionate embrace with a beautiful woman. Get out. Who told you to barge in without knocking? Luo Xiaoyan snapped angrily, turning to glare at Ye Xiaofeng. Manager Luo, in just a month, your demeanor has noticeably declined. Perhaps I should consider replacing you, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Who do you think you are? The woman with Luo retorted sharply. Silence. Get out. Luo Xiaoyan shouted, slapping the woman fiercely. Stung by the blow, the woman shot Ye Xiaofeng a venomous glance, sensing Luo Xiaoyan's displeasure, and wisely exited his office. Why, young Master Yi, I didn't know you were coming, Luo Xiaoyan stammered. Do I need to report my arrival to you? Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Luo Xiaoyan, who responded with a question. Young Master Yi, the situation is not as you perceive. Please allow me to explain. Luo Xiaoyan's forehead glistened with cold sweat, and he hastily knelt down. Rise, Ye Xiaofeng commanded. How has business been lately? Ye Xiaofeng merely wished to assert his dominance over Luo Xiaoyan, showing little interest in his well-being. Everything is going smoothly. Last month, our net profit was 20 million, and the funds have already been deposited into the account. Luo Xiaoyan promptly reported on the earnings from the Grand Soul Arena, handing over a black card. Only 20 million? As Luo Xiaoyan basked in his pride over a month's earnings of 20 million, he anticipated praise from Ye Xiaofeng. However, reality struck him hard as Ye Xiaofeng expressed dissatisfaction with the current revenue and did not accept the card. You need not worry, since your last victory. Few have placed bets in the millions, which has affected the earnings, Luo Xiaoyan quickly explained. This is not your fault. Keep the card for now and consider it as funds for the Grand Soul Arena. If you find yourself short in the future, simply approach Manager Li at Tian Shangren Jian and mention my name. He will assist you. Ye Xiaofeng chuckled to himself, perhaps recalling the psychological impact of previous encounters. Understood, young Master Yi. Please take your time. Ye Xiaofeng settled onto the sofa while Luo Xiaodian hurriedly prepared tea. At that moment, Luo Xiaodian resembled a mere servant, but with a touch more attentiveness. By the way, could you summon Miss Qingqing? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Luo Xiaodian. Luo Xiaodian, momentarily taken aback, finally comprehended. She is currently at the front desk of the welfare betting area. Ye Xiaofeng, noticing Luo Xiaodian's delay, gently reminded him. All right, I will call her right away. Luo Xiaodian replied, suddenly enlightened, and flashed a sly grin at Ye Xiaofeng, as if to convey, young Master Yi, I understand. Qingqing, come to my office. Luo Xiaodian called out as he approached her. Manager, I'm a bit overwhelmed here. Is it possible for me to come by later? Tomorrow at noon. Exile has a match against a level 65 Soul Emperor, so the investments are particularly high. I've already arranged for help, just come with me now. Luo Xiaodian smiled gently at Qingqing. Manager, if there is something to discuss, please go ahead. Qingqing stepped closer and inquired directly. The boss wants to see you. Come with me. Luo Xiaodian led her to the office door. Please go in first. I have a matter to attend to. Luo Xiaodian found a topic to excuse himself. As Qingqing watched him leave, anxiety took hold of her. After a moment of hesitation, she knocked on the office door and entered. Hello, boss. This was Qingqing's first encounter with her superior, and she dared not meet his gaze. Greetings. Ye Xiaofeng noted her lowered head and intentionally deepened his voice. Boss. May I ask what you need from me? She still kept her head down, hesitant to look up. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Ye Xiaofeng ceased his teasing and spoke to her in a more natural tone. A cup of tea? Qingqing suddenly recalled something and raised her head, only to be surprised to see Ye Xiaofeng. How can it be you? Indeed, it is I. Have you forgotten me, Miss Qingqing? Ye Xiaofeng smiled gently. I recognize you. I just didn't expect young Master Yi to be my boss, Qingqing remarked self-deprecatingly. Well, now you know, Ye Xiaofeng replied. I am uncertain whether to address you as boss or young Master Yi, Qingqing said, her demeanor shifting, widening the distance between them. You may call me Xiaofeng or Yi Xiao, whichever you prefer. Ye Xiaofeng maintained an easygoing attitude, conversing as if with a friend. I think it best to address you as Yi Xiao, like the others, Qingqing murmured, then handed back the card Ye Xiaofeng had previously given her. Now, may I treat you to that cup of tea? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at her, captivated by her alluring figure. Yes, Qingqing nodded slightly in agreement. As she attempted to pour the tea for him, Ye Xiaofeng had the same intention, and at that moment, their hands met on the teapot. Ye Xiaofeng, in courtesy, quickly withdrew his hand. Ah, my apologies, he said. It's quite all right. Qingqing blushed but proceeded to pour tea for both of them. Why stand there? Please. Have a seat so we can converse. Ye Xiaofeng was affable, maintaining a smile. Outside, Luo Xiaodian had waited for 3 hours, uncertain of what transpired within. His mind wandering to thoughts of a budding romance between the two. Manager Luo, please come in. Hearing Ye Xiaofeng's call, Luo Xiaodian hurriedly opened the door. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng had discerned through the eye of demons and gods that Luo Xiaodian had been waiting at the door for his summons. Manager Luo, from this day forth, Qingqing shall serve as the deputy manager of the Grand Soul Arena. Ye Xiaofeng spoke tenderly as he looked at Qingqing. Young Master Yi. This is absolutely out of the question. I know nothing about it. Qingqing quickly objected. Young Master Yi, I believe this arrangement is inappropriate. Luo Xiaodian interjected. Luo Xiaodian. What do you mean by this? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by the defiance at such a crucial moment. You misunderstand. I believe Miss Qingqing would be better suited as general manager, while I can serve as deputy manager, fully devoted to supporting her, Luo Xiaodian suggested. Having spent hours imagining a passionate scene between Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing. Manager Luo, this is not acceptable. Qingqing was startled by the sudden turn of events. Luo Xiaodian. Are you serious? Ye Xiaofeng asked coldly. Young Master Yi, my life belongs to you. I, Luo Xiaodian, pledge my unwavering loyalty. Luo Xiaodian, sensing Ye Xiaofeng's displeasure, lowered his head, unwilling to meet his gaze, haunted by the memory of Ye Xiaofeng's fierce eyes. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, and of course, your benefits shall not be overlooked. Your salary will be doubled. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing conversed for 3 hours, learning much about each other and inadvertently growing closer. Young Master Yi, this is not permissible, Qingqing protested, but her resistance only strengthened Ye Xiaofeng's resolve. You need not worry about a thing. Manager Luo will handle all affairs. Isn't that right, Manager Luo? Ye Xiaofeng turned to Luo Xiaodian. Indeed, Manager Qingqing, you need only to enjoy your title. I will manage everything for you. Spend more time with young Master Yi, as you are of similar age and share more common ground, Luo Xiaodian affirmed. Luo Xiaodian, having experienced similar trials, chose his words with care. After he spoke, Qingqing ceased her reluctance. By the way, Manager Luo, could you arrange for my office suite to be used as Qingqing's workspace? Ye Xiaofeng, ever the benevolent soul, was determined to assist. As their conversation unfolded, Qingqing gradually revealed her innermost thoughts. Growing up in Suatua City, She had lost her parents at a tender age. Yet, she was a resilient girl, juggling multiple jobs to make ends meet. She embraced every opportunity to earn. From modeling to being a trainee in a dance troupe, and even serving at the Suatua Grand Sol Arena. Using her spirit to heal the injured in exchange for meager compensation. Every penny was earned through relentless bargaining, all aimed at affording an appropriate soul ring. Now at level 23, with a healing spirit in the form of a bluebird, her offensive capabilities were limited. Upon reaching the rank of Great Soul Master, she ventured to the Imperial Capital's Grand Soul Arena, opting for work in which she felt capable, yet her lifestyle remained modest. The sudden onset of happiness felt surreal. Akin to waking from a dream, and Ye Xiaofeng discerned her unusual demeanor. "You are not dreaming. Everything is real," he said, stepping closer and playfully brushing aside her bangs. However, Luo Xiaodian, observing from afar, perceived their interaction as excessive displays of affection and could hardly bear witness any longer. "Young Master Ye, I shall arrange to tidy the room," he declared, hastily exiting and closing the door behind him. "Why are you so kind to me?" Qingqing inquired, still grappling with her unexpected joy. "As long as you are happy, that is enough," Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Yet, his response did not align with her expectations. "When you are joyful, I too find happiness," he added, speaking like a wooden puppet. "Ah, I understand." Qingqing's expression dimmed slightly. "Of course. It's nice to see you a little flustered," Ye Xiaofeng remarked with an innocent grin. "How annoying. I won't talk to you anymore," she retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she bolted from the office. "Qingqing, wait for me," Ye Xiaofeng called, following her closely. They spent the day shopping, with Ye Xiaofeng indulging her whims, utilizing his soul guide to store their purchases. With ample time remaining, Qingqing expressed a desire to return to her previous residence to collect some belongings. And Ye Xiaofeng accompanied her. Upon arrival, he observed that her dwelling barely shielded her from the elements. Looking at the modest abode and then at the smiling girl before him stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow within him, igniting a protective instinct. "I'm sorry for bringing you to such a place. I didn't mean to embarrass you," Qingqing said, her cheeks reddening with embarrassment. "Not at all. I assure you it won't happen again," Ye Xiaofeng responded unexpectedly. "What do you mean?" Qingqing asked, puzzled by his sudden declaration. "Just tidy up. We should leave," he urged, feeling increasingly uneasy with each passing moment. "Allow me to pour you a cup of tea. Just a moment," Qingqing offered. Her demeanor suddenly flustered as she hurriedly filled a glass, only to realize the water was still cold. "No worries. I happen to enjoy it chilled," Ye Xiaofeng replied. Noticing her bashful blush, to ease her discomfort, he raised the glass and drank it down in one go. As he watched her flounder about, Ye Xiaofeng became entranced. At that moment, Qingqing had her back turned, unaware of his gaze. She was clad in a short-sleeved shirt that exposed her shoulders, paired with a very short skirt and delicate white stockings. Earlier, while shopping, he had paid little attention to her attire, but now, as she bent down, it drew his focus. Ye Xiaofeng felt his throat grow dry, an uncontrollable urge welling up within him. He approached her from behind and lightly brushed against her, only to retreat swiftly as she turned, startled. "You," Qingqing stammered, her cheeks flushing. "I'm sorry, Qingqing. I didn't mean to," Ye Xiaofeng as words faltered. Qingqing laughed, finding amusement in his embarrassment, surprised to see this shy side of him. As she looked at him, she took in his azure hair. Large eyes, one a striking green and the other a soft gray, his delicate nose and slender face, towering over her by a head. While Qingqing observed Ye Xiaofeng, he too scrutinized her intently. Overcome with emotion, he instinctively embraced her. "Young master," Qingqing began to speak, but his lips silenced her, leaving her momentarily speechless as he grew bolder, his hands exploring her form. A soft sound escaped her lips, breaking the spell of rationality that had clouded his mind. "I'm sorry, Qingqing. I acted impulsively," he quickly released her, stepping back. "I'm not ready. Please give me time," she implored, her eyes seeking understanding. "What are you thinking?" "I know my limits," he reassured her, gently pinching her cheek. Yet, he himself could hardly believe his earlier words. Such desires were difficult to contain. "Shall we return?" Qingqing asked, her face still flushed as she glanced at him. "Yes," he replied, gathering her belongings into his soul guide. Ye Xiaofeng then led her to the heavenly paradise. Upon arrival, Li Zhonggui intended to speak, but upon noticing the girl by Ye Xiaofeng's side, he speculated if perhaps the young master had finally awakened to romance, recalling the last occasion when two beauties had been sent to his room, only to be dismissed shortly after. Li Zhonggui had always assumed Ye Xiaofeng was solely focused on cultivation, oblivious to matters of the heart. But now, seeing the girl beside him, he realized Ye Xiaofeng preferred to pursue his own interests rather than wait for opportunities to arise. "Li Zhonggui, why do you seem lost in thought?" Li Zhonggui, usually quick to greet him with enthusiasm, now appeared distracted. "Young master, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? You should head upstairs." He swiftly diverted the topic. "Li Zhonggui, did you renovate the room?" Ye Xiaofeng inquired as he entered his exclusive suite. Noting the addition of a staircase. "To enhance your convenience, I took the liberty of connecting this suite to a room upstairs," Li Zhonggui explained, intent on making Ye Xiaofeng's life easier by allowing direct access to a bedroom on the third floor. "Thank you for your efforts," Ye Xiaofeng said with a faint smile, expressing his satisfaction. "By the way, who is this young lady?" Li Zhonggui asked, recognizing her as Qingqing from the Grand Seoul Arena's welfare lottery area. This is Qingqing. The general manager of the Grand Seoul Arena, Ye Xiaofeng, introduced. Qingqing, this is Li Baokai, the proprietor here, he continued, making the introductions. Li Zhonggui promptly filled their glasses with wine, contemplating the transformation of a mere server into the Grand Seoul Arena's general manager, pondering the possibility of her one day becoming his mistress. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that her attire was somewhat lacking. Li Zhonggui, why are you serving wine? Did you not notice Qingqing's presence? Quickly pour the tea, Ye Xiaofeng urged. After taking a sip, he realized it was wine. It was one thing to drink alone. But now he had Qingqing by his side. Young Master Yi, are you not aware? Drinking tea at night will lead to insomnia, Manager Li said, his smile unwavering. Then bring me some boiled water. Surely that's acceptable, Ye Xiaofeng replied, his displeasure evident as he glanced at Manager Li. Did you not notice when you entered? Manager Li countered without answering directly. Notice what? Ye Xiaofeng was left bewildered by Manager Li's evasiveness. There are so many guests that boiled water is in short supply. So we must make do, Manager Li feigned innocence, appearing quite troubled. Surely there must be cold water, Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, feeling somewhat irritated. It was hard to believe such a large and would lack cold water. He couldn't fathom what scheme Manager Li was concocting. Of course there is cold water. But have you considered Miss Qingqing? If she consumes meat and then drinks cold water, what if she feels unwell? Manager Li deftly shifted the blame onto Qingqing. Please don't blame Manager Li, young Master Yi. We can drink less wine. It should be fine, Qingqing interjected, eager to ease Manager Li's discomfort. Thank you, Miss Qingqing. For your understanding, Manager Li replied, though internally he hoped Ye Xiaofeng would not hold him accountable later. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. The dishes will be served shortly, Manager Li said, turning to leave with a sly grin that Ye Xiaofeng didn't notice. Initially, both of them restrained themselves, consuming only a modest amount of wine, but after the dishes arrived, they began to indulge more. One pot of wine led to another, and Ye Xiaofeng felt unsatisfied, asking Manager Li for another pot. As they drank, Ye Xiaofeng was accustomed to alcohol, while Qingqing began to feel slightly tipsy, though still somewhat aware. Manager Li, please arrange a room for Miss Qingqing, Ye Xiaofeng said as night fell and he intended to rest here. Don't tell me all the other rooms are full. Ye Xiaofeng observed Manager Li's reluctant expression, sensing something amiss. Young Master Yi, the fact is as such, Manager Li said, his face betraying no hint of deceit. Why didn't you arrange this sooner? Ye Xiaofeng felt a wave of annoyance. How could Manager Li fail at such a trivial task? Young Master Yi, the room upstairs is still available, Manager Li weakly suggested, a bit shamelessly. Qingqing and I are both innocent. How can we share a room? Ye Xiaofeng's frustration grew. Young Master Yi, you can give your bed to Miss Qingqing and make do on the sofa. I have some matters to attend to, Manager Li said hastily, leaving no room for Ye Xiaofeng's response. Ye Xiaofeng was left speechless, pondering who was truly in charge as he called out a few times. But Manager Li ignored him completely. Qingqing, let me help you upstairs, Ye Xiaofeng offered, guiding her to the third floor and turning on the light in the room. He helped her sit on the edge of the bed. You rest here. I'll step out for a moment, Ye Xiaofeng said, not wanting to take advantage of her vulnerability, especially since they were both still young. Don't leave me, Ye Xiaofeng. You scoundrel, wanting to abandon me halfway, Qingqing exclaimed, her drunkenness revealing her true feelings as she grasped his hand. All right, I want to leave. You rest well, I'll stay with you and sleep on the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng conceded, dismissing her outburst. Qingqing, feeling the effects of the wine, drowsily collapsed beside the bed. Ye Xiaofeng took off her shoes. Noting the rosy hue on her cheeks in the soft light, he refrained from taking advantage of her state, respecting her modesty as he covered her with a blanket. Ye Xiaofeng turned off the light and returned to the sofa, though the moonlight illuminated the room. Yet, he had no desire to admire the view. He lay back and closed his eyes, exhausted from the day's activities and the wine. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted off to sleep. In the dead of night, he was awakened by the sound of quiet sobbing. With heightened sensitivity, he noticed Qingqing crying alone and quickly rose. Qingqing, why are you crying? What's wrong? He asked with concern, moving closer to her bed in the moonlight. Do you not like me? Qingqing asked through her tears, having feigned drunkenness to gauge his feelings. If he had taken advantage of her, even if she had succumbed to him, her heart would remain distant. However, witnessing his honorable demeanor caused her heart to ache. Fearing she wasn't beautiful enough to attract him, unknowingly she had placed Ye Xiaofeng in the most cherished corner of her heart. Having lost her parents at a young age, she longed for his care and affection. Of course not. Why would you think that? Ye Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy as he embraced the tear-streaked Qingqing. Yet, the embrace only intensified her sobs, leaving him unsure of how to comfort her. I'm scared to sleep alone, she murmured after a while, her tears subsiding. Scared of what? I'll sleep on the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng still didn't grasp her meaning. Will you sleep with me? She asked shyly, biting her lip and burying her face deeper into his embrace. Silly Qingqing, I'm already keeping you company. Why would you drink to the point of confusion? Ye Xiaofeng said, tenderly stroking her forehead. Come sleep over here, she insisted softly, her head still nestled against him. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly realized why she was crying and why she felt scared. It was all due to him. She craved warmth and consistency. not the hot and cold treatment he had given. Qingqing shifted slightly, making room for him. Ye Xiaofeng took off his shoes and lay down at the edge of the bed. How can you sleep in your clothes? She complained, displeased. Ye Xiaofeng, tired of the back and forth, removed his outer clothes and lay down, trying to close his eyes and fall asleep quickly. Xiaofeng, you're sweating so much. Are you sick? Don't sleep at the edge. It's warmer in the middle, she said, pulling at his arm. I'm fine. I'm just used to sleeping at the edge, he thought, overwhelmed by the situation. Are you rejecting me? She asked, her eyes welling with tears again, causing him to hastily move to the center of the bed. All right, Qingqing, now we can sleep, he said, trying to calm her as he closed his eyes once more. Okay, I'll listen to you, she replied, noticing his furrowed brow and the sweat on his forehead, a mischievous smile creeping across her face. Ye Xiaofeng had expected her to fall asleep peacefully, but the spirited girl was restless. Qingqing, why aren't you dressed? He questioned, realizing that she had shed her clothes down to the bare minimum. Do you want to roast me alive by sleeping in clothes? She teased, her playful spirit emerging. Moreover, she was still wearing a garment. Have you ever seen a girl sleep dressed? Qingqing, mischievous and playful, retorted directly at Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, are you feeling unwell? Qingqing nestled into Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, tracing circles on his body with her finger. Little minx, stop being naughty and go to sleep, Ye Xiaofeng said, his throat parched. I will be naughty. What will you do about it? Qingqing replied, inching closer to him. It's nothing. Just hurry and sleep. Ye Xiaofeng felt increasingly anxious. No. I want to see, Qingqing said, curiosity getting the better of her as she flipped over and straddled Ye Xiaofeng. You can't, Ye Xiaofeng attempted to stop her. But Qingqing swiftly tossed away the last piece of his clothing. Ye Xiaofeng, get lost, she exclaimed, her face turning crimson upon glimpsing something she shouldn't have. You seduced me. Ye Xiaofeng thought, feeling compelled to act amidst the tension. Due to the ruckus of the previous night, Ye Xiaofeng awoke around noon, both of them devoid of clothing. With Qingqing still nestled in his arms, he gently rose to fill the bathtub with warm water. After the events of last night, Ye Xiaofeng felt an even greater desire to protect the girl before him. In the crucial moment, he had restrained himself, unwilling to ruin Qingqing's innocence. What are you thinking? Qingqing, rubbing her eyes sleepily, opened them to see Ye Xiaofeng watching her from the bedside. Nothing, just that this little minx has stolen my heart, Ye Xiaofeng smiled. Who knows how many girls you've deceived with that foul mouth? Qingqing retorted, though inwardly she felt elated. Is my mouth foul? I wonder who spent the whole night kissing. Ye Xiaofeng teased. You're asking for it. It's broad daylight, and you're still not dressed. Are you ashamed? Qingqing chided, eyeing Ye Xiaofeng's bare physique. And you dare to lecture me? Look at yourself. Ye Xiaofeng pointed at her. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, you big scoundrel, you lecture. Qingqing quickly wrapped herself in the blanket and hurled a pillow at him. Heh, you missed. Ye Xiaofeng caught the pillow and mischievously approached the bed. Get away. You big bad man. As Qingqing swung her hand, Ye Xiaofeng skillfully seized her arm in midair. Enough of this. The hot water is ready. I'll carry you over, he said, disregarding her protests. With a swift motion, he lifted her in a princess carry and gently placed her in the water. All right, you can leave now. I'll wash myself, Qingqing said, dismissing him. Qingqing, that's where you're wrong. You use your boyfriend and then forget about him. Do you think I'm disposable? Ye Xiaofeng lightly flicked her forehead. You only realize that now? It's too late, Qingqing teased, sticking out her tongue. Qingqing, washing alone is so boring. Let me help you. Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly offered, before stepping into the bathtub himself. Ah, you big bad man, get out. Qingqing splashed water at him, but to Ye Xiaofeng, it felt like an undeniable temptation. Oh, my eye. Just as Ye Xiaofeng attempted to embrace her, Qingqing's fist landed on his left eye. He sat in the bathtub, wincing in pain as the previous passion dissipated. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Qingqing asked tentatively, noticing his discomfort. It hurts. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng exaggeratedly cried out, though the pain wasn't as severe as it seemed. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control of my emotions, Qingqing said, her eyes reddening and tears nearly spilling. It's fine. I just wanted to tease you, Ye Xiaofeng replied, forcing a smile to alleviate her distress. Ye Xiaofeng, you big lecher. How dare you deceive me? Qingqing, feeling wronged, raised her fist and struck him again, this time on his right eye. Little minx. Do you want me to go blind so you can bully me? Ye Xiaofeng thought, still reeling from the pain in his left eye, now compounded by the right. Do you understand my strength now? Next time, if you dare deceive me again, I'll punch you in your left eye for each offense, and for bullying me. I'll hit your right eye, Qingqing confidently warned. Hearing her words, Ye Xiaofeng felt like he might spit blood in frustration. What have I done to deserve this woman? He lamented silently. Hey, stop pretending. If you keep it up, I'll be ready to fight. Qingqing threatened, showing him her fist. Ye Xiaofeng, in pain, dared not respond. Then just keep pretending. I regret not hitting you harder. Next time, I'll make sure to blind you completely, Qingqing pouted, feigning remorse. You didn't expect me to be so vindictive, did you? No wonder they say that a woman's heart can be the most venomous, Ye Xiaofeng retorted. Humph. Now you know, but it's too late. If you won't wash, I'll do it myself, Qingqing declared, ignoring him entirely. Hey, give me the clothes I bought yesterday. I want to wear them now, she instructed, noticing Ye Xiaofeng still rubbing his eyes. Ye Xiaofeng, not daring to offend the fierce Qing, quickly retrieved the clothes from his spatial ring. However, his eyes ached, leaving him little desire to appreciate her dressing. After Qing dressed, she felt a sense of unprecedented lightness. Hurry up. Stop dawdling like a woman, she admonished, sensing Ye Xiaofeng's delay was affecting her mood. Almost done. You go ahead. I'll be down shortly, he urged her. Today, Qing's hair fell loosely down her back instead of being tied up as usual. She had changed into a stunning outfit, wearing high heels, a long-sleeve top that revealed her cleavage, and a form-fitting skirt, complemented by sheer black stockings. As Qing descended the stairs, she noticed the elegant room was spotless, seemingly tidied up overnight. By noon, her stomach growled, prompting her to summon a servant. Where's Manager Li? She inquired upon seeing someone unfamiliar. The manager is away on business. Please enjoy your meal, the servant responded, placing a wine jug on the table. Are you all right? Why is your nose bleeding? Qing asked the servant, noticing his condition. I'm fine, just a bit overheated from the hot weather, he replied hastily, retreating as if enchanted by her presence. Just then, Ye Xiaofeng, now dressed, came downstairs. He was taken aback by Qing's appearance. How had a mere change of clothes transformed her so? Xiaofeng, why is your nose bleeding too? Qing questioned, puzzled. The servant had mentioned his nose was bleeding due to the heat, but Ye Xiaofeng had been indoors the whole time. Did you also get a nosebleed? Who else has had a nosebleed? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with curiosity, as the room was only occupied by the two of them. The attendant from the shop came up to deliver the wine and ended up with a nosebleed as well. Qing candidly informed Ye Xiaofeng. Well, Qing, perhaps you should put on the outfit from yesterday, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, glancing at her and feeling a bit overwhelmed. Why? Is this outfit ill-fitting, unattractive, or simply not to your liking? Qing retorted, feeling as if the dress was tailored just for her, and she was quite pleased with it. Qing. The dress is indeed both fitting and beautiful, which I admire. However, if you wear it outside, it will undoubtedly cause quite a stir among onlookers, Ye Xiaofeng gently explained. I don't care. If others gaze indiscreetly, their fate will be the same as yours, Qing warned him. All right, then I shall say no more. Wear whatever you like. Ye Xiaofeng acquiesced, though his eyes were now aching even more, and he hurried to appease Qing. At that moment, the attendant knocked and timidly entered. His head bowed as he feared he might also have a nosebleed. Where's Manager Li? Ye Xiaofeng asked, noticing the absence of the manager who usually took care of him. Young Master Yi, the manager. Your eyes, what happened? The attendant, upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, glanced at Qing and quickly averted his gaze, focusing on Ye Xiaofeng instead. To see him was more alarming than the prospect of a nosebleed. Ye Xiaofeng had become a national treasure in that moment. Oh, I accidentally bruised them, Ye Xiaofeng quickly fabricated, still suffering from the pain. Hearing his excuse, Qing nearly burst into laughter. Young master, do take care in the future. If you're not careful, you might injure other parts of your body. The attendant remarked with a semblance of concern. It's nothing. I will be cautious, Ye Xiaofeng replied, sensing a hidden meaning in the attendant's words. By the way, where's Manager Li? He redirected the conversation. Well, Manager Li had something to attend to and had to leave in a hurry without informing you, the attendant explained honestly. I see, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged, deciding not to press further. Although Manager Li was one of his own, he had his own freedom. Young master, I suggest you refrain from going outside until your injuries have healed, the attendant advised earnestly. Qing, it's all right. After I've eaten, accompany me for a stroll. Qing smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. I'd prefer you go alone. I need to rest for half a month, Ye Xiaofeng quickly declined, feeling that accompanying her would only draw attention, while he would merely be the subject of ridicule. If you want to go, then I want to be happy, Qing replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Young master, please enjoy your meal, the attendant said as he served the final dish, retreating before Ye Xiaofeng could respond. Once outside, the attendant smirked slyly. Manager, I have delivered the dishes you instructed, he reported upon entering Manager Li's room. Did you convey my exact words? Manager Li inquired, sharing a conspiratorial smile with the attendant. I noticed that young master Yi seems to have not slept all night. His eyes resemble those of a panda. Before I could say anything, he mentioned needing to rest for half a month. The attendant exaggerated. With Miss Qing around, I believe young master Yi could use some substantial nourishment, Manager Li said, reveling in his own lewdness. The signature dishes of our establishment have already been served. Your foresight is commendable, as you seem to have guessed correctly, the attendant flattered him. Without my capabilities, how could I have survived in the capital for decades? Ensure that young Master Yi is well catered to. Starting this month, you will receive an additional half-month as salary. Don't share this with the other attendants. Oh. And don't forget to deliver the signature dish to young Master Yi for both lunch and dinner, Manager Li specifically instructed. What about breakfast? The attendant foolishly asked. Breakfast? Manager Li cast a sidelong glance at the attendant, smirking lewdly. Oh, I understand. The attendant quickly realized he had misspoken, grinning even more lewdly than Manager Li. Qing. What dish is this? She asked, gazing at the final meat dish, which she had never seen before. This is our signature dish, likely meant for nourishment, Ye Xiaofeng remarked. Recalling the time when he had been tricked into ordering a dish of lamb kidneys and tiger penises by Xuewu, who had claimed it was the house specialty, making him feel as though he had been duped. Then you should eat quickly. Look how thin you are. You need to replenish, Qingqing urged. Her gaze filled with concern for Ye Xiaofeng, especially since he had endured 2 of her punches, leaving his eyes resembling those of a panda. I can eat other dishes. Please finish this one for me, Ye Xiaofeng implored, wishing only to confront managerly. Why aren't you eating? Qingqing sensed something was amiss with Ye Xiaofeng. I'm simply tired of meat dishes and wish to indulge in more vegetables, he continued to fabricate, genuinely not wanting to consume the dish made from lamb kidneys and tiger penises. No, you must eat it, she insisted, picking up a piece of lamb kidney and offering it to Ye Xiaofeng. All right, just a little, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, closing his eyes as he bit into the morsel she presented. Is it really necessary? Eating a meat dish feels akin to forcing you to consume poison, Qingqing teased him. Xiaofeng, I shouldn't have hit you. I lost control, she confessed, a hint of remorse in her tone. However, I've decided that to express my apologies. I will feed you this signature dish, Qingqing said with an adorable smile. I'd rather endure another 2 punches from you, Ye Xiaofeng muttered under his breath, indeed preferring to become a panda once more than to eat that signature dish. What did you say? I've apologized, and you refused to accept it. Qingqing's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Of course not. I was never angry with you, Ye Xiaofeng quickly clarified, realizing that the silly girl had misunderstood him. You must finish it for me to believe you, she insisted, a mischievous grin crossing her face. Are you women made of water? How can you change your mood so swiftly? Ye Xiaofeng marveled at her rapid emotional shifts. You're the one who has feminine. I'm not married yet. I'm still a girl, Qingqing retorted, her cheeks flushing. May I inquire, goddess Qingqing, who do you wish to marry? Ye Xiaofeng jested, gazing at her with playful scrutiny. What business is it of yours? Unwilling to marry you, Qingqing blushed furiously when questioned by Ye Xiaofeng, shooting him an indignant glare. I was merely asking, Ye Xiaofeng replied, utterly perplexed, pondering how quickly a woman's mood could shift. You talk too much. Your mouth won't stop even while I'm trying to eat, Qingqing retorted as she presented the signature dish to Ye Xiaofeng, using her chopsticks to feed him. Qingqing, why don't you have a bite? Ye Xiaofeng suggested, offering her some with his chopsticks, but she quickly turned her head away. No, this dish is exclusively yours today, so you must finish it, she smiled at him, persistently feeding him until he had consumed the entire signature dish. After their lunch, they indulged in some wine, and despite knowing her limits, Qingqing continued to drink with Ye Xiaofeng. Having spent a restless night, Ye Xiaofeng yearned to return for a nap. Qingqing, let's head back to the room. He smiled at her. You scoundrel. How shameless of you, thinking of such things in broad daylight. Qingqing exclaimed, playfully punching his chest. What? I meant we should go to sleep, Ye Xiaofeng quickly clarified, trying to dispel any misunderstandings. Look, you're still saying that, she teased. No, I meant I'm sleepy, huh? I can sleep on the sofa, he reiterated, eager to avoid further misinterpretation. Really? Lying is for puppies, Qingqing replied, skeptical of Ye Xiaofeng's words. If you don't believe me. Fine. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. He dismissed her and ascended the stairs to their room. Humph, if you don't want to be disturbed. Then I want tea, Qingqing retorted angrily as she followed him upstairs. After a while, an idea struck her. With a sly smile, she entered the room, finding Ye Xiaofeng truly asleep on the sofa. To avoid waking him, she removed her high heels and approached barefoot. Gently pinching his nose, she stifled his breathing, causing him to instinctively switch to breathing through his mouth. Seeing him sleep so soundly ignited a mischievous urge within her. She decided to playfully torment him. I want to believe it. I'll definitely get you back, she teased, using her hair to tickle him. Ye Xiaofeng, feeling the ticklish sensation, turned over, facing away from her. Since you want to let me tickle you, I'll just tickle your feet, Qingqing declared, targeting his soles. Ye Xiaofeng, disturbed in his slumber, reacted reflexively, delivering a swift kick that sent Qingqing sprawling across the floor. Gasping in pain, she felt a sharp sting in her chest, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth from where his kick had landed. Fortunately, she fell onto the carpet, which had been laid down by Li Zhongguo, sparing her from further injury. Tears streamed down her face as she lay there. Ye Xiaofeng, oblivious to the commotion, turned over on the sofa, continuing his nap. Ye Xiaofeng. You scoundrel. I'll have your life, Qingqing exclaimed as she climbed to her feet, wiping the blood from her mouth and rushing to the sofa. You deserve this, she cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Both seemed to be in a contest of stubbornness, neither willing to relent. Ye Xiaofeng rolled on the ground, groaning in pain, while Qingqing clutched her chest with one hand and wiped her tears with the other. Qingqing, I'm fine. You don't need to worry, Ye Xiaofeng finally conceded, noticing her distress and mistaking it for concern for him. I just want to beat you to a pulp, she sobbed, punishing his chest with soft punches. It was my fault. I'll be more careful next time. After you sleep, I'll sleep too, okay? Ye Xiaofeng thought he had fallen asleep before her, hence her anger. You kicked me. Where did you kick me? Ye Xiaofeng was utterly confused, recalling that he had merely been sleeping. Get away from me. I don't want to see you again, Qingqing shouted, still wiping away her tears, nursing the pain from his unexpected kick. I'm sorry, Qingqing. It was my mistake. Let me see where you were hurt, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, embracing her and gently wiping away her tears, noticing the blood at the corner of her mouth. Ye Xiaofeng. You big bully. Kicking me in the chest, and now wanting to take advantage of me. Qingqing protested, trying to wriggle free from his hold. What are you doing? Li Zhonggui, the innkeeper, was eavesdropping on the neighboring room. Sure, he signaled to his assistant to remain quiet. Isn't this next door to young Master Ye's room? The assistant whispered. You should leave. This is none of your business. Li Zhonggui dismissed him hastily. Let me listen too, the assistant insisted, pressing closer to the wall. You don't understand anything. Just go, Li Zhonggui replied, exasperated. Even though I, Xiao Yozi, have never been married, I understand these matters. The assistant grinned mischievously. Is young Master Yi really engaging in such activities in broad daylight? His stamina is quite impressive, the assistant remarked. Didn't you hear the earlier sounds? From now on. Let us keep this room off limits to guests, Li Zhonggui instructed, both men retreating with smirks. Qingqing, let me check how serious your injury is. Close your eyes. Ye Xiaofeng comforted her. Are you trying to take advantage of me? She shot him a wary glance. You silly girl, where do you come up with such absurd notions? Hurry up, he replied, exasperated. Just wish me well, she complied, shutting her eyes. Ye Xiaofeng then utilized the first soul skill of his second martial spirit, the Emerald Swan, to heal her. Thankfully, it was not a severe injury, and the healing was completed swiftly. Is it done? I feel a warmth in my chest. And the pain has vanished, Qingqing remarked, still with her eyes closed. Yes, you may open your eyes, Ye Xiaofeng encouraged with a smile. How marvelous. Tell me how you managed to heal me, Qingqing inquired, her pain completely alleviated, feeling significantly better than before. What is this? Have you forgotten the pain now that your wounds are healed? Ye Xiaofeng was reluctant to reveal his secret to Qingqing so soon. Not out of a desire to keep it hidden, but rather out of fear that his truth might bring her harm. Get lost, you ugly scoundrel, Qingqing exclaimed. Feeling fully recovered, but still teasing Ye Xiaofeng, albeit with a much softer tone than before. Qingqing, why don't you rest a bit? Ye Xiaofeng suggested kindly. I know when to rest without you telling me. By the way, you sleep on the sofa and don't come over here, Qingqing insisted. Not wanting Ye Xiaofeng to get too close after their previous encounter. Don't be so stingy, Ye Xiaofeng playfully lunged at her, wrapping his arms around her. In that moment, Qingqing resembled a small lamb nestled in his embrace. Ye Xiaofeng, you big pervert. You're such a bad guy. Let go of me. Qingqing protested, still struggling. Go ahead. Scream all you want. Today, no one will come to your rescue. Ye Xiaofeng replied with a mischievous grin before scooping her up in a princess carry and returning to the bed. Ah, Qingqing shrieked in fear. Stop screaming, or I'll tear your clothes. Ye Xiaofeng warned, causing Qingqing to quickly hush and obediently lie back down. All right, have a good sleep. No more fussing, understood? Ye Xiaofeng gently tucked her in. Qingqing blinked in acknowledgement before Ye Xiaofeng turned to leave. Where are you going? Qingqing thought he had ulterior motives. Surprised he hadn't acted on anything. I'm going to sleep on the sofa. No, stay with me. After I fall asleep, you can go, she insisted, clearly wanting his company. Okay, close your eyes and sleep, Ye Xiaofeng said, moving closer to her side. Why don't you just come up and sleep? I can't sleep with you sitting there, she said, blushing as she glanced at him. If you don't sleep soon, I'll go to the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng teased, knowing well that sleeping beside her would only lead to trouble, preferring the comfort of the sofa instead. Don't. I want to sleep now. And you're not allowed to leave, got it? Qingqing urged, finally closing her eyes once he nodded. Once he saw that Qingqing had fallen into a deep slumber, Ye Xiaofeng felt relieved, covering her with more blankets before returning to the sofa. The past few days had been restless due to this little troublemaker. After dozing off again, he was jolted awake in the middle of the night. He got up to turn on the light and splashed cold water on his face to shake off the drowsiness. Turning back to wake Qingqing for dinner, he was startled to see blood streaming from his nose. He rushed over, splashing cold water on his face to calm himself down. This girl had been perfectly fine while sleeping, yet somehow had discarded her clothes, leaving them strewn across the floor, with the blanket kicked off as well. Ye Xiaofeng picked up her clothes, catching a faint, enticing scent that tempted him to take a whiff before shaking his head, questioning when he had become so perverted. He gathered the blanket and returned it to the bed. Qingqing, get up for dinner. No more sleeping, he called. Though he found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the sight before him. Let me sleep a bit longer, she mumbled, sleepily kicking him as she turned over. That simple movement drew his eyes to her, and his throat went dry. Get up already, he exclaimed, unable to endure the torment any longer. Playfully smacking her on her ample backside. The sound echoed through the room. Ye Xiaofeng, you jerk. I'm going to kill you. Qingqing shot up and pinned him down on the bed. How dare you hit me? She exclaimed, twisting his ears in retaliation. The sting was sharp. Yet there was an inexplicable pleasure mingled with the pain. Qingqing, I'm sorry. I want to do it again, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, feeling as though his ears might be torn off, but the sight before him made his nose bleed again uncontrollably. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, you scoundrel. How could you bully me while I was sleeping? Qingqing gasped, suddenly realizing she was not wearing any clothes. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly splashed cold water on his face again to regain his composure. Qingqing, I swear I'm innocent. I saw your blanket on the floor and your clothes scattered, so I came to help. I called out to you, but you didn't wake up, he explained earnestly. Shut up and turn around. She fumed, her cheeks flushed. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but stare, unable to look away. I'll cover my eyes with my hands and refuse to look, he declared, but then peeked through his fingers. Thinking that missing such a sight would be a grave mistake, Xingxing was taken aback by his audacity, but eventually had no choice but to dress in embarrassment. Are you done staring? She demanded, standing before him with hands on her hips. Not yet, he quipped without a hint of shame, ignoring him. Xingxing stomped down the stairs, with Ye Xiaofeng trailing behind. Dinner would inevitably feature their signature dish. Xingxing, I apologize for what happened at noon. To show my sincerity. Let me feed you this dish, he said with a cheeky smile, clearly not willing to let her off the hook. Don't mimic my words. Flattery often conceals ulterior motives, Xingxing retorted, seeing through his intentions. Girls shouldn't speak carelessly. What do you mean by ulterior motives? Nothing has ever happened between us. Ye Xiaofeng responded as if imparting wisdom to a child. I've grown weary of meat lately. I prefer vegetables, Xingxing countered, echoing his earlier words. No way. You must eat this, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, unwilling to relent, especially since she had eaten the signature dish at noon while he had not. Just confess the ingredients of this dish, she pressed, having sensed something was off the previous day, forcing him to eat. Once Ye Xiaofeng had eaten it, his concerns dissipated. And he was eager to share the dish with her again. Lamb kidneys. You know they're good for your health, he said, taking a bite. Here. Try this and tell me how it tastes, he said, offering her a piece that was not actually lamb kidney. Xingxing, seeing he was fine, took a bite. Only to find the texture unusually chewy, chewing for a while before catching Ye Xiaofeng stifling a laugh. What are you laughing at? I'm not. I clearly saw you laughing. You must have seen it wrong. Ye Xiaofeng, you're bullying me. Just admit what you were laughing at. Is there something wrong with this dish? She pressed, suspecting something was amiss. I really was laughing, and the dish is perfectly fine. Fine. If you want to tell me, I'll ask someone else, Xingxing declared, rising to leave. Wait, I'll tell you. It's a dish made with lamb kidneys. Great for enhancing vitality, he confessed. This is lamb kidney? What about this? Xingxing said, pointing to a piece of meat that was clearly not lamb kidney. That's also for nourishing and can help with aging, he replied. What type of meat is it? Let us say it's tiger meat. Say what? Xingxing stared wide-eyed at Ye Xiaofeng, realizing that this scoundrel had just deceived her into consuming that thing. You wicked villain, not only have you tricked me, but you've also bullied me, she cried, tears streaming down her face. Her stomach churned, and the sight of the food on the table made her feel nauseous. Xingxing. Please allow me to explain, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, holding the sobbing girl in his arms. Let go of me. Do you remember what I told you before? Before Ye Xiaofeng could react, Xingxing broke free and, in a fit of anger, unleashed her fists upon him. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, which had just recovered, were once again subjected to Xingxing's wrath, turning him into a national treasure once more. This is the consequence of your deception, she said. Her anger dissipating as she saw him transformed again. Xingxing, do you have a grudge against my eyes? Why do you always aim for them? Ye Xiaofeng lamented, feeling wronged as he considered himself a victim of Li Zhonggui's schemes. Fine, I won't hit your eyes anymore, she replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. Really? Ye Xiaofeng was about to express his gratitude when Xingxing delivered another punch to his stomach. You completely lost it, Ye Xiaofeng, he thought, regretting having provoked this fierce girl. Stop pretending, get up, I'll feed you, Xingxing declared, satisfied with her earlier actions, feeling particularly pleased. Can I not eat? He retorted. What did you say? Was I too gentle earlier? Xingxing pressed. I'll eat. Is that all right? Ye Xiaofeng conceded, unable to resist her. Since you insist on feeding me. Just don't blame me for being rough later, he thought to himself, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng comply, Xingxing decided to let him feed himself. I ate half, the other half is for you, Ye Xiaofeng smirked. I don't want it. Xingxing quickly objected. That's not for you to decide, Ye Xiaofeng said, pulling her into his embrace and making her finish the meal. Afterward, Xingxing ceased her fussing. And the two enjoyed their dinner, even sharing a couple of bottles of wine. Once they were satisfied, Ye Xiaofeng swept Xingxing up in a princess carry and took her upstairs. They settled down to watch the 9th match of AXIN on the large screen of the Soul Guide device. Ladies and gentlemen, let me warmly welcome today's match. Please observe the strengths of both contestants on the big screen. AXIN versus Ye Xiaofeng. Name, AXIN Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spear Soul Power Level, 58. Strong Attack System Weapon Soul Master Soul Ring Levels, Yellow, Purple, Black. Name, Ye Xiaofeng Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Power Level, 66. Strong Attack System Weapon Soul Master Soul Ring Levels, Yellow, Purple, Black. Xiaofeng, do you think AXIN can win? Xingxing asked, clinging to his arm as she glanced at the screen. It's hard to say. AXIN has fought his way out of dire situations, risking his life in each battle. However, Ye Xiaofeng's strength should not be underestimated. Possessing the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul inherently makes him more powerful. Currently, he holds an 8-level advantage over AXIN. Ye Xiaofeng rationally analyzed the match. Is it that you favor AXIN? Xingxing suddenly inquired. How did you know? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by her intuition. It's just a girl-less instinct. Someone like you wouldn't understand, she declared sincerely, stifling a laugh. Ye Xiaofeng was momentarily rendered speechless, continuing to observe the match. As the decisive moment approached, he noted that both contestants had exhausted their techniques, leaving it to see who could endure until the end. Exile, I must admit, you are indeed formidable, but to defeat me, Ye Xiaofeng, with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, is mere folly. Likewise, today I shall bring you down from your lofty position, Exile coldly retorted. Locking eyes with Ye Xiaofeng. Sixth soul skill, Emperor Thunder Domain. Soul power and spear unity. Activate the advanced energy shield. The host shouted as the two competitors prepared their ultimate moves, clearly indicating that a standard energy shield would be insufficient against such a fierce assault. Who won? Qingqing watched the screen, unable to see the outcome as the collision of their attacks obscured her view, just as it did for the other spectators. Impossible. I shall not lose. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, his body drenched in blood, slowly collapsing. He had never expected to be defeated by a mere 58-level Soul King despite being a 66-level Soul Emperor. You have overestimated the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. In this world, there is no absolute strongest martial soul, only stronger ones, Exile said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This match concludes with congratulations to Exile for his 9th consecutive victory, successfully challenging at a higher level. Exile. In light of his previous 8 victories, the audience had blindly supported Exile, investing in him at the betting area, resulting in a loss of 1.5 billion at the Grand Soul Arena, which ultimately Ye Xiaofeng had to cover from his own pockets. Manager Luo, I wish to meet Exile. Please arrange it for me, Ye Xiaofeng said, keeping his eyes closed, not looking at Luo Xiaodian. Young Master Yi, I'll arrange it right away, Luo Xiaodian replied, eager to avoid inciting Ye Xiaofeng's wrath. Yet, Ye Xiaofeng's inscrutable expression made Luo even more apprehensive. Xiaofeng, do you wish to compete as well? Qingqing queried, puzzled by Ye Xiaofeng's demeanor. How did you know? Ye Xiaofeng was astonished, wondering if a girl's intuition truly was that accurate. It's common knowledge that girls possess intuition. Why don't you believe it? Would you like to take me as your master? Qingqing teased, playfully taking advantage of the situation. If you're accurate this time, I wouldn't mind becoming your disciple, Ye Xiaofeng replied, keeping Qingqing in suspense. What do you want me to guess? Just as Qingqing was about to ask, she noticed Ye Xiaofeng staring at her chest with a lewd expression. Ye Xiaofeng, you pervert. I'll kill you, Qingqing exclaimed, leaping onto the sofa and straddling him. Qingqing, be gentle. Let go, Ye Xiaofeng cried, nearly having his ears twisted off. I want tea. I'll twist your ears off for ogling me, Qingqing retorted, initially thinking he wanted her to guess something, only to realize he was being shameless. At that moment, Manager Luo knocked on the door, having just entered. Qingqing and Ye Xiaofeng had been too engrossed in their playful banter to notice the knock. Don't bother. Has he arrived? Ye Xiaofeng asked Luo Xiaodian, nudging Qingqing aside. Qingqing quickly sat beside Ye Xiaofeng, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. Too shy to meet his eyes or Luo Xiaodian's. The guest is waiting outside, Luo Xiaodian said respectfully, glancing at Ye Xiaofeng. Bring him in. Ye Xiaofeng replied with a slight smile. As Luo Xiaodian turned to leave, Qingqing pinched Ye Xiaofeng's arm, blaming him for making her look foolish while he sat there, grinning shamelessly. Congratulations, Exile. Ye Xiaofeng greeted warmly as Exile entered. Young Master Yi, may I inquire as to why you summoned me? Exile replied coolly, still looking somewhat pale from the earlier match, indicating it had been a tough victory. Please, take a seat, Ye Xiaofeng gestured politely. Exile sat down without hesitation, and Luo Xiaodian hurriedly served tea. Exile, please have a taste. How is it? Ye Xiaofeng offered the tea. Exile accepted it without reservation and took a sip. Excellent, it is indeed fine tea. However, the purpose of young Master Yi inviting me here is surely not merely to enjoy tea. If there is something to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly. Exile remained somewhat disheartened due to the previous incident. Observing Ye Xiaofeng, he retrieves a piece of paper from the soul guide device on his finger and slides it across the table towards Exile. Do you wish to challenge me in the 10th match? Upon receiving the document, Exile realizes it is a challenge issued by Ye Xiaofeng. It could be interpreted as a challenge, though Ye Xiaofeng does not clarify outright. I do not quite comprehend young Master Yi's intentions, Exile admits, genuinely confused. A sentiment echoed by Qingqing and Luo Xiaodian. Exile, I need you. Ye Xiaofeng gazes deeply into Exile's eyes, asserting that such a person is needed by him. Qingqing shoots Ye Xiaofeng a fierce glare, questioning whether he harbors some peculiar inclinations, given his reluctance to engage with her directly, all while claiming it is for her benefit. Ahem, young Master Yi, please maintain decorum, Exile responds, taken aback by Ye Xiaofeng's words. Luo Xiaodian cannot bear to meet Ye Xiaofeng's gaze, his expression darkening as he realizes the true nature of his superior. You misunderstand. I merely meant that I require someone like you, Ye Xiaofeng hastily clarifies, realizing his previous words have been misinterpreted. Young Master Yi, your appetite seems rather insatiable, Exile retorts, feeling a surge of displeasure at Ye Xiaofeng's remark. How about we place a bet? Ye Xiaofeng smiles slightly, sensing it is time to turn the tables. What sort of bet? Exile's interest is piqued at the proposal. What do you think of this grand soul arena? Ye Xiaofeng inquires of Exile. Quite impressive indeed. Are you suggesting we wager it? Exile responds, perceiving Ye Xiaofeng's confidence. Indeed, but I lack the necessary capital. You need not invest heavily. You lack the means as well. It is quite simple. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, this grand soul arena shall be yours. Ye Xiaofeng maintains his smile, adhering to the adage that one must take risks to achieve rewards. As Luo Xiaodian opens his mouth to speak, Ye Xiaofeng casts him a sidelong glance, prompting him to fall silent. In truth, Qingqing does not agree with Ye Xiaofeng's approach, for his opponent is Exile, not another, yet she ultimately trusts Ye Xiaofeng's judgment. Ye Xiaofeng, you cannot possibly regard me so lightly, Exile protests, feeling humiliated. Let us speak again after you have withstood my 3 strikes. Ye Xiaofeng asserts before downing his drink in one gulp. By the way, only if you win may you set conditions. As for losing, Ye Xiaofeng glances at Exile. If you lose, your life shall belong to me. Exile glares at Ye Xiaofeng in fury, declaring that even if Ye Xiaofeng is formidable, he can endure 3 strikes. Remember your words, return and recuperate. In half a month, we shall battle. Ye Xiaofeng grins enigmatically. Manager Luo, please see Exile out. Exile interrupts, there is no need for you to escort me. I shall depart on my own. And in a fit of anger, he storms out. Manager Luo, prepare the headline for the capital's top news. In half a month, Exile shall challenge the sword god to redeem his previous humiliation. Additionally, release a rumor that the sword god claims he will defeat Exile in 3 strikes. Ye Xiaofeng devises a plan. The loss of 150 million gold soul coins this afternoon shall be recouped along with interest in half a month. Go and execute this, he commands. Luo Xiaodian, uncertain of Ye Xiaofeng's true intentions, proceeds with the tasks. Return and inform the betting area that the sword god is exclusive. Only bets on Exile will be accepted, and seek trustworthy individuals to act as pawns, Ye Xiaofeng states with a mysterious smile. Very well. I shall take care of it, Luo Xiaodian responds promptly. You are quite devious, yet you speak of others deceiving you, Qingqing remarks, speechless at Ye Xiaofeng's schemes. Men are often seen as bad. Women are drawn to them, Ye Xiaofeng retorts, suddenly embracing Qingqing. Ah, you lecher. Release me at once, Qingqing exclaims, struggling to escape his grasp. I was merely teasing you. Is that truly necessary? Ye Xiaofeng chuckles lewdly. Who would believe you? Qingqing scoffs, unconvinced. Come. Let me show you to your room. Ye Xiaofeng had asked Luo Xiaodian to prepare the room earlier. He wonders how it has turned out. Why do you stand there? I won't devour you. Ye Xiaofeng waits for Qingqing to approach, but the naive girl remains unmoved. Humph, do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. Qingqing shoots Ye Xiaofeng an annoyed glance. Very well, you may sit here. I shall go ahead. Ye Xiaofeng responds indifferently, stepping out of the room. What? Did you not wish to follow? Why have you come now? Qingqing queries, catching up to him. Why should I concern myself with you? She retorts, though her arms wrap around Ye Xiaofeng's shoulders. Ye Xiaofeng enters his former room. The outer area remains an office, unchanged. Yet the suite inside has undergone a transformation. The curtains are now pink, and the bedding on the double bed is red, with a bouquet of roses on the bedside table. Wow, it is beautiful, Qingqing exclaims, pulling Ye Xiaofeng's shoulder before leaping onto the bed. Ye Xiaofeng shakes his head in resignation. He settles onto the sofa by the window, pouring himself a drink and savoring it leisurely. Do you like it here, Qingqing? Ye Xiaofeng inquires, observing her comfortably lounging on the bed. Of course I do. Do you not? She replies eagerly. As long as you enjoy it, I too shall find pleasure in it. Henceforth, you shall reside here, Ye Xiaofeng hints with layered meanings. And what of you? I must return, he states. Where will you go? To the inn? If you wish to go to the inn, I shall accompany you, she insists. No, I'm going to see my master. Oh, Qingqing realizes her expectations may have been too lofty. She seeks nothing but has grown accustomed to Ye Xiaofeng's company. Hearing of his departure suddenly troubles her heart. I will return to accompany you after some time, Ye Xiaofeng assures her before attempting to leave. Stay tonight, leave tomorrow. Would that be acceptable? Qingqing's earlier joy evaporates, and she rushes to embrace Ye Xiaofeng from behind. Foolish child, I am merely going to see my master. I shall return shortly. Why act as if we are parting forever? Ye Xiaofeng turns, wrapping his arms around her in a comforting embrace. I merely wish for you to stay with me. Qingqing's eyes brim with tears. All right, do not cry. Why act like a child, bursting into tears at every turn? Ye Xiaofeng, seeing her distressed, concedes, reasoning that visiting his master the next day poses no issue. You are still a child. And it is you who has led me astray, Qingqing pouts, displeased at Ye Xiaofeng's comments about her childishness. Why is it that I am the one to blame? Ye Xiaofeng feels unjustly accused. What, are you denying your actions after the fact? Qingqing shoots him a disdainful glance. We did nothing, Ye Xiaofeng protests. Yet he has yet to break his own principles. Qingqing remains innocent. Did nothing? What more do you wish to do? Qingqing directly twisted Ye Xiaofeng's ear. Ah, save me. Qingqing is about to murder her own husband. Ye Xiaofeng deliberately shouted. Pooh, stop sticking labels on your own face. I am not yet your wife. Upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's shout, Qingqing released her grip, though she disapproved of Ye Xiaofeng's shamelessness. I never claimed you were my wife, Ye Xiaofeng teased Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng. You were such a scoundrel. All right, All right, you are my wife. Ah, shameless. Qingqing was on the verge of a breakdown. For Ye Xiaofeng's incessant verbal jabs always seemed to gain the upper hand. Stop messing around. I've stayed back to keep you company, Ye Xiaofeng said, pulling Qingqing closer and pinching her cheek. Staying back with me means you are at a loss. If that is the case, you may leave now. Qingqing scrutinized Ye Xiaofeng, fearing he might be deceitful. How could that be? What are you thinking? I would never deceive you, Ye Xiaofeng declared, lying without a flicker of an eye. For now, I shall trust you. If I ever discover that you dare to deceive me, I will not let you off easily, Qingqing warned, pulling back on Ye Xiaofeng's left shoulder and biting down hard. Ah, Qingqing, stop biting. You're drawing blood, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed as he felt her teeth pierce his shoulder. I want you to remember for a lifetime what you said today, Qingqing stated, licking the blood from her lips. I will remember, but must you be so cruel? Ye Xiaofeng wiped the blood from his shoulder and fastened his clothes. I fear losing you, Qingqing confessed, clinging tightly to Ye Xiaofeng, plagued by insecurities. The meticulous care Ye Xiaofeng had shown her in recent days filled her heart with happiness, yet the more joy she felt, the greater her fear of loss grew. In less than a month, she had been deeply captivated by this boy before her, vowing to marry no one else in this lifetime. What are you thinking? Do not always act as if we are facing separation. Rest assured, I will accompany you as we grow old together. With a bunch of children by our side during sunset, Ye Xiaofeng comforted, stroking Qingqing's head. A bunch of kids? Are you trying to take my life? If you want children, you can have them yourself. I refuse to bear any. Qingqing pouted, yet a rare happiness flickered across her face. It requires your cooperation as well. Enough of this. Shall I accompany you shopping? Ye Xiaofeng suggested, feeling that there was still time to spare. All right. Qingqing's eyes sparkled at the mention of shopping, and she eagerly took Ye Xiaofeng's hand as they headed outside. Ye Xiaofeng led her to the auction house, where he successfully bid 5 million for a 30 cubic meter soul guide ring. Qingqing, extend your left hand. I shall place this ring upon you. Ye Xiaofeng knelt down and gently slid the ring onto her left ring finger, planting a soft kiss on her arm. The onlookers at the auction house turned to observe Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing. Fool, you just need to put it on me. Why kneel? Qingqing blushed slightly as she glanced around, yet Ye Xiaofeng's gesture stirred her heart once more. Qingqing, on a distant planet, when two lovers marry, the man places a ring on the finger of his beloved, symbolizing eternal love. Ye Xiaofeng recalled memories from his past life. But we are not yet married, Qingqing replied, her cheeks flushed but brimming with happiness. I am proclaiming to the world that Qingqing is the woman I have chosen. Anyone with ulterior motives, I shall twist their head off and use it as a urinal, Ye Xiaofeng quipped, glancing at Qingqing with a grin. How dare you? I have not yet agreed to this. Who are you to make such a choice? Even if I were to decide, the power lies with me, Qingqing playfully retorted, then turned to walk away. Ah, has my heartfelt sincerity just gone to waste? Ye Xiaofeng followed her, scratching his head. However, I can offer you a chance. If you behave well, I may just earn your agreement, he added, observing Qingqing's delighted heart despite her nonchalant demeanor. A warm-hearted man like me is a rarity, Qingqing. Consider this carefully. Once this opportunity passes, it will not come again. Suddenly, I've decided that it might be better to start as friends, Qingqing remarked, as if she could see through Ye Xiaofeng's intentions. In truth, I believe I should seize the opportunity and swim against the current. I heard someone say that after this village, there is no shop left, Qingqing teased, refusing to fall for Ye Xiaofeng's words. You must have misheard. Come. I will take you to eat grilled fish. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject. Humph, do not think you can sway me with a mere grilled fish. Yet Qingqing stubbornly held on to Ye Xiaofeng's hand. Soon, Ye Xiaofeng brought her to the most popular grilled fish restaurant, enjoying the meal together. Eat slowly. Look at all that grease on your face, Ye Xiaofeng chided, wiping the corner of Qingqing's mouth with a napkin. I have never tasted such exquisite grilled fish before, Qingqing exclaimed, having always been frugal and hesitant to spend money. With Ye Xiaofeng around, all her indulgences came from his support. If you wish to eat, you can come here every day. Take this. If it is not enough, just let me know later. You can also speak to Manager Li, Ye Xiaofeng said, handing Qingqing the previous purple gold card that contained 5 million gold soul coins. I have my own money. I don't need it, Qingqing firmly declined, for as a girl, she did not want to rely on others for even such matters. I understand your concerns, but I am not just anyone. If you refuse to accept it, I will feel uneasy, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, finding a way to convince her. Fine, I will accept it, but I will return it to you once I have money. Qingqing replied, feeling a bit awkward despite her acceptance. You are almost my wife. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. Why must we be so clear-cut? Ye Xiaofeng remarked seriously, causing Qingqing to blush deeply. A man's words are often deceitful. Qingqing ignored Ye Xiaofeng and continued to eat her grilled fish. How did I not realize this clever girl before? After finishing her meal, Qingqing declared, Today, I am happy. So I will treat you to grilled fish, she said, heading to the front desk to settle the bill. Then thank you for treating me, Ye Xiaofeng replied, smiling at Qingqing. As the two exited the restaurant, night had fallen. Suddenly, Qingqing seemed to recall something mischievous, a sly smile creeping onto her face. Oh dear, Xiaofeng. My foot hurts terribly. Did I sprain it? Qingqing exclaimed, stopping Ye Xiaofeng in his tracks. Ye Xiaofeng genuinely believed she had injured herself. Xingxing, sit over there. I will take a look at it, he said earnestly, oblivious to the smirk on her face. I can't walk now. What should I do? Xingxing feigned distress. Do not worry. Just sit down. I will check it for you. If it truly is severe, I will carry you back, Ye Xiaofeng assured her. Concern etched on his face. Do you have any conscience? I can't walk, and you still want me to move? Xingxing playfully punched Ye Xiaofeng. How about this? I will carry you back, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, but before he could finish, Xingxing had already jumped onto his back. But you said your foot hurt. Ye Xiaofeng realized suddenly that Xingxing's foot was not injured. Oh, stop asking questions and hurry up and carry me back, Xingxing urged, fearing he might change his mind. You silly girl, did you come up with this ridiculous idea just to have me carry you? Ye Xiaofeng finally realized that he had been deceived. I don't understand what you're saying. Hurry up, Xingxing began to feign ignorance. Then hold on tight. Xingxing remained silent, quietly leaning against Ye Xiaofeng's back, closing her eyes to savor the comfortable sensation. Noticing that Xingxing was no longer speaking, Ye Xiaofeng chose not to disturb her and carried her towards the great soul arena. Xingxing, we've arrived at the entrance. It's time to get down, Ye Xiaofeng called out repeatedly. Seeing that Xingxing did not respond, he slowly crouched down, only to find that she had already fallen asleep on his back. He gently held her in his arms and carried her back to the room in a princess embrace. He placed her by the bed, helped her out of her high heels, and tucked her in. Ye Xiaofeng then sat quietly, gazing at Xingxing, his mind free of distractions, simply appreciating the beauty of his beloved. Just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to leave, he remembered that he had promised Xingxing to stay with her. He then removed his clothes and returned to the bed, wrapping his arms around Xingxing as he fell asleep. That night, Ye Xiaofeng did not disturb Xingxing's peaceful slumber, and she slept exceptionally well, not waking until the next morning. As dawn broke, Xingxing awoke to find Ye Xiaofeng holding her. Unable to control herself, she began to playfully pinch his nose, twist his ear, and eventually pulled open his eyelids with her fingers. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Ye Xiaofeng, initially enjoying his restful sleep, found himself awakened by Xingxing's antics, ultimately surrendering to the situation. You sleep your sleep, and I'll play with mine. Let's not intrude on each other, Xingxing mischievously remarked. With you like this, how can I possibly sleep? Little enchantress, cease your temptations, or I might just claim you. Ye Xiaofeng could not help but reply, casting a cheeky glance at her. Where are your eyes wandering? Quickly close them. Xingxing hurriedly covered Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. All right. It's still early, let us sleep a bit more, Ye Xiaofeng said, pulling Xingxing into his embrace. He expected Ye Xiaofeng to have ulterior motives, but this time he remained silent, closing his eyes to continue sleeping. However, Xingxing was not willing to let Ye Xiaofeng off so easily. She circled her finger on his chest once more. Little enchantress, having provoked me repeatedly, do not blame me for my actions. Ye Xiaofeng turned over and pinned Xingxing down, just as she was about to speak. Ye Xiaofeng covered her mouth, and they both became lost in a flurry of passion, like fish liberated into a flowing river. By noon, Xingxing obediently nestled in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace as he rose, carrying her into the bathroom. After they changed clothes, Ye Xiaofeng took her to an inn for lunch, leaving her behind as he went to the Seven Treasures Glazed tile school. Master, how have you been lately? Upon arriving, Ye Xiaofeng's first act was to pay his respects to Sword Douluo Continent. You still remember I am your master? After a whole month. You had better explain where you've been. Sword Douluo immediately pressed him. Master, did you not say that one should not solely focus on cultivation? Thus, I ventured out to gain insight into my own understanding of the Tao. Ye Xiaofeng replied earnestly to Sword Douluo Continent. And how did your insights fare? Sword Douluo. I still closed since Ye Xiaofeng entered, inquired. I am but a dull disciple. I suddenly had an epiphany. Ye Xiaofeng quickly adjusted his tone upon noticing Sword Douluo's frown. In that case, let this master assist you. Sword Douluo waved his sleeve, and a powerful gust of wind propelled Ye Xiaofeng out of the window, landing him directly in a pool. Fenger, have you come to your senses? Sword Douluo appeared beside the pool in an instant. I recognize my mistakes. I should not be so infatuated with worldly affairs, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged. Seeing Sword Douluo's lack of assistance, he climbed out and sincerely admitted his error. This master does not oppose your relationships, but have you truly thought it through? Sword Douluo Continent guided Ye Xiaofeng like a father, addressing the concerns from Ye Xiaofeng's perspective, just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to affirm his readiness. A moment of confusion flashed through his mind. Was he truly prepared? Even if Xingxing was willing to be with him, what about Binger and the others? Could he genuinely protect them with his current strength? He still had to return to see God Island, if he lacked the power. Could he truly be at ease beside his mother? Ye Xiaofeng fell into deep contemplation. Observing this, Sword Douluo felt reassured, even with Ye Xiaofeng's exceptional talent. He still needed guidance to broaden his horizons and think more long-term. Sword Douluo Continent hoped that Ye Xiaofeng would eventually break through to that realm. Disciple, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling as if a fog had lifted from his mind after Sword Douluo's counsel. In the following days, Ye Xiaofeng dedicated himself to refining his swordsmanship, effortlessly executing the first killing word technique, until the day before his duel with Ashi. Ye Xiaofeng requested Sword Douluo's assistance with a matter. As a title Douluo, it was rather inappropriate, but out of consideration for his disciple, he agreed. Master. Today I wish to take a stroll to unwind, Ye Xiaofeng admitted, realizing he had neglected Qingqing amidst his training. Since you wish to relax, I shall accompany you, coincidentally. I have some free time, Sword Douluo smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng's heart raced with anxiety. Master, I'm going to meet my girlfriend. Is it really appropriate for you to come along? He asked helplessly. What? You're not pleased that I'm accompanying you? Sword Douluo was taken aback by the hint of disdain in his disciple's eyes. How could that be? I would be overjoyed to have you with me, master. Ye Xiaofeng quickly plastered on a smile. Then let us visit Manager Li to sample his culinary skills. Sword Douluo expressed his interest. Having not tasted Manager Li's cooking for some time. All right, Ye Xiaofeng agreed, though his heart raced with apprehension. Uncertain of how to navigate the situation as though he were bringing his parent along to meet his girlfriend. What he feared most came to pass. As they walked side by side, nearing the inn, Ye Xiaofeng spotted Qingqing rushing towards him, and it was too late to stop her. You scoundrel! You took so long to return and see me. Qingqing immediately wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng, beginning to complain. Ye Xiaofeng froze, wishing he could shrink into a mouse hole, cursing his own loose tongue. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Don't you miss me at all? Qingqing sensed something amiss and released her embrace. She then pinched Ye Xiaofeng's cheeks, saying, Come on, smile. Ha ha. Ye Xiaofeng's smile appeared more like a grimace. Ahem. Fenger, will you not introduce me? Sword Douluo could no longer bear the sight of the two youngsters being coy, thinking that his disciple had truly grown bold. Qingqing. This is my master, Ye Xiaofeng awkwardly introduced. Greetings, master. Hello, senior. Qingqing finally realized that Ye Xiaofeng had brought his master along. Her mind had been solely focused on him, neglecting the presence beside him. Overcome with shyness and excitement, she hurriedly greeted Sword Douluo, only to realize afterward that she had misaddressed him. Master, Qingqing is inexperienced. Please don't take offense. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head awkwardly. Inexperienced? I think it is you. Sword Douluo retorted. Is this what you call insights? Sword Douluo, a mere boy dares to deceive me. How could I possibly let you off so easily? Hee. At this moment, Ye Xiaofeng could only muster a smile. As for her, accepting one more person is inconsequential. After Sword Douluo finished speaking, he strode into the inn. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing were left stunned. Suddenly, Ye Xiaofeng regained his composure, astonished that his master had acquiesced to Qingqing's mistaken remark. Truly, an unintended remark had borne unexpected fruit. Qingqing, do not delay in paying your respects to master, Ye Xiaofeng urged the dazed Qingqing. When they finally entered the inn, Sword Douluo had already been invited by Manager Li to Ye Xiaofeng's private room. As Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing ascended the stairs, Ye Xiaofeng signaled with his eyes. And Manager Li promptly arranged for the dishes to be served. Disciple Qingqing, pay your respects to master, Qingqing declared, kneeling down respectfully. Qingqing. There is no need for such excessive formalities. I do not place much importance on these trifles. Sword Douluo hastily assisted her to her feet. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Xiaofeng felt a pang of injustice. His master had treated Qingqing with such leniency, while he himself had merely been waved off with a flick of the sleeve during his own bell. Do you have any objections? Sword Douluo seemed to read Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts, turning to face him. How could that be? I am merely overjoyed for Qingqing, Ye Xiaofeng quickly responded with a smile. By the way, Xiaofeng, you call him master, while I call him father. It feels rather awkward, Qingqing remarked, recalling how Ye Xiaofeng had addressed Sword Douluo. In truth, I prefer to be called father by you both, Sword Douluo interjected before Ye Xiaofeng could say anything further. Ye Xiaofeng was momentarily rendered speechless upon hearing Sword Douluo's words. Indeed, father is wise. Qingqing promptly lavished praise upon Sword Douluo. Father, is it fair to be so deceitful? Master and father essentially mean the same. Ye Xiaofeng expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling as though he had been misled. Ah, Xiaofeng, you do not understand, do you? Qingqing said with a playful smile directed at Ye Xiaofeng. What do you mean? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. In essence, what father says is just the principle. You merely need to execute it, without needing to ponder the reasoning behind it. Qingqing replied innocently, her gaze fixed on Ye Xiaofeng. To Ye Xiaofeng's further bewilderment, even his master seemed to concur with Qingqing's words. Qingqing, if Fenger bullies you, inform me, and I shall teach him a proper lesson, Sword Douluo said, gazing at Qingqing with a smile, akin to that of a doting grandfather. Father, you do not know. This wicked fellow bullies me daily, Qingqing began to complain, but was promptly silenced by Ye Xiaofeng, who covered her mouth, fearing that this foolish girl might divulge something inappropriate. Certain matters must remain unspoken, even if they have occurred. After all, matters of intimacy are best kept private. Father, how could that be? I cherish Qingqing too much to ever bully her, Ye Xiaofeng laughed, casting a glance at Sword Douluo. Isn't that right, Qingqing? Ye Xiaofeng implored, sensing Sword Douluo's displeasure. Father, let him off this time. If he bullies me again, you must skin him alive, Qingqing directly reported to Sword Douluo. Fenger, have you remembered this? Sword Douluo asked with a stern expression. I, as your disciple, shall remember. I will never bully Qingqing again, Ye Xiaofeng replied, feeling wronged, as if he had been unjustly accused. During the meal, Qingqing diligently attended to Sword Douluo, serving him each dish and ensuring he was well cared for. Sword Douluo enjoyed his meal immensely and suddenly cast a smile at Ye Xiaofeng, causing Ye Xiaofeng to feel a sense of foreboding. Fenger, human greed is insatiable. The three individuals before you held great expectations. Sword Douluo remarked with a smile. His gaze fixed on Ye Xiaofeng. Father, I understand. Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, feeling a tumult of emotions. This old rascal is quite cunning. Well aware that Qingqing is present yet bringing up other matters, as if to sow discord. Fenger, with your current stature, you cannot bear such burdens, Sword Douluo continued, determined not to let Ye Xiaofeng off easily. Father, I truly do not wish for that. Yet some matters cannot be controlled as one desires. Since I cannot control them, I shall simply accept them, Ye Xiaofeng declared shamelessly. Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this boy has taken in 4 girls? Previously, the sect leader had privately confided in him about possibly betrothing Rongrong to Fenger, but now it seemed wise to reconsider. Father, what are you discussing? I do not understand at all, Qingqing interjected, her expression one of confusion. This matter is best explained by Fenger, Sword Douluo said, wanting to pass the responsibility to Ye Xiaofeng, as he had created this situation himself. Father means to say that I should strive to cultivate diligently and not be distracted by worldly affairs, Ye Xiaofeng fabricated without a hint of embarrassment. Then who were the 3 individuals you just mentioned? Qingqing pressed, determined to get to the bottom of things. They refer to the sect leader, the elders, and the hall masters, Ye Xiaofeng replied, gritting his teeth. Having already lied, he figured it mattered little to repeat it. Father, is what Xiaofeng said true? Qingqing asked, her trust wavering as she glanced at Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo found himself in a quandary. To speak the truth would risk fracturing these 2 younglings. Yet to lie would contradict the integrity he upheld as a revered title Douluo. The meal this afternoon was indeed delightful. You two have not seen each other for a while and should catch up. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Sword Douluo hastily concocted an excuse and departed from the inn. Father, you have yet to answer my question. Before Qingqing could finish, Sword Douluo soared away on his sword. Qingqing, it has been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Ye Xiaofeng said with a sly grin as he approached her. Tell me, have you been keeping secrets from me? Qingqing challenged him. Did I not just say not to overthink it? Ye Xiaofeng replied. All right, but you must not deceive me. If something arises, you can share it with me, but no lies. What if I have someone I fancy outside? I care not for the affections you harbor for others. Merely grant me a place in your heart. Upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, yet she instinctively stepped back, questioning her own worthiness to claim Ye Xiaofeng entirely as her own. Though she had steeled herself for this moment, the sound of his words caused tears to fall uncontrollably. Just a jest, why take it to heart? Seeing Qingqing in tears, Ye Xiaofeng felt a pang of panic and hurriedly wiped away her tear-stained cheeks with his hands. After doing so, a wave of emotion surged within him, and he enveloped Qingqing in his arms, kissing her deeply. This is retribution for deceiving me. Qingqing was aware that Ye Xiaofeng still held affections for another, yet she was willing to accept him, desiring to not be kept in the dark. As Ye Xiaofeng kissed her, she bit him fiercely. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, as if her love and resentment were intertwined, showing no mercy. Qingqing, I swear, I shall never abandon you in this lifetime. Should I break the promise made tonight, may I be struck down by lightning. Just as Ye Xiaofeng uttered these words, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Damn it, he thought. It seems vows should not be spoken lightly. I was just warned. Do not utter such nonsense. If you were to perish, I would not live on either. Qingqing pressed her hand against Ye Xiaofeng's mouth, unwilling to let him continue. The following morning, Ye Xiaofeng remained entwined with Qingqing in slumber, while the Grand Soul Arena was teeming with spectators, and long lines formed in the betting area. Initially, all bets were placed on Exile, while Prince Xuexing and Xueqinghe observed hesitantly. 100 million is at stake, announced the Bon Douluo as he made a substantial investment of 100 million in the betting area. Hey, will you not invest in your disciple? He urged the Sword Douluo. Invest 10 million in the Sword God and 40 million in Exile. The Sword Douluo replied with a resigned shake of his head before departing. Witnessing this, others immediately logged in to place bets on Exile, as both titled Douluos had faith in him. Xueqinghe and Prince Xuexing, previously hesitant due to past experiences with Ye Xiaofeng, began to reconsider upon the Bon Douluo's substantial investment. The Sword Douluo's investment was akin to a bombshell, obliterating their doubts. They perceived the Sword Douluo's 10 million investment as a mere act of face-saving for his disciple. In reality, the Sword Douluo believed in Exile's potential. His investment of 40 million indicated that he had confidence in Exile as well. I shall invest 200 million in Exile, Prince Xuexing declared, eager to recoup his previous losses with interest. 500 million. What? The crowd was astounded, taken aback by the prince's audacity, intent on rectifying past humiliations. I'll invest 500 million in Exile, Xueqinghe remarked coldly, determined to settle the score with Ye Xiaofeng once she emerged victorious. All gathered early at the Grand Soul Arena, anticipating the midday showdown, while Ye Xiaofeng remained in blissful slumber with his beloved. Young Master Yi, Senior Qingqing has sent word, urging you to arrive early, reminded Manager Li, concerned as noon approached with no sign of movement from Ye Xiaofeng. I understand, Manager Li. You may leave now. Ye Xiaofeng mumbled sleepily, closing his eyes to save her life, his hands wandering mischievously. Qingqing awakened to his antics, seeing him asleep with eyes closed and hands unrestrained. She promptly twisted his ear, urging him to rise. Esteemed audience, the Grand Soul Arena's midday event is about to commence. Please ensure both parties are prepared. Exile. Exile achieved a remarkable 9th consecutive victory, bringing in substantial earnings for all. The betting screen displayed, Exile, invested 1.01 billion. Odds 1.15. Sword God, invested 105 million, odds 1.15. From this data, it was evident that most investments were placed on Exile. As for Ye Xiaofeng, 10 million was the Sword Douluo's investment, while the remaining 5 million was hastily placed by Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng, let us see how you prevail this time. Even if you're formidable, attempting to defeat Exile in 3 moves reveals your unwarranted confidence. Such arrogance does not bode well, Qingqing mused from the observation platform. It was likely that all investors in Exile shared a similar sentiment, with only the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo remaining steadfast, as if everything lay within their control. Esteemed audience, let us first examine the disparity in strength between both contenders. Please direct your gaze to the large screen. Name, Exile, Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spear. Soul Power Level, 58, Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. Name, Sword God, Ye Xiaofeng, Martial Soul, 7 Killing Sword, Soul Power Level, 51, Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. What? Ye Xiaofeng has actually broken through. Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Prince Xuexing, however, was not overly surprised. He firmly believed Exile would win the match, reasoning that even if Exile was not as strong as Ye Xiaofeng, he only needed to withstand 3 moves to triumph. Esteemed audience, the match officially begins. Who would have thought you would break through to the Soul King realm? No wonder you speak so boldly, Exile observed, eager to avenge past grievances. Breaking through to the Soul King realm is hardly remarkable. Only someone of your caliber would take pride in such a minor achievement, Ye Xiaofeng retorted with a cold laugh. Indeed, it is not remarkable. Yet it suffices to deal with your 3 moves. Ye Xiaofeng regarded those 3 moves as an affront, dismissing Exile entirely. Enough of this banter, make your move. Ye Xiaofeng coldly challenged Exile once more. Why don't you strike first? I shall receive your 3 moves. Exile was unwilling to seize an unfair advantage. If I were to attack, you wouldn't even have the qualification to wield your spear. Ye Xiaofeng's words struck at Exile's vulnerability. Then allow me to experience your confidence firsthand. 3rd Soul Skill, 100 Steps Piercing Yang. Blue Lotus Shield. Ye Xiaofeng invoked a shield to withstand the attack. At this moment, the Blue Lotus Shield had evolved to a 10,000-year level, impervious to mere 1,000-year soul skills. World Sweeping. Exile sensed the strength of the Blue Lotus Shield and unleashed his 4th Soul Skill. However, his 4th skill proved insufficient to breach Ye Xiaofeng's defenses. Previously, his 4th skill could break through. Now, with Ye Xiaofeng's enhanced strength, the shield had also grown stronger. With no other option, Exile resorted to using his 10,000-year soul skill. Destruction Kill. Exile, seeing his 3rd and 4th soul skills fail, unleashed his 10,000-year skill. Attempting to penetrate Ye Xiaofeng's defense, a slight crack appeared in the shield. The audience fell silent, captivated by the unfolding spectacle on the arena. Your disciple exhibits unusual prowess. Under normal circumstances, the 1st soul skill should not be this formidable. The Bone Douluo, a title Douluo, discerned the anomaly. Everyone possesses their own secrets, do they not? The Sword Douluo countered. Moreover, the strength of Feng only attests to the skill of his mentor, the Sword Douluo remarked with a slight smile. The Bone Douluo initially believed the Sword Douluo would reveal some secret, only to realize the old man was shamelessly praising himself. By the way, can't you show a modicum of modesty? Amidst the multitude of onlookers, Bone Douluo uttered a remark, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction within. What? Do they all have objections against me? Sword Douluo noticed that all eyes in the audience were fixed on the arena, leaving only himself and Bone Douluo engaged in conversation. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, I never expected you to have grown stronger. This is indeed the foundation of your arrogance. Qingqing began to harbor a certain admiration for Ye Xiaofeng, contemplating that if such a formidable individual were to pledge allegiance to him, his ambitions of grandeur would be well within reach. Ashin, I must express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for your guidance, I wouldn't have grasped my self-created soul skills so swiftly. Recently, I've made a minor breakthrough. Why not receive a strike from me? Ye Xiaofeng observed as Ashin completed the execution of his 5th soul skill, realizing it was now his turn to strike. Your ability to comprehend is solely due to your own efforts. There is no need for thanks. Feel free to unleash any techniques you possess, Ashin answered. Fully aware of Ye Xiaofeng's prowess, yet resolute in his determination not to retreat even at the cost of his life, Ye Xiaofeng concentrated his energy into the 7-kill sword, merging himself with its essence. Did you truly entrust him with this? Bone Douluo was taken aback to discover that Sword Douluo had imparted the 7-kill art to Ye Xiaofeng. He is my disciple. Is it not my duty to teach him? Sword Douluo perceived in Ye Xiaofeng the spirited youth he once was, though he recognized that Ye Xiaofeng surpassed him. He had only comprehended the first character of the 7-kill art at the age of 16. It seems you were serious. Bone Douluo refrained from engaging in further banter with Sword Douluo, feeling a twinge of envy instead. In my lifetime, I have exhausted every effort to transcend that realm. But Fomer is different. He is still young, and as long as no mishaps occur, a breakthrough is merely a matter of time. Sword Douluo was utterly devoted to the way of the sword. At present, his cultivation level had reached 96, and each subsequent elevation would require deep comprehension. Now at the age of 82, breaking through the century mark seemed an insurmountable challenge, leaving all his hopes resting on Ye Xiaofeng. As Ye Xiaofeng unleashed the first character of his soul skill, the word kill materialized and surged towards Ashin. Ashin, utilizing all his soul power, executed his self-created technique to defend, yet he felt the weight of Ye Xiaofeng's power. When the two soul skills collided, Ashin was sent hurtling backward, shattering the protective barriers of the arena, leaving a scene of devastation in their wake. Ashin lay motionless beneath the arena, blood streaming from his mouth and his garments in tatters, realizing that despite his previous confidence, he could not withstand even a single strike from Ye Xiaofeng. The victor of this match is Ye Xiaofeng, the host declared, yet the audience felt no joy as all their investments had gone to waste. Ye Xiaofeng, I shall have you torn to shreds. Prince Xuexing, having lost a fortune of 1 billion previously and now another 2 billion, erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. Sword Douluo was taken aback by the prince's threat against his disciple, as if he were invisible. A mere glance from Sword Douluo sent Prince Xuexing reeling, as if he had plunged into an abyss. Sword Douluo's gaze was a silent warning, conveying that Ye Xiaofeng was under his protection, and any attempt to harm him would be met with dire consequences, regardless of the prince's royal status. Prince Xuexing trembled, recognizing his blunder. Get lost. He directed his ire toward those beneath him, even in the presence of poisoned Douluo, knowing that Sword Douluo was not someone he could provoke. Conversely, Xuexing found herself in high spirits. To her, 5 billion was inconsequential, and she deemed Ye Xiaofeng a worthy ally to cultivate. As Ye Xiaofeng descended from the arena, he approached Ashin, who appeared despondent from the recent blow. If you cannot withstand such minor setbacks, you are unworthy of being a strong individual. True strength lies in confronting challenges head-on, not merely drifting along with the current. Ye Xiaofeng had exerted every effort to secure Ashin's loyalty, and witnessing Ashin's despair ignited his anger. True strength confronts adversity, not succumbs to it. At the brink of despair, Ashin clung to a glimmer of hope. Manager Luo, take him for treatment. Ye Xiaofeng instructed upon noticing Ashin's reaction, directing Luo Xiaotian to assist him. Once you have recovered, come find me at Li's Inn, he added before departing. Upon returning to his office, Ye Xiaofeng found Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo awaiting him. To facilitate Bone Douluo's cooperation with Sword Douluo's ruse, Ye Xiaofeng had pleaded with his master for half a month to obtain his consent. Bone Douluo was invited as a guest, albeit he had demanded a fee of 1 billion, which he ultimately accepted without hesitation. Thus, Bone Douluo's total compensation amounted to 2 billion. A friendly rate for 1 billion in fees. Otherwise, he would not have risked his reputation as a title Douluo for mere monetary gain. Ye Xiaofeng presented 2 billion to Sword Douluo, who declined the offer, likely understanding that Ye Xiaofeng needed the funds to bolster his strength. When did you become so generous toward your disciple? You are wealthy. Why not lend me a hand? Bone Douluo jested, teasing Sword Douluo. Scram. Do you truly need my assistance? Sword Douluo retorted without a hint of courtesy. Previously, Qingqing, the whimsical character, had invested 5 million in herself, and now her worth had skyrocketed to 80 million. Ye Xiaofeng handed her a black card, which she initially hesitated to accept but ultimately could not refuse due to its allure. Ye Xiao, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience, Luo Xiaotian announced, appearing unsure amidst the gathering. It's fine. We are all allies here, Ye Xiaofeng reassured him, glancing at Luo Xiaotian. The only person present who was not closely aligned with him was Bone Douluo, yet his relationship with Sword Douluo was solid enough to avoid complications. Please wait here. I shall meet with him, Ye Xiaofeng instructed Sword Douluo and the others, stepping out. Even though Xuexing had lost money, she dared not act against him openly. As Ye Xiaofeng exited, he heard the voice of the heavenly mechanism system's Xiaobing in his ear. Master, your task is to cultivate a good relationship with Qian Rinxue and claim her first time to complete the mission, Xiaobing stated. Am I permitted to decline this task? Ye Xiaofeng immediately sought to reject it, horrified at the thought of entangling himself with the disguised Qian Rinxue, which would inevitably lead to relentless pursuits. You have no choice. Should you refuse, you will become a mere mortal, devoid of everything. Thus, you must forge ahead. Good luck, Xiaobing concluded before vanishing. The system he possessed was particularly troublesome. It had malfunctioned upon his first encounter, and his awakened martial soul had been delayed by 5 years. Each task notification was a mere fleeting whisper, leaving him with no further guidance. This flawed system offered no options, making it seem as though having a system was not much different from having none at all, save for the rewards that could be obtained. This was a significant reason for his rapid advancement. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to reach the rank of Soul King at his current age. Now faced with such a task, it was clear that the intention was to ensnare him, yet the thought of Qian Rinxue lingered in Ye Xiaofeng's mind, enticing him. Ye Xiaofeng sought out Xuexing, having learned from Luo Xiaotian that she had been placed in another meeting room, as her status warranted proper reception. Your Highness. I apologize for the delay. I was attending to a minor matter, Ye Xiaofeng greeted with a smile as he approached the table where Xueqinghe sat. Eager to discern the purpose of her visit. A minor matter? In my view, young Master Yi is likely preoccupied with distributing a substantial sum of resources, perhaps 10 billion. Xueqinghe smiled as she observed Ye Xiaofeng. It seems the Crown Prince has discerned this. Previously, Qingxing mentioned that a woman's intuition is remarkably acute. Yet I did not anticipate it to be this perceptive. Is His Highness here today to discuss the 5 billion? Ye Xiaofeng probed to ascertain Xueqinghe's intentions. To me, wealth is but a transient possession. Such trivial matters do not trouble me, Xueqinghe mused, for in any case, the loss would merely be the funds of the Tiando Empire, not her own. Indeed, the Crown Prince is destined to become a sovereign. A far cry from the likes of us mere rascals, Ye Xiaofeng began to flatter, a skill in which he excelled. Young Master Yi is surely destined to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. How could he possibly be merely a rogue? Xueqinghe reciprocated the flattery, engaging in the exchange. Your Highness, I presume you did not come solely to praise me, did you? Despite their lengthy conversation, Ye Xiaofeng remained uncertain of Xueqinghe's true purpose. You might interpret it that way. In truth, I hold young Master Yi in high regard. Which is why I have waited so long for you, Xueqinghe replied with a smile. I did not expect the Crown Prince to possess such inclinations, alas. Were I a maiden, I would undoubtedly pledge myself to you, Your Highness, Ye Xiaofeng jested, fully aware that Xueqinghe did not mean it literally. Yet he felt compelled to maintain this facade for his own objectives. Young Master Yi, you have misunderstood my intentions, Xueqinghe said, surprised that Ye Xiaofeng had misconstrued her words as an indication of romantic preference. Your Highness, do not jest. Were you a woman, I, Ye Xiaofeng, would go through fire and water for you, he declared boldly. Really? Xueqinghe exclaimed, suddenly animated. Such matters are hardly a jest, Ye Xiaofeng replied with earnestness. Young Master Yi, it is unfortunate that I am not a woman. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to offer myself. Xueqinghe quickly diverted the topic, unwilling to jeopardize her plans for the sake of Ye Xiaofeng. Ah, what a significant regret that is, Ye Xiaofeng sighed deliberately. May I call you Xiaofeng? Xueqinghe inquired politely. Certainly, Your Highness may call me whatever you wish, just refrain from addressing me as stray cat or dog, Ye Xiaofeng joked. Xiaofeng, you truly have a knack for humor, that you may refer to me as Qinghe without the formalities of Your Highness, she chuckled, unable to suppress her amusement. Qinghe. Your laughter is reminiscent of a maiden's, quite beautiful, Ye Xiaofeng remarked again, though Qian Rengshu, disguised as Xueqinghe, remained enchanting in her demeanor. Ah, Xiaofeng. Do not speak so frivolously, Xueqinghe said, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a tinge of annoyance, having never before made such a novice mistake. Fearing her identity would be revealed. Qinghe, you must understand, I speak from the heart. However, there are 3 significant pursuits in life that one must not overlook. Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed with earnestness. The first is exquisite wine, he said as he poured a glass for Xueqinghe, ensuring to serve himself as well before raising a toast and drinking it down in one gulp. In contrast, Xueqinghe drank with elegance, exhibiting a grace that far surpassed Ye Xiaofeng's boisterous manner. What is the second pursuit? Xueqinghe asked, captivated by Ye Xiaofeng's words. The second pursuit is martial arts. As humans, we ought to strive for greater martial prowess. If one cannot surpass 100 in this lifetime, what significance is there in becoming an unparalleled warrior? Ye Xiaofeng expressed with enthusiasm, revealing his inner aspirations. And what of the third? Xueqinghe became increasingly engrossed, surprised to find her pursuits aligning with his. The third pursuit is beauty. Throughout history, heroes have struggled against the allure of beauty. Yet, I posit that it is not merely a struggle but an inevitable test that one cannot easily escape. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng's gaze fixated on Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe's body trembled slightly before she regained her composure. It was simple. Xiaofeng adored beautiful women, and she would procure a selection of them, each more stunning than the last. She smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. It seems Qinghe has not grasped my meaning. If we speak of worldly women, how could there be a struggle against beauty? The women I refer to are celestial beings, untouched by earthly affairs. Ye Xiaofeng raised his cup and drank once more. At this juncture, Xueqinghe found herself in a quandary. She could find women skilled in the arts and household duties, yet the concept of celestial beings eluded her grasp. I know, Qinghe, that you appreciate my strength. Should you require assistance in the future, I, Ye Xiaofeng, will offer my aid without hesitation, he stated plainly. In that case, I thank you. Xiaofeng, I have matters to attend to and shall not further intrude upon your time, Xueqinghe acknowledged, understanding that haste would not yield favorable outcomes. Qinghe, take care. Ye Xiaofeng watched as she departed before returning to his original office. Xiaofeng, did the Crown Prince give you any trouble? Qingxing rushed over, clutching Ye Xiaofeng's arm, her expression filled with concern. Fenger, what business did His Highness have with you? Sword Douluo was also quite concerned about the matter, as Snow Qinghe had lost 5 billion. It was possible he might use this incident to take action against Ye Xiaofeng. It's nothing. His Highness merely values my strength and wishes to cultivate a favorable relationship with me, perhaps to win me over, Ye Xiaofeng explained candidly. Well, the situation may not be entirely detrimental for you. However, remember to leave a sliver of room for negotiation. It is prudent, Sword Douluo cautioned Ye Xiaofeng, emphasizing that while one should not harbor ill intentions, it is wise to remain vigilant against others. Xiaofeng, do take care, Qingqing expressed her concerns. The crown prince of the Tiando Empire wielded considerable power, while Ye Xiaofeng was relatively weak. Engaging with the crown prince necessitated utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to Ye Xiaofeng's irrevocable downfall. Although Ye Xiaofeng's master, Sword Douluo, was formidable, he could not be expected to offer constant protection. This was not Ye Xiaofeng's desire, yet he had no choice but to take risks to fulfill his mission. Fenger, we shall return now. You all take care. Sword Douluo remarked, choosing not to elaborate further as he departed with Bone Douluo. Master, do not worry. I know what to do, Ye Xiaofeng assured, though in his heart he had already devised a plan. Qingqing, please return to your room and wait for me. I need to check on Exile, Ye Xiaofeng said, glancing at Qingqing, wishing to spare her from accompanying him. All right, just return soon, Qingqing replied before heading to her room. Manager Luo, how's Exile? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. Turning to Luo Xiaodian, I have arranged for a therapist to treat him. However, Exile's injuries are quite severe and will require some time. Luo Xiaodian reported to Ye Xiaofeng. I will go see him, Ye Xiaofeng decided, wishing to hone Exile into a sharp blade for his own convenience. I overestimated your abilities, Ye Xiaofeng thought as he entered Exile's room, finding him lying there, pale-faced. You won. I will honor my promise. From now on, Exile's life belongs to you, Exile conceded, aware that history favored the victor, and he had no excuse for his defeat to Ye Xiaofeng. It was not his inadequacy, but rather the overwhelming strength of the man before him. That is acceptable, but with your current condition and strength, you cannot be of much assistance to me, Ye Xiaofeng observed, studying Exile's expression. I understand. I will strive to recover swiftly, Exile replied, closing his eyes. Deep down, he felt a pang of disappointment and pain, viewed as a strong individual by others. He had deluded himself into believing he was powerful, only to find he could not withstand even a single strike from Ye Xiaofeng. The notion of strength felt tragically comical. Exile, truth be told, I find you quite agreeable, which is why I wish to recruit you. Your strength is secondary, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, noticing a hint of disdain on Exile's face. I know you are unconvinced, but by aligning with me, your martial path will not be overlooked, Ye Xiaofeng stated, employing his second martial spirit, the Emerald Swan, to heal Exile. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng had observed Exile for quite some time, familiarizing himself with his battle records and gathering intelligence. Exile, like Qingqing, was an orphan who traversed the perilous paths of life for the sake of cultivation resources. This perilous journey had unveiled his remarkable talents, forged through blood and sacrifice, an experience beyond Ye Xiaofeng's current understanding. How was this possible? Exile could hardly believe that he could heal. Ye Xiaofeng was a formidable offensive soul master. How could he possess healing abilities? At that moment, Exile stared incredulously at Ye Xiaofeng, astonished by the revelation of his dual martial spirits, a rarity indeed. I offer you a choice. It is not too late to leave. As for my secret, even if you remain silent, it will eventually come to light. Yet I trust you will not disclose it to anyone, Ye Xiaofeng asserted confidently, believing in Exile's loyalty as well as in himself. I am willing to stay, Exile pondered deeply. Ye Xiaofeng's revelation of his dual martial spirits was a testament to his trust. If he chose to depart, even if Ye Xiaofeng spared him, Sword Douluo would not. Even if they both forgave him, he could not tarnish his life as skill by following a potential future powerhouse. Moreover, the resources in Ye Xiaofeng's possession were likely to benefit him significantly. Previously, Exile had received an olive branch from Snow Qinghe, but having grown accustomed to solitary cultivation, he had declined. However, he had promised to assist her when needed, to the best of his abilities. His reluctance stemmed from a desire for freedom, as Ye Xiaofeng articulated. A true man should not dwell in the shadows of others. The second reason was that Snow Qinghe was not of his ilk. She was destined to be the sovereign of the Tiando Empire, while he was merely a martial enthusiast, hence his refusal. Yet Ye Xiaofeng was different. He too was a martial enthusiast. Even if he were to establish a kingdom in the future, it would be a product of their collective efforts. The outcome mattered less than the enjoyment of the journey itself. Very well, you are already quite strong. Though you differ from me in ways that you need not comprehend just yet. Focus on your training. With your current strength, you cannot aid me. We shall speak again once you attain the Soul Sage level, Ye Xiaofeng concluded before departing. After their exchange, Exile's resolve was rejuvenated. One may falter, but belief must not waver. To become a true powerhouse, one must possess unwavering faith. From this day forth, Exile would consider Ye Xiaofeng his rival. Today's defeat was but a stepping stone, and through diligence, he would one day be able to withstand a strike from him. Come, let us dine, Ye Xiaofeng declared upon returning to his room, where Qingqing sat on the sofa, waiting eagerly. Today, I crave grilled fish, Qingqing said, rubbing her stomach as afternoon hunger set in. You silly girl, have you become addicted to grilled fish? Ye Xiaofeng teased, pinching her nose. What's wrong with that? If you truly love me, you would let me enjoy my grilled fish, Qingqing replied, her displeasure evident as she gazed at Ye Xiaofeng. I never said you couldn't have grilled fish, Ye Xiaofeng replied, shaking his head helplessly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, Qingqing urged, pulling Ye Xiaofeng outside. Slow down, Ye Xiaofeng called, struggling to keep pace and nearly stumbling. If you don't hurry, there won't be any seats left, Qingqing insisted. Dragging Ye Xiaofeng to the entrance of the grilled fish restaurant. Boss, 10 grilled fish, make them crispy and add extra chili. Qingqing ordered as soon as she reached the door. Please, come inside, the owner greeted warmly, recognizing them as returning patrons. Miss, we have recently introduced lamb skewers. Would you care to try? The owner inquired tentatively. How do they taste? Qingqing asked, her curiosity piqued like a child's. Let me put it this way. If you are not satisfied with the lamb skewers, this meal will be on the house. What do you think? The owner confidently explained. Then I'll have 20 skewers, add extra chili, make them a bit crispy, and don't forget 10 lamb kidneys. Qingqing ordered nonchalantly, winking at Ye Xiaofeng. All right. Please wait a moment, the owner said with a sly smile, bringing out a jug of wine as well. Do you think you can finish all this? Ye Xiaofeng whispered. Isn't there still you? Qingqing teased, glancing playfully at Ye Xiaofeng. Please enjoy your meal, the owner announced, shortly thereafter delivering 10 grilled fish, 20 lamb skewers, and 10 lamb kidneys. The grilled fish smells divine. How about your lamb kidneys? Curious, Qingqing inquired of Ye Xiaofeng, who was indulging in lamb kidneys. Why not taste it yourself to find out? Even if Ye Xiaofeng claimed it was delicious, Qingqing would remain skeptical. If you don't want to say, then don't. I won't bother asking, she said, playfully snatching a piece from Ye Xiaofeng's hand and taking a bite. Not bad. The flavor is quite acceptable. Why don't you take from the plate? Why must you let me snatch it from your hand? Ye Xiaofeng observed her with curiosity. Is there really a difference? Qingqing retorted directly. Shouldn't that be something I say? Ye Xiaofeng was left speechless by her response. Oh dear. Hurry up and eat your kidneys before they go cold. Qingqing teased, then quickly poured wine for Ye Xiaofeng to coax him. How's the meal, gentlemen? The owner approached as he saw Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing nearing the end of their meal. Today, I had quite a delightful meal. You should let him pay. Qingqing mischievously glanced at Ye Xiaofeng. He said nothing and simply settled the bill, and the two exited the establishment. Since it's still early, shall we take a stroll? Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng, her expression pleading. On such a hot day, what is the point of shopping? We should head back and rest, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Feeling drowsy after a hearty meal. I don't care, Qingqing declared, planting herself on a bench by the street, throwing a little tantrum like a child. Little Qingqing. If you don't move, I want to accompany you for shopping, Ye Xiaofeng said, shaking his head in resignation, and continued on his way, ignoring her. You want to wait for me? Hearing Ye Xiaofeng mention shopping, Qingqing immediately chased after him, linking her arm around his. Handsome. Our store has just received a stunning new collection of high heels. Are you planning to buy a pair for your girlfriend? As they walked down the street. The girl server, noticing Ye Xiaofeng's affluent demeanor, quickly posed a tempting question. Ye Xiaofeng felt obliged to accompany Qingqing inside the store, fearing that a refusal might upset her. Inside, Qingqing browsed until she suddenly fixated on a pair of crystal shoes. Young lady, your taste is impeccable. This pair is the pride of our store. Perfectly suited for a woman of your sophistication, the server praised, extolling both Qingqing and the quality of her footwear. Xiaofeng, what do you think of those shoes? Qingqing asked. Glancing at Ye Xiaofeng. If you like them, try them on, he replied softly, acknowledging that the crystal shoes were indeed quite exquisite. How do they look? Are they nice? After trying them on, Qingqing walked a few steps before Ye Xiaofeng. They are indeed lovely, yet something feels slightly off, he mused, surveying the shoes and then Qingqing. Handsome, in my opinion, these crystal shoes seem tailor-made for your girlfriend, the server quickly praised, anxious to secure a sale. I'll take this pair. Please charge it to my card, Ye Xiaofeng said, handing over his black gold card. Sir, this pair of crystal shoes is originally priced at 1,990,000. However, since we are fortunate to encounter someone with your refined taste, we offer you a discounted price of only 1,660,000, the shop owner beamed. Recognizing the significance of the black gold card. Understood, Ye Xiaofeng replied, preparing to leave with Qingqing. Handsome, the clothing store next door is also mine. I suggest you get your girlfriend a white dress to go with those crystal shoes. It would be even better. Shall we take a look? The owner eagerly suggested. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng's lack of objection, she promptly guided them to the adjacent clothing store. Sir, this white dress is also a bestseller, a true treasure of our store. The owner elaborated enthusiastically. Upon seeing the dress, Ye Xiaofeng realized it resembled a wedding gown from his past life. Xiaofeng, maybe we should skip this, Qingqing said. Her eyes widening at the price tag of 660,000 gold soul coins. Such an amount was something she could never earn in her lifetime before meeting Ye Xiaofeng. Of course, being a limited edition treasure, the price is naturally high. However, since we have met, it's a stroke of fate. Let us consider it a friendship price of 5,000,000, the owner suggested, assuming Ye Xiaofeng found the price excessive. Xiaofeng, let us just forget it, Qingqing said. Although she secretly adored the dress, feeling the price was exorbitant. Why give up? Buy it. I would never allow my girlfriend to feel deprived, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed. Momentarily lost in thought. Yet Qingqing still felt the price was too high. There is no but. As long as you are happy, it's all worth it. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Qingqing, then handed the black gold card back to the shop owner. Young lady, you are truly fortunate to have such a caring boyfriend. The owner complimented. Really? Qingqing blushed slightly at the owner's words. Come, let me take you to the fitting room, the owner said, guiding Qingqing to try on the dress. Soon, Qingqing emerged in the outfit. Xiaofeng, how does it look? Is it beautiful? Qingqing playfully adjusted her chest as she spoke. The sight captivated Ye Xiaofeng, leaving him momentarily stunned, and a warm rush of blood surged from his nose. Ah, Xiaofeng, why are you bleeding? Qingqing asked with concern, though the female boss smiled knowingly. She had been through such experiences herself. I'm fine, just a little overheated, Ye Xiaofeng quickly replied as he went to clean up the blood. Qingqing, you need to learn how to make men fall at your feet, the female boss whispered to her. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qingqing shyly responded. Men are fickle creatures. If you don't hold their attention tightly, they'll seek another target, the boss remarked, looking at Qingqing knowingly, reflecting on her words. Qingqing realized the truth. Ye Xiaofeng had already pursued 3 others, making her the 4th, with the possibility of more to come. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. The boss was right. No matter what, she needed to maintain her significant place in his heart. Your hairstyle could use a change too, the boss began, but was interrupted by Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing in unison. You didn't open the hair salon next door, did you? The boss chuckled. Not quite. The salon is run by my sister. Ye Xiaofeng was astounded by the revelation. The boss then offered to have Qingqing's hairstyle done for free by her sister. To prepare for the hairstyling, the boss asked Qingqing to change clothes, promising they would switch back afterward. After an hour at the salon, they finally emerged. And Ye Xiaofeng was mesmerized by Qingqing's beauty. You look stunning today, he said, feeling a dryness in his throat as they drew closer. Just then, an elderly voice interrupted their moment, calling out, fresh candied hawthorn. Xiaofeng, I want some, Qingqing exclaimed, rushing over. 3 of those, please, she said, practically salivating. All right. Here you go, the elderly vendor replied, handing her the treats. How much? Ye Xiaofeng asked, watching Qingqing's eagerness. 1 string for a gold soul coin, 3 in total. The vendor replied, gesturing with his finger. Ye Xiaofeng retrieved the coins from his storage device and paid. Why aren't you getting any? Qingqing asked curiously. I don't want any. You can eat mine, Ye Xiaofeng said, wiping sugar from her mouth. No way, you have to eat one today, she insisted, handing him a string. After much persuasion, he finally relented, and the attention of passers-by shifted to them, more so to Qingqing, who looked enchanting with her flowing purple hair, white dress, and crystal shoes. They returned to the Great Soul Arena, where Luo Xiaodian and Exile awaited him. Ye Xiaofeng asked Qingqing to wait in her room while he met with them alone. Manager Luo, everything at the arena went smoothly. Your personal expenses total 5 million. Consider it a reward, Ye Xiaofeng stated. Thank you, Ye Xiao, Luo Xiaodian responded gratefully. Ye Xiaofeng rarely involved himself in arena affairs, but now, even as a deputy manager, his influence had grown. You're dismissed for now, Ye Xiaofeng said, sending Luo Xiaodian away. Then I won't interrupt, Luo Xiaodian said, exiting and closing the door. Exile, please have a seat, Ye Xiaofeng smiled. I wanted to ask you for a favor. Ye Xiaofeng began, pouring tea for Exile. Since I followed you, just let me know if you need anything, Exile replied readily. Here are 2 black gold cards, each with 100 million gold soul coins. Keep one for yourself, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at Exile with a smile. I don't need that much. Exile quickly declined, sensing it might be a test from Ye Xiaofeng. Don't rush to refuse. This will benefit us both. Resources are needed for cultivation, and money is required to acquire those resources. This will help you grow stronger, enabling you to assist me in the future, Ye Xiaofeng explained calmly, wishing for Exile's growth. Thank you, Ye Xiao, Exile replied, accepting the offer. As for the other card, I need you to visit the Tianshui Academy and give it to a girl named Shui Binger, along with a letter to be delivered at the right time. They are both at the Soul King level, and I hope you can assist them, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling anxious since borrowing from the Tianshi system had left him troubled. Rest assured, Ye Xiao, I will handle it, Exile promised, though he regarded Ye Xiaofeng with concern, sensing the weight of his words. Not long from now, I may encounter a perilous situation. Prepare accordingly, and keep this to yourself. If I don't return one day, I hope you. Ye Xiaofeng paused, looking at Exile, leaving the thought unfinished. Don't worry, Ye Xiao. I will protect them, Exile vowed firmly. That puts me at ease. Carry on with your tasks, Ye Xiaofeng said, turning away. Take care, farewell, Exile said as he left the Great Soul Arena. Ye Xiaofeng's demeanor shifted. A broad smile spread across his face as he returned to Qingqing's room. Little Qingqing, did you miss me? Come here for a hug, he said playfully, his expression teasing. Not at all. All you think about is how to take advantage of me, she retorted. Qingqing murmured, if you don't hug me, I can find someone else to embrace. Ye Xiaofeng, without any intent to provoke, retorted lightly, you're such a brat. In a fit of anger, Qingqing swiftly struck Ye Xiaofeng on his left eye with her fist. Oh, my eye. Ye Xiaofeng lamented, suddenly realizing how foolish he was to provoke this fierce woman. It wasn't intentional. Blame yourself for infuriating me, Qingqing said, sticking out her tongue, aware that she had hit harder than intended, yet an apology was out of the question. She would never concede that. Stop pretending. I merely tapped you lightly. You won't die from it, Qingqing remarked, observing Ye Xiaofeng rolling on the ground, covering his eye, with a gleeful expression. You're driving me to the brink of insanity, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, nearly spitting blood from frustration. Enough of your theatrics, get up. Let me hug you as a consolation. Qingqing said, seated on the sofa, her feet swinging in the air. Ye Xiaofeng, uninterested, remained on the floor, shielding his left eye, tears streaming uncontrollably. Such a venomous heart. Ye Xiaofeng muttered in anger. Who said that? Haven't you heard of the saying about the flames of war amusing the feudal lords? Merely to earn a smile from a beauty? I don't need to entertain the lords. I am content just as things are, Qingqing philosophized after a long contemplation. Little enchantress, you have successfully enraged me, Ye Xiaofeng declared as he lunged towards Qingqing on the sofa. Ah, I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Qingqing quickly pleaded as she saw Ye Xiaofeng approaching. Now you realize your mistake? Too late. I shall take you, little enchantress, he asserted, pushing Qingqing down onto the sofa. She immediately covered her face with her hands. Qingqing, you look stunning today, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, captivated once again by her beauty. So, are you implying that I was too beautiful before? Qingqing countered. You were beautiful before, but today you are even more so, he replied, pulling her into his embrace. If the task were completed, he would embark on a path of escape, leaving Qingqing by the side of his master, the sword Douluo. Even if Xue Qinghe held immense power, it was impossible for him to act against her in the presence of the sword Douluo. Xiaofeng, be gentle, I can hardly breathe. Qingqing exclaimed urgently. I apologize, Qingqing. I got too carried away, Ye Xiaofeng quickly released her. What is wrong with you? You've been acting strangely since you entered. Qingqing said, nestling her head against his chest. It's nothing. I just missed you too much, which is why I couldn't help but hold you too tightly. Ye Xiaofeng deflected. That's good. Haven't I always been by your side? Am I truly that captivating? Qingqing teased, her cheeks flushed. Of course. My heart has long been ensnared by you, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Such sweet words. You know how to make me happy, Qingqing said. Though inwardly she felt a growing happiness. Suddenly, Qingqing wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng's neck, closed her eyes, and initiated a kiss. Ye Xiaofeng, no longer hesitant, reciprocated. His hands began to wander, and Qingqing, shedding her reservations, became increasingly bold. As evening descended, the two lay entwined, Ye Xiaofeng holding Qingqing close. The air thick with the fragrance of their passionate romance. Little Qingqing, get up. I'll take you to eat at Li Zhonggui's, Ye Xiaofeng urged, gently nudging her. It's all your fault, Qingqing complained, nestled in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, motionless, her words a mere pretense as she savored his affection. Why are you blaming me now? Ye Xiaofeng said playfully, eyeing her with mock lewdness. Oh, you're insufferable. Qingqing buried her head deeper into his chest, her face ablaze. All right. I shall not tease you further. Let me help you up and get ready, Ye Xiaofeng said, lifting Qingqing from the bed. Young master Yi, young mistress. Li Zhonggui greeted them upon their return, hastening over to pay his respects. Li Zhonggui, how have you been lately? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with a slight smile. Thanks to the young master's good fortune, I am well, Li Zhonggui replied, promptly leading them upstairs to Ye Xiaofeng's exclusive private room. Known for his meticulous attention to Ye Xiaofeng's dietary needs, this was one of the reasons Ye Xiaofeng held Li Zhonggui in high regard. After a satisfying meal, Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Qingqing with a mischievous glint in his eye. Noticing his intense stare, Qingqing quickly covered her chest with her hands. Ye Xiaofeng, you naughty rascal. What are you planning? She asked, frowning. What do you think I'm planning? Don't you know? He replied with a sly grin, inching closer to her. Wasn't there something that happened on our way here? Qingqing realized something ominous was about to unfold, but she couldn't help but voice her concern. That was then. This is now, they're not the same. Ye Xiaofeng dismissed her worries, scooping her up in his arms and heading upstairs. Perhaps for the last time, who knew when the next opportunity would arise? Perhaps tomorrow? She suggested softly. There is no time like the present. I'll take you to see my master tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng said, cradling her in his arms as they ascended. What do we need to see him for? Everything is fine as it is, Qingqing gazed at him with her bright eyes. Your cultivation speed is a bit slow. I believe my master could guide you better. Ye Xiaofeng stated as he settled Qingqing before embarking on his task. He knew Qingqing had already reached level 25 in her training, while she wasn't lagging behind her peers. It wasn't sufficient for Ye Xiaofeng. He wished for her to attain a higher realm, so he could entrust her care to his master, allowing him to feel secure. Once upstairs, Ye Xiaofeng locked the door and pressed Qingqing against it, sealing their lips in a passionate kiss. Before embarking on his escape, he intended to savor every moment to avoid future regrets. Ye Xiaofeng resumed his unrestrained behavior, while Qingqing had long since grown accustomed to it. As Qingqing lost herself in her thoughts, Ye Xiaofeng had already discarded their clothing onto the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng, you naughty rascal, she exclaimed. Hey, get up. We need to continue, she scolded him in dissatisfaction. Let me rest for a moment, he replied. Is that not allowed? Why is it that you can't endure any longer? Qingqing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Shall I simply lie down then, Ye Xiaofeng? The following noon, Ye Xiaofeng led Qingqing to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Master, Xiaofeng is bullying me. Qingqing rushed over to sword Douluo, grasping his right arm with both hands. Then tell your master, how is he bullying you? Sword Douluo smiled as he gazed at Qingqing. At this point, Qingqing found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate her grievance. For she could not possibly say that Ye Xiaofeng had been engaging in unspeakable acts against her. Qingqing, do speak up. How exactly am I bullying you? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qingqing with a triumphant expression. Qingqing gritted her teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless to retaliate against Ye Xiaofeng. Master, I wish to speak with you privately, Ye Xiaofeng said as he glanced at Sword Douluo. Why the secrecy? Can I know as well? Sword Douluo frowned slightly. Confidentiality. I will tell you later, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile at Qingqing. Qing'er, why don't you sit in the room for a while? Sword Douluo said. Sensing Ye Xiaofeng's intentions and clearly not wanting Qingqing to overhear, Qingqing said nothing further and turned to return to the room. What is it? Speak up. Sword Douluo led Ye Xiaofeng to the pavilion in the courtyard. Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words. Rest assured, no one can hear us now. Sword Douluo waved his sleeve, creating a protective barrier around them. Master, I implore you to look after Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Sword Douluo with a pleading expression. Where are you planning to go? Sword Douluo did not immediately acquiesce, instead directly inquiring about Ye Xiaofeng's intentions. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. Soon, I may find myself being pursued, and thus I must temporarily leave the Heavendo Empire. What kind of person would dare pursue the disciple of Qingqing? Master, I am not like others. I must complete a mission, and if I fail, I shall remain stuck at the 51st level Soul King realm indefinitely. Of course, if I succeed, my cultivation will experience a significant boost, but it may also incur the wrath of the Crown Prince. In that case, I will boldly intercede on your behalf before the Crown Prince, Sword Douluo stated. Master, while a direct attack can be evaded, a hidden arrow is much harder to guard against. Furthermore, even with your intervention, the Crown Prince may not let me off easily. What is your plan then? To perpetually flee? Perhaps. Once I possess the strength to protect myself, I shall return to bring Qingqing back. I sincerely hope that Master can look after her. Ye Xiaofeng said, kneeling on the ground. Feng'er, what are you doing? Since I have taken Qingqing as my disciple, I will naturally look after her. There is no need for you to kneel, Sword Douluo said, a hint of anger in his voice, upset that Ye Xiaofeng had belittled himself. Since that is the case, upon completing your mission, go straight to the grove outside the eastern gate of the imperial capital. I will take you to a certain place, Sword Douluo assured. Sensing that Ye Xiaofeng was prepared, Ye Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. By the way, are you truly willing to leave this little girl behind? Perhaps the other 3 girls may come after you, Sword Douluo teased. With Master here, I am at ease. As for Bing'er and the others, I have already arranged for Exile to protect them. Ye Xiaofeng had made provisions for their safety. Xiaofeng, what did you say to Master? Upon their return to the room, Qingqing could not help but inquire. Feng'er entrusted me with the responsibility of caring for his future. Sword Douluo smiled at Qingqing. Master, how can you speak so frivolously? Qingqing's cheeks flushed, unable to meet Sword Douluo's gaze. When I say it, you can ask Feng'er. Sword Douluo deflected the question onto Ye Xiaofeng. Where are you going? Qingqing sensed that Ye Xiaofeng had been acting mysteriously of late. I must attend to an important matter. You should focus on your training with Master, Ye Xiaofeng replied earnestly. It is dangerous, isn't it? Qingqing gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, tears welling in her eyes. Not overly so. After all, I am the disciple of Master. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Sword Douluo, silently urging him to cooperate. Yet Sword Douluo maintained his aloof demeanor, offering no assistance. How long will you be gone? When will you return? Qingqing's eyes bore into Ye Xiaofeng's, fearful of being abandoned, of him never returning, and of the potential dangers he might face. Soon, when I am truly able to protect you, I will return to marry you, Ye Xiaofeng could not help but say, hoping to reassure Qingqing, which was also something she had longed to hear. Without caring that Sword Douluo was present, Qingqing rushed to embrace Ye Xiaofeng and kissed him gently, whispering in his ear, if one day I find out that you are no longer here, I will accompany you. I do not wish to be left alone. Tears began to stream down Qingqing's cheeks uncontrollably. That will not happen. Trust me. Ye Xiaofeng felt a whirlwind of emotions within but knew as a man, he must act decisively. Soon after, Ye Xiaofeng departed from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and returned to the inn, where Manager Li softly spoke into Ye Xiaofeng's ear. Upon hearing Manager Li's words, Ye Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. He had just been contemplating seeking him out when the opportunity presented itself. Instead of returning to his dedicated private room, Ye Xiaofeng headed to the adjacent room across from Shui Qinghe. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Shui Qinghe happened to spot him as he entered the room. Your Highness, what a coincidence. What brings you here, Qinghe? Ye Xiaofeng feigned surprise. Though everything was well within his control, I found the palace exceedingly dull, so I decided to take a stroll. Shui Qinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, exuding an inherent noble aura that could not be feigned. How intriguing. It seems we share quite the connection, Ye Xiaofeng replied, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Had I known you were coming, I would have waited a while longer. Shui Qinghe began to dine, creating a slight awkwardness. Next time, just wait for me. Ye Xiaofeng jested, subtly preparing for future encounters. Manager Li, are you not tarnishing your own reputation? Hurry, bring forth all the delicacies and drinks, tonight. I intend to indulge with His Highness, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, slightly dissatisfied with the simple fare before him. This is what I requested, so you cannot blame manager Li. Xueqing smiled, looking at Ye Xiaofeng. Young master, please wait a moment. I will bring everything right away, manager Li hastily assured them. Xiaofeng, after our last exchange. I found some of your insights quite compelling, Xueqing said as she sipped her drink while observing Ye Xiaofeng. Qinghe, I merely boast of my own abilities. How could my words possibly compare to those of your highness? Ye Xiaofeng continued to engage in conversation with her while drinking. Xiaofeng, I truly hold you in high regard. Why not join me in my endeavors? Xueqing proposed boldly as she drank. Qinghe, it is not that I am unwilling to join you. But rather I believe your perspective is still rather narrow. Ye Xiaofeng could not simply submit to her. On what basis do you say that? Xueqing did not react with anger but instead gazed at the young man before her, drawn in by a certain charm he exuded. What is the ultimate goal of our cultivation? Ye Xiaofeng gazed intently at Xueqing, curious about her reaction. What should have been a straightforward question had unexpectedly grown complex. Leaving Xueqing momentarily at a loss for words. Qinghe, we are not on the same path. One day, you aspire to be a sovereign above all. While I merely wish to break through that one barrier in my lifetime. Ye Xiaofeng spoke the truth. The ultimate goal of cultivation is simply to transcend to godhood at level 100, yet who in the entirety of Douluo Continent could achieve such a feat? Xueqing understood this better than Ye Xiaofeng, for her grandfather was a peerless powerhouse at level 99. Of course, if there comes a day when you need me. Even if it means reaching for the stars, I shall endeavor to grasp them. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to flirt with Xueqing, though it should have been Qianrenxue. I was too abrupt. I didn't expect you to comprehend more than I do, Xueqing reflected, feeling a flicker of emotion, yet she dared not reveal her feelings. Come, let us drink. Ye Xiaofeng continued to indulge in drink with Qianrenxue. Qinghe, not long ago, I had a peculiar dream. Ye Xiaofeng seemed lost in a reverie. A dream? What kind of dream? Xueqing inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. I dreamt of a beautiful woman, Ye Xiaofeng replied. What do you mean, Xiaofeng? If you desire a beauty, I could arrange for someone to bring her to you. Ordinary. I've told you, she does not exist in this world. She is ethereal. Untouched by the mundane. But such a beauty does not exist, which is why I said I dreamed of her. She possesses a pair of exquisite white wings, golden hair, and wields an angelic sword. Ye Xiaofeng closed his eyes, surrendering to the memory. Xueqing frowned slightly, her heart racing, a hint of murderous intent bubbling up. Yet upon witnessing Ye Xiaofeng's entrancement in his dream, that fury dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of intimacy. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to daydream, Xueqing teased. Feeling a sudden joy, or rather, a stirring of emotions, as she realized that the woman of Ye Xiaofeng's dreams was none other than herself. Ha, Qinghe. Forgive my folly, Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. If such a woman truly existed, yet she was unattainable? Xueqing suddenly found herself intrigued. Eager to learn Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts. If such a woman truly existed? Xueqing asked tentatively. Really? Ye Xiaofeng grasped Xueqing's hand with excitement. Qinghe, forgive my enthusiasm. Ye Xiaofeng was intentionally taking liberties with Qianrenxue. Why are you so excited? I said if such a woman existed and she were beyond your reach? Xueqing smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, clearly unaware of his true intentions. I know, at present, she is indeed beyond my reach, but I shall strive to cultivate. Breaking through to title Douluo. If title Douluo is insufficient, then I shall become a super Douluo, Ye Xiaofeng declared with fervor. And if super Douluo is not enough? Xueqing pressed again. Then I shall cultivate to the ultimate limit of Douluo, and if that fails, I will dedicate my life to pursuing divinity. Breaking through to level 100 and achieving godhood. Spending my life to tell that angel how much I. Ye Xiaofeng fell silent, teasing Xueqing's curiosity. What do you wish to tell that angel? Xueqing asked, intrigued. For her, I would wait another 1,000 years. Ye Xiaofeng ceased speaking, downing 3 cups of wine. I never imagined, Xiaofeng, that you would be so infatuated. Xueqing felt her heart stir. Yet she had her own path to follow and could not so readily abandon everything for the sake of romance. Qinghe, I apologize for my indiscretion. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at her. I admire your kind of person, Xiaofeng. I believe that one day you will meet that angel. And upon hearing of everything you have sacrificed for her, she may very well reciprocate your feelings. Xueqing smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Really? Ye Xiaofeng once again grasped Xueqing's hand. My mistake. I was too excited. But Qinghe, your hand is softer than a woman's, Ye Xiaofeng remarked innocently. You dare? Xueqing felt a little flustered by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden advance. You see how my mouth runs when I've had too much to drink? Ye Xiaofeng quickly apologized. It's all right. I'll take it as a jest. Xueqing blushed slightly, yet still dared not reveal her true feelings. The day is wearing on. Let us end here for today. I'll invite you for drinks another time. Xueqing, fearing she might reveal too much, decided to take her leave. Then it's settled. Should I escort you? Ye Xiaofeng inquired tentatively. Better not. I can return alone. Xueqing's words held hidden meanings. She felt conflicted. Partly wishing for Ye Xiaofeng to accompany her, yet also reluctant to let him. Allow me to see you off. What if something happens to the prince of the empire on the way? I couldn't bear the responsibility. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Xueqing. The capital is heavily guarded. Who would dare to cause trouble? Do they wish to court death? Xueqing clearly did not take this matter to heart. Very well, prince. I shall refrain from seeing you off. Ye Xiaofeng did not want to appear overly eager, lest Xueqing had discern his intentions. Xiaofeng, how can you not keep your word? A true man should honor his word. Xueqing felt a twinge of annoyance. Since you insist, I cannot in good conscience refrain from accompanying you, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled. And the two departed the inn together. What are you gazing at? Xueqing had noticed Ye Xiaofeng staring at the sky and couldn't help but inquire. I'm looking for shooting stars, Ye Xiaofeng replied, his gaze fixed upon the starry expanse, awaiting the appearance of a meteor. And then? Xueqing was surprised to learn that Ye Xiaofeng also enjoyed stargazing. When a shooting star streaks by, I will make a wish to see that angel soon. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Xueqing, observing her reaction. Xiaofeng, I see you are enchanted by your own fantasies. You speak of angels incessantly, Xueqing remarked, somewhat speechless. Realizing the depth of Ye Xiaofeng's infatuation. Even if I am bewitched, as long as I can see her once, I will have no regrets, Ye Xiaofeng said. Looking at Xueqing, Xiaofeng, actually, Xueqing felt an impulse to reveal her true identity. You needn't say anything, I understand. It is merely my own obsession, a fixation on the elusive, Ye Xiaofeng interrupted her, fearing that if he revealed too much, Xueqing might realize the truth and act against him. Even if she could not, the powerful individuals surrounding her could easily eliminate Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, your words move me. If I were a woman, I would surely marry you, Xueqing smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Alas, it seems we are fated to be apart in this life. Ye Xiaofeng lamented, expressing a deep sense of regret. If you do not mind, we could be sworn brothers. What do you think? Xueqing smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. That would be wonderful. I could not ask for more. How old are you? Ye Xiaofeng, suddenly intrigued, inquired. 14 years old. And you? Xueqing replied honestly. I am 15, a year your senior, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly declared. Are you serious? I find it hard to believe that you are only 15. Snow Qinghe remarked upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng, who appeared younger than himself yet claimed to be 15. Of course, appearances can be deceiving. Perhaps I simply look younger. In reality, Ye Xiaofeng is only 13, but by falsely claiming to be 15, he positions himself as the elder brother. All right, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Snow Qinghe thought, albeit with some skepticism, and decided to trust Ye Xiaofeng. Come on, call me big brother, he said, unabashedly pleased with himself. Suddenly, Snow Qinghe realized it might be better to remain friends, as she recognized that she had been duped by Ye Xiaofeng, prompting her to hastily flee. Hey. Just a moment ago you said a true man stands by his word. Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback as Snow Qinghe saw through his ruse. I'm not a true man. Snow Qinghe couldn't help but retort. What did you say? Ye Xiaofeng was surprised to hear her inadvertently reveal her identity. I meant that I'm still just a boy. I hardly qualify as a true man, Snow Qinghe said with a sly smile. Ye Xiaofeng was left bewildered by her words. I'm almost there. You may head back now. Snow Qinghe said with a grin. Aren't you going to invite me in for a while? Ye Xiaofeng grinned shamelessly. Of course, you can, Snow Qinghe began. But was interrupted again by Ye Xiaofeng. I think I'll pass. Let us meet at the inn another day, he said, turning away without further ado. As Snow Qinghe watched Ye Xiaofeng depart, a long-lost smile appeared on her face. After his figure vanished from sight, she returned to her room. Upon entering, she locked the door behind her, shedding her disguise. In that moment, she transformed back into Qian Rinxue, releasing her martial spirit as angelic wings unfurled gracefully from her back. Gazing into the mirror, she saw the angel Ye Xiaofeng had longed for. Her heart fluttered, for his potential captivated her even more than his appearance. It was only when alone that Snow Qinghe could cast aside her fade and revert to Qian Rinxue. Yet, the image of Ye Xiaofeng lingered in her mind. Not long after, she resumed her identity as Snow Qinghe, for the identity of Qian Rinxue from the Heavenly Dou Empire was too sensitive to maintain indefinitely. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng returned to the inn, lying on his bed. Everything was prepared, he just needed Snow Qinghe to take the bait. He was uncertain of what would transpire after winning over Qian Rinxue, but it was imperative to complete his mission. He then closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following midday, Ye Xiaofeng groggily awoke, a slight headache plaguing him, likely from the copious amounts of alcohol he had consumed the previous night. After rising, he took a refreshing shower and made his way downstairs. He ordered several bottles of wine from the innkeeper. Li, young Master Yi, here is the wine you requested. Li said amiably. Li, I may be heading out for a few days. Please keep this card for me. Ye Xiaofeng handed over a black gold card containing 200 million. Young master, what does this mean? Li noted the unusual nature of the request. As he currently had no pressing financial needs with the unsteady income, I wish to venture out for some experience. Remaining here will hinder my progress, Ye Xiaofeng explained. How about I accompany you? It would be safer that way, Li suggested, still feeling uneasy about the dangers of the outside world. No. I prefer to go alone this time. You focus on developing the inn. If you encounter difficulties, consult Master. He will assist you, Ye Xiaofeng insisted. Favoring solitude for his training, believing it would be more beneficial. How long do you anticipate being gone? Li inquired, sensing that this journey would not be brief. A minimum of 3 years, possibly up to 5. We can discuss other matters upon my return. And please, do not mention this to anyone, Ye Xiaofeng cautioned. Now, go. The crown prince will be here shortly. Bring him to my private room, he instructed Li. Li said no more and went to make the necessary arrangements just as Snow Qinghe arrived. Shortly after, she entered without any attendants. There was no need for them in Ye Xiaofeng's presence, as she wished to avoid any displeasure he might feel at their sight. "Qinghe, you're late today. You must drink 3 cups as punishment," Ye Xiaofeng announced, pouring her a drink. "I was delayed by some minor matters," Snow Qinghe replied. Showing no reluctance as she raised her cup to down 3 in quick succession, Li served them a sumptuous meal before excusing himself, leaving only Ye Xiaofeng and Snow Qinghe in the room. Having not eaten since the morning, Ye Xiaofeng's stomach grumbled, making Snow Qinghe feel a bit guilty for keeping him waiting. "Qinghe, I've been contemplating. I wish to venture out for some experience," Ye Xiaofeng said, his gaze fixed on her. "Indeed, one cannot solely focus on training. Otherwise, progress will stagnate. A venture outside may prove beneficial," Snow Qinghe smiled, feeling a growing connection with Ye Xiaofeng and a fluttering in her heart. "By the way, how long do you expect to be away?" she suddenly asked. "I'm not entirely sure. At least 3 years, but no more than 5, Ye Xiaofeng replied honestly. "That's quite a long time." Snow Qinghe felt an indescribable sensation wash over her. She had anticipated a few months, not years, and her heart ached uncontrollably at the thought. "Let us not dwell on such gloomy topics. Let us drink," Ye Xiaofeng suggested, noticing her slight inebriation. "Didn't you say that for the angel in your heart? You must strive to be a true warrior?" He pivoted the conversation. "Yes, take care on your journey. Don't disappoint me." Snow Qinghe's spirits lifted at his words. They continued to toast and drink together, but soon Snow Qinghe felt overly warm and began to adjust her clothing. "Qinghe, shall we go upstairs? It's rather warm here," Ye Xiaofeng suggested, feeling the effects of the alcohol himself. "All right," she replied softly, and the two of them stumbled upstairs. Come. We didn't drink to our heart's content. Let us indulge today," Ye Xiaofeng declared as they settled onto the sofa. At this point, Snow Qinghe was becoming increasingly hazy. Accepting the drink Ye Xiaofeng offered. "Xiaofeng, do you feel a bit warm?" she asked, sensing her body heating up. "I'm fine. Perhaps you're overdressed," he said, slightly tipsy as he moved to assist her in removing her outer garments. "How does that feel? Is it cooler now?" he asked as he helped her take off her jacket. "A bit better, but still quite warm," she admitted, tugging at her inner clothing. "Come, let us have another drink," he urged. "I can't anymore," she protested weakly. "Just one more," he insisted, and thus they continued, each drink clouding their minds further. In a moment of uncontrollable impulse, Ye Xiaofeng pressed Snow Qinghe back onto the sofa. "What are you doing?" she gasped, sensing something was amiss, but Ye Xiaofeng silenced her with a kiss. "Xiaoxiwei, I like you. Haven't you always liked me too?" he professed to Qianrenqiwei. "Now, Shueqinghe's Qianrenqiwei, it's not like that. Let me go quickly. I will pretend that today never happened, and we can still be friends." Qianrenqiwei's heart raced. She indeed had feelings for Ye Xiaofeng, but everything had unfolded too swiftly, leaving her unprepared. "Shuer, after this matter is settled, you can do as you please, but for now, I can't concern myself with the consequences," Ye Xiaofeng slurred, his words muddled by intoxication. "Master, you have successfully completed your mission. Your soul power has increased by 5 levels, and you are rewarded with a pair of angelic wings. They will evolve as your cultivation level rises." The voice of the heavenly mechanism system, Xiaobing, echoed in his ears. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Qianrenqiwei in his arms. Despite sensing danger drawing near, he was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. From afternoon to midnight, Ye Xiaofeng could hardly recall how many rounds he and Qianrenqiwei had shared. After each encounter, he found himself unable to resist one last time, until sheer exhaustion forced him to give up. In the dead of night, while Qianrenqiwei lay in slumber, Ye Xiaofeng rose, left a letter on the bedside, and quietly departed from the imperial capital. As he left, a single tear trickled from the corner of Qianrenqiwei's eye, her heart a tumultuous storm of emotions. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng had not anticipated the rapid progression of events with Qianrenqiwei, yet everything had transpired, leaving him powerless to retrieve what was lost. Were it not for the insistent system, he would have preferred to let things develop naturally over time. Ye Xiaofeng arrived at a small grove outside the city, where Sword Douluo awaited him. Following him to the seaside, they found a ship docked at the shore. His master instructed him to leave the Heaven Do Empire and journey to a place called Devil Island. Before departing, Sword Douluo entrusted Ye Xiaofeng with a sword manual and a map. By dawn, Ye Xiaofeng was already adrift on the vast ocean. Though several individuals accompanied him on the ship, they refrained from displaying their powers, yet their strength was undeniable, as these were all arranged by his master, Sword Douluo. Qianrenqiwei's bare form was concealed beneath the covers, yet her pale shoulders were still visible. Gradually waking from her stupor, she was bewildered by the events of the previous night. Her head throbbed, and she felt an occasional pain below. Suddenly alert, she threw off the covers and realized she wore no clothing, only to spot some of her garments scattered on the floor and sofa nearby. She closed her eyes, desperately trying to recall the previous night's occurrences. Her right hand brushed against something. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a letter and her handkerchief, stained with a crimson mark. With trembling hands, Qianrenqiwei opened the envelope, and upon reading its contents, she felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. "Shuer, by the time you awaken and read this letter, I will have already left the Heaven Do Empire. I only discovered your true identity last night, and no one else knows." As for everything that has transpired between us, I will explain upon my return. Yours, Ye Xiaofeng. Qian Renshui's hands quivered as she clutched the letter left for her by Ye Xiaofeng. Gripping the handkerchief tightly, she could no longer contain her tears as they flowed freely. Drawn by the bloodstain. Ye Xiaofeng, I shall tear you to pieces. Enraged, Qian Renshui spat blood and fainted. When she regained consciousness, she composed herself. As if nothing had ever transpired, though a fierce aura now enveloped her. Resuming the identity of Shui Qinghe, she descended the stairs. Your Highness. Did you sleep well last night? Greeted Manager Li with a smile as he welcomed Shui Qinghe. Get out. Shui Qinghe struck Manager Li, sending him flying. Your Highness. Please calm your anger. Manager Li realized his mistake and quickly begged for forgiveness. At that moment, Shui Qinghe contemplated silencing Manager Li. Yet fearing her own rage would overwhelm her, she exited the inn in fury. As she strode through the streets, her gaze was laden with murderous intent, causing the townsfolk to hastily make way for her. Yet, a throbbing pain reminded her of the encounters with Ye Xiaofeng. She was unaware of how many times he had claimed her. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng lay on the deck, eyes closed, basking in the sun, replaying the events of the previous day in his mind, regretting not having indulged more. Upon returning to the palace, Shui Qinghe issued a warrant for Ye Xiaofeng's capture, offering a staggering bounty of 100 million gold soul coins for any information leading to his whereabouts. This announcement sent shockwaves through the Heavendo Empire, igniting fervent whispers among the populace. Have you heard about today's bounty? Thereafter that self-proclaimed sword god, Ye Xiaofeng, for offending the crown prince. Hearing these words, Manager Li furrowed his brow. It was no wonder Ye Xiaofeng had spoken of training. Previously, he had maintained a close relationship with the crown prince, yet now, the prince had issued a bounty on him. Manager Li finally grasped why the crown prince had been so irate that morning. It was clear that Ye Xiaofeng had angered him, and he had inadvertently found himself caught in the crossfire. Master, where has Xiaofeng gone these past few days? Qingqing asked Sword Douluo, unable to contain her curiosity. He has left. Before departing, he asked me to tell you not to think of him and to focus on your cultivation, Sword Douluo replied. Though he was unaware of the specifics regarding the crown prince. Why did he not come to bid me farewell? Qingqing's expression darkened. Have you heard? The crown prince has placed a bounty of 100 million on your precious disciple, and you're not going to intervene? Bone Douluo barged in, prompting Sword Douluo to attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Master, are you hiding something from me? Qingqing's eyes reddened upon hearing Bone Douluo's words. Xiaofeng is fine. Sword Douluo reassured her. I heard the crown prince is indeed after Xiaofeng. Master, are you also deceiving me? Tears streamed down Qingqing's face, uncontrollable. Oh, I think I misspoke. Bone Douluo realized his error, surprised that this young girl was still unaware. Get out. Sword Douluo glared at Bone Douluo, who quickly exited. Yes. Xiaofeng has had some conflict with the crown prince. This may have been planned by Xiaofeng himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you here. I was the one who helped him leave. The crown prince cannot find him. When he has the power to protect himself and you, he will return. Sword Douluo comforted Qingqing with a smile. Hearing her master's words, Qingqing finally felt at ease. Even if the crown prince wielded immense power, his inability to find Xiaofeng meant that he was safe. You can relax now. No more tears. Come, let me take you for a stroll, Sword Douluo said. Noticing Qingqing's distress, and led her away from the 7-treasure Glazed tile school. Senior Qingqing, Madam, Manager Li greeted as he saw Sword Douluo and Qingqing enter. I have come to accompany Qingqing for a meal. Sword Douluo smiled gently, saying no more. Manager Li led them upstairs, and Qingqing headed directly to Ye Xiaofeng's private room, filled with many cherished memories of their time together. Upon entering, she ascended to the bedroom, ignoring Sword Douluo and Manager Li. Senior Qingqing, Madam, she. Li. The shopkeeper noticed a trace of sorrow on Qingqing's face. After all, she was still a child. Many matters were beyond her comprehension, and in due time, she would come to understand them. Jian Douluo chose not to elaborate further and refrained from inquiring about the relationship between Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Qinghe. Even if he had asked, Li was uncertain if he would grasp the situation, so it was better left unspoken. Has Ye Xiaofeng still not been located? In the prince's palace, Shui Qinghe questioned Shi Miao Douluo. Master, we have searched the entirety of the Tiando Empire, but Ye Xiaofeng seems to have vanished as if he never existed, reported Shi Miao Douluo. I see. You may leave now. Shui Qinghe closed her eyes, as this matter had planted a seed of resentment within her heart. She loathed Ye Xiaofeng for taking advantage of her vulnerability. In her mind still hazily recalled the many encounters they had shared that fateful day. Her hatred intensified, as she resented Ye Xiaofeng's lack of appreciation for her beauty. What nonsense about being infatuated with an angel? He is clearly enamored with my looks, Shui Qinghe muttered, unaware of how such thoughts had crept into her mind. Ye Xiaofeng's disappearance from the Tiando Empire made it seem as though none of this had ever transpired, and gradually, others also began to forget the prince's bounty. As Ye Xiaofeng was nowhere to be found, in the blink of an eye, Ye Xiaofeng had spent 5 years on Devil Island, enduring the torment of the 7 ancient beings until he was left gasping for breath. He recalled that, just before reaching Devil Island, an old man had kicked him off the ship, and they had hastily departed, clearly unwilling to approach the island. Upon setting foot on the island, Ye Xiaofeng was on high alert, instinctively aware that this was no ordinary place. Master, your next task is to complete the challenges of Devil Island. The Tianqi system's Xiaobing informed him as he arrived. Eventually, he encountered the 7 insufferable beings, embodying the sins of gluttony, lust, wrath, greed, sloth, envy, and pride. Among them, lust and envy were women of extraordinary beauty. Their names alone hinted at their malevolence. And what began as warm hospitality gradually devolved into a systematic corruption of his character. Most infuriating was envy, who ensnared him in dreams, entwining him with the alluring figure of a snow-white goddess. Reflecting on those moments now filled Ye Xiaofeng with revulsion. And he soon realized that these 7 beings were utterly untrustworthy. They embodied the darkest aspects of human nature, and one could easily fall prey to their manipulations. Over time, Ye Xiaofeng adapted to this environment, seeking them out to hone his skills. Throughout those 5 years, he trained with the sword techniques imparted by Jian Douluo. And he had now mastered the ability to unleash 5 killing words. You have passed our trials, and we are willing to await your ascension to kingship. Offering you boundless beauty and power, Greed Douluo proclaimed to Ye Xiaofeng, presenting him with their final test. Oh, is that so? Should I be grateful to the 7 of you then? Ye Xiaofeng sneered, immediately launching an attack on Greed Douluo. Did you not understand my words? Greed Douluo exclaimed in alarm. Do not try to deceive me. I am no longer swayed by your tricks, Ye Xiaofeng declared as he unleashed the 7 kill sword technique, fully immersing himself in battle. You have won. You may leave, Greed Douluo hastily interrupted, not wishing to be pursued by this madman day and night. This could not entirely be blamed on Ye Xiaofeng. They had pushed him to this brink, transforming him into a relentless warrior whose life revolved around training and combat. The ancient soul beasts on the island were nearly exterminated. Congratulations, Master, on completing the Devil Island task. All soul rings have been upgraded to 10,000 years. And your rainbow angel wings have evolved into 4-winged heavenly wings, announced Xiaobing once more. At last, I have reached the Soul Emperor level? Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a cold smile at the 7 beings of Devil Island. Congratulations, young man, on achieving the Soul Emperor level, the 7 exclaimed in unison. I have just attained this level and gained some profound insights. I would like to seek your guidance, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at them with a smile. No need. We are aware of your strength. By the way, I have some matters to attend to, lest Douluo sensed something amiss and swiftly sought an exit. Yes. I also have some matters to attend to, Envy Douluo chimed in. Since you all have urgent matters, let us resolve this swiftly, Ye Xiaofeng declared, no longer holding back as he unleashed his full power. Fortunately, with his Emerald Swan martial soul, he had continuously refined his body, allowing him to accommodate immense soul power. Since acquiring the angel wings, Ye Xiaofeng had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer requiring the enhancement of soul bones. You are exceedingly arrogant. Daring to challenge all 7 of us alone, Pride Douluo retorted in anger. How can one know their limits without testing them? Ye Xiaofeng's accumulated soul power now reached an astonishing 2 million years, and the 7-kill sword trembled in his grasp, or rather, it quivered with excitement. The 7 Sin Douluo ceased to hold back. Though they were not particularly adept at offensive maneuvers, their martial souls were more focused on psychological manipulation. Stop at once. We concede. Wrath Douluo hurriedly apologized. Prepare to face the judgment of justice. Ye Xiaofeng's 7 kill words coalesced in the air. Here. Take this head soul bone as a gesture of our apologies. Hurry and leave. Greed Douluo finally lost his composure. 3 pieces, Ye Xiaofeng turned to leave, refusing to disturb them. Do you think soul bones are mere candies? Just 1 head soul bone, with a cultivation exceeding 70,000 years. If you do not want it, then kill us, Greed Douluo fumed. 1 piece will suffice. Ye Xiaofeng accepted the head soul bone and placed it into his spatial ring. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng had intended to clarify that he was merely jesting, but Wrath Douluo interrupted him. The ship is already at the shore. Quickly depart. Clearly, the 7 Douluo wished to avoid any further encounters with this madman. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Perhaps a kiss before I go? Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly teased Envy Douluo, who was, in fact, more beautiful than Lust Douluo, impeccably maintained, resembling a voluptuous woman in her 30s, constantly igniting Ye Xiaofeng's desires. Just leave. Envy Douluo's cheeks flushed, taken aback that she, once the one who teased others, was now the target of Ye Xiaofeng's advances. If a kiss is out of the question, how about a hug? If you utter another word, I shall refuse to depart. The other 6 Douluo looked to Envy Douluo, as if pleading for her to sacrifice her beauty to hastily send this madman away. With a fierce glare, Envy Douluo shot daggers at the other 6 Douluo. Her face flushed as she reluctantly embraced Ye Xiaofeng. Seizing the moment, Ye Xiaofeng hugged Envy Douluo and planted a kiss on her right cheek. Envy Douluo began to fume, but Ye Xiaofeng swiftly kissed her left cheek, inciting her to stamp her feet in frustration, resembling a petulant girl. I'm leaving now. Do not worry, I shall not return. However, should I ever miss her, I may come back to visit. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Envy Douluo. Why not take her with you? Lust Douluo, who had remained silent, suddenly suggested. That is indeed a splendid idea. Ye Xiaofeng smiled in a rather lewd manner. You all get lost. Jealous Douluo finally lost her temper, and the other 5 quickly fled. Don't look at me. It's what they said. And it has nothing to do with me. Ye Xiaofeng also sensed something was amiss and wished to slip away quickly. However, it was too late. Did you not say you liked me? Then take me with you. Jealous Douluo approached and wrapped her arm around Ye Xiaofeng's. Honestly, I think this place is quite nice. The outside world is rather complicated. Ye Xiaofeng wished he could slap himself. He could have left, but had foolishly provoked this woman. I don't care. I will be with you for life. Jealous Douluo blushed, holding on to Ye Xiaofeng tightly. Sister, why not stay here for now? I'll build a career and come back to fetch you, all right? Ye Xiaofeng felt a deep sense of bitterness. All right, Xiaofeng. Jealous Douluo smiled at him. Then it's a pleasant agreement. Ye Xiaofeng thought Jealous Douluo had consented to stay. Now, let us go, Jealous Douluo insisted, not letting go. You lot, pull her back. Ye Xiaofeng noticed the other 6 watching him and Jealous Douluo from a distance. This has nothing to do with us, young hero Yi, just take her along. She can be a capable assistant for you. Desire Douluo gazed at Ye Xiaofeng innocently, and the other 5 nodded, lewdly agreeing. Fine. But let us be clear, once we step out of here, everything is under my command. Otherwise, you may as well stay. Ye Xiaofeng said seriously to Jealous Douluo. All right. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west, Jealous Douluo joyfully replied. By the way, what is your real name? Please don't tell me it's Jealous. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Lust Douluo. Ziyin, Jealous Douluo finally revealed her name truthfully. Ziyin, that's a splendid name. Fitting your beauty well, Ye Xiaofeng complimented. Really? Ziyin's eyes lit up. It was the first time someone had called her beautiful. They had lived on the island for so long, and the other 5 feared Desire Douluo's wrath, so they dared not speak the truth. Ye Xiaofeng nodded. His appearance had changed drastically, making it difficult for anyone to recognize him without a detailed look. Helpless, he took Ziyin and left the Devil Island. Upon returning to the Heavendo Empire, Ye Xiaofeng discovered that Xue Qinghe had once placed a bounty of 100 million on his head. He brought Ziyin to the Heavendo Empire and handed her a black gold card, instructing her to wait for him at the Heavenly Inn and not to wander about. Once Ziyin left, Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly. It was time to settle his grievances with Qian Rinxue. Bored, Xue Qinghe strolled down the street when a little girl approached her. Big brother. This is from a big brother, the innocent little girl said. Xue Qinghe took a piece of paper from the girl, which only depicted a pair of wings. With no other words. What else did that big brother tell you? Xue Qinghe quickly inquired. Buy me a candied hawthorn, and I'll tell you, the little girl replied. Holding a candied hawthorn, a reward from Ye Xiaofeng, who instructed her to deliver the message to Xue Qinghe in exchange for more candied hawthorns. Here, take this. Xue Qinghe hurriedly bought 3 sticks of candied hawthorn from a nearby vendor and handed them to the girl. If you want to see him, you can go to the little forest outside the city, the little girl said with a smile, pleasantly surprised by the kindness she received. Your Highness, please forgive. The child is innocent. At that moment, the child's mother rushed over and quickly knelt to apologize. It's all right, Xue Qinghe replied coldly, having endured 5 years of torment. Ignoring everyone, she made her way alone to the little forest outside the city. In the little forest outside the city, Ye Xiaofeng saw Xue Qinghe standing alone and appeared behind her to meet her. Where? Ye Xiaofeng gently called her name, shattering Xue Qinghe's heart once more, causing her body to tremble slightly. Is that what you call me? Xue Qinghe suddenly filled with rage, turning around with the angelic holy sword aimed at Ye Xiaofeng's chest. I know you hate me. I owe you. Ye Xiaofeng stepped forward. Do you know how I've endured these past 5 years? 5 years. A full 5 years. At that moment, Xue Qinghe transformed back into Qian Rinxue, filled with hatred for Ye Xiaofeng's silence and deception. I know. But I have also said that only a true strong person deserves you. Ye Xiaofeng moved closer to Qian Rinxue. I no longer need that. If you take another step forward, I will surely kill you, Qian Rinxue declared angrily. I know you hate me. Wanting to kill me is only natural since I, Ye Xiaofeng, hurt you. Ye Xiaofeng continued to advance, the angelic holy sword pressing against his chest, yet Qian Rinxue did not strike but stepped back. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to strike? Qian Rinxue glared coldly at Ye Xiaofeng. If my death can exchange for these 5 years of your suffering, I would willingly die. Ye Xiaofeng grasped the angelic holy sword, plunging it into his own chest. Do you think that by dying, you can compensate for what you owe me? Qian Rinxue watched as Ye Xiaofeng chose to die by his own hand, her heart trembling slightly. In that moment, she softened, suddenly not wanting to see him perish. Swear, I know you hate me. Once, I had a sincere love before me, which I failed to cherish. Only when I lost it did I realize my regret. There is no greater agony in this world. If heaven could grant me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words. I love you. If I must place a time limit on that love, I would wish for it to last for 10,000 years. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly recalled a classic line from his past life and could not help but speak it aloud. Enough. I don't wish to hear it. Qian Rinxue glared at Ye Xiaofeng, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Ye Xiaofeng felt it was time to intensify the situation, driving the angelic holy sword deeper into his chest and embracing Qian Rinxue. No. Qian Rinxue saw her sword fully embedded in Ye Xiaofeng's chest. Although she wished for his death, this was not the outcome she desired. She quickly withdrew the angelic holy sword and held Ye Xiaofeng in her arms. But he was drenched in blood, uncontrollably spitting blood, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Despite Ye Xiaofeng's calculations, knowing he possessed the Emerald Swan martial soul and would not die, he still had to endure the pain. Swear, if there is a next life, I will cherish you well, Ye Xiaofeng gasped, gazing at the tearful Qian Rinxue. I forbid you to die. Do you hear me? You still owe me. Qian Rinxue retrieved a pill from her belongings and administered it to Ye Xiaofeng, who remained eerily silent as he healed his wounds. Don't you hate me? I no longer hate you. I only want you to recover. You promised me you would become an unparalleled strong person, breaking through the final barrier to become a deity. Qian Rinxue cried amidst her panic, failing to notice that Ye Xiaofeng's wounds were nearly healed. Then do you love me? Ye Xiaofeng could not help but ask. I do not want you to leave me alone. You have stolen my heart. I want you to repay me for this life, Qian Rinxue cried out. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Qian Rinxue, who was holding him tightly, feeling a sense of delight. This sword had not been thrust into himself in vain. How are you? I will take you for treatment, he said, noticing the tension in her eyes. It's all fine now. To see you once more, I have no regrets, he added, gently wiping away the traces of tears on her face with his right hand. Do not speak nonsense. I will find the best healer for you. They will surely cure you. At this moment, Qian Rinxue's heart was consumed with a singular desire to save Ye Xiaofeng, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He embraced her and kissed her fervently. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Moments ago, Ye Xiaofeng was on the brink of death, yet now he seemed fine. Shuao. For these 5 years, I have missed you day and night, he declared, passionately kissing her, his hands roaming over her figure. Xiaofeng, let us discuss this when we return, she said shyly, blushing as she held him close. Returning would be too troublesome. It is peaceful here without any disturbances, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled mischievously. He could no longer restrain himself, and their garments gradually fell away. Not far off, a pair of eyes witnessed this intimate scene unfold. How did your wound heal? Qian Rinxue, exhausted, collapsed into Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, unable to find a trace of her previous injury. Because, guess what? He replied with a sly grin, his intentions becoming less decorous once more. How annoying. If you don't tell me, how would I know? This is not the first time. Are you not satisfied yet? Qian Rinxue complained, gazing at him. Who told you to look so enchanting? Did you not say you thought of me for 5 years? How is it that you were so easily softened? Ye Xiaofeng teased, clearly unwilling to let her off the hook. The pair of eyes nearby could no longer bear to watch. They were shocked by Ye Xiaofeng's audacity and left the grove early. Are you truly not afraid that I might kill you? Qian Rinxue asked, eyeing him intently. Afraid? Who wouldn't he fear death? Yet over these 5 years, my longing for you has only intensified, so even if you were to slay me, I could not suppress the desire to see you, he whispered softly in her ear. Xiaofeng, you should leave. You should not have returned, she said, her gaze towards him devoid of the earlier animosity, now imbued with tenderness. She feared that the elders would discover her relationship with Ye Xiaofeng, and in such a case, rescuing him would be impossible. Her grandfather would assuredly annihilate him. It was I who owed you. I will use time to repay my debt, Ye Xiaofeng said, retrieving a soul bone from his spatial ring, one he had obtained from the demon island. Schwerer, this is a spiritual head bone from a soul beast over 70,000 years old. If you find it useful, I offer it to you. He observed the guilt on her face, regretting his previous frivolity. Xiaofeng, thank you, but I cannot accept it. If I were to use this head bone, it would sever my angelic inheritance, Qian Rinxue replied, her eyes reflecting appreciation for his generous gesture, demonstrating his affection for her. Even though she did not accept it, I was too impatient, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged, casting a glance at her. Do not think that a soul bone will absolve you. Qian Rinxue suddenly recalled something, her thoughts turning to his entanglement with her junior sister. Did you not forgive me just a moment ago? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled by her sudden shift. What is your relationship with Qingqing? Qian Rinxue pressed, her eyes narrowing. We are merely senior and junior siblings, Ye Xiaofeng replied, surprised at her jealousy. But she told me everything about you too, Qian Rinxue stated, scrutinizing him. If you already know, there is no need for me to hide anything. I and she, Ye Xiaofeng began, assuming she truly understood, ready to divulge the truth. Get lost, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, slapping him across the face in disbelief. She had merely intended to test him. Schwer, listen to me, Ye Xiaofeng grasped her arm. What more do you wish to say? She glared at him, noticing the imprint of her hand on his cheek, her anger softening slightly. I know you will not believe me, but I swear, this is my first time with you. I have never reached that level with her, he implored, shamelessly defending himself. If Qingqing were to hear his words, she would undoubtedly faint from disbelief. While he had not shared his first experience with her, it was not far removed. They had merely not broken that barrier. Then I shall trust you for now. Qian Rinxue conceded, taking a step back. I promise that the woman I love most in my heart will always be you, he assured her, gently stroking her golden hair. What are your plans for the future? She asked, looking at him with curiosity. For now, I have none. If you wish to find me, come to the inn run by Li. Do not worry, I will not expose your identity, he replied, his face filled with affection for her. Was everything that transpired previously part of your plan? Qian Rinxue asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Indeed, but each moment between us has transcended my control, that time. I was also intoxicated, and I only learned of what happened after I sobered up, he confessed candidly. What should I do from here? She pondered. Having infiltrated the Tiando Empire for over a decade, not wanting her plans to come undone. Proceed according to your own plans. If one day you no longer desire that path, return to my side, Ye Xiaofeng advised, not wanting to disrupt her course. Schwer, you have returned to your true self. And you are breathtaking, he remarked, unable to help but admire her beauty. I will show you every day, but not now. I fear discovery, Qian Ruxue murmured softly. Very well, let us return. After Ye Xiaofeng vented his longing for Qian Ruxue, he realized it was getting late and decided to return to rest. Qian Ruxue had resumed her identity as Xueqinghe, still apprehensive about being discovered. They quietly returned to the inn, where Ye Xiaofeng avoided prolonged conversation with the innkeeper, Li, and directly led Xueqinghe to his private chamber. Upon Ye Xiaofeng's return, Li hastily arranged their meals, and shortly thereafter, he served the food. When the wine was poured, Xueqinghe glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, reminiscent of events from 5 years prior, causing her cheeks to flush. Li, you may leave now. I wish to discuss matters with His Highness, Ye Xiaofeng instructed, clearly desiring solitude with Xueqinghe. Understood, young master Yi, Li complied, retreating and closing the door behind him to avoid further interruption. Once they had dined, Ye Xiaofeng swept Xueqinghe into his arms and ascended the stairs. To outsiders, it appeared as though he was engaged in a private conversation with His Highness, while in truth, he was entwined with Qian Ruxue upstairs, in Ye Xiaofeng's chamber. They both expressed the longing they had harbored over the past 5 years. Ye Xiaofeng embraced Qian Ruxue, admiring her exquisite form as she nestled against him, resembling a delicate bird. Xiaofeng, it's late. We should rest, she suggested. Amid the temptations of Demon Island, with Qian Ruxue finally by his side, he felt liberated to unleash his pent-up emotions. That night, Qian Ruxue held Ye Xiaofeng close, content in his embrace. The following morning, Qian Ruxue awoke, while Ye Xiaofeng remained in a deep slumber, likely exhausted from the previous night. As Qian Ruxue stirred, her movements roused him. Xuefeng, why are you up so early? Ye Xiaofeng mumbled sleepily. It's nearly noon. Are you still asleep? Qian Ruxue frowned, casting a reproachful glance at him. It's still early. Let us sleep a little longer, he replied, pulling her back into his arms. Get up quickly. If you don't, I will leave, and next time, you'll have no chance, she teased, pinching him playfully. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofeng realized the moment had come to awaken. He scooped Qian Ruxue into his arms and headed for the bathtub. They finally descended in the afternoon, with Qian Ruxue reverting to her identity as Xueqinghe. After their lunch, she prepared to leave the inn. Xian, when did you arrive here? Ye Xiaofeng asked, turning to see Xian behind him just as he bid farewell to Qian Ruxue. Yes, Xian replied innocently. By the way, how did it feel? She added suddenly. What do you mean by feel? I don't understand what you're saying, Ye Xiaofeng said, stepping into his chamber, with Xian following and closing the door. Last night, I was bored and took a stroll in the grove outside the city, Xian said with a mischievous smile. What did you see? Ye Xiaofeng asked, sensing something was amiss. Oh, I saw nothing. The grove was quiet and undisturbed, Xian replied with a straight face. You weren't watching the whole time, were you? Ye Xiaofeng asked nervously, realizing his every move had been observed. What? I didn't catch that. Xiaofeng, I didn't know your physique was so impressive, Xian smirked, looking him over. Sister, please keep this matter confidential, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, desperate to avoid trouble. Now you know to ask for my help, huh? Why didn't you do so earlier? Xian teased, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Honestly, I didn't expect things to unfold so quickly, Ye Xiaofeng admitted, looking at her helplessly. I can agree to keep it secret, but there is a condition. I knew it wouldn't be so straightforward, he groaned. What did you say? Xian asked, her irritation evident. Nothing. If you don't mind, I'm willing to help with anything, even 1,000 tasks, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, feeling cornered. Last night, I was in the grove for the entire evening, Xian remarked, her gaze lingering on Ye Xiaofeng. You were watching from a distance? Ye Xiaofeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Not exactly. I left shortly after, Xian replied with a smirk. Is there really any difference? Ye Xiaofeng lamented, feeling utterly defeated. By the way, what was it you wanted me to help with? He quickly changed the subject. Why not let your sister experience something new? Xian said, her eyes glinting mischievously as she looked at him. Are you joking? How old are you? How old am I? This is clearly a case of an old bull chasing a tender calf. Ye Xiaofeng nearly choked, though he had a penchant for multiple relationships. It didn't mean he was indiscriminate. Age isn't an issue. I don't mind, Xian replied, a playful glint in her eye. But I do. Ye Xiaofeng protested, feeling wronged as the tables had turned on him. Many would be particularly interested in last night's South events in the grove, Xian said with a sly smile. Sister, I made a mistake. You don't need to threaten me like this, Ye Xiaofeng quickly apologized. So, are you agreeing? Xian asked, relishing his distress. Give me some time to think it over, Ye Xiaofeng replied, backing down. Specify a time frame, 10 or 8 years. Sister doesn't have that much time, Xian pressed, noticing his evasiveness. Such beauty as yours will still captivate hearts in 10 or 8 years, Ye Xiaofeng flattered her hastily. I'll give you that. Flattery won't work on me, Xian said, unimpressed. I've called you sister for so long, you're not even worth a pair of shorts. Ye Xiaofeng muttered under his breath. What did you say? Xian growled, her teeth grinding as she caught his words. Ha, 1 year. Give me 1 year to think it over, Ye Xiaofeng offered, sensing the situation was precarious. No, at most 3 days. Zian countered, not amused. That's absurd. 3 days isn't enough for me. Then a week it is. Fine, but that s pushing it, Ye Xiaofeng grumbled, unhappy with the short timeline. Let us settle on that, then, Zian smiled at him. By doing so, you will only gain my body, not my soul, Ye Xiaofeng retorted cheekily. 1 month. Half a year. No, that's too long, 2 months at most. 3 months, and we have a deal, Zian agreed cheerfully. I misspoke. I meant to say 5 months. Ye Xiaofeng lamented, wishing he could slap himself. Go away. It's your fortune that I'm interested in you. Don't think you're so unfortunate, Zian scoffed. Eyeing him disdainfully. Sister, I'm still just a child. I beg you to show mercy and not pursue me like an old bull after a tender calf. Ye Xiaofeng had no choice but to feign misery. Are you still a child? Do you have no shame? Zian glanced at Ye Xiaofeng with disdain. Recalling the events that transpired in the small grove, she could hardly bear to think about it. To her surprise, Ye Xiaofeng was quite formidable. The thought made her cheeks flush slightly. Even more perplexing was the fact that after returning, he had spent an entire night stirring up trouble, compelling her to admire his capabilities as well as his shamelessness. I am indeed a child, and even if I were not, I would still be a young lad. Ye Xiaofeng retorted unabashedly. Bah, last night, you and that little girl stirred things up 7 times in the grove, and yet you're still not satisfied. Upon returning, you continued your antics in the bedroom, likely another 7 times, right? Zian was not at all impressed by Ye Xiaofeng's bravado. By the way, do you not think it shameful to pry into the privacy of others? Ye Xiaofeng's mind was racing. What a sin it was to have brought her back from Devil Island. You find no shame in your actions. But I merely stumbled upon it and do not consider it disgraceful, especially since I am still a girl, Zian replied nonchalantly. A girl? How old are you? Are you still a girl? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the woman before him, who seemed untouched by the world's trivialities. What? Are you smitten with your elder sister? Zian laughed as she noticed Ye Xiaofeng's gaze fixed on her. How did you know? No, how could I possibly be smitten? Ye Xiaofeng realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Stop pretending. Your expression has betrayed you, Zian remarked before leaving the room. Is my expression really that obvious? Ye Xiaofeng muttered to himself. Regardless, he decided to first pay his respects to his master. You stay here and refrain from causing any trouble. I will return shortly. Ye Xiaofeng called after Zian, fearing she might incite chaos, or rather, tempt others. Ye Xiaofeng then departed the inn and headed towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This time without Zian stealthily following him. Upon entering the school, he made his way to where Sword Douluo resided, but found only Qingqing sitting in a pavilion. Lost in thought. Qingqing, Ye Xiaofeng called out, unable to contain himself. Upon hearing his voice, Qingqing's body trembled slightly as she slowly turned around. The man before her was the one she had yearned for over the past 5 years. She stood motionless, tears streaming down her face. Terrified that this was merely a dream. If her master had not intervened, she would have sought him out, regardless of the distance. Ye Xiaofeng approached Qingqing, his heart heavy with the weight of the past 5 years. I have returned, Qingqing. Unable to hold back any longer, he embraced her, prompting her to burst into tears. Qingqing clung to him tightly, crying incessantly. Each tear felt like a piercing arrow to Ye Xiaofeng's heart. Xiaofeng, have you truly returned? Am I dreaming? She sobbed, fearing the possibility of waking once more from this dreamlike state. I have returned. This is no dream, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, leaning in to kiss her. After an undetermined span of time, a cough interrupted their moment of longing. Fenger, when did you return? Sword Douluo had noticed him the moment he entered, sensing the change in the air. Master, I just got back, Ye Xiaofeng replied, looking at Sword Douluo as one would regard a father, grateful for his unwavering support throughout the years. I imagine your strength has improved significantly, Sword Douluo remarked, waving his hand to seal the courtyard. Let us see how much you have progressed in these 5 years. Sword Douluo's expression shifted, radiating an aura of lethal intent. There's no need for concern. Just sit here for a moment, Ye Xiaofeng comforted Qingqing before engaging in battle. Master, please assess my progress, he declared, channeling the 7 killing sword. As 600,000-year spirit rings descended from above. What? Qingqing was astonished, nearly breathless from the overwhelming power emanating from him. Observing her struggle, Sword Douluo waved his hand, lifting the pressure from her. Very well, let me properly assess you, Sword Douluo said, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Since you have grown stronger, I shall not hold back. With a fierce determination, Ye Xiaofeng launched the first attack. Even when faced with a 10,000-year spirit skill, Sword Douluo chose to defend with his first spirit skill. How is this possible? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback that his master could fend off his 10,000-year spirit power with a mere 100-year spirit skill. Do not presume that now that you have broken through to the Spirit Emperor level, you can look down upon everything. Remember, there are always those stronger than you. Sword Douluo imparted wisdom, reminding Ye Xiaofeng to maintain a humble spirit as a swordsman. With lethal intent, Sword Douluo struck, while Ye Xiaofeng countered with a swift and silent defense. In that fleeting moment of stillness, he seized the opportunity. With a decisive strike, Ye Xiaofeng aimed his 7 killing sword at Sword Douluo. The spirit sword defended, stepping back slightly, yet still managing to withstand the blow. All swords returned to their origin. Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his 5th spirit skill, causing the sky to fill with 7 killing swords, descending upon Sword Douluo. Humph, do you think you can win? Douluo smiled. For the first time, he utilized his 5th soul skill, Wanzhong Jian, to counter Ye Xiaofeng's attack. Fenger, you have indeed taught me your Wanjin Guizong. Now, allow me to demonstrate my 6th soul skill. The Wanjin Guizong he conjured, despite being a 10,000-year soul skill, appeared even more formidable than Ye Xiaofeng's version. Defensively, Ye Xiaofeng could only deploy his 1st soul skill, which had now reached a 100,000-year level, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Douluo targeted the same spot to breach Ye Xiaofeng's Qinglian Hudi, yet he was taken aback by its extraordinary strength. Since this is the case, let the storm intensify. Douluo concentrated once more, his Wanjin Guizong surging forth with greater terror, and cracks began to appear in the Qinglian Hudi. At the moment the Wanjin Guizong shattered, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his 6th soul skill, Leitang Wanjun. Douluo was astonished to find that Ye Xiaofeng could harness the power of heaven and earth, prompting him to employ his 7th soul skill, Wuhuinjinshin, to withstand Ye Xiaofeng's assault. Master, prepare to receive my strike. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly closed his eyes, merging himself with the 7-kill sword. Douluo realized that Ye Xiaofeng was about to invoke the 7-kill technique. The commotion generated was tremendous, causing the buildings to tremble and the air to swirl. As Ye Xiaofeng activated the 7-kill technique, he sprouted golden 4-winged angelic wings, soaring through the air, infusing 600,000 years of soul power into the 7-kill sword. Douluo's previously formed barrier was shattered. Just as Ye Xiaofeng executed 5 deadly strikes toward Douluo, the latter conjured 5 sword shadows to counter his attack. Douluo's 8th soul skill could create up to 12 sword shadows, each possessing 80% of his attack power. The 5 sword shadows clashed with Ye Xiaofeng's 5 deadly strikes, while his main body lunged directly at Ye Xiaofeng, knocking him from the sky with a single blow. Ye Xiaofeng's lips bled slightly, and upon seeing the battle conclude, Qingqing rushed over to check on his wounds. Master, why did you strike so hard? She inquired, somewhat displeased at the sight of his blood. Qing'er, I recall you mentioned that once Fenger returned, you would give him a good lesson. Why now do you blame me? Douluo smiled at the pair before him. I'm fine. Master merely wished to assess my progress, Ye Xiaofeng explained, casting a glance at Qingqing. It seems your training over the past 5 years has been fruitful, Douluo remarked with satisfaction, recognizing that forcing out his 8th soul skill was quite commendable. What happened? Just then, a figure entered Douluo's courtyard, appearing disheveled. You little rascal, when did you return? Douluo looked at Ye Xiaofeng with slight surprise. Elder Gu, I just returned not long ago, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a faint smile. Returning and already causing trouble? Douluo observed the signs of battle with a furrowed brow, not expecting Ye Xiaofeng's power to have reached such heights. Naturally, Master must test his disciple's abilities with full effort, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, shifting the blame to Douluo. Over the past 5 years, he hasn't disappointed me. Shall we go for a drink? Douluo suggested with a smile toward Douluo. The sun must be setting in the west. It's the first time in 20 years you've invited me for a drink, Douluo responded, surprised. As he and Douluo had been rivals for a lifetime, today I am in high spirits. If you are unwilling, then never mind. Fenger, Qing'er, let us depart. Douluo declared, turning to leave. Oh, I was merely joking. There is no need to take it seriously, Douluo quickly backtracked, following after him. Unbeknownst to them, the 4 arrived at the inn, where the innkeeper Li promptly welcomed them. We apologize for not greeting you properly, please forgive us, he said with a warm smile. Li innkeeper, we are all old friends, there's no need for such formality. You know what today is. Douluo clapped Li's shoulder, implying an understanding. Of course, please follow me upstairs, Li innkeeper said, leading the 4 to a private room. Due to the presence of Douluo and Douluo, they were not taken to Ye Xiaofeng's exclusive quarters but to another chamber. You little rascal. Do you dare show your face here after the prince placed a bounty of 1 billion on your head? Douluo asked while drinking in the private room. The matter has been resolved, Ye Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. I didn't realize your skills were so impressive, Douluo teased, astonished that Ye Xiaofeng could speak of Shuqinghe so casually. Can't you even eat without talking? Douluo interjected, unable to contain himself at Douluo's incessant chatter. I'm multitasking, aren't I? Douluo replied with an innocent smile. Since we've had our fill, let us take our leave, Douluo declared, having finished his meal, eager not to intrude on the budding romance between Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing. I haven't finished eating yet. Let us wait a bit longer, Douluo protested, clearly reluctant to return so soon. It seems your eyesight is diminishing, Douluo remarked disdainfully, exuding an air of disappointment for his 2 students, who had not spent enough time together in 5 years. Enough, I know. You're so verbose. Next time, let me drink to my heart's content, Douluo complained as he followed Douluo out of the inn. What's wrong? Master and Elder haven't left yet? Qingqing was startled by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden advance. Fear not, Master, with his keen insight, will certainly understand and not return to interrupt us, Ye Xiaofeng assured her, leaning in for a kiss. Xiaofeng, let us return to the bedroom. This place is not suitable. Qingqing blushed, urging him. You are quite considerate. I overlooked that detail, Ye Xiaofeng admitted, scooping her up into his arms as they made their way to his private quarters. However, upon entering, they were both taken aback. Ye Xiaofeng stood frozen in disbelief. Zian had seen Ye Xiaofeng leave and, taking advantage of the solitude, slipped into his room to enjoy a bath. Ah! Both of them exclaimed simultaneously upon entry. Zian, aware of their arrival, cried out deliberately. Ah! Qingqing shrieked as well. Xiaofeng, I'm still bathing. Why did you bring someone else here? Zian pouted, managing to squeeze out a couple of tears. Zian, you. Ye Xiaofeng was infuriated. Never expecting Zian to set him up. Qingqing, let me explain, he pleaded, quickly locking the door as he noticed Qingqing attempting to leave. In her fury, Qingqing slapped Ye Xiaofeng across the face. She is deliberately framing me. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, disregarding the pain. Framing you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Framing you in the bedroom and the bathtub? Qingqing glared at Ye Xiaofeng, deeply disappointed in him. Xiaofeng, you didn't say this last night. You promised you would take responsibility. Zian added fuel to the fire, relishing in Ye Xiaofeng's discomfort. You, get dressed and leave. Qingqing commanded. Ye Xiaofeng was filled with indignation. Tossing Zian's clothes at her, lacking the mood to appreciate the beauty of her bathing. Qing'er, men are nothing but trouble, he muttered. Zian, having dressed, settled onto the sofa, revealing her long, fair legs. What are you doing here? Ye Xiaofeng seethed. Initially intending to cheer Qingqing up, he now felt a void in his heart. Especially regarding Qingqing's thoughts. Xiaofeng, you didn't say that last night. You promised to take care of me for a lifetime. I don't mind if you find someone new. But you can't cast me aside, Zian wept. If Ye Xiaofeng had not had any past with her, he might have almost believed Zian's words. Xiaofeng, you can't do this for my sake. Qingqing observed Zian's tear-streaked face, her heart softened despite her reluctance. As a woman herself, she felt it unnecessary to make things difficult for Zian. Qingqing, I truly didn't. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss, wanting to cry but unable to. Xiaofeng, it's been 5 years. I never expected you to change so much. I misjudged you, Qingqing remarked with a hint of disdain toward Ye Xiaofeng. Qingqing, he began, but was met with a slap from her, this time on his right cheek, mirroring the earlier blow to his left. Qing'er, please don't blame Xiaofeng. It's my fault. I understand his prejudice, Zian said, casting a sly glance at Ye Xiaofeng, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Her strategy of feigning vulnerability to regain the upper hand was quite clever. In her heart, she thought, just wait, I will make you pay for your previous indiscretions. What has she done to you? Why do you dislike her? Will you treat me the same way in the future? Qingqing coldly confronted Ye Xiaofeng. He realized he was trapped, unable to defend himself. Qing'er, I truly am at fault. I'll leave and not disturb your lives any longer. Zian squeezed out more tears, her expression sorrowful, which pained Qingqing deeply. Sister Zian, please don't go. If anyone should leave, it should be me, Qingqing stated, unwilling to witness Zian's continued distress. Don't. If you don't mind, I don't mind either, Zian said, casting a flirtatious glance at Ye Xiaofeng. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless, unable to articulate his feelings. Fearing that any explanation would only worsen the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Qingqing nodded slightly in agreement, leaving Ye Xiaofeng astounded. Was this truly acceptable? Zian, eager to take charge, sought to push Ye Xiaofeng away, wishing to avoid entanglements with her for the time being. Qing'o, I must tell you something. Just the night before, in the small grove outside the city, Zian smirked at Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, I am sorry. I still hold feelings for you, he reluctantly admitted. A lie that felt bitter on his tongue. He feared that if he remained silent, Zian might reveal their past. Xiaofeng, if there's no place for me in your heart, then there's no point in my staying, Zian declared, raising her stakes. I've made my decision. I will treat you well from now on, Ye Xiaofeng thought, filled with turmoil yet smiling in agreement. But you mustn't go back on your word. Qing'er will bear witness, Zian insisted, sensing her victory, quickly enlisting Qingqing as a witness. By the way, Sister Zian, what happened in the small grove outside the city? Qingqing asked curiously. Ye Xiaofeng's face was a mask of pleading. I've known Xiaofeng for 5 years, and finally, in the grove, I became his woman, Zian confessed, her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke the awkward lie. Yet Qingqing appeared unfazed, perceiving Zian's blush as a sign of sincerity. Sister Zian, I can accept it. You needn't blame yourself, Qingqing said, her concern leaning more towards Ye Xiaofeng's feelings. Ye Xiaofeng, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for words, as he had never had any such encounters with Zian. Regret filled him for bringing Zian back from the Devil's Island, a place whose name alone suggested trouble, compounded by the wretchedness of those who resided there. Xiaofeng, I once said that as long as you hold a place for me in your heart, that is enough, Qingqing said, embracing him. I feel the same. Just a spot in your heart is sufficient for me, she added, drawing near. Ye Xiaofeng, unable to contain himself, gave Zian a sharp slap on her rear. You. Zian stomped her foot in outrage, furious that he would strike her. Step outside, come back later, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, pulling Zian out of the room and locking the door behind them. Xiaofeng, you. Qingqing had yet to regain her composure. It's fine. We can let her in later. With her gone, no one will disturb us, Ye Xiaofeng said, leaping toward Qingqing. Unbeknownst to him, Zian had become a more formidable opponent than he'd anticipated, and he now faced the consequences of his actions. Xiaofeng, take it easy, Qingqing murmured, slightly furrowing her brow. I know, just hang in there a bit longer, and it won't hurt, he reassured her. Xian, feeling bored, decided to go shopping, ultimately finding herself at the grand fighting arena. Upon discovering the gambling section, she found it intriguing, especially with the black card worth $1 billion that Ye Xiaofeng had given her. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing, free from Xian's interruptions, indulged in their long-hidden affections. Qingqing was no longer the Navi girl from 5 years ago. She had blossomed into a stunning beauty. After countless intimate encounters, they finally succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep in each other's arms. Xian, having won $50 million at the arena, was in high spirits and decided to leave, planning to return another day. As she departed, dusk had settled, indicating that Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing had likely concluded their activities. Upon returning to the inn, Xian chose not to disturb them and retired to her room. The following midday, Xian arrived at Ye Xiaofeng's private chamber, where he had already descended. By the way, where is Qing'er? She innocently inquired, casting a seemingly harmless glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Xian, you are deliberately provoking me, aren't you? Ye Xiaofeng replied, still irked by the previous day's events. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Xian feigned ignorance, as if the events had no bearing on her. Just then, Qingqing descended the stairs, though her gait seemed slightly off. Xian exchanged a knowing look with Ye Xiaofeng. Qing'er, did you sleep well last night? Xian asked with a slight smile. Yes, Qingqing replied, her cheeks reddening as she recalled the previous day's happenings, knowing that Xian had refrained from interrupting them. Sister Qingqing, after a night apart, you seem even more radiant. I trust Xiaofeng treated you well last night, Xian remarked with a playful glint in her eye. Xian whispered softly to Qingqing, oh dear, you're quite annoying. Though Qingqing scolded her sister, her smile betrayed her. All right, I shall stop teasing you now. With that, the three of them sat at the table, where Li, the innkeeper, had arranged an array of delectable dishes. You seem to be in high spirits today, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, noticing Xian's radiant demeanor, unable to resist asking. Of course. I'm in a splendid mood today, and want to hold anything against you, Xian replied with a smile, continuing to indulge in the feast. Come now, Xian. What has brought you such joy? Qingqing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Well, you must promise not to tell anyone, Xian said earnestly. Qingqing nodded eagerly, and Xian looked at Ye Xiaofeng, who also nodded in agreement. Yesterday, I ventured to a place I hadn't expected to be so entertaining in the capital, Xian recounted, reminiscing about the excitement of the previous day. What kind of place? Ye Xiaofeng interjected. Don't interrupt, I'm getting to that. Xian frowned slightly, displeased by the interruption. Xian, ignore him and take your time, Qingqing said, holding Xian's hand to reassure her. I visited a place called the Great Duel Arena, Xian continued, smiling at both of them. And then? Ye Xiaofeng sensed something unsettling was about to unfold. There is a section in the arena where I won quite a bit. Xian recalled, still caught up in the thrill of her winnings. The welfare gaming area, Ye Xiaofeng reminded her. Yes, that's out the place. Guess how much I won? Xian grinned, looking at both Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing. How much? Ye Xiaofeng's heart raced, sensing impending doom. Xian held up 5 fingers, still basking in the joy of her victory from the night before, recalling dreams filled with laughter. 500,000? Qingqing ventured cautiously. Xian shook her head. 5 million? Another shake. 50 million? Ye Xiaofeng watched Xian nod, his heart sinking. Why aren't you two smiling? Today, I'm treating you all to this meal. Ha ha ha. Xian laughed heartily, oblivious to Ye Xiaofeng's grim expression. In just under 3 hours yesterday, I won 5 million. I plan to return there today. Soon I'll have money to last a lifetime. Xian continued to envision a bright future. Come on, let us eat. Such exquisite food should not go to waste, she urged. Xian, Qingqing noticed Ye Xiaofeng's dark expression and gently reminded her. What's wrong? Why do you look at me like that as if I owe you money? Xian turned to see Ye Xiaofeng's troubled face. Is it fair that you use my money to win back what I've lost? Ye Xiaofeng said, sulking as he sipped his drink. Are you saying the Great Duel Arena is ours? Qingqing stifled a giggle. Well, you didn't tell me. How was I to know? But it was indeed quite fun, Xian admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, don't look so glum. If it comes to it, I can always return the money, Xian reassured him, noticing his unchanged expression. Xian, you don't need to worry about him. His earnings are meant for our enjoyment, Qingqing said with a smile directed at Ye Xiaofeng. Why is that? Ye Xiaofeng felt as though he had been tricked. Because we are your women, Xian quipped, further irking Ye Xiaofeng, and to his dismay, Qingqing agreed. Dear sister, I've only just arrived here, and it feels a bit awkward to speak up, Qingqing said. Xian, let me take you shopping. Xiaofeng, you should accompany us. Qingqing smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. As they strolled through the streets, Qingqing and Xian walked hand in hand like sisters, exploring every shop. They soon arrived at a boutique where the same female proprietor from 5 years ago welcomed them. Both girls changed into off-shoulder white dresses and donned white stockings, completing their looks with sparkling crystal shoes. Xiaofeng, what do you think? Do we look good? Ye Xiaofeng was momentarily entranced, astonished by how much Qingqing had blossomed and how Xian had matured, exuding femininity. He swallowed hard, captivated by their charm. Not enough? I'll show you more when we return, Xian whispered playfully in Ye Xiaofeng's ear. Really? No. I mean, your outfits are quite lovely, Ye Xiaofeng quickly corrected himself, realizing his earlier misstep. Which is better, the dresses or me? Zian asked, smiling sweetly. Of course, both you and the dresses are beautiful. Ye Xiaofeng intended to compliment her but hesitated, changing his response. Xiaofeng, your drool has betrayed you, Qingqing teased, watching him fumble. Ye Xiaofeng wiped his mouth, finding nothing there. Only to see Qingqing and Zian stifling their laughter. You dare to trick me, Qingqing? Oh, I was just joking. She conceded, laughing, with her newfound wealth. Zian generously paid for both outfits, knowing that it was ultimately Ye Xiaofeng's money, without a hint of remorse. As they walked through the streets, they attracted countless admiring glances, with Ye Xiaofeng caught in the midst of their charm, evoking envy from onlookers. Zian, let me take you to a great place to eat. Absolutely, let us hurry. Ye Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly, realizing that no matter where he went, the essence of womanhood remained unchanged. Shopping and food would forever be their greatest loves. Before long, Qingqing led Zian to a barbecue restaurant, with Ye Xiaofeng arriving slightly behind. Qingqing, you become even more beautiful. The owner, familiar with Qingqing from her frequent visits, greeted them warmly. I'm here with friends today, you know how it is. Qingqing smiled at the owner. Don't worry, I'll ensure your friends are satisfied. By the way, this young man looks quite familiar, the owner remarked, trying to place Ye Xiaofeng. He brought me here 5 years ago. Qingqing gazed at him with affection. Ah, so it's you. Do you know how Qingqing has fared these past 5 years? The owner asked, his tone turning serious. Let us not dwell on that. Qingqing said, her eyes glistening. Young man, do not take this wonderful girl for granted. She has waited for you all these years, the owner advised. Rest assured, I will treat Qingqing well upon my return, Ye Xiaofeng promised. I'm sorry, Qingqing, for making you wait so long. Hey. Let us save the sappy talk for later. I can't handle it. Zian interjected, frustrated by their sentimental exchange. Owner, we'll have 10 grilled fish, 60 skewers of lamb, and don't forget the 10 lamb kidneys, Ye Xiaofeng ordered. Coming right up. Please wait a moment, the owner replied, bustling off to prepare their meal. As the drinks arrived and the grill began to heat, Zian could already smell the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the kitchen. Is it ready yet? I can hardly wait. Zian could not help but drool. My dear, you are new here and perhaps unaware that this delicacy can only be savored when slowly roasted over a charcoal fire, the owner patiently explained. Then hurry up. Zian urged again, unable to contain her excitement. Zian, wipe your mouth. Look, you're drooling, Qingqing chuckled, handing her a tissue to clean the corner of her mouth. I just couldn't wait, Zian said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she took the tissue and wiped herself. Soon, the owner brought the food over. Please enjoy your meal, he announced. Zian, take your time. It's quite hot, Qingqing cautioned her. I love it hot. In fact, I relish it, Zian replied, drooling as she indulged in the skewers, nearly revealing her age. Ye Xiaofeng watched Zian, surprised to discover this side of her, lost in thought. Xiaofeng, why are you in a daze? Qingqing asked, noticing his unwavering gaze on Zian. Oh, it's nothing, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly realized his inappropriate thoughts. How could he possibly have feelings for Zian? Xiaofeng, if you like me, just say it. Although Zian was enjoying her skewers, she had discerned Ye Xiaofeng's earlier thoughts. How do you know? No, how could I ever like you? Ye Xiaofeng quickly explained. Xiaofeng, how could you say that? You promised Zian. Are you going back on your word? Qingqing interjected disapprovingly upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's explanation. That is not what I meant, Ye Xiaofeng struggled to clarify. But his words fell flat. Then treat me the same way you treat Zian. Otherwise, don't even think about being with me, Qingqing frowned at Ye Xiaofeng, clearly displeased with his comments. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. A what? Did you hear me? Qingqing glared at him furiously. Don't worry, Ye Xiaofeng replied vaguely. After their meal, the three had nothing to do and decided to head to the Grand Fighting Soul Arena. Just to remind you, once we're at the arena, behave yourselves, Ye Xiaofeng quickly warned Zian to avoid getting into trouble. Got it, you're such a miser. I wasted my affection on you, Zian grumbled, initially planning to have some fun but feeling displeased by Ye Xiaofeng's words. Zian, don't mind him, Qingqing said as she led Zian into the office. Madam, who is this? Luo Xiaodian inquired, gazing at the beautiful woman before him, whose charm rivaled that of Qingqing. This is Zian, Qingqing introduced them. Zian, this is our manager at the Grand Fighting Soul Arena. Although Luo Xiaodian had already taken notice of Zian due to the hefty sum of 50 million he lost yesterday, he greeted her nonetheless. Manager Luo, long time no see. Ye Xiaofeng entered just in time to see Luo Xiaodian. Ye Xiao, you're back. Luo Xiaodian exclaimed, having not heard from Ye Xiaofeng in 5 years. Yes. I just returned, Ye Xiaofeng nodded slightly. He settled onto the sofa, and Luo Xiaodian immediately began pouring tea for the three of them. Shortly after, Luo Xiaodian left the room but returned soon after. Ye Xiao. Luo Xiaodian glanced at Zian, unsure whether to speak. We're all friends here. Feel free to say whatever, Ye Xiaofeng reassured him. Though he often feigned indifference towards Zian, she had never been an outsider in his heart. Ye Xiao. Here is the income report for the past 5 years of the Grand Fighting Soul Arena, which amounts to 10 billion gold soul coins. Luo Xiaodian presented a black gold card to Ye Xiaofeng, detailing the arena's earnings. I see. You've worked hard these past 5 years, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with satisfaction. It's my duty to serve you, Xiao. It's not hard work. Luo Xiaotian responded cheerfully, pleased with Ye Xiaofeng's acknowledgement. With the backing of the sword Douluo, no one dared to cause trouble at the arena over the past 5 years. Qingqing had mostly refrained from interfering, leaving all matters to Luo Xiaotian, who managed everything without question. Thus, Luo Xiaotian thrived, living comfortably. Use 2 billion from the card as the arena's working capital. You've worked hard these years. So keep 1 billion for yourself, Ye Xiaofeng instructed as he handed the card to Luo Xiaotian. Ye Xiao, my salary is already sufficient. I don't need so much. Luo Xiaotian was taken aback by the sum. No more nonsense, just do as I say, and give Qingqing 1 billion as well. Ye Xiaofeng added with a faint smile towards Qingqing. Xiaofeng, Xian began to pout. Give her 1 billion too, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, unable to resist Xian's charm. Feeling goosebumps rise. You're the best. Before Ye Xiaofeng could react, Xian planted a kiss on his cheek. Ye Xiao, I didn't see anything. You all carry on. Luo Xiaotian quickly excused himself from the room. Xian, behave, don't act recklessly. Ye Xiaofeng internally struggled with the idea of a romantic relationship, feeling that Xian was nearly old enough to be an aunt. Qingqing, look, Xiaofeng only has eyes for you, Xian remarked, realizing she had no choice but to leverage Qingqing against Ye Xiaofeng. All right, I admit defeat. Ye Xiaofeng quickly surrendered. He was truly at a loss for how to escape Xian's antics, fearing constant torment. Xian, you should return to the inn, after distributing the money. He wished to prevent further interruptions from her. All right, but aren't you two leaving? Xian noted it was getting late. Qingqing and I will be back shortly. Ye Xiaofeng stammered. Who would believe you? Just confess honestly, what are you planning? Are you staying here? Xian scrutinized Ye Xiaofeng, who remained unfazed, while Qingqing reacted differently. Wherever Qingqing sleeps, I shall too, Xian declared, wrapping her arm around Qingqing's. You're sleeping with Qingqing? Why would you sleep with me? Ye Xiaofeng was infuriated. Sure. I couldn't ask for more, Xian teased playfully. Fine, you all sleep. I'll head back to the inn, Ye Xiaofeng resigned himself, feeling that his chances with Qingqing had dwindled and he should let them rest. What? We won't disturb you. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to sleep at the inn? Xian implied mischievously. Ye Xiaofeng felt cornered and dared not offend Xian. How could that be? If you don't mind, then let us all sleep together, Ye Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. Shameless. You still want to sleep together? Get back to the inn and rest, Xian retorted, though she was unlikely to actually sleep with Ye Xiaofeng, let alone all three together. You said it yourself. To let me stay, Ye Xiaofeng was flustered by Xian's teasing. Did I say that? Qingqing, did I say that? Xian turned to Qingqing. Qingqing, torn between loyalty and mischief, shook her head, feigning ignorance. You too. Indifferent to the trivialities, Ye Xiaofeng returned to the inn. The Great Soul Arena housed Qingqing's office, which included a bedroom. Once inside, Xian began to weave her schemes, and against such a seasoned player, Qingqing stood no chance. Faced with the cunning Xian, Qingqing divulged all her secrets. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng, unable to find rest, left a note for Manager Li and departed in the dead of night. In a courtyard of the Heavenly Water Academy, a young girl sat beneath a peach blossom tree, her memories of countless days and nights fading. After rescuing him by the seaside, her fleeting act of kindness had unexpectedly blossomed into an indelible affection for the boy. 5 years ago, a man named Exile returned with troubling news. He was being pursued by the crown prince of the Tiando Empire and had fled the capital. She had contemplated searching for him numerous times but found herself lost, unable to ascertain his whereabouts, and thus devoted herself to her training. Over the years, Exile had supported them, providing a black gold card, yet it was not what she truly desired. She yearned for his return. Sister Shiwewu, you called me to dinner. But if you don't hurry, it will grow cold, Moon Air remarked, her heart aching for her sister's persistent sorrow. Shiwewu nodded slightly, approaching the peach blossom tree. Shiwewu gazed at Shui Binger, momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, they both awaited his arrival. Yet, 6 long years had passed, and besides Exian's reports, he remained utterly unreachable. Elder sister, shall we eat? Shiwewu asked, her voice tinged with concern as she looked at the fragile Shui Binger, feeling a pang of sorrow. You all go ahead. I'm not hungry right now, Shui Binger replied, turning away. For 6 years, she had done little more than train and sit beneath the peach blossom tree in a daze. The sight of Shui Bing's suffering filled Shiwewu with equal parts pity and resentment towards Ye Xiaofeng, the source of all their troubles. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Shiwewu approached Shui Binger and struck her sharply across the face. Wake up. If he wanted to return, he would have done so long ago. No amount of self-torment will bring him back. Shiwewu vented her pin-up frustration. Her feelings for him were no less than Shui Binger's, yet witnessing her former sister's self-inflicted suffering pierced her heart like countless needles. Wu, tell me he will come back, Shui Binger implored, her lack of confidence reminiscent of a forlorn child. He has been gone for 6 years. He will not return. No. You're lying. He promised he would come back. He would never deceive me. Shui Binger's faith seemed shattered by Shiwewu's words, leaving her distraught and tearful. Elder sister. He is not coming back. If he truly wished to return, he would have done so by now. At this moment, Xue Wu embraced Shui Binger, both weeping profusely. No. It cannot be. I cannot bear to imagine he might not return, Shui Binger sobbed, her heart gripped by fear. Moon Air, at the doorway, was also in tears. For 6 years, she had dared not mention him, especially before her elder sister, for he represented the most fragile part of her heart. Sister, I'm sorry. Does it still hurt? Xue Wu gently caressed Shui Binger's cheek, noting the mark from earlier. Shui Bingo shook her head, feeling no pain anymore. Elder sister. Let us eat something. Even while waiting for him, you must take care of yourself, Xue Wu insisted, disregarding Shui Binger's hesitations as she pulled her into the room. What are you still doing at the door? Xue Wu glared at the tear-streaked Moon Air. Now is not the time for comfort. She needed to focus on her elder sister first. Oh, I'll be right there, Moon Air quickly replied. Thus, through coaxing, they managed to get Shui Bingo to eat a bit. Perhaps the slap had jolted her back to reality. After dinner, Xue Wu stayed with Shui Bingo until deep into the night, when she finally fell asleep, observing Shui Binger's weary face. Xue Wu felt an intense desire to tear Ye Xiaofeng to shreds. To ensure Shui Bingo could rest peacefully, she quietly left the room. Sister Xue Wu, my sister. Moon Air began as she saw Xue Wu emerging from Shui Binger's room, but Xue Wu interrupted her. Sure, she just fell asleep. Xue Wu whispered to Moon Air, pulling her back into their room. Sister Xue Wu, what should we do if she continues like this? Moon Air expressed her concerns for her sister. If you ask me, who can I turn to? I cannot just slap her every day, Xue Wu replied, surprised at her own actions from the previous night, though the outcome had been effective. So what shall we do? To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it, she remarked. Are you referring to Xiaofeng? Who else could it be but that heartless scoundrel? Xue Wu cursed Ye Xiaofeng in anger. Not far away, Ye Xiaofeng yawned, unaware of the disparaging remarks being made about him. It's getting late. You should rest early. And in the future, refrain from mentioning that heartless man in front of our elder sister, understood? Xue Wu warned. Still concerned about Moon Air's candidness. Don't worry, Sister Xue Wu. I will not speak carelessly, Moon Air promised, patting her chest. Now go to sleep. It's late. Xue Wu, exhausted from the day, wished to end the conversation. I don't want to sleep alone tonight, Moon Air declared, leaping onto Xue Wu's bed and burrowing under the covers before she could respond. What are you doing on my bed? Where am I supposed to sleep? Xue Wu looked at the mischievous Moon Air, speechless. Sister Xue Wu, the bed is large enough for both of us. Come up, and I will hold you as we sleep. Don't worry, I will take good care of you, Moon Air grinned mischievously. Moon Air, have you lost your mind tonight? Xue Wu was taken aback by Moon Air's words, approaching the bed to check her forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? As Xue Wu touched her forehead, Moon Air playfully pinched Xue Wu's waist. All right, Moon Air. If that heartless man grows impatient, you might just be right, she conceded. Fine, let us turn off the lights and sleep. Sister Xue Wu, I have one more question. Why do you have so many questions? Just one, please tell me. The next day, Shui Bingo awoke feeling particularly refreshed, perhaps due to Xue Wu's earlier intervention. Usually, she would find Xue Wu and Moon Air by her side, but today they were nowhere to be seen. Just then, Xue Wu opened the door, appearing groggy as she stretched and yawned. Good morning, elder sister. Xue Wu greeted Shui Binger, her eyes heavy with fatigue. It's nearly noon. Is it still early? By the way, Wu, did you not sleep well last night? Shui Bingo observed Xue Wu's exhaustion with concern. It was that mischievous Moon Air's fault. Xue Wu recalled the previous night and felt her temper rising. Moon Air had bombarded her with questions, keeping her awake. Sister, why are you up so early today? Moon Air emerged from Xue Wu's room just then. Moon Air, you. Shui Bingo gazed at the two individuals emerging from the same room, her expression one of surprise. It was none other than that wretched girl, Yue Er. Last night, as Xue Wu recounted the events of the previous evening, Xue Wu swiftly covered her mouth from behind. Last night, Sister Xue Wu couldn't sleep alone, so I kept her company, right, Sister Xue Wu? Xue Wu wore an expression that warned, dare to speak a word, and I'll silence you. With her mouth covered, Xue Wu could only nod in acquiescence. At your age, you two are still sharing a bed? Shui Bingo shook her head helplessly, choosing not to comment further. Aren't you going to cook? I'm eager to tell elder sister about last night. Xue Wu promptly pushed Yue's hand away. Hiki, I'll be right there. Xue Wu dashed off in a hurry. Shui Bingo settled beneath the peach blossom tree, while Xue Wu tidied up the room. At the entrance of Tianshui Academy, Ye Xiaofeng stood gazing at the institute before him, memories flooding his mind. This is a women's academy. If you have no business, please leave. The female teacher at the entrance issued a dismissal to the motionless Ye Xiaofeng. Teacher, here is my proof. Ye Xiaofeng produced the special recruitment token given to him by Wang Yan. You may enter. The teacher inspected the token, though puzzled, recognized its authenticity and granted him access. Rather than seeking out teacher Wang Yan, Ye Xiaofeng made his way directly to the entrance of the peach blossom garden. The inscription above still vivid in his memory, gently pushing the door open. He was enveloped by the fragrance of peach blossoms and caught sight of the woman beneath the tree. His heart stirred with complexity, even after 6 years. Despite the presence of Qingqing and Shuer, his longing for her had not diminished. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a cup of water? I'm a bit parched from my journey, he addressed the woman lost in thought beneath the tree. Just a moment, Shui Binga replied, momentarily shaken from her reverie. Her mind elsewhere. She retrieved a water jug and a cup, approaching him to pour. However, Ye Xiaofeng did not reach for the cup. He had countless words he wished to share with her, yet upon their reunion, he felt as if his throat had tightened, and his eyes inexplicably glistened with unshed tears. Shui Binga stared at the man before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, though she dared not confirm it. Binga, I'm back. After a long pause, Ye Xiaofeng finally spoke those words. At the sound, the jug and cup slipped from Shui Binga's trembling hands, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. After 6 long years of yearning, he had finally returned. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer contain his longing, enveloping Shui Binga in his arms. She clung tightly to him. Words unspoken, tears flowing freely onto his chest. Elder sister, just now Shui Wu came out of the room, and I was about to ask what she broke. Shui Yuer began, but upon seeing her elder sister tightly embracing a man, she froze in place. Sister, weren't you supposed to call elder sister? Shui Yuer intended to scold Shui Wu for her hesitation, but upon witnessing her sister's frozen state, she too approached to discern the situation. Sister, Shui Yuer echoed. Her gaze fixed on the scene as her own expression mirrored Shui Wu's shock. Binger, I'm back. Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words. Simply wishing to hold her close. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past 6 years? Shui Yuer lamented in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, releasing her pent-up grievances. I know, it's all my fault, he admitted, feeling the weight of his shortcomings. Shui Bingo attempted to voice her thoughts, but Ye Xiaofeng silenced her with a kiss, believing it to be the most effective means of communication. Sister Shui Wu, it seems that heartless scoundrel has returned, Shui Yuer remarked, observing the intimate scene. It's not just a semblance, that rascal has truly returned. Yet, elder sister seems so lacking in dignity, easily swayed by a few words, Shui Wu retorted. A hint of disdain in her tone. Come on, let us see how long they can maintain this charade, Shui Yuer chuckled mischievously. We should leave. I can hardly bear to watch this, Shui Wu shivered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Where have you been for 6 years? Shui Binger suddenly halted, recalling that it was still midday with Shui Wu and Yuer present. This story is rather long. I'll explain it all soon. How have you both been? Ye Xiaofeng observed Shui Binger with a twinge of concern, sensing the hardship she must have endured. Well, everyone misses you, and has been waiting for your return. She replied, initially intending to express her own feelings but finding herself too shy, opting instead to speak on behalf of the group. Let us go inside. Wuer and Yuer are still waiting, Shui Bingo said, gently pulling Ye Xiaofeng toward the house. Wuer, Yuer, guess who has come back? Shui Bingo announced cheerfully at the doorway. Xiaofeng, when did you return? We missed you terribly. Shui Wu rushed forward, her arms wide open as if to embrace him, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Ye Xiaofeng believed she truly longed for him, taken aback by her warmth. However, just as they were about to embrace, Shui Wu suddenly struck him hard across the face, leaving him bleeding. Sister Shui Wu, why did you hit me so hard? Shui Yuer exclaimed as she rushed out. Ye Xiaofeng felt a warmth in his heart at Yuer's concern. Does it hurt, brother Xiaofeng? Shui Yuer inquired, noticing the red mark on his cheek and the blood at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't he began, but before he could finish, Shui Yuer slapped him again, equally forceful. What are you two doing? Xiaofeng just returned. Shui Bingo glared at Shui Wu and Shui Yuer in anger. What do you think? He even remembers to come back after 6 long years. Shui Yuer, typically obedient to her sister, stood her ground today, unafraid. Go away. Never return. Don't let us see you again. Shui Wu's eyes were red, filled with an intensity that felt as if she wished to pierce him through with her gaze. Yuer, please listen to me. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to explain, but they offered him no respite. Yuer, Xiaofeng has returned. Let us go inside and discuss this properly. Though her heart ached, Shui Bingo wished to prevent any further estrangement between Ye Xiaofeng and the others. Yuer, I truly made a mistake. Please forgive me just this once, he pleaded, disregarding the pain on his face, aware of the debt he owed them after 6 years of absence. Apparently, you are not beyond redemption. We waited here for you for 6 years, kneel beneath the peach tree, and when the blossoms have fully fallen, you may rise. Consider it our forgiveness. Of course, you could simply turn around and leave, as though we had never encountered you, Shui Wu declared coldly, her eyes red with unshed tears. Wuer, if you wish to kneel alongside him, we will not stop you, Shui Yuer interrupted Shui Binger, her feelings of longing now twisted into bitterness. For as deep as their love had been, so too was their capacity for hatred. Binger, there is no need for further discussion. I will kneel. Ye Xiaofeng could have turned and walked away, yet he chose to kneel beneath the peach blossom tree. He hadn't even stepped into the house. But now he found himself kneeling under the tree, gazing up at the blossoms that had only recently bloomed. How long would it be before they withered? This was clearly a trap set for himself. What are you staring at? Go inside. I'm still hungry, Snow Dance urged as she pulled Shui Binger into the house. Shui Yuer, however, paid no heed to Ye Xiaofeng and followed them inside. Yuer, your culinary skills have truly improved. Today's meal is particularly fragrant. Snow Dance complimented for the first time. Typically, she never cooked and would always nitpick at the dishes prepared by Yuer. I too find today's meal exceptionally delightful. Shui Yueta said playfully, eagerly serving herself more. Is it appropriate for us to indulge like this? Shui Binger couldn't help but voice her concern, still caring for Ye Xiaofeng. What? You haven't even married him yet, and you're so worried he might be mistreated? Snowdance shot a weary glance at Shui Binger. That's not what I meant. Shui Binger realized it wasn't the right moment to plead for Ye Xiaofeng. Only someone like you could be so easily swayed by a few words from him. Shui Yuer scoffed at her sister. No way. Shui Binger blushed slightly, feeling flustered. Oh, come on. After you two have been so intimate under the sun for so long. You thought we didn't notice? Shui Yuer mocked, directly confronting her sister. Shui Binger was left speechless, her face reddening. Sister, isn't today's meal exceptionally delicious? Snowdance teased. It is somewhat, she admitted. Ye Xiaofeng had been kneeling under the scorching sun for nearly an hour, grateful for the shade provided by the peach blossom tree. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to heat. After lunch, Snowdance peeked outside at Ye Xiaofeng and stretched lazily, leaving him momentarily mesmerized by how well she had developed. Suddenly, a cup flew toward him, and Ye Xiaofeng quickly dodged. What are you staring at? If you dare to gawk again, you won't be so fortunate next time. Snowdance remarked, noticing his gaze lingering on her figure before she retreated indoors. Sister Snowdance, weren't you just saying we should exercise a bit after our meal? Why go inside now? Shui Yuer pointed out. That scoundrel makes me furious, Snowdance retorted. What has he done to anger you? Why does it concern you? Snowdance was about to speak, but realized it was not the right time to confide in Yuer. Sister Snowdance, why are you blushing? Shui Yuer queried. I'm not. Stop pretending. If you keep it up, you won't have a peaceful evening, Shui Yuer teased with a mischievous grin. Go stretch at the door, and when you return, I'll tell you, Snowdance said shyly. What does that have to do with the question I asked? Shui Yuer was slightly displeased. Stop complaining and hurry, Snowdance insisted. Eyeing Shui Yuer, who reluctantly stepped outside to stretch. Meanwhile, kneeling beneath the peach blossom tree, Ye Xiaofeng's gaze fell upon Shui Yuer again. Surprised to find she had also matured quite well. Realizing he was staring, Shui Yuer glanced down at herself, then back at Ye Xiaofeng's lecherous gaze. Ah. She suddenly understood why Snowdance was blushing. She dashed into the house, returning with a basin of water aimed directly at Ye Xiaofeng. Yuer, let me explain. Ye Xiaofeng sensed the situation escalating. Go explain it to the peach blossom tree, she quipped, splashing water on him. Yuer, what are you doing? This is becoming increasingly outrageous. Shui Bingo expressed her dissatisfaction with Yuer's actions. Well done, Yuer. Snowdance clapped her hands in approval. She reveled in tormenting Ye Xiaofeng, the more discomfort he felt. The happier she became. Xiaofeng, don't take it to heart. They have been waiting for your return for quite some time. I don't know what has gotten into them. Shui Bingo attempted to explain but was at a loss for words. Binger, there's no need for explanations. I don't blame them. It's I who owe you both an apology. Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling a pang of guilt as he looked at Shui Binger. Quickly, get up and change your clothes, Shui Binger urged. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng drenched from the water. Did we agree to this? Snowdance refused to let him off the hook so easily. If you two keep arguing, I'll just kick you both out, Shui Binger warned Snowdance and Yuer, clearly serious. Humph. Once you have a man, you forget your sisters, Snowdance remarked. Not stopping but seizing the opportunity to tease. Shui Bingo felt her face flush at the insinuation. What did it mean to forget one's sisters? She and Ye Xiaofeng were innocent. Don't think just because the eldest sister is on your side, we will forgive you, Snowdance said. Frowning as she brushed past Ye Xiaofeng. Once inside, Ye Xiaofeng noticed his room was spotless, filling him with warmth. Ever since he had left, they had come to clean it daily, turning it into a habit over time. After changing into fresh clothes from his storage ring, he stepped outside. Xiaofeng, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Shui Bingo asked with concern. Ye Xiaofeng intended to say he had already eaten, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Yuer, go get Xiaofeng something to eat, Shui Binger instructed, watching Yuer hurry off. Reluctant, Yuer still harbored some reservations. It's fine, I'll take care of it. You keep Xiaofeng company. Snowdance smiled gently at Ye Xiaofeng. Sister Snowdance, you. Enough of that. Come help me, she winked at Yuer. I'll be right back. Yuer began to understand Snowdance's intentions. The two went to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of noodle soup. Yuer, remember to add plenty of salt, vinegar, and chili. Snowdance directed, adding seasoning with zeal. Sister Snowdance, can we even eat this? Yuer questioned, looking at the soup. After all the effort we put in for him, he'd better appreciate our labor, Snowdance grinned mischievously. Shortly after, she brought the soup to Ye Xiaofeng's room. The noodles are ready, Snowdance announced with a smile. Placing the bowl before him. Xiaofeng, taste the dish made by Yuer. Shui Bingo couldn't help but compliment Yuer, recalling how delicious lunch had been. Ye Xiaofeng took a sip of the soup, nearly choking as his face turned crimson. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Shui Binger asked. Puzzled since Yuer's cooking was typically excellent. Brother Xiaofeng, do you dislike the meal Yuer made? Yuer looked at him with innocent eyes. Snowdance silently praised Yuer for her acting skills, almost convincing herself. No, it's quite good, Ye Xiaofeng thought frantically, feeling as though the soup might poison him. Nevertheless, he swallowed it down. Even if he couldn't eat, he knew these two girls wouldn't let him off easily. I told you. This is the soup that I and Sister Snow Dance meticulously prepared for you. How could it possibly be bad? The moon cast a gentle smile at Ye Xiaofeng, who, in turn, gazed at Shui Wu and the moonlit figure with an inexplicable feeling swelling within him. Unable to contain himself, he shut his eyes and indulged in a hearty meal. Thank you, Wu Er, he said, as the moon immediately finished an entire pot of tea by herself. Xiaofeng, are you still hungry? I'll ask the moon to prepare another bowl for you, she suggested, though Shui Yu was puzzled by Ye Xiaofeng's odd behavior. No need. I'm quite full, he replied, jokingly thinking that asking for more would surely lead to his demise at the hands of these two young ladies. I'll step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Ye Xiaofeng hastily exited, fearing he might embarrass himself otherwise. Should I accompany you? Bing Er followed him, sensing something was amiss. No, I'll be back soon, he assured her, hastening his departure. What is going on? Shui Bing Er pondered as she noticed Shui Wu and the moon sharing secretive smiles. What are you two giggling about? She inquired. Nothing. We're just happy that Xiaofeng is coming back, they replied. Indeed, isn't sister happy that brother Xiaofeng is back? I am happy, but just a moment ago. Shui Bing Er caught sight of the remnants of the noodle soup, noticing there was still broth in the bowl. She took a small sip, and to her dismay, it nearly made her regurgitate her lunch. In a hurry, she sought water to soothe herself, only to discover that Ye Xiaofeng had consumed it all. She darted to the kitchen to fetch water, finally feeling relief, but then spotted the spices and understood the situation. You too. Shui Bing Er stormed into the room, intending to reprimand Shui Wu and the moon, but the two had already realized she was about to explode with anger and swiftly fled. Ye Xiaofeng had just exited the academy and entered a nearby eatery, having expelled his earlier meal. Fearing Shui Bing Er's wrath, Shui Wu and the moon had followed suit. Hoping to evade Shui Bing Er's scolding, they unexpectedly caught sight of Ye Xiaofeng dining through the window. He wishes to enjoy a good meal without us, all the while claiming he misses us. Clearly, we don't matter to him, they muttered, approaching Ye Xiaofeng's table. How dare you speak? Who concocted that noodle soup? Shui Wu accused, and Ye Xiaofeng felt displeased, realizing they had set him up only to turn the tables on him now. Let bygones be bygones. Can we not let this go? He suggested, eating as he spoke. You think it's that simple? Shui Wu glared at him in response. I will accompany you on a shopping trip. You can buy whatever you wish, Ye Xiaofeng said with a faint smile. You think that by taking us shopping, we will forgive you? That's not how it works, the moon retorted angrily. I'll give each of you a card, and you can buy whatever you desire. He continued, seemingly unfazed by their ire. Are you attempting to insult us with money? Shui Wu shot him a disdainful look. Each card holds 100 million soul coins, he revealed, retrieving 2 black gold cards from his storage ring. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they snatched the cards from him. We'll safeguard these for you, to prevent you from losing them. As for your offer to accompany us shopping, we might reluctantly accept, Shui Wu said, concealing her delight. How quickly her demeanor changed, and such words to say. It's truly astonishing, Ye Xiaofeng mused. Finish your meal quickly and accompany us shopping. Stop dawdling, the moon urged, her frustration mounting as she observed Ye Xiaofeng leisurely sipping tea. This is all thanks to your antics, he thought, feeling disgruntled after consuming such tasteless food. Believing it was truly a misfortune, Shui Wu and the moon tugged him along the street, examining various items without mercy, knowing he would be footing the bill. Thankfully, Ye Xiaofeng possessed a storage ring. Otherwise, carrying their purchases would be exhausting. Aren't you too tired after 2 hours of shopping? He inquired, clearly uninterested in the endless spree. What? You're not willing to accompany us for a simple shopping trip, yet claim to love me? Is this how you express your affection? Shui Wu observed his demeanor with a knowing look. That's not my intention. I merely think we should return and continue tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng quickly clarified, not wanting to express his desire to leave. What about the noodle soup? Once inside, Shui Bing Er confronted Shui Wu and the moon. Sister, we were just playing a prank on Xiaofeng, right? The moon chimed in, glancing at Ye Xiaofeng. Yes, it's all in the past now. Today, you should rest well. The National Soul Master Tournament is approaching. Are you all prepared? He asked with a gentle smile, though the expressions on their faces froze momentarily. What's wrong? Ye Xiaofeng frowned slightly. Brother Xiaofeng, with our current strength, we can only match the prowess of the Blaze Academy, let alone shine in the National Soul Master Tournament. The moon lamented. Is Blaze Academy that formidable? Ye Xiaofeng questioned. Perhaps you should pay them a visit someday, Shui Wu suggested with a smile. Are you sending me to my doom right after my arrival? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled at Shui Wu's suggestion. By the way, what level have your soul powers reached? Big sister is at level 45, while the moon and I are at 43. The others are at level 39, so we're on the brink of breaking through. Shui Wu replied earnestly. In that case, allow me to assess the fruits of your 6 years of hard work. You may all attack me together, Ye Xiaofeng smiled lightly. Are you certain you want the 3 of us to join forces? Shui Bing Er questioned, surprised. Indeed, I am now at level 61, so do not hold back, otherwise. You may not even get a chance to strike, he proclaimed nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Level 61 is quite impressive, you are rather arrogant. Let us see how the 3 of us can overwhelm you, Shui Wu retorted, unable to bear Ye Xiaofeng's arrogance any longer. Perhaps we should refrain from this match. Ye Xiaofeng pondered, still feeling it was inappropriate. Are you afraid? Xuewu demanded, her anger palpable. No, I fear I might inadvertently injure you due to my strength. Ye Xiaofeng replied, a hint of concern in his voice. You can kill me, but you cannot insult me. Let us do this together. Xuewu could not swallow her pride. Though Shui Bing-er remained calm, she felt discomfort at Ye Xiaofeng's arrogance. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Bing-er smiled at Ye Xiaofeng before launching her attack. Come at me. Ye Xiaofeng concentrated his soul power into his right fist, directly countering the Ice Seal. What? Xuewu gasped in surprise, witnessing Ye Xiaofeng blocking the first soul skill of the eldest sister with his bare hands. Third soul skill, Ice Explosion Technique. The moonlit night was filled with anticipation as Yu Er urged to directly employ the 1,000-year soul skill. With a swift motion, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed a powerful strike, wielding his sword to sweep through the ranks of adversaries. The third soul skill, Snow Dance, recognized the formidable presence of Ye Xiaofeng. Realizing that even her fourth soul skill would be futile against him, Shui Bing-er decided to join forces with Yu Er to execute their martial soul fusion technique, Ice Phoenix. As the Ice Phoenix descended from the heavens, Ye Xiaofeng prepared to defend himself using his first soul skill, the Azure Lotus Shield. Xiaofeng, you cannot withstand this protective barrier. Shui Bing-er expressed her concern. How can we know if we do not try? Besides, a man should never concede defeat. Ye Xiaofeng replied with a mischievous grin. Don't hold back, sister. Teach him a lesson, Shui Bing-er resolved, influenced by Yu Er's encouragement. The Ice Phoenix collided fiercely with the Azure Lotus Shield, causing a shockwave that blanketed the courtyard in an eerie silence. Let us see how you can continue to be arrogant, Xuewu thought, relishing the moment. However, as the fog cleared, Ye Xiaofeng's shield remained intact, which astonished the trio. How is this possible? They gasped, as their fusion skill was typically insurmountable for even a Soul King. What level has his first soul skill evolved to? Shui Bing-er pondered, her eyes narrowing. Xiaofeng, how can you be this powerful? Xuewu inquired, her curiosity piqued, and Yu Er nodded in agreement, equally intrigued. Only Shui Bing-er comprehended the true extent of Ye Xiaofeng's first soul skill's evolution, surpassing their wildest imaginations. Do you truly wish to know? Ye Xiaofeng contemplated revealing his secret. Both Xuewu and Yu Er nodded eagerly. 100,000 years, he said with a subtle smile. Why not mention that all your soul rings are 100,000 years old? Xuewu retorted, casting a disdainful glance, noting his frivolous demeanor. How would you know? Ye Xiaofeng assumed she had uncovered the truth. Anyone can boast. I can too. Can you, Yu Er? Xuewu teased, looking at Yu Er with a playful smile. What she says is true, Yu Er replied, unable to believe him. Since you doubt me, I see no reason to conceal it any longer. Ye Xiaofeng declared as 6 radiant 100,000-year soul rings descended from above him. The overwhelming pressure immobilized them, and soon his soul rings aligned into the optimal configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. What you saw earlier was merely a simulation. You need not concern yourselves with it, he assured. Shui Bing-er smiled gently at him, feeling that the 6 years of waiting had all been worthwhile. Today, let's pretend we saw nothing. Do you understand? Shui Bing-er instructed the two. Sister, rest assured. We will never tell anyone, Xuewu interrupted, promptly realizing her response. Shui Bing-er recognized that Ye Xiaofeng trusted them, hence revealing his secret. Since it's getting late, let us skip dinner preparation tonight. I'll treat you all to a meal, Ye Xiaofeng offered, noticing their drained energy. Can we invite the teacher? Shui Bing-er sought his approval. How about we visit the teacher together tomorrow at noon and invite other classmates as well? What do you think? Ye Xiaofeng suggested, not wanting to rush their time together, as tomorrow would suffice. Sounds great. Let us hurry, Yu Er exclaimed, pulling Xuewu along. Leading the way, Xuewu and Yu Er ventured ahead while Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Bing-er followed closely. Seizing this rare opportunity, Ye Xiaofeng took Shui Bing-er's hand, surprised by this sudden gesture. Shui Bing-er blushed fiercely, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Ye Xiaofeng held on firmly. After several attempts to escape, she resigned herself to his grip, grateful that Xuewu and Yu Er were too engrossed in their own path to notice. Come on, you two, Xuewu called back, noticing the pair holding hands. Xiaofeng. Impressive. I didn't expect you to win her over so quickly, Xuewu teased. Worry not. My intentions with Xiaofeng are pure, Shui Bing-er retorted, her cheeks rosy with embarrassment. Surely you cannot believe that yourself, let alone expect me to, Xuewu bantered. You talk too much. No one would mistake you for mute, Shui Bing-er shot back. Her annoyance evident. Xiaofeng, you are showing favoritism. Why only hold sister's hand? Is it because hers is softer? Yu Er chimed in innocently, observing the situation. You two are leading us. Let us move along, Ye Xiaofeng smirked, bemused by the cleverness of the two. Is this what you call love? It's hardly humane to flaunt affection in public, Yu Er dismissed his protest. Very well, Shui Bing-er, you lead the way, he relented, releasing her hand gently. In an instant, he grasped both Xuewu's and Yu Er's hands. Let go. You're hurting me. They protested vehemently, feeling the pressure of his grip. Xiaofeng, you are clearly seeking revenge. This isn't holding hands, it's an assault. They exclaimed in unison. Sister, you ought to control your Xiaofeng, they demanded, turning to Shui Binger for support. What do you mean your Xiaofeng? I didn't orchestrate this, you need not fear our affection. Now, let us get moving, Shui Binger laughed at their antics. You err, your hand is surprisingly soft. Ye Xiaofeng commented, loosening his grip slightly. Xiaofeng, stop joking, you err replied shyly, her face aflame. Shui Wu, your hands are rather rough. How could they be anything but soft? He quickly corrected himself upon noticing Shui Wu's glare. Upon arriving at a dining establishment, Ye Xiaofeng finally released their hands. Look at my hand, Shui Wu exclaimed, noticing her reddened skin. Let me see. It's fine now, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, kissing the back of her hand swiftly. Ah, you rogue, Shui Wu exclaimed, flustered by his audacity. Hey, Yu Er chuckled at their exchange, finding amusement in the situation. What are you laughing at? Shui Wu retorted, her temper flaring. Let me check. All better now, Yu Er said, grabbing Shui Wu's hand and repeating the gesture. I've lost my mind. Shui Wu groaned, realizing Yu Er had joined in on the teasing. All right, let us go inside for dinner. Enough of this nonsense, Ye Xiaofeng interjected. Eager to put an end to their playful bickering, Binger covered her mouth, striving to suppress her laughter. It was evident who was causing the commotion. How about you? Let me take a look at your hands. She mischievously grinned at Shui Wu. Shui Wu quickly tucked her hands behind her back. Perplexed by the unusual behavior of the group today. Let us hurry inside, she declared, ignoring the antics and entering the establishment. Welcome. Please, follow me upstairs. A lady guided them to a private room on the upper floor. Bring forth all the delectable dishes and fine wines your establishment has to offer. Shui Wu was still sulking over the earlier incident. The server glanced at her and then at Binger, nodding before promptly departing to fulfill the order. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian from Fengshan Academy, accompanied by Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang from Qihua Academy, ascended the stairs and spotted Binger and the others. Oh, I didn't expect to see you all here, Huo Wushuang exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Binger, his eyes nearly popping out. He had long pursued her. Yet Binger had never reciprocated his affections. Her heart was solely reserved for Ye Xiaofeng. Huo Wushuang, please refer to me as Binger. As our relationship does not warrant such familiarity, she replied with a slight frown. Binger, guests should be introduced. Allow me to make your acquaintance. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Huo Wushuang. Xiaofeng, this is Huo Wushuang, the son of the Qihua Academy's principal, and his sister Huo Wu. This gentleman is Feng Xiaotian, the captain of Fengshan Academy. Binger gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, her eyes brimming with sweetness. Witnessing this interaction, Huo Wushuang seethed with rage, yet managed to clench his fists in silence. Binger often speaks of the elites from Qihua Academy and Fengshan Academy. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you all, Ye Xiaofeng said with a gentle smile towards the trio. You're Binger? On what basis? Huo Wushuang glared at Ye Xiaofeng, who appeared like a pretty boy, slightly more appealing than himself, leaving Huo Wushuang feeling inadequate. I can charm women, unlike you, who is utterly foolish and wooden, Ye Xiaofeng retorted. Turning his attention to Feng Xiaotian, Shui Wu and Yuer held their breath, sensing the tension in the atmosphere. What do you mean? This is your matter. Why drag me into it? Feng Xiaotian felt unjustly accused, unable to comprehend why he was implicated in the verbal sparring. Why hide your affections deep within your heart, young Master Feng? Ye Xiaofeng fixed his gaze on Feng Xiaotian. Nonsense. Feng Xiaotian felt as if Ye Xiaofeng could see right through him. A beauty stands before you. Yet you linger in her shadow, content to be a mere follower, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, casting a glance at Huo Wu. Who do you think you are? Pointing fingers upon our first meeting, you presumptuous fool. Huo Wu could no longer contain her fiery temperament. Mark my words, I, Ye Xiaofeng, am a being never before seen in history and will never be seen again. One day, I shall make this firmament bow beneath my feet, he proclaimed, and his words seemed to resonate with thunder, as if the world itself could not accommodate someone like him. Humph, you are not only arrogant, but also exceedingly foolish. Huo Wu scoffed, finding this proclamation the most ludicrous she had ever encountered. I shall grant you 3 minutes to contemplate. Submit to me, and a place shall await you in the future soul realm. Ye Xiaofeng maintained his serene demeanor. Enough deliberation, he is clearly deranged. Let us leave, Huo Wu declared, unwilling to engage further with Ye Xiaofeng. How dare you say that about my brother Xiaofeng? Yuer retorted, unable to restrain herself. How dare you insult your brother Xiaofeng? It's evident that your minds are muddled, just like his. Huo Wu continued her tirade. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng's ire flared, and he kicked Huo Wu, sending her flying. How dare you speak of my woman with such audacity? Ye Xiaofeng glared at Huo Wu, blood trickling from her mouth. Sister Huo Wu, I shall not let this go. Feng Xiaotian finally lost his composure. Wait. Ye Xiaofeng quickly intervened, halting Feng Xiaotian. Do you realize your error? Unfortunately, it is too late for regret. Feng Xiaotian could not let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook. He had provoked his deepest ire. No, let us dine first. We can find a secluded place later to avoid interruptions, Ye Xiaofeng suggested. Agreed. If you attempt to flee, I shall search high and low until I find you. Feng Xiaotian glanced at Huo Wu, assessing the situation. However, Ye Xiaofeng must be dealt with. Please, you 3 find a place to sit. We shall resolve our matters slowly. After all, Amidst a myriad of concerns, dining is paramount. Ye Xiaofeng smiled subtly at Yue. Are you a pig? Huowu wiped the blood from her lips. Relieved her injury was minor, yet detested Ye Xiaofeng. My dear Huowu, that remark is misguided. Everyone must eat. Are you suggesting you dine because you resemble a pig? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled at her. You shall see. Huowu stomped her foot in frustration. When you three face off, should you win, do as you please. Under the direction of Lady Huowu. Is that satisfactory? Ye Xiaofeng sought to instill a glimmer of hope only to extinguish it later. Brother Xiaofeng, you cannot take on all three of them alone. That is unwise. Yue expressed her concern. Xiaofeng, while I know you are powerful, I still cannot help but worry. Binger added with apprehension. Do not fret. All will be well. Ye Xiaofeng gently patted Binger's hand resting on the table. 1 against 3. I hope you do not renege on your challenge. Huowu turned and exited to another private room. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly felt a disinterest in dining. Preferring solitude with a drink, he poured himself wine, indulging in its depths. Brother Xiaofeng, why are you so upset? If you cannot manage, we can assist you. Yue offered with a smile. Yue, do you smell something? Shuewu glanced at Ye Xiaofeng and then at Binger. No, I don't smell anything. Yue sniffed the air, detecting nothing amiss. Do you not sense the strong scent of vinegar permeating the air? Shuewu winked at Yue. Oh, yes, I can smell it now. Brother Xiaofeng. Can you? Yue directly alluded to the underlying tension. I not only smell it, but I have consumed an entire vat of vinegar. Ye Xiaofeng reflected on the fact that others desired his woman. He would soon make it clear that Binger was not for Huo Wushuang to covet, regardless of his wishes. Rest assured, I share no connection with him. You can ask them. Binger shot a glance at Yue and Shuewu, urging them to clarify. Brother Xiaofeng. That Huo Wushuang is relentlessly pursuing my sister, yet he is always met with rejection, Yue explained. If you do not return soon, the situation may escalate beyond what you see now, you heartless fool. Do you not realize how long we have waited for you? Shuewu glared at Ye Xiaofeng. We must dine. The food is nearly cold. Binger quickly shifted the topic. What is the matter? Is the meal not to your taste? Ye Xiaofeng took a bite and then set down his chopsticks, prompting a concerned inquiry from Shui Binger. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. He pondered how to explain where he had been for the past 6 years, especially given his connections with Qingqing and Qianrengshu, not to mention the ambiguous relationship with Xian. No, it's quite good, he replied with a faint smile. Then try this, and this, and this, Shui Binger insisted, continuously adding dishes to Ye Xiaofeng's bowl. Elder sister, why aren't you serving me? Look at how full Xiaofeng's bowl is, and yet you keep piling it on. This kind of favoritism is rather disheartening, Shuewu teased, deliberately provoking Shui Binger. Do you lack hands or something? Can't you serve yourself? Shui Binger shot back with a glare. Yue, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Shuewu turned to inquire. No, it's quite delicious, Yue suppressed a smile. Then try this, and this, and this. Shuewu echoed Shui Binger's actions, adding more food to Yue's bowl. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Ever since his arrival, these two little spirits had either been putting him in a predicament or digging a pit for him. Are you too full and just playing around? Shui Binger glared at them both. Come on, it's just a joke to lighten the mood. What's wrong, elder sister? Is the food not to your taste? Shui Binger's anger diminished slightly upon hearing the first half of Shuewu's remark, but the latter half was simply too much to bear. Binger, calm down, try this. Ye Xiaofeng suggested, wanting to alleviate the tension. And this one too. It's quite good, he added with a gentle smile towards the three of them. How come you've joined in on their antics? Shui Binger blushed slightly but didn't direct her frustration at Ye Xiaofeng. Why not, Wu? You keep chatting. Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? Ye Xiaofeng was determined to tease Shuewu. Quite good, I can manage on my own. No need for your concern. Shuewu quickly retorted, picking up her own chopsticks. Yue, stop it. I am eating throughout. This doesn't concern me. Yue hastily pulled her bowl back. Let us not bicker anymore. Let us enjoy our meal. After we finish, we need to stretch our limbs. Ye Xiaofeng observed that Shuewu and Yue had settled down, so he ceased his teasing. Hey, have you had enough? You're not deliberately stalling for time, are you? Huowu approached the doorway, eyeing Ye Xiaofeng and the others, feeling irritated at their leisurely pace. Take your time. You three should thoroughly discuss your tactics, lest you find yourselves unable to withstand even a single strike from me. Ye Xiaofeng leisurely sipped his tea, unhurried. You are making Huowu want to spit blood. Feng Xiaotian interjected, interrupting Huowu. Sister Hua, there's no need to stoop to his level. Let your strength speak for itself later, Feng Xiaotian added. Fine. Take your time eating. Perhaps this meal will be your last. Huowu glared fiercely at Ye Xiaofeng. There's no need for such a fierce gaze, rest assured. Even for your sake, I intend to live a little longer, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Huowu's vexation. Please keep your mouth clean. Someone like you is hardly worthy of calling horror by name, Huowu seethed, though she felt temporarily powerless. Since you three are growing impatient, let us proceed. Ye Xiaofeng downed his fine wine, wiped his mouth, and extended his hand. Shui Binger understood his intention and placed her delicate hand in his palm. The street is too crowded. Let us head to the woods ahead. Huo Wushuang watched as Ye Xiaofeng held Shui Binger's hand, feeling a surge of anger within. To think that the woman he desired most was now being led by Ye Xiaofeng. All right, now that there are no distractions, Binger, you three wait aside for a moment. Ye Xiaofeng said, turning to the trio with a slight smile. Be careful, Shui Binger said with concern. Now then, you three can attack together. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall concede, Ye Xiaofeng declared to Huo Wu and her companions. Are you insulting us? Huo Wuxuang could no longer contain herself. Respect must be earned through strength. Ye Xiaofeng showed no mercy to Huo Wuxuang. Wait, that's not fair. If Xiaofeng loses, you can do as you please with him, but if you lose, you can't simply walk away, Shui Wu interjected. What do you propose? Huo Wu furrowed her brow. Looking at Shui Wu, how about this? If you win within 3 strikes, the head soul bone from 70,000 years is yours, Ye Xiaofeng offered. Soul bone. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such treasures were rare and seldom seen. Soul bone, especially a head soul bone. Xiaofeng, have you lost your mind? Shui Wu stared at Ye Xiaofeng. Perhaps we should just call Ye Xiaofeng instead. And if you lose? Feng Xiaodian eyed Ye Xiaofeng, clearly skeptical about such a valuable wager. If you lose, the 3 of you will join the 7-kill hall, and follow me, Ye Xiaofeng stated firmly. 7-kill hall. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Seemingly unaware of such a sect existing in the realm. The 7-kill hall is my creation. There are few members for now, but that will change in time. Ye Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Xiaodian, take the bet. If you can't win within 3 strikes, what face will you have left? Huo Wu spoke candidly. Allow me to remind you, unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you won't withstand even one of my strikes. To ensure fairness, I will only use my right hand. Ye Xiaofeng warned. Enough, Dragon's Fury, Explosive Dragon Claw. Huo Wuxuang could no longer hold back and unleashed her 3rd soul skill, revealing the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings beneath her feet. Shadow of Fire, resist. Huo Wu summoned her soul rings of the same quality. Magic Wolf's Presence, Gale Twin Wings. Feng Xiaodian 2 displayed the best configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. As Huo Wuxuang activated her martial spirit and unleashed her 3rd soul skill, Huo Wu followed suit, while Feng Xiaodian summoned the Gale Twin Wolves, utilizing his 3rd soul skill to attack. Azure Lotus Shield. Ye Xiaofeng remained unfazed, summoning his own 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings, directly employing his 1st soul skill for defense. How is this possible? Huo Wu was astonished to see that Ye Xiaofeng was using a century-old 1st soul skill to defend against their combined 1,000-year 3rd soul skills, yet his shield remained unbroken, revealing that he had achieved the Soul Emperor level. Were you 3 not eating before? Is this the extent of your strength? Ye Xiaofeng mocked them. You're celebrating too soon, Huo Wu retorted angrily as she unleashed her 4th soul skill, Fire Dragon's Roar. Magic Wolf Storm. Not to be outdone, Huo Wuxuang and Feng Xiaodian activated their own 4th soul skills. It seems I must truly engage, Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, gradually retracting the soul power from his 1st soul skill. The trio's fierce onslaught caused cracks to appear in his shield, ultimately shattering it under Feng Xiaoyan's final strike. I must say, I find you all rather disappointing, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a sneer at the trio. Is that so? Then let me show you my self-created soul skill, Gale Magic Wolf 36 Slashes. This is Feng Xiaoyan's self-created soul technique, serving as his trump card. Under the prowess of his unique ability, even a soul king could be challenged. Ye Xiaofeng, wielding the 7-kill sword, caused the other onlookers' eyes to narrow in surprise. Though Feng Xiaodian was momentarily startled, the gravity of the situation demanded immediate action. Xiaodian, I never anticipated your perceptiveness. Now, show me your full strength, Ye Xiaofeng urged, eager to witness Feng's self-developed technique. As you wish, today we cannot afford to lose, Feng Xiaodian replied, unleashing 36 consecutive slashes with his wings, each strike more ferocious than the last. Ye Xiaofeng felt the increasing force as he defended with the 7-kill sword. Sister, it's nearly 36 slashes. Why hasn't Xiaofeng made his move? Shui Wu observed the duel, unable to decipher Ye Xiaofeng's intentions. I'm not sure. Perhaps he is biding his time, Shui Binger suggested. Though concern for Ye Xiaofeng lingered in her heart. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Now is the moment, Ye Xiaofeng declared, launching his 2nd soul skill, sweeping through the armies. This was his first offensive, as he could no longer withstand the final blow. The 36 consecutive slashes prepared the way for the climactic strike. The violent impact forced Ye Xiaofeng to retreat a step, illustrating the formidable strength of the technique. Feng Xiaodian, too, was propelled back 10 meters, his wings shattered, unable to contain a spurt of blood. Xiaodian, are you all right? Huo Wu rushed over to support him. No need to come closer. I am fine, he replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow, unwilling to let his beloved witness his suffering. You are quite remarkable, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, recognizing Feng Xiaoyan's exceptional talent. With proper guidance, his future was boundless. You are strong, Feng Xiaodian acknowledged, feeling a twinge of dread as he realized that his cherished self-created technique had merely forced Ye Xiaofeng back a step. Now that your techniques are exhausted, it is my turn, Ye Xiaofeng said with a slight smile as he soared into the air. The 7 kills technique enveloped him. A singular killing intent directed at Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuang. Despite Feng Xiaotian's injuries, the trio hastily summoned their soul techniques to defend themselves. Ye Xiaofeng refrained from unleashing all 5 killing techniques, knowing that even a soul sage might not survive the onslaught. They combined their soul powers to withstand the 2 incoming sword shadows, yet the assembled crowd underestimated the lethality of the 7 kills technique. As the sword shadows had already materialized, the 3 were sent flying 10 meters away, blood spilling from their mouths, while Shui Wu and Wei watched in horror. Their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, Ye Xiaofeng approached Feng Xiaotian and the others, the 7 kills sword piercing Huo Wushuang's shoulder with precision. Ye Xiaofeng seized Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu by the neck, rendering them immobile. Ye Xiaofeng, you scoundrel, release my sister and Xiaotian. I concede defeat. Let it be my fault alone. Huo Wushuang, not a fool, recognized that Ye Xiaofeng's actions stemmed from Shui Bing'er's influence. You can shoulder the burden, get lost. Huo Wushuang kicked Ye Xiaofeng away, blood spilling as he fell unconscious. Brother, you bastard, I will kill you. Huo Wu cried, witnessing her brother's grave injuries, her composure unraveling. Shui Wu, you where? She called, as they clutched each other's hands, fear creeping into their hearts. They had always laughed with Ye Xiaofeng, but today, he seemed like a completely different person. I offer you both a chance, yet only one may live, Ye Xiaofeng asserted, tightening his grip on Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu. His eyes glowing with the power of the demon god, allowing them to truly feel the weight of life and death. Release her, and I will die in her stead. Feng Xiaotian implored, his face pale as he gazed at Huo Wu, who lay on the brink of death. Anger surged within him. Yet he felt powerless to alter their fate, accepting the notion of sacrifice. Please, no. Huo Wu pleaded, realizing the depth of Feng Xiaotian's feelings for her. In that moment, her icy heart began to thaw, knowing he was willing to give his life for her. Huo Wu, I am sorry. If there is a next life, I shall love you without hesitation. Just don't make me wait too long, Feng Xiaotian whispered before Ye Xiaofeng twisted his grip, a sickening crack echoing through the air. He then released his hold, leaving Huo Wu in disbelief. No, Feng Xiaotian. Huo Wu cried, unable to accept that he was truly gone. Xiaofeng, Shui Bing'er shouted. Shocked by the outcome. Xiaotian, speak to me. It is my fault. I was too willful. Please wake up. You promised I could be your girlfriend. I agreed. Don't leave me alone. Huo Wu wept, cradling Feng Xiaotian's lifeless form, tears streaming down her face as she mourned like a child. Memories flooded her mind, how he had always been by her side, how he had endeavored to make her smile despite her rejections. He had cared for her more than anyone else, apart from her brother. It was her own selfishness that had led to this moment. She had taken everything for granted, relishing in her ability to tease him, yet now it was all gone, and she felt solely responsible. Cough, cough. Huo Wu, was what you said true? Feng Xiaotian rasped weakly. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng had held back, sparing Feng Xiaotian's life. What did I say? Huo Wu blushed, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Her heart racing. Ye Xiaofeng withdrew the 7 kills sword and summoned his second martial soul, healing the injuries of the 3. A green light enveloped Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and the unconscious Huo Wushuang, their injuries visibly mending until they appeared untouched. As Ye Xiaofeng retracted his second martial soul, he breathed deeply, while Shui Bing'er and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts. They did not wish to see Feng Xiaotian and the others perish so soon, nor did they want to witness Ye Xiaofeng kill them for Shui Bing'er's sake. 3 strikes have passed, and the 3 have upheld their promise. Ye Xiaofeng said with a slight smile. Thank you, Feng Xiaotian expressed, elated, for without Ye Xiaofeng's intervention, he would never have won Huo Wu's heart. Why thank him? He is clearly no good, Huo Wu retorted, still processing the earlier events. Huo Wu, you're mistaken. If it weren't for me, how could you and Xiaotian have come together so swiftly? Ye Xiaofeng countered, unperturbed by her anger. For he had aided them not only for their sake but also to incorporate them into his ranks. Do you dare claim your intentions were purely altruistic? Huo Wu narrowed her eyes at Ye Xiaofeng. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It thrives on the survival of the fittest. He replied candidly. If we join the 7 kills hall, we must remain in the academy until graduation next year, Feng Xiaotian stated, looking between Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang before responding to Ye Xiaofeng. Indeed, at your current strength, your assistance would be limited, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged. Unwilling to be constrained by this realm, Huo Wu appeared somewhat dissatisfied. May I ask, what is your current level of strength? Feng Xiaotian gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, feeling an indescribable sensation within. Ye Xiaofeng appeared younger than himself, yet possessed remarkable strength. A fortnight prior, he had challenged his master, only to find his master's prowess somewhat absurd, as he had merely compelled the latter to unleash his 8th soul skill. Ye Xiaofeng continued to ponder the duel with his master. The onlookers were astonished, left to wonder just how formidable Ye Xiaofeng truly was. The 8th soul skill, could it be that his master was a soul Douluo of extraordinary caliber? Feng Xiaotian contemplated this in silence. Brother Xiaofeng, managing to make Senior Qinshin use his 8th soul skill is already quite impressive, Wei candidly remarked. Immediately, the expressions of Bing'er and the others soured. Taken aback by the girl's lack of restraint, Qinshin, is your master the sword master Qinshin? Feng Xiaotian tentatively inquired, unsure. What do you think? Ye Xiaofeng did not deny his master's identity, now that the three of them had joined the 7 Killing Hall. There was no need for concealment, it would eventually come to light. Who is Sword Master Chenxing? Huowu questioned, a hint of confusion in her tone. As she was not well versed in literature and seldom concerned herself with matters beyond her training. Sword Douluo Chenxing, a 96th level assault type title Douluo, devoted his life to the sword. He is the esteemed elder of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and also an honorary elder of the Martial Soul Hall. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect maintains its prestigious position among the top 3 sects thanks to his presence. I only learned of this by chance while perusing the director's writings. Feng Xiaodian elaborated, growing increasingly animated. 96th level assault type title Douluo, and you managed to withstand your master's 8th soul skill? Huowu gazed at Ye Xiaofeng in astonishment. With all my might, not quite yet, Ye Xiaofeng reflected, recalling how he had been defeated merely after 5 sword shadows. Despite this admission, the crowd remained dazed. Grappling with the extent of Ye Xiaofeng's strength. We are willing to join the 7 Killing Hall, Feng Xiaodian declared, looking directly at Ye Xiaofeng. His earlier feelings of frustration dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of liberation. What we have seen and heard today must remain confidential among the 3 of you. Should a 4th individual learn of it, we shall unleash the eye of God and demon, for witnessing Ye Xiaofeng is akin to the arrival of death itself. Sending chills down their spines. Rest assured, we have seen nothing. All matters between us will remain confidential, Feng Xiaodian assured. And you too? Ye Xiaofeng turned his gaze towards Huowu and Huowu Shuang. What Xiaodian means is what we mean, Huowu and Huowu Shuang replied in unison. Wu Shuang. Though you may wish to pursue Binger, it is regrettable that you are too late. However, I could introduce you to a beauty, someone like Wu is out of the question. Ye Xiaofeng remarked, noticing the shift in Shui Wu's expression, her lips twitching as if to warn him against further comment. But as for Yuer, that is an even greater impossibility, haha. To his surprise, Yuer's expression was not much better, prompting Ye Xiaofeng to swiftly change the subject. Bingo promptly covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, advising him to be cautious in his pursuits. Ahem, brother Wu Shuang, now that we have joined the 7 Killing Hall. We are family. As the saying goes, one must not covet a friend's wife, especially not the woman of your leader, Ye Xiaofeng jested, smiling at Huowu Shuang. Do not worry, let bygones be bygones, Huowu Shuang said, though his heart felt heavy. Ye Xiaofeng stepped closer to Huowu Shuang and whispered a few words. Really? Huowu Shuang replied, somewhat incredulous. Why would I deceive you? As for success or failure, that depends on your capabilities, Ye Xiaofeng responded with a smile. The expressions of the others lightened considerably. Since we haven't eaten enough, why not have a late-night snack? Ye Xiaofeng suggested. Feeling a sense of relief as his earlier worries faded. Just as the 7 were about to depart, Ye Xiaofeng halted them. Wait, he called out, prompting the group to stop. What is it, brother Xiaofeng? Yuer inquired, puzzled by the interruption. Assassins, Ye Xiaofeng reacted instinctively. Suddenly, a cold spear soared towards them. Be careful. As Ye Xiaofeng thrust his sword at the spear, he stepped back. In the distance, a youth wielding a long spear approached, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. Feng Xiaodian and the others recognized that this individual radiated a palpable aura of menace, unlike any other soul emperor they had encountered. Binger and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the youth's face. The figure, known as Pimye Sha, fixed his fervent gaze upon Ye Xiaofeng. He initiated his 5th soul skill without any intention of holding back, fully aware that he must give his all when facing Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng, eager to gauge his current strength, was taken aback when he found himself easily countering Pimye Sha's 5th soul skill, overwhelming the army. Pimye Sha unleashed his 6th soul skill against Ye Xiaofeng, sealing the throat. Ye Xiaofeng also refrained from holding back, countering with his 3rd soul skill. Xiaodian. That person is already terrifying enough. It seems Ye Xiaofeng has yet to use his full potential, Wu observed as the 2 engaged in combat. Ye Xiaofeng's expression remaining unperturbed. Having compelled his master to use his 8th soul skill, it was evident Ye Xiaofeng had not exerted himself fully, after all. Even a title Douluo might struggle to withstand such a skill. Feng Xiaodian observed Ye Xiaofeng, increasingly perplexed by his depth. With his soul skill, the man melded into his spear, and Ye Xiaofeng recognized the advanced mastery of his unique soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his full strength, for his opponent demanded no less. The 7 killing sword descended from the skies. Countless flying swords piercing towards the man who had merged with his spear. To his astonishment, the man managed to withstand Ye Xiaofeng's 10,000 swords returned to the origin using his own unique soul skill. Since that is the case, let the tempest intensify. Ye Xiaofeng amplified his soul power output. This move was the true embodiment of 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Unexpectedly, 5 years have passed. And I still cannot withstand your 3 moves. The man spat blood, having strived for 5 years to endure Ye Xiaofeng's 3 strikes, yet ultimately faced defeat. Isn't this precisely what you wish to see, Exile? Ye Xiaofeng remarked as he healed the man's wounds. Do they know each other? Wu gazed at Exile. Her expression one of surprise. Young Master Yi, you've returned. Exile exclaimed, embracing Ye Xiaofeng, who gently patted him on the back. Ahem, Exile. There are so many people watching. Ye Xiaofeng quickly pushed Exile away. Exile, it has been 5 years. You have worked hard. Ye Xiaofeng said with a gentle smile. These three are our new members, Ye Xiaofeng began to introduce, but was promptly interrupted. I know them. I have reviewed the profiles of all the Academy's elites, Exile asserted, having invested considerable effort to breathe new life into the 7 Killing Hall. Then please introduce yourself briefly, Ye Xiaofeng urged Exile. Hello, my name is Exile, he introduced himself succinctly. All right. I asked you to keep it brief. But that was rather too casual, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, his lips twitching slightly. No worries, everyone will get to know each other gradually, Feng Xiaodian interjected, sensing Ye Xiaofeng's discomfort. Let us go. Tonight we shall not rest until we are intoxicated, Ye Xiaofeng declared to the group. Brother Xiaofeng, may I join your 7 Killing Hall as well? Shui Yueya clung to Ye Xiaofeng's arm. Ye Xiaofeng felt the softness of her embrace, surprised that this girl had no sense of propriety. Brother Xiaofeng, are you unwell? No. Then why are you blushing? Yue inquired. It's inappropriate for you to hold me like this. Inappropriate? You can sleep beside your sister. Yet a mere embrace of one arm is deemed inappropriate? Yue whispered into Ye Xiaofeng's ear. Yue, food can be eaten carelessly, but words must be chosen wisely. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Shui Yue in astonishment. Apart from Binger, no one else knew of that incident. So, was it possible for Binger to reveal this matter to Yue? Clearly not. On a fateful night 6 years ago, in a room at an inn, Yue looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a harmless grin. How did you come to know of this? Ye Xiaofeng asked, astonished. Did your sister divulge this secret to you? He furtively glanced at Shui Binger, who was walking ahead with others, obscuring his view. How could my sister ever share such a secret with me? Do you believe I calculated it? Yue smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Enough with the nonsense. Speak quickly, or I shall spank you. Ye Xiaofeng extended his hand, poised to strike. You dare. Just see if I don't. She retaliated by slapping him on the back. Ah, Yue yelped. What happened, Yue? Shuiwu inquired, turning to look at her. Nothing. I merely spotted a little snake slithering by, Yue replied, her face flushed, feeling the lingering sting from behind. You, a 42nd level soul master, fear a mere snake? Shuiwu furrowed her brow slightly and chose to ignore Yue as the group continued onward. Quickly confess how you came to know this. Ye Xiaofeng fixed his gaze on Yue, still intent on delivering a slap. Stop hitting me, it was Shuiwu who told me, Yue protested. Feeling wronged for having done nothing yet still receiving a slap from Ye Xiaofeng. And how did Shuiwu discover it? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback that this matter now implicated Shuiwu. You can ask her yourself, it has nothing to do with me, Yue retorted. Clearly still miffed by the slap she had received. Yue, I was in the wrong. I know you care for me the most, Ye Xiaofeng quickly responded with a smile. There's no need for that. Just leave me be, Yue declared, completely disinterested in conversing with Ye Xiaofeng. Yue, don't be angry. If you wish, you can slap me back. And I will bear no grudges against you, Ye Xiaofeng consoled, his face beaming with a smile. In a fit of frustration, Yue stomped her foot, attempting to walk away from Ye Xiaofeng, but he pulled her back. Just tell me, and I will accompany you shopping all day tomorrow. You can buy whatever you desire. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly remembered this little girl's weakness. Really? Indeed. Why would I lie to you? Then promise you won't tell Shuiwu that I was the one who informed you. For the sake of Ye Xiaofeng's offer, Yue readily sold out Shuiwu, causing their friendship to capsize. Of course, Ye Xiaofeng eagerly replied, desperate to uncover how Shuiwu had learned of this secret. That night at the inn was entirely arranged by Shuiwu. She bribed the inn staff, and, well, you know the rest. Yue smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, but his expression darkened. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that incident to ultimately be Shuiwu's doing. You promised not to bully me again. This matter has nothing to do with me. Yue quickly grasped Ye Xiaofeng's arm and shook it. I understand. I will settle things with Shuiwu later. Ye Xiaofeng no longer pressed Yue, allowing her to cling to his arm. Before long, they arrived at the inn and entered a private room to feast, with everyone indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, leaving only Hua Wushuang intoxicated. The others remained in a half-drunken stupor. However, Ye Xiaofeng was still quite sober. The night was already late, and since everyone had not returned home, they decided to stay at the inn. Upon returning to his room and preparing for bed, Ye Xiaofeng heard a knock at the door. He opened it directly. Yue, why are you still awake at this hour? Is something the matter? Ye Xiaofeng asked with a puzzled expression. Brother Xiaofeng, I can't sleep. Could you keep me company for a while? Yue said, looking quite pitiful. Then come in. Ye Xiaofeng replied, closing the door afterward. Brother Xiaofeng. As he turned around, he was suddenly enveloped in an embrace by Yue. What are you doing, Yue? The unexpected hug left Ye Xiaofeng momentarily flustered. Brother Xiaofeng, I have missed you for 6 whole years. I just couldn't muster the courage to express my feelings in front of the two sisters. With tearful eyes, Yue cried out in distress. Yue, it's my fault. Please don't cry, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart as he embraced her. His comfort only intensified her tears, and as he held her, he felt a physical reaction, wanting to push her away. However, Yue clung too tightly. Brother Xiaofeng, does it still hurt? Yue looked at his face, recalling how both she and Shuiwu had slapped him earlier. It doesn't hurt, but it's getting late. You should return to rest, Ye Xiaofeng urged, fearing the unforeseen consequences of prolonging her stay. At that moment, Yue wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng's neck and bestowed upon him her most precious kiss. Unable to resist, Ye Xiaofeng began to reciprocate when suddenly a knock interrupted their intimate moment. Who is it? Ye Xiaofeng instinctively asked. Xiaofeng, are you asleep? Shuewu called from outside the door. Not yet. Just a moment, Ye Xiaofeng realized the situation was becoming precarious. Brother Xiaofeng, Yue blushed, feeling flustered. Quickly hide. Don't make a sound, Ye Xiaofeng urged as he pushed Wei onto the bed and drew the curtains. Hurry up, Shuewu urged from outside. I'm coming. Why the rush? Ye Xiaofeng replied before opening the door. Xiaofeng, I can't sleep. Could you keep me company for a bit? Shuewu asked, looking at him. Ye Xiaofeng felt a sense of deja vu with her words, but before he could respond, Shuewu slipped past his arm into the room. He closed the door behind them, only to turn around and find Shuewu embracing him. Xiaofeng, what is that smell? She asked, holding on to him. It must be the scent of the alcohol, he replied. No, it smells distinctly feminine. Oh, that, you saw it, didn't you? Yue kept clinging to me all day. Ye Xiaofeng explained. Oh, Shuewu did not pursue the topic any further. Ye Xiaofeng's mind was racing. He wondered if the two enchanting girls had conspired to torment him this night. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Shuewu noticed he had become unusually still, sensing something was amiss. Nothing. I just feel a bit warm, he replied, catching a glimpse of Wei peeking from behind the bed curtains. Xiaofeng, could you hold me? I'm scared, Shuewu said, wrapping her arms around him, but Ye Xiaofeng remained frozen, feeling petrified. Nearby, Yue heard Shuewu's words and felt her heart racing with indignation. How shameless could Shuewu be, maintaining a stern demeanor while secretly vying for Ye Xiaofeng's affection? You're grown. What are you afraid of? Ye Xiaofeng asked. I'm afraid of losing you. For 6 whole years, I thought you would never return. As Snow Dance cried like a child. Ye Xiaofeng's heart ached anew at the sight of her distress, prompting him to embrace her. I'm sorry, Dance, it is I who have let you down, he said to her. At that moment, he inadvertently noticed that Yue had removed her outer clothing, wearing only her pajamas, as if to imply that he should hasten to send Snow Dance away, lest she accused him of having slept with her. Fortunately, the bed was turned away from Snow Dance, otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Ye Xiaofeng signaled to Wei to hide quickly, but she was unyielding to his silent plea. Suddenly, Snow Dance threw her arms around Ye Xiaofeng's neck and bestowed upon him her most precious first kiss. Yue, wide-eyed, watched Snow Dance's bold gesture, astonished to discover that she was a shy yet passionate girl. Frustrated that her moment was interrupted, Yue felt a pang of jealousy. Ye Xiaofeng, overwhelmed with heat, first from Yue's earlier seduction and now from Snow Dance's advance, struggled to maintain his composure and quickly pushed Snow Dance away. Yue, no, Dance. It's getting late. I will chat with you tomorrow, he stammered, his anxiousness evident. Yue, do you truly think I hold you in lesser esteem than Snow Dance? Hearing Ye Xiaofeng utter her name, Snow Dance's heart sank further, and tears streamed down her face, dampening his clothing. Meanwhile, Yue, delighted by Ye Xiaofeng's slip of the tongue, puffed up with pride, convinced that her place in his heart surpassed that of Snow Dance. No, in my heart, you both are the ones I cherish most, Ye Xiaofeng declared, unaware that he had uttered this line to numerous girls before. At that moment, Snow Dance unfastened her clothing. Dance, what are you doing? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed. Unable to continue watching as her garments fell away, Yue stared in disbelief, cursing Snow Dance in her thoughts. Sister Snow Dance, what about your dignity? I knew it. In your heart, there is only Big Sister and Yue. I have no place, Snow Dance sobbed. It is not as you think, Ye Xiaofeng dared not clarify. With Yue observing from the bed, it is exactly as it appears. Snow Dance gazed at him, her heart seemingly shattered. Ye Xiaofeng felt trapped, unable to articulate his distress, lamenting that both these enchanting girls chose to torment him simultaneously. Just then, a knock at the door startled Ye Xiaofeng, and he quickly covered Snow Dance's mouth, his mind racing with dread at what calamity might ensue. Who is it? He asked tentatively. Xiaofeng, are you asleep? Shui Bingo inquired from outside. The sound of her voice petrified not only Ye Xiaofeng but also Snow Dance and even Yue, who had been watching the scene unfold. Not yet. Please wait a moment, he replied, unable to admit he was asleep while the light in his room still shone brightly. He hurriedly sought a place to hide, scooping up Snow Dance's discarded clothing. As Snow Dance turned, she caught sight of Wei in her pajamas, smiling at her, which caused her mind to go blank with shock. Ye Xiaofeng, feeling utterly overwhelmed, knew this was not the time for explanations, only lamenting that their timing was ill-fated. He pulled Snow Dance to the edge of the bed. Get in, and be quiet. If Binger discovers us, we are all doomed, he warned, casting a fierce glare at Yue, dissatisfied with her earlier antics. Yue, however, simply giggled, unperturbed by the danger. Snow Dance remained in a daze as Ye Xiaofeng lifted her onto the bed and drew the curtains, cautioning Yue not to peek. Nevertheless, her promise seemed dubious given her expression. After composing himself, Ye Xiaofeng opened the door. Xiaofeng, you're still awake? Shui Bingo asked with concern. Can't you sleep? Would you like to chat with me? He queried. How did you know? Has someone been here? Shui Bingo scrutinized him. How could that be? It's late. The only visitors at this hour are those who wish to trouble me, he replied, his words layered with meaning, though Shui Bingo misinterpreted them as mere jest. You're always joking, she remarked. thinking he was teasing her. Xiaofeng, I can't sleep alone, she said, wrapping her arms around him. Ye Xiaofeng felt a wave of panic rise within him, fearing that Bing'er might discover the two girls hidden in his bed. He turned to shield them. Ensuring Bingo had her back to the bed, he glanced at Yue and Snow Dance, who were watching him and Bingo intently, believing Ye Xiaofeng was flirting. Shui Bingo leaned in to kiss him, but he remained motionless. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? She asked, puzzled by his lack of response. Bing'er, I'm not ready. Perhaps we should wait for another day, he stammered, terrified of offending her. Is my sister more reserved than you? Yue whispered to Snow Dance. Who knows? What did you just say about me? Snow Dance turned to look at Yue. Sure, don't move. Be careful my sister doesn't find out. Or we're all finished, Yue, emboldened, said. Snow Dance shot her a glare but felt powerless to act. Why do you smell like a woman? Are you seeing someone on the outside? Shui Bingo accused, her eyes glistening with suspicion. Bing'er, it's just that Yue was holding my arm earlier, so her scent lingered. Ye Xiaofeng explained. I recognize Yue's scent. That S nodded, Shui Bing'er declared, seeing through his ruse. It could also be Snow Dance's. She was sitting beside me just moments ago. Smell for yourself, he said, extending his arm. No need to explain, I already know, she replied with a smile. Leaving Ye Xiaofeng sweating profusely, astonished by the sensitivity of her nose. Shui Bing'er embraced him again. Xiaofeng, I can't sleep. Please hold me tonight, will you? At this. Both Snow Dance and Yue shivered in disbelief, unable to fathom that their elder sister could utter such intimate words. Well, I'm quite tired today. Can we postpone this? Ye Xiaofeng thought it impossible to embrace her with the other two mischievous girls present, despite his desire. Just joking. Why are you so tense? It's getting late. You should rest, Shui Bing'er said before leaving the room. Bing'er, take care, Ye Xiaofeng said as he closed the door behind her, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. You too, hurry back to your rooms. He commanded, feeling a whirlwind of emotions and no longer inclined to converse. As Snow Dance began to inquire, Ye Xiaofeng interrupted. Once you return, you can ask her. I'm exhausted and need to sleep. He did not grant Snow Dance the opportunity to speak, as he had nearly lost his composure in front of Bing'er. Quickly now, go. Ye Xiaofeng ushered the two individuals to the door, directly opening it to send them off. At the moment the door swung open, all three froze. Bing'er, dear sister, why has it ended so soon? No rush. I can wait outside for you for another 2 or 3 hours. Shui Bing'er offered a subtle smile to the trio. However, to Ye Xiaofeng and his companions, this expression seemed more frightening than friendly. He promptly pulled Shui Bing'er into the room and shut the door, determined to keep family matters private and prevent others from witnessing anything that might lead to misunderstandings, even though nothing untoward had occurred. Sister? No, Bing'er, let me explain. Ye Xiaofeng lamented internally, wishing he could slap himself for calling her sister. Observing this scene, Bing'er secretly chuckled, yet her expression remained icy as she regarded the three. Bing'er, it's not as you think, Ye Xiaofeng hastily clarified. Oh, is that so? They are disheveled, and you're in your pajamas. Is that your explanation for me? Shui Bing'er scrutinized the trio. Ye Xiaofeng fell silent, unsure of how to clarify a situation that was inherently ambiguous. Have you all turned mute? She coldly inquired. Sister. I have feelings for brother Xiaofeng, Yue murmured, her gaze cast down, too timid to meet Bing'er's eyes, knowing she was vying for her sister's formidable boyfriend. Did I ask you to speak? Bing'er glared at Yue, who immediately cowered behind Shuewu. Sister, I have always listened to you. But this time, I want to fight for myself because I too have fallen for Xiaofeng. Shuewu finally expressed her innermost feelings, unwilling to miss this opportunity. Dear sisters. Or perhaps I should call you ancestors. Please cease adding to the chaos and return to your slumber, Ye Xiaofeng thought frantically. Dealing with 3 formidable women was no easy task, and he feared he might jeopardize his own happiness. You should go to sleep as well. Yue, Shuewu. And I are innocent, he attempted to explain with a smile, desperate to avoid any misunderstanding from Shui Bing'er. Brother Xiaofeng, you just held me and kissed me. And your hand went inside my clothes. Yue dropped a bombshell, feeling compelled to speak her truth, unafraid despite her bare feet. Yue, you. Ye Xiaofeng was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. It was she who initiated the kiss. He merely did not refuse. Not just me, Shuewu also kissed you and removed her clothing. If my sister hadn't arrived. Yue blushed and fell silent. At this revelation, even Shuewu's eyes widened, but upon reflection, she realized Yue's point was valid. Surrendering meant losing everything. She glanced at Shui Bing'er, her face reddening, and quickly lowered her head. Yue, you. To Ye Xiaofeng's dismay, Yue only exacerbated the situation further. Bing'er, let me explain. It's not as she said, Ye Xiaofeng hastily interjected. Did you embrace Yue and kiss her? Shui Bing'er's voice was laced with suppressed fury as she fixed her gaze on him. Ye Xiaofeng understood that, regardless of whether Yue had consented, he had not declined. Just as he was about to affirm, Shui Bing'er slapped him hard across the right side of his face. Did you embrace Shuewu and kiss her? She demanded, her eyes red with anger. Ye Xiaofeng dared not respond, his right cheek still stinging. Answer me, Shui Bing'er insisted, her gaze piercing through him. Before he could recover, she struck his left cheek as well. Do not harm brother Xiaofeng, it was my choice. If anyone should be punished, let it be me, Yue cried, shielding Ye Xiaofeng with her body. Because he deserves it, Shui Bingo could no longer contain her tears and turned to leave. Bingo! Ye Xiaofeng called, but there was nothing to explain. The truth was evident. Brother Xiaofeng, I'm sorry, it was Weir's fault, she lamented, glancing at the imprint of the slap on his face. Xiaofeng, I apologize, Shui Wu added. Recognizing her own role in enabling Weir's behavior and realizing that things might not have escalated had she intervened earlier. It's not your fault. It's getting late. You should rest, Ye Xiaofeng said to the two before him, feeling no resentment but at a loss for words. He simply wished to be alone for a moment. Why don't we clarify things with Binger? Shui Wu suggested, biting her lip nervously. No need. It's simply a matter of fact. Let us all get some rest. Ye Xiaofeng dismissed the idea, sending them on their way and closing the door behind him. Back in his room, sleep eluded him. This night felt particularly stifling. Why couldn't they come one at a time instead of all at once? It felt as though they were conspiring against him. He touched his face, realizing these three temptresses had developed a penchant for slapping him. Meanwhile, Yue and Shui Wu struggled to find sleep as well. Yue opted to sleep in Shui Wu's room. Sister Shui Wu, do you think Brother Xiaofeng will explain things to my sister? She asked, a mischievous grin on her face. What are you plotting now? Do you want to escalate the chaos even further? Shui Wu shot her a glare. Oh. The excitement that had surged in Yue waned with Shui Wu's remark. However, your theory isn't without merit. Perhaps Xiaofeng and my sister are in cahoots, Shui Wu mused with a smile, which Yue found even more dubious than her earlier expressions. Surely not. I witnessed those two slaps, and my sister was merciless. Yue recalled the earlier scene with a frown. Perhaps it was a ruse for our benefit. Ensuring we wouldn't interrupt them, Shui Wu analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng approached Shui Binger's door and gently knocked. Binger, are you asleep? Noticing her light was still on, he knew she was awake. I'm asleep, Shui Binger replied, though she had changed into her pajamas, indicating she was preparing for bed. I know you're not sleeping. Please open the door, Ye Xiaofeng persisted. After waiting a moment with no response, he turned to leave. Only for Shui Binger to finally open the door. Binger, may I come in to talk? No, speak here, she replied, yet she stepped aside, allowing him entry. Ye Xiaofeng wasted no time slipping inside and locking the door behind him. What are you doing? Shui Bingo glared at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Binger, don't you want to hear my explanation? Ye Xiaofeng advanced toward her slowly. Explain what? Shui Bingo retreated a step, unnerved by his approach. Didn't you say you couldn't sleep and wanted me to hold you? Well, here I am, he declared shamelessly, enveloping her in his arms. Let go of me. Go hold Ware and Shui Wu, she protested. Water Bingo pounded Ye Xiaofeng's chest, desperately trying to break free. However, her strength paled in comparison to his, rendering her efforts futile. Outside the window, 4 pairs of eyes were peering in, monitoring every movement within. To her dismay, she discovered that Brother Xiaofeng was shamelessly dismissing the two of them, now here rendezvousing with her sister. Yue, observing the scene from outside, felt a surge of displeasure. How could her elder sister be so jealous, constantly reminding them that sisters should share both joy and hardship? Yet now she was indulging in happiness all alone. Shui Wu was even less pleased. Both Ware and Shui Wu had turned crimson upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, yet they secretly wished that the person inside was them. Ye Xiaofeng, parched and weary from the incessant advances of 3 enchanting beings, now found solace in Binger, thinking he could finally escape the torment of desire. Just as Bingo was about to speak, Ye Xiaofeng abruptly pressed her against the wall, silencing her with a kiss and sweeping her into his arms, effortlessly carrying her to the bed. Outside, Yue and Shui Wu were left breathless by the sight. Brother Xiaofeng, how rude. Yet, I find it so delightful. Why isn't it me? Yue mused, her hands wandering toward Shui Wu playfully. Hey, what are you doing? Shui Wu exclaimed, instinctively covering her mouth. Soon enough, harmonious sounds from within reached their ears, prompting Shui Wu to declare that they could no longer stay. She quickly pulled Wet away. Sister, earlier, my sister was crying so hard. Is Brother Xiaofeng bullying her? Yue inquired curiously, causing Shui Wu to flush deeply. Hush, let's go back to sleep, Shui Wu insisted, dragging Yue back to their room. Sister, I understand now. My sister wasn't crying. It was her joyful laughter, Yue continued, growing more animated with each word. If you say that again, I will tear your mouth apart. Shui Wu retorted. Once back in her room, Shui Wu felt parched and drank several cups of water, as did Yue. Quickly, let's sleep. We return to the academy tomorrow. As Shui Wu lay down, she closed her eyes, yet Yue continued to chatter incessantly. Sister, I feel so uncomfortable. Yue lamented. What's wrong? Are you sick? Shui Wu asked, concerned. Sister, I'm so hot, burning up. Yue exclaimed, instinctively hugging Shui Wu. The embrace only intensified Shui Wu's discomfort, and she regretted her decision to witness Ye Xiaofeng and her elder sister's overly sweet evening. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng and her sister were lost in bliss, leaving her to endure her own torment. They decided to cool off with a cold shower, which brought them back to their senses. Sister, it's messy here. Let us go rest in my room, Yue suggested quietly. It's not my fault, Shui Wu replied, glancing at the disarray on the bed, unable to bear it. After changing into fresh sleepwear, they returned to Were's room. Xiaofeng, after 6 years, have you thought of us? Water Bingo whispered softly in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. wishing to know if he had ever thought of her. What do you think? If given the chance to choose again, I would stay by your side, unwavering and devoted. Ye Xiaofeng replied, tightening his hold on her. Wouldn't he that make me a clingy nuisance? Bing'er laughed lightly. I would gladly be a nuisance rather than part ways with you. These 6 years have been unbearably long, he confessed, torn between his feelings for them all, especially Bing'er. I'm sorry, Ye Xiaofeng said, causing Bing'er's heart to ache momentarily, yet she felt a sweetness bloom within her, for the wait had been worthwhile. Let us not dwell on this. Let us continue our work, he said with a sly grin. More work? Bing'er blushed slightly. In the deep of night. Bing'er nestled against Ye Xiaofeng's chest, all her worries dissipating. Does it still hurt? She asked, gazing at his face, regretting her earlier actions. It doesn't hurt. Even if Bing'er torments me 1,000 times, my feelings for her remain like first love, he replied, stroking her purple hair tenderly. Can't you speak properly for once? Always so slick with your words, Bing'er playfully punched his chest, her heart brimming with happiness. Remember, don't bully wooer and wear in the future. Or I won't let you off easily, she warned, still irked by past events. If I said they came to me, would you believe it? Ye Xiaofeng asked. Looking at Bing'er, did you refuse them? If I hadn't come, would you have let them bully you? She retorted, her cheeks flushing. I would never bully them. I cherish them too much, he chuckled. If you hadn't come, perhaps, he started, but noticing Bing'er's expression, he realized he had misspoken. Why stop now? Don't give me that pitiful look. I see right through your tricks, Bing'er said, feeling displeased. All right, I admit my fault. I won't do it again. It's almost dawn. Let us sleep, he quickly changed the subject. It's your fault. I said we'd continue tomorrow, yet you insisted on now, Bing'er fumed. Turning away from him in bed, Ye Xiaofeng watched her retreating figure, wrapping his arms around her, deciding to remain still and sleep peacefully. The next morning, Exile had already risen but found no sign of the others, wondering if he had slept through and misread the time. By noon, Huo Wuxuang groggily awoke. Still feeling the effects of last night's drinking. Exile, where is everyone? She asked, noticing him drinking alone. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Exile grumbled, having waited from morning until now for Huo Wuxuang, his patience wearing thin. Huo Wuxuang knocked on Feng Xiaotian's door but received no response. So she pushed the door open, only to find he was absent. She scratched her head, puzzled as to why he wasn't in his room. Especially since he usually slept in. Huo Wuxuang then approached Huo Wu's door and knocked. Who is it? Came a groggy reply. I still closed. It's me. It's already noon. Why aren't you up? Huo Wuxuang asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Ugh, brother, let me sleep a little longer, please. Huo Wu moaned, rolling over. Just as Huo Wuxuang was about to leave and let her rest, a scream pierced through the door. Sister, what's wrong? Huo Wuxuang hurriedly called out. Inside, Feng Xiaotian quickly covered Huo Wu's mouth, signaling her to be quiet. If Wuxuang came in and saw everything, it would be disastrous. Huo Wu seemed to understand, blinking to signal her comprehension, and Feng Xiaotian gradually released his grip. It's nothing, brother. I just had a cramp, Huo Wu stammered. Her face flushed. Shouldn't I help? Huo Wuxuang suggested, still somewhat worried, as she cherished her sister dearly. No, I'm fine now. Brother. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll just sleep a bit longer. Huo Wu hastily dismissed her brother. Huo Wuxuang chose not to pursue the matter further and went to find Exile for a drink. Sister Huo Wu, what brings you to my room? Feng Xiaotian stammered. Clarify, this is my room. That question should be directed at you, Huo Wu replied, her heart ablaze with anger, striking Feng Xiaotian on the head. She was taken aback that the usually upright Feng Xiaotian would take advantage of her, brazenly uttering such words. Feng Xiaotian, noticing Huo Wu's thin nightgown, felt a dryness in his mouth. Xiaotian, what are you planning? Huo Wu suddenly sensed something amiss. I will take responsibility, Feng Xiaotian declared. Unable to contain his affection for Huo Wu, after returning to his room half-drunk the previous night, emboldened by alcohol, he had come to Huo Wu's room to reveal his feelings. Huo Wu, aided by Ye Xiaofeng earlier, realized that she had long harbored feelings for Feng Xiaotian. But her stubbornness had hindered her acceptance of him. This time, Huo Wu understood that the person she loved was Feng Xiaotian. She intended to seek him out, only for him to find her first. In the room, both half-drunk, they expressed their true feelings under the guise of intoxication, with Huo Wu yielding to Feng Xiaotian's advances. Upon waking, Huo Wu recalled the previous night's events, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Seeing Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian reaffirmed that his heart belonged to her. In the evening, Shui Wu and Yu awoke, exchanging glances that hinted at memories of the previous night, their faces reddening as they shot each other an accusatory glare, hastily rising. In another room, Ye Xiaofeng had already awakened but refrained from disturbing Shui Bing'er, who was sleeping soundly, possibly exhausted from the previous night. A fleeting sense of guilt crossed Ye Xiaofeng's mind, overshadowed by feelings of joy and happiness. What are you staring at? Shui Bing'er, awakening unbeknownst to her, noticed Ye Xiaofeng lost in thought, as if he could see through her. I am admiring an ice-cold beauty. It never ceases to captivate me. Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly leaned closer to Shui Bing'er. How many girls have you deceived with that line? Shui Bing'er questioned him, scrutinizing. I can't recall. But this time my words are my sincerest, Ye Xiaofeng replied, hesitant to disclose his entanglements with other women, resorting to wordplay instead. I know you lack sincerity, but let me warn you, if you dare to mistreat Wu Er and Yu Er, I will never forgive you in this lifetime, Shui Bingo said seriously. And how do you intend to ensure that? Ye Xiaofeng asked with a smile. I will kill you, but rest assured, I will accompany you, Shui Binger bit her lip. Her expression earnest. Why so serious? Fear not. I would never harm those two little enchantresses, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled, though a cold sweat trickled down his back. He understood that. In Shui Binger's heart, Shui Wu and Yu Er were irreplaceable. Indeed, they held more significance than he did. As Feng Xiaotian took Hua Wu's hand and opened the door, they unexpectedly encountered Hua Wushuang at the threshold. Xiaotian, why are you coming out of my sister's room? Hua Wushuang glared at Feng Xiaotian. I just came to call Hua Wu. Feng Xiaotian hesitated, fearing a misunderstanding, and opted for Hua Wu instead. I've been here all afternoon. Hua Wushuang continued, but upon noticing Feng Xiaotian holding Hua Wu's hand, his words faltered. Wushuang, my feelings for Hua Wu are genuine, Feng Xiaotian, sensing Hua Wushuang's murderous intent, realized he could no longer conceal the truth and confessed. You've been in my sister's room since last night? Hua Wushuang clenched his fists, uncertainly probing. Feng Xiaotian could only nod in acknowledgement. You, Feng Xiaotian, I considered you a brother, yet you aspired to be my sister's husband. I'll beat you to a pulp. Hua Wushuang exclaimed, landing a punch on Feng Xiaotian's nose, blood spurting forth. Feng Xiaotian, unable to stem the bleeding, was immediately tackled to the ground by Hua Wushuang, receiving blow after blow. How dare you bully my sister? I'll make you pay. Hua Wushuang's fury translated into fierce strikes. Brother, stop. You might kill him. Hua Wu cried, witnessing Feng Xiaotian's battered state. Feng Xiaotian understood he could not retaliate. A moment of satisfaction would cost him Hua Wu. So enduring this beating was a small price to pay for her. Shui Wu and Yu Er, hearing the commotion, rushed over to witness the spectacle. Sister Shui Wu. I've twisted my ankle. Please take a look. Yu Er exclaimed, approaching the door, uttering words she scarcely believed herself. How careless. You should rest and not move. Shui Wu reproached, her eyes glued to the scene of Hua Wushuang pummeling Feng Xiaotian. Yu Er, too distracted by the unfolding drama, forgot her injury. Sister Shui Wu. If someone bullied me, Brother Xiaofeng wouldn't he just leave them with bruises? He'd break a few bones in his rage. He can't suppress his fury. Yu Er declared loudly, as if fearing Shui Wu might miss her words. If I were bullied, Xiaofeng would certainly seek vengeance, stabbing that person a few times, or otherwise battering them to ensure they remember the lesson, Shui Wu retorted with equal volume. Their exchange caught Hua Wushuang's attention, igniting his rage further as he unleashed another flurry of punches on Feng Xiaotian. Both of you, be quiet. Hua Wu glared at Yu Er and Shui Wu, realizing their presence only added fuel to the fire. Brother, I implore you, stop. Hua Wu pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. I'm fine, for you. I willingly accept this beating, Feng Xiaotian gasped. No, brother, please don't. Hua Wu shielded Feng Xiaotian with her body. In his fury, Hua Wushuang yanked Hua Wu back, causing her to stumble and collide with the table's edge. Ah! Hua Wu cried out in pain, clutching her forehead as blood began to flow. Hua Wu was quick to react, pushing Hua Wushuang away and rushing to Hua Wu's side. Sister! Hua Wushuang finally realized the gravity of his actions upon seeing his sister bleeding. How dare you hurt her? Feng Xiaotian's anger surged as he kicked Hua Wushuang with all his might, sending him crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth, barely conscious. Shui Wu and Yu Er at the door were left in shock. So brutal! Yu Er exclaimed. Sister, I have something to attend to, Shui Wu began but, noticing her surroundings, saw Yu Er had already fled, prompting her to chase after her. Feng Xiaotian helped Hua Wu sit on a chair, tending to her wound. As Hua Wu gazed at Feng Xiaotian's battered face, her heart swelled with sweet affection. Stay away, don't touch my sister. Fire Wushuang's heart was tumultuous, as he had lost his secret crush the night before, and today he faced the prospect of losing his beloved sister. What sins had he committed? Brother, I am no longer that willful little girl. I have grown up and made my own choices. I will marry no one but Feng Xiaotian. Fire Dance clenched her teeth. Her cheeks flushed as she articulated her feelings. What spell has he cast on you that you care so much for him? Look at his disheveled appearance. He is so young yet already has a head full of white hair. One might mistake him for an old man, Fire Wushuang thought to himself, feeling a wave of dissatisfaction. Brother-in-law, your words are quite incorrect. Feng Xiaotian quickly retorted upon hearing Fire Wushuang refer to him as an old man. Who is your brother-in-law? I will make you regret saying that. Fire Wushuang adopted a combative stance once more. Brother, if you wish to hit someone, hit me instead, after all. You no longer cherish your sister, Fire Dance said, her eyes red and on the verge of tears. This was her usual tactic, and Fire Wushuang would inevitably relent. I hope you won't regret this. Ultimately, Fire Wushuang could not withstand his sister's pleas and reluctantly agreed. Feng Xiaotian. Remember this. If you dare to bully my sister one day, I, Fire Wushuang, will not rest until I confront you. Though he had acquiesced to his sister, he did not forget to issue a warning to Feng Xiaotian. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will protect Fire Dance and ensure that not a single hair on her head is harmed. Feng Xiaotian replied with a smile, passing one of his tests. Get lost. And don't call me that again. Fire Wushuang stormed off, visibly angry. Take care, brother-in-law, Feng Xiaodian added with a cheeky remark. Hearing this, Fire Wushuang nearly stumbled and fell. Enough with the taunts. He is already fortunate not to be in a life-and-death struggle with you. Fire Dance understood her brother's deep affection for her. He would always fulfill her wishes. I'm fine. Take this healing pill to treat your injuries. I will go see my brother first, she said, looking at Feng Xiaoyan's bruised face with concern before heading off to find Fire Wushuang. Upon entering Fire Wushuang's room, she saw he was also quite injured. Why aren't you attending to Feng Xiaodian? What are you doing here? Fire Wushuang was still fuming. Brother, how can you say that? Fire Dance frowned slightly. Am I wrong? I've been snubbed by you, and I have no desire to converse, he replied, his mood sour. Brother, am I not your own sister? Do you not care for your own sister? She implored, her eyes glistening with sadness. It is you who has abandoned your brother. I do not have a sister like you. Fire Wushuang turned away, unable to bear her pitiful expression. Dear brother, please don't be angry. You will always be my dearest brother. Fire Dance rushed to embrace him, trying to charm him. What are you doing? Such behavior is inappropriate. Fire Wushuang's anger dissipated instantly. What's wrong with a sister hugging her brother? Fire Dance pouted. At your age, is this not a bit embarrassing? Fire Wushuang chided, though he felt a sense of joy within. Does that mean, in your eyes, I will always be a child? Fire Dance teased, knowing her brother was no longer upset with her. Ah, be gentle. Fire Wushuang winced as Fire Dance inadvertently pressed on his injuries. That was purely accidental, brother. She laughed awkwardly. Are you attempting to murder your brother? He asked, unable to contain his laughter at her innocent smile. Take your time healing. I won't disturb you, she said before slipping away. Sighing, Fire Wushuang watched his sister's retreating figure and lamented that he had let Feng Xiaodian off too easily. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger entered a private room, finding Exile drinking alone, while Shui Wu and Yuer whispered conspiratorially. What are you two up to? Ye Xiaofeng asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Why did you startle me? You know scaring people can be dangerous, Yuer exclaimed, visibly shaken. It's broad daylight. You're overreacting. Ye Xiaofeng shook his head in exasperation. By the way, elder sister, how is it that you and Xiaofeng arrived simultaneously? Shui Wu asked innocently. I just got here and saw him, so we came together. Is there a problem? Shui Binger replied earnestly, her eyes unwavering. No problem, Shui Wu. Having missed the previous night's events, genuinely believed Shui Binger's words. Elder sister, how can you lie without a hint of embarrassment? Are you still the elder sister I know? Shui Wu thought to herself. Xiaofeng, I was looking for you this morning. Why weren't you in your room? Yuer fixed her gaze on Ye Xiaofeng, awaiting his explanation. I went out to practice last night and just returned. Did you need something? Ye Xiaofeng answered casually, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Then Xiaofeng. You must be quite tired from practicing all night. Yuer's sharp words struck home. Practicing is indeed tiring, but I feel invigorated afterward, Ye Xiaofeng replied earnestly, oblivious to Yuer's underlying implications. How about you take me along to practice tonight? She suggested with a mischievous smile. I'm rather busy at the moment. Perhaps another time, Ye Xiaofeng stammered, unsure how to respond. Elder sister, were you practicing last night as well? Shui Wu shifted her focus to Shui Binger. I was also practicing, Shui Binger stuttered, caught off guard by the sudden question, her cheeks flushing at the memory of the previous night. No wonder elder sister seems more charming today, Shui Wu grinned mischievously, making Shui Binger uncomfortable, as if her secrets were laid bare. What nonsense are you spouting? Shui Binger retorted weakly. Whether it's nonsense or not, only Xiaofeng knows, Shui Wu smirked. Just then, Feng Xiaodian and Fire Dance entered. Good morning, everyone. You're all here, Feng Xiaodian greeted cheerfully. Exile nearly choked on his drink, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Xiaodian, but said nothing further. Crazy old man. Did you also practice all night? Yuer provocatively addressed Feng Xiaodian, noticing his bruised face. Miss you. My name is Feng Xiaodian, not crazy old man. Do you understand? He retorted, displeased at being labeled old at such a young age. That's not the point. How was your practice last night? Shui Wu chimed in. How do you know about that? Feng Xiaodian replied with a laugh. He said exactly what you did. Shui Wu pointed at Ye Xiaofeng, questioning if he even thought before lying. Enough of your bickering. I have been here waiting for you since morning, Exile interrupted, breaking the tension. Everyone fell silent, their lies exposed. You all only woke up when it got dark? Were you two practicing together all night? Exile frowned, having waited from dawn till dusk while they exchanged pleasantries. Cough, everyone hasn't eaten yet. Let us hurry and eat, he suggested. Ye Xiaofeng hastily shifted the topic. Yes, let us eat first. The others quickly echoed his sentiment. You all didn't wait for me to eat, Wushuang complained, just returning from outside. Wushuang, what happened with you two? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, frowning at Wushuang and Feng Xiaodian. We accidentally fell down, they both replied simultaneously. In that case, let us dig in. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly to ease the awkwardness. Bingo, try this. How does it taste? He offered a small drumstick to Shui Binger. Brother Xiaofeng, I want some too. Shui Bingo exclaimed mischievously. Here is a chicken wing for you, Ye Xiaofeng smiled, thinking the matter was settled. Why does my sister get a drumstick while I get a wing? Yuer teased Ye Xiaofeng. All right, I will find you a drumstick. Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling helpless. No worries, I'll switch with Yue. Shui Binger noticed Ye Xiaofeng's frustration. Xiaofeng, I want a drumstick as well. Shui Wu chimed in unexpectedly. Xiaofeng, I want a small drumstick too. Shui Wu smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. He patted her head, and then his own. What is that for? Shui Wu asked, puzzled. You're not running a fever. You're being difficult. Hurry up, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, causing Shui Wu to stomp her foot in annoyance. Fine. I'll give you this big drumstick, but stop nitpicking. If you don't eat, I will, he added, not giving Shui Wu a chance to respond. Why are you so fierce? If you don't want it, don't take it, Shui Wu said, crossing her arms and giving Ye Xiaofeng a pitiful look. All right. Once we finish eating, I'll ask the boss to set up a separate table for you, so you can take your time, Ye Xiaofeng said, not indulging her. Humph. None of you men are any good, Shui Wu huffed, snatching the drumstick and eating it quickly, fearing Ye Xiaofeng would take it away. Hey, Exile. Feng Xiaodian and Huishuang looked at Shui Wu in unison, having said nothing but feeling the heat of the moment. What are you staring at? Eat your food. Shui Wu shot back. Xiaodian, try this, Hu Wu said affectionately, offering food to Feng Xiaodian. Sister, I want some too, Huishuang interrupted before Feng Xiaodian could respond. Don't you have hands? Can't you serve yourself? Hu Wu retorted without mercy. You weren't like this before, sister, Huishuang thought to herself, feeling slighted. This is so troublesome, here you go, Hu Wu said, rolling her eyes. Why does he get a chicken wing while I get a chicken butt? Sister. One must not be so unfair, Huishuang thought, feeling the injustice. It's all chicken anyway, eat it or not. It's up to you, Hu Wu said. Unwilling to indulge her brother. If you don't want it, I'll take it. Huishuang angrily placed the chicken butt into Feng Xiaodian's bowl. Yu Wu stomped her foot in frustration. No worries, Huer. I actually quite like chicken butts. Thank you, brother-in-law, Feng Xiaodian said. Willing to endure some discomfort for Hu Wu's affection, Huishuang glared at Feng Xiaodian, furious, unable to retaliate, thinking how she had realized he was so shameless before. To win over my sister's trust, he would do anything, how shameless indeed. Exile, I raise this glass to you, Ye Xiaofeng declared. Honoring Exile for his care over the past 5 years. Exile, I toast you as well. Thank you for your help these 5 years. Shui Bingo raised her glass too. Exile, I also toast to you. Shui Wu and Yue joined in, and soon everyone drank heartily. To this toast. I honor you all. From now on, we are family. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Feng Xiaodian, Huishuang, and Hu Wu. Cheers, everyone drank in unison. As for the third toast, Ye Xiaofeng did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood that in the future, the 7 Kills Hall would stand firm in the Douluo Continent, unshakable in its position. Brother Xiaofeng, am I now part of the 7 Kills Hall? Yue suddenly asked during the lively drinking. Binger, didn't you tell her? Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Shui Binger. She lowered her head, unsure of what to say, and Ye Xiaofeng didn't press further. Yue, your entire team has been part of the 7 Kills Hall for a long time, he stated clearly. The National Soul Master competition starts next week. Xiaodian, Wushuang. Prepare early and follow your plan. Exile, get ready too. Gather whoever you can. Ye Xiaofeng assigned the tasks. We'll return to the academy and visit our teacher. Ye Xiaofeng told the 3 sisters as they left the inn. Arriving at the academy just before dark, Shui Bingo led Ye Xiaofeng to find teacher Wang Yin. Shui Wu and Yue returned to Taohua Garden. Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Bingo reached the door of teacher Wang Yin's office and knocked. Inside. Teacher Wang Yin had just changed into her pajamas, preparing for bed. Who is it? She called out. Teacher, it's me, Binger, Shui Binger replied. Upon hearing Shui Binger's voice, Wang Yin didn't bother to change and opened the door, turning to walk back inside. Teacher, Shui Bingo said. Her face flushed upon seeing her teacher in such attire. Is there a problem? It's just a teacher in slightly revealing clothing. I'm not concerned. Why should you be? Wang Yin turned around and was surprised to see a boy with Shui Binger. Hi, Teacher Wang Yin, long time no see, Ye Xiaofeng said, taking in the sight of her. Who are you? Get out. Teacher Wang Yin quickly covered her chest with her hand. I'm Ye Xiaofeng, your student. Surely you haven't forgotten me, he replied with an innocent smile, glancing at Wang Yin once more. Ye Xiaofeng, you're Ye Xiaofeng. Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was the student she had wanted to take under her wing 6 years ago, but he was always so choosy. Teacher, how have you been? I've missed you, Ye Xiaofeng teased. Where have you been for the last 6 years? Do you know how Bingo has fared all this time? Wang Yin mused, knowing too well how her disciple's heart had been stolen by this very boy. Don't worry, teacher. I will treat Bingo well from now on. Ye Xiaofeng promised earnestly. Kid, remember what you said. Where are you looking? Wang Yin noticed Ye Xiaofeng gazing at her chest. Teacher, I didn't realize the years had only made you more beautiful. Ye Xiaofeng quickly averted his gaze, realizing he had been staring. Flattery like that is only effective on young girls like Binger. You think you can charm me? Not a chance, Wang Yin retorted. Ye Xiaofeng found himself speechless. Ahem. Teacher, Shui Bingo reminded her to maintain her image. Kid, you didn't come here just to flatter me, did you? Wang Yin softened her tone after hearing Binger's reminder. Teacher, I'm merely speaking the truth. How's that flattery? Ye Xiaofeng defended himself. Ye Xiaofeng cast a smile at Wang Yin. Young man, you have quite an eye, he remarked. Wang Yin, feeling flattered by Ye Xiaofeng's compliment, couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Every woman in the world craves to be admired for her beauty. Now, what brings you two to me? Wang Yin inquired. Observing the pair. Teacher, I wish to participate in the National Soul Master competition. Please register me, Ye Xiaofeng stated plainly, revealing his intention. What level are you currently at? Wang Yin sought to ascertain the extent of Ye Xiaofeng's progress over the past 6 years. The student has managed to advance a mere 20 levels, Ye Xiaofeng replied. When I left, I was at level 41, and now I am precisely at level 61. Oh, only a 20-level increase? What? You are now at level 61? Wang Yin exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. Indeed. If you don't believe me, please take a look, Ye Xiaofeng responded, releasing his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, gently cascading from above his head to the ground. To think you've made such swift progress. Do you have confidence in claiming the championship? Wang Yin could hardly contain her excitement. Champion? Teacher, I have no desire for that. I would prefer to settle for 3rd place, Ye Xiaofeng said sheepishly, scratching his head. Why is that? Wang Yin was puzzled. Given Ye Xiaofeng's current prowess, he had a significant chance at the championship, yet here he was, content with merely aiming for 3rd place. I have my reasons, though I cannot disclose them at the moment. I hope you can understand, teacher, Ye Xiaofeng replied, a hint of guilt washing over him. Is it truly necessary to do this? Wang Yin pressed, hoping to encourage Ye Xiaofeng to seize the opportunity before him. Well? Ye Xiaofeng nodded slightly. In that case, I shall refrain from further inquiries. You both may return. I will arrange the registration for you, Wang Yin sighed. Feeling a bit helpless, Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words, simply gazing at Wang Yin. What is the matter? Have you taken a liking to your teacher? Perhaps you should stay over tonight, Wang Yin teased him. Teacher, Shui Bingo is getting angry, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, and upon hearing Wang Yin's words, he promptly made his exit, with Shui Bingo hastily following him. Meanwhile, while Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Bingo sought out teacher Wang Yin, Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were secretly plotting something. Sister Shui Wu, is this truly acceptable? Shui Yuer asked awkwardly, glancing at Shui Wu. What is wrong with it? Love is something one must strive for, Shui Wu asserted. Let us agree on this. I will take Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while you take Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. As for the weekends, we shall leave them for our elder sister, Shui Wu proposed, efficiently allocating their time. Sister Shui Wu, I feel so shameless. If others find out, how will I face them? Shui Yuer expressed her discomfort. Yuer, do you know the 3 essential secrets to obtaining love? Shui Wu asked earnestly. What are those 3 secrets? Do tell, Shui Yuer said, her interest piqued. The first secret to acquiring love is persistence, Shui Wu smiled at Yuer. And what is the second secret? Yuer pondered. Persistence seemed valid enough to be a significant secret. The second secret is even more crucial. It is to be unashamed, Shui Wu remarked, grinning mischievously at Yuer. Sister Shui Wu, can that truly count? Yuer frowned, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Of course, if you cling to your pride, you will find it difficult to raise your head in front of the one you admire, and over time, you may miss your chance, Shui Wu explained with conviction. And what is the third secret? Although Yuer was somewhat skeptical, she did acquiesce to Shui Wu's perspective. The third secret is the most vital of all. Once you comprehend this, nothing will be beyond your reach, Shui Wu said mysteriously, tantalizing Yuer's curiosity. Sister Shui Wu, please, do tell. Yuer was genuinely intrigued. I have already revealed the third secret to you. When you combine the first and second secrets, they form the third, Shui Wu clarified. Ah, is that so? Yuer found it hard to believe. Indeed, the third secret is the combination of persistence and shamelessness. Just think of our elder sister. She has mastered this technique to perfection. Shui Wu cited Shui Binger as a prime example. That does make sense. Yuer reflected on her sister and the events of that memorable evening, aligning herself with Shui Wu's unconventional theory. Yuer, consider this. The 3 of us have waited 6 years. Why has our elder sister succeeded? Shui Wu imparted her wisdom on romantic endeavors with great enthusiasm. Perhaps it is because Brother Xiaofeng harbors deeper feelings for our sister, Yuer mused, feeling a twinge of injustice. Having waited 6 years herself. That's where you're mistaken. Did you not notice that our elder sister slapped Xiaofeng twice that night, yet he still sought her out? Shui Wu continued to elaborate. Why is that? Yuer was intrigued. Logically, Brother Xiaofeng should have ignored their sister, yet the outcome was quite the opposite. Our elder sister employed the strategy of playing hard to get. When used appropriately, this tactic not only avoids negative repercussions but can also propel you toward your desired outcome. Do you understand? Shui Wu regarded Yuer as if she were a novice in the game of love. Sister Shui Wu, how do you know so much? Yuer felt a pang of envy toward Shui Wu's knowledge. Yuer, being infatuated with your sister is merely a legend, Shui Wu replied with a smile, secretly reveling in having convinced Yuer. Sister Shui Wu, I have something to share with you, Yuer said with an innocent smile. What are you smiling about? What is it? Shui Wu frowned, knowing that Yuer's innocent smile often preceded mischief. It's Saturday, Yuer remarked with a cheeky grin. What about Saturday? We agreed on the schedule, remember? You take Tuesdays and Thursdays, while I take Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, Shui Wu suddenly recalled, realizing today was indeed Saturday. Sister Shuiwu, we cannot do this. We had an agreement, and you initiated it. Wei responded with a smile, yet she was determined not to back down. What were you two discussing? At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger returned. Brother Xiaofeng, we were waiting for you, and sister. We are a bit hungry. Shall we go out for a late-night snack? Yue interrupted before Shuiwu could speak. Upon hearing this, everyone acknowledged their hunger and unanimously agreed to go, inviting their classmates and teachers along. They sent Ye Xiaofeng to summon the teacher while Shuiwu and Shui Wei dragged Shui Bingo to find the other students. Ultimately convening at a nearby dining establishment outside the academy, Ye Xiaofeng arrived at teacher Wang Yan's door, recalling how she had been dressed in her pajamas earlier. And he couldn't help but swallow hard. As Wang Yan had just settled in for the night, she was startled by a knock. Who is it? She asked impatiently. Teacher, it's me. Could you please open the door? Ye Xiaofeng called from outside. What brings you here at such a late hour? Wang Yan scrutinized him. Teacher, I invited you out for a late-night snack, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Were you not aware that this may not be appropriate? Wang Yan said, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. What is inappropriate about it? Our classmates from the team have gathered and are simply waiting for you to join us. Ye Xiaofeng explained, noting that Shui Binger and the others had gone to call the other students. Oh, it's a gathering, I thought. Wang Yan initially perceived Ye Xiaofeng's visit as a private invitation. If you do not mind, I would be delighted to treat you some other day, Ye Xiaofeng offered. Ye Xiaofeng disowned the sense of disappointment in Wang Yan. I have already turned in for the night. You all may proceed without me, she remarked, donning her pajamas and feeling too encumbered to join them. Teacher, this is where you are mistaken. I would feel remiss if you did not come along. Let us leave now, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, gently pulling at Wang Yan's arm to lead her outside. Please wait for me outside. I need to change, Wang Yan interrupted decisively. Very well, Ye Xiaofeng replied, waiting at the door for about 10 minutes until Wang Yan emerged, and together they made their way to the designated venue. Sister Shuiwu. Brother Xiaofeng, why did you take so long? Yue whispered, a sly grin spreading across her face. What on earth are you thinking about all day? Shuiwu shot her a disdainful glance. You're the virtuous one, and I am merely a rogue. Don't forget to help me keep my sister occupied tonight, Yue retorted. Displeased. How can I possibly keep such a grown person occupied? Shuiwu glared at Yue, then at Shui Binger. We agreed upon this. And how you manage it is your affair, Yue replied smugly. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting, Wang Yan and Ye Xiaofeng announced as they entered. The teachers are here. Please take a seat, Shui Binger warmly urged Wang Yan. No need for you all to stand. Please sit down, Wang Yan said in a relaxed manner. Sir, may I ask what you would like to order? A waitress approached Ye Xiaofeng. Teacher, this heavy task is upon you, he jested, taking the menu from the waitress and presenting it to Wang Yan. I came here to eat, so don't expect anything from me, Wang Yan remarked, glancing at the 7 girls, each with different tastes, making the selection challenging. How about this? Each person orders a dish they enjoy. That way, it won't go to waste and will cater to everyone's palate. That's a splendid idea, Wang Yan agreed, supporting Ye Xiaofeng's suggestion. As each person ordered a dish, it was Shuiwu's turn to quietly whisper her choice to the waitress, who blushed slightly before glancing at Ye Xiaofeng and departing. Since it was an all-girls gathering with teacher Wang Yan present, they opted for tea instead of alcohol. After a while, all the dishes arrived, except for Ye Xiaofeng's. Brother Xiaofeng, what did you order? Why hasn't tea yours arrived yet? Yue inquired curiously, prompting Shuiwu to gently pull her back to silence her. Skewers. It might take a bit longer, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a faint smile. Sir, your last dish has arrived, the waitress announced, placing a plate before Ye Xiaofeng. Upon seeing it, his expression darkened. He had ordered skewers, yet a signature dish had appeared instead. Looking around, he noticed everyone else was engrossed in their meals. Shuiwu acted as if she had seen nothing, distancing herself from the situation. Brother Xiaofeng, what dish did you order? May I have a taste? You are asked again. Her curiosity piqued. This is for him. What are you meddling for? Shuiwu scolded, pinching Yue. What is it to you? Yue shot back defiantly. Since Yue wishes to try it, here, take it. I shall order another, Ye Xiaofeng thought, grateful for Yue's unexpected assistance. Yue eagerly accepted the dish, savoring it. It's delicious. Sister Shuiwu, would you like to try some? She offered, holding a piece up to Shuiwu's mouth. Such a delightful dish should be kept for yourself. Shuiwu thought she would trick Ye Xiaofeng, but found herself outsmarted by him instead. I want to try too. Yue chimed in eagerly. Quite tasty. She remarked after sampling it, not forgetting to take another bite. Soon, Shinliu Yu, Gu Qingba, and Xiu Ruoshui all tasted it, and seeing how much everyone enjoyed it, Wang Yan took a piece as well. I want to try a bite too. Shui Binger could no longer contain herself, but Ye Xiaofeng interrupted. Binger, why don't you taste this instead? He quickly suggested. I want that too. Shui Binger exclaimed, eyeing the others relishing their meal, unwilling to miss out. Oh. I have no words left, Ye Xiaofeng thought, helpless. Sister Shuiwu, aren't you going to try some? This isn't like you, heard teased. You all finished so quickly, Shuiwu sighed in relief as she watched Shui Binger finish the last piece. It's not that complicated. Just order another, Yue suddenly piped up. Upon hearing this, both Ye Xiaofeng and Shuiwu nearly choked on their drinks. I want a portion too. Yuhara eagerly declared. I want a portion as well. Shui Binger added. Stop squabbling. Waitress, please bring us each a serving of that signature dish, Wang Yin decided, clearly still wanting more. Teacher, I'm full already. I don't need any more, Xue Wu quickly made an excuse. Wooer, look at how thin you are. You should nourish yourself. If you don't eat today. You are disrespecting us. Ye Xiaofeng's words put Xue Wu in a tight spot. Then I shall thank you properly, she replied with a forced smile. Her eyes seething with disdain for Ye Xiaofeng. No need for that. We're all friends here. Don't be shy. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly, secretly thinking. You thought you could trick me? I want to make it easy for you. Sir, are you sure you want 9 servings of the signature dish? The waitress approached with a puzzled expression. Yes, indeed. You heard correctly. We felt we didn't have enough. Ware responded with a smile. Very well, the waitress replied. Casting a few admiring glances at Ye Xiaofeng, impressed by his company of beautiful women, Ye Xiaofeng realized the waitress had misinterpreted the situation but could not clarify. If others knew that the signature dish was made from sheep kidneys and tiger penises, they would surely beat him to a pulp. Your 9 servings of the signature dish have arrived. I hope you enjoy your meal, the waitress said with a smile. Sister Xue Wu. I didn't expect the service here to be so excellent. That waitress has been smiling the whole time, Wei commented, genuinely believing in the attentive service. Haha. As long as you're happy, Wei, Xue Wu replied with a strained smile, one that looked worse than crying. There was no way to be cheerful. Ye Xiaofeng was forcing her to eat the signature dish, and she couldn't voice her true feelings. Had she known, she would have avoided tricking Ye Xiaofeng, ultimately. It was Yuer's fault for dragging her down despite her initial success. Xue Wu shot a glare at Yuer. However, with everyone indulging in the signature dish, there was little time to notice Xue Wu's expression. After finishing their late-night snacks, Ye Xiaofeng settled the bill, and they returned to the Taohua garden. Each retreating to their respective rooms. Ye Xiaofeng planned to visit Shui Binger's room in the middle of the night, only to find that she had been led away by Xue Wu. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. Thinking it was Binger returning, he hurried to open it. Yuer, is that you? Ye Xiaofeng felt a pang of disappointment. Brother Xiaofeng, did you not wish to see me? Yuer gazed at him with feigned innocence. Of course not. By the way, Yuer, is there something you need at this late hour? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. Once inside, Whale locked the door behind her. Brother Xiaofeng, there's a mouse in my room, and I'm too scared to sleep alone. The moonlight bathed the room in a gentle glow as Yuer embraced Ye Xiaofeng without hesitation. It's all right. Perhaps you should sleep here while I take your room, she suggested. Ye Xiaofeng felt a mix of confusion and uncertainty. No, he replied firmly. In a bold move, Yuer leaned in for a kiss. Yuer. Please calm down, he urged, gently pushing her away. Brother Xiaofeng, do you not like me? Yuer's eyes brimmed with tears. How could I not like you? You will always be my dear sister in my heart, he declared shamelessly. Brother Xiaofeng, I do not wish to be your sister anymore. Rest assured. No one will disturb us tonight, she insisted, recalling the absurd love theory she had heard from Xue Wu, which suggested that one must be audacious to attain true love. Yuer, what are you doing? Quickly put on your clothes, Ye Xiaofeng urged, hesitating as she began to remove her outer garment. Brother Xiaofeng, stop pretending. Your gaze is fixed on me, she stated, wrapping her arms around him, leaving him parched with desire. The little enchantress was unabashedly seducing him, causing his heart to race. Yuer, it's getting late. You should return, he insisted, pushing her away, unwilling to bear the weight of emotional debt any longer. Brother Xiaofeng, do you not love Yuer? She asked, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Yuer, you will find someone better than me. I have many women outside. You deserve more than my affections, he confessed, finally revealing the feelings he had buried deep within. I do not care how many women you have. As long as Brother Xiaofeng understands, Yuer loves you, she declared, holding him tightly. Yuer, we are still young. Let us discuss this later, he said, swiftly changing the subject. All right, Brother Xiaofeng, I am scared. May I sleep in your arms tonight? She pleaded, ignoring his hesitation and heading for his bed. Yuer. If Bing and Wuer see us, I will be unable to explain, he lamented, haunted by past shadows. You have the heart of a thief but lack the courage. How disappointing, Yuer scoffed, turning off the light and rolling over to sleep. Ye Xiaofeng, resigned, turned off the light and gently patted her. Yuer, I was wrong. Please do not be upset, he coaxed. Humph, you will realize your mistakes, she retorted, turning to face him and scolding him. I truly made a mistake, he replied, greeted by her smiling face. What mistake did you make? She pressed, refusing to relent. Men are all the same, she muttered in complaint. Yuer, please do not stay angry, he replied, enveloping her in his arms. After a brief struggle, she settled down, and he found himself at a loss for words, forgetting his earlier reservations. Brother Xiaofeng, are you feeling uncomfortable? She asked shyly, her cheeks flushed. No. I'm just a bit thirsty, he replied, feigning seriousness. Brother Xiaofeng, she said, leaning in for a kiss. This night was destined to be unforgettable. In another room, Xue Wu held Binger close as they slept, ostensibly to strengthen their sisterly bond. Elder sister, you are becoming increasingly charming, Xue Wu teased, observing Binger. Really? I hadn't noticed, Binger replied with a smile. Elder sister, after Xiaofeng's attentions, you are indeed different, Shuiwu joked. You speak nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart, Bing Er retorted, her cheeks reddening. Elder sister, stop pretending. I have seen everything, Shuiwu said with a harmless smile. Bing Er's face burned with embarrassment, realizing that Shuiwu was aware of her relationship with Xiaofeng. Elder sister, what are you planning? Are you here to silence me? She asked, clutching her throat. Confess honestly, who else saw? Bing Er inquired seriously. I was just probing. I didn't expect you to be so bold, Shuiwu thought, refraining from mentioning the events of that night with Ye. Not at all. Xiaofeng couldn't sleep and just came to chat for a bit before leaving, Bing Er fabricated, her eyes wide with deception. I see, elder sister. You truly did not let Xiaofeng stay overnight, Shuiwu said with a mischievous grin. Little brat, what nonsense are you saying? Bing Er glared at her in indignation. Elder sister, I didn't expect you to be so alluring. No wonder Xiaofeng favors you most, Shuiwu remarked, her hands becoming restless. Be quiet. Take your hands away, Bing Er said, pushing her away. In another room, Ye lay nestled in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, sound asleep. The following evening, Ye woke early, fearing her sister might discover her secret. Shuiwu entered Ye's room, finding her just settling down. Sister Ye, what's wrong? Shuiwu asked with a mischievous grin. Shuiwu, please let me sleep for a bit. I'm so sleepy, Ye murmured, cocooning herself in the blankets. It seems brother Xiaofeng is quite doting on you, Shuiwu quipped. On Monday, you can try it yourself. For now, let me rest, Ye replied impatiently. Turning away to sleep. Ye, why aren't you up yet? Bing Er entered the room. Sister, there was a mouse. I'm scared. I didn't sleep well last night. Please let me rest, Ye said, looking at Bing Er with pleading eyes. Shuiwu struggled to contain her laughter. And Ye shot her a fierce glare, prompting Shuiwu to quickly quiet down. Sister, may I sleep with you tonight? Ye asked plaintively, glancing at Bing Er. All right, you rest well. When dinner is ready, I'll have Ye wake you, Bing Er replied kindly. Okay, Ye responded, closing her eyes once more. Shuiwu shook her head in exasperation, stepping outside to find Ye Xiaofeng still asleep. He must have been worn out from last night, she thought. Elder sister. Let us go out to eat, Shuiwu suggested to divert Bing Er. You should go wake Xiaofeng so we can leave together, Bing Er replied. I just checked. He is still asleep. He must be exhausted. Let him rest. We can bring back food for them later, Shuiwu explained. All right, I'll go, Bing Er said. No longer lingering. Upon hearing Shuiwu and Bing Er leave, Ye Xiaofeng rose and made his way to Ye's room. Brother Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Ye asked sleepily, wrapping her arms around him. I couldn't sleep, so I came to check on you, he said, slipping under the covers beside her. Meanwhile, Shuiwu took Bing Er to a dining establishment, and after breakfast, they ventured out shopping. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by afternoon, Ye exclaimed, Brother Xiaofeng. You're pulling my hair, as she pinched his waist. Ye, you are truly beautiful, Ye Xiaofeng said, admiring the lovely girl before him. No matter how beautiful I am, there is no place for me in Brother Xiaofeng's heart, she replied wistfully. The moonlight cast a gentle glow as Ye spoke to Ye Xiaofeng. Fool, we are together now. How could you think you were not in my heart? Ye Xiaofeng pressed a tender kiss upon Ye's forehead. Between you and my sister, Shuiwu, whom do you love more? Ye gazed earnestly at him. Ye Xiaofeng fell silent. For even he was uncertain, perhaps he loved Bingo a tad more, yet he could not voice that in Ye's presence. Ye, if I must choose. All three of you represent love to me. Each of you is cherished in my heart. He swiftly diverted the topic. Unwilling to be ensnared by a question of such magnitude. I understand, Ye replied, a flicker of disappointment brushing her heart. Nevertheless, though it was not the most ideal answer, it was one she could accept, for it indicated he held her dear as well. Big sister, how does this outfit look? Shuiwu showcased her attire to Shui Bing Er. It's lovely, though perhaps a tad revealing, Bing Er remarked, noting the low neckline. Come now, what era are we in? You are still so conservative, Shuiwu retorted. Admiring her reflection in the mirror, feeling the outfit fit her perfectly. Let us buy it then. Time is slipping away, and we must return, Bingo observed. Realizing it was nearly afternoon, they had intended to return by noon, but time slipped by unnoticed amidst their shopping. Afterward, Shuiwu proceeded to pay, and they headed to a nearby restaurant. Meanwhile, Ye and Ye Xiaofeng were nestled together, drifting into slumber. Brother Xiaofeng, wake up. If you don't hurry, the sisters will be back soon. Ye gently nudged Ye Xiaofeng. Let them come. After all, Ye has become my little wife, Ye Xiaofeng grinned mischievously at her. Who is your little wife? I refuse to be that. Hurry up. Ye playfully protested, though her heart swelled with happiness. Ye Xiaofeng, not wanting to linger, dressed and retreated to his room. Not long after, Shui Bing Er and Shuiwu returned. Ye, you seem quite spirited. Shuiwu teased upon seeing her awake. What is the matter? Can't you wait? Ye shot back at Shuiwu. Taken aback by Ye's retort, Shuiwu responded, Indeed, I can't wait. Do you have an issue with that? As she playfully pinned Ye down on the bed, Ye squealed, You're hurting me. Get off. All right. No more teasing. Dinner is here. Let us eat. Shuiwu relented. Xiaofeng, I've brought dinner for you, and Ye, hurry over. Bingo called as she tidied Ye Xiaofeng's room. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng embraced Bingo from behind and jokingly said, I want to eat you. Stop it. Hurry up. I need to tidy this up, Bingo replied. Continuing to arrange Ye Xiaofeng's bed. Without hesitation, Ye Xiaofeng pulled Bingo into his arms, kissing her deeply. Bingo, wide-eyed, gazed at him before wrapping her arms around him. Closing her eyes. I'll head to dinner first, she said, anticipating his next move, only to see him turn away and head to eat. Brother Xiaofeng, come eat. Yue exclaimed as she indulged in her lunch, spotting him entering. What are you having? Ye Xiaofeng casually inquired. Take a look, Yue offered her plate. Upon seeing the dish, his expression darkened. Xue Wu was at it again. Why did she always choose the unappealing dishes? Reflecting on his need to replenish his energy, Xue Wu returned just then. Xiaofeng, how do you find the meal I brought? She asked with a mischievous grin. Thank you, Sister Xue Wu, Yue interjected eagerly. No need for thanks, just enjoy it. And don't blame me later, Xue Wu thought to herself, knowing Yue would learn the value of her ingredients in due time. It's quite to my liking. I am sincerely grateful. Ye Xiaofeng shot a glare at Xue Wu. Ignoring him, Xue Wu continued to watch the two eat. Brother Xiaofeng, remember you promised to accompany me shopping? Today is perfect. Yue chimed in. All right, let us go after we finish our meal, Ye Xiaofeng responded, glancing at both Yue and Xue Wu. Sister and I will stay back. We just returned from shopping. Take her with you, Xue Wu thought, secretly pleased that Yue would have some time with Ye Xiaofeng alone. You two relax at home. I'll go with Brother Xiaofeng, Yue mused, glad they wouldn't disrupt their intimate moment. Very well, I'll take Yue out. Don't wait for us tonight. Ye Xiaofeng concluded after finishing his meal, leading Yue out. Once outside, Yue took the initiative to hold Ye Xiaofeng's hand, reminiscent of a first love. Her cheeks flushing as passers-by glanced at them. Ye Xiaofeng led her to a high-heeled shoe store. Welcome, please come in. The shopkeeper warmly greeted them, recognizing their attire and demeanor as those of affluent patrons. Sir, your girlfriend is truly beautiful, the shopkeeper complimented. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Casting a glance at Yue, who blushed at the praise, her joy evident. What do you think of these shoes, Brother Xiaofeng? Yue asked, holding up a pair of red heels. I'm afraid I didn't realize she was your sister, the shopkeeper admitted awkwardly, though she maintained her composure. Accustomed to such situations, I am indeed the girlfriend. Who says one cannot call their boyfriend brother? Yue asserted confidently. Ah, now I understand. You young folks are quite playful. The shopkeeper remarked, casting a knowing glance at Ye Xiaofeng, implying her understanding of youthful romance. By the way, I recommend this pair. They are quite lovely, the shopkeeper suggested, pointing to a crystal shoe that immediately captivated Yue. Well, Brother Xiaofeng, come look. They are so beautiful, she exclaimed, enchanted by the sparkling design. They are nice. If you like them, then let us buy them, Ye Xiaofeng said, noting the price was astonishingly high, reminiscent of the pair Qingqing had purchased. The price is exorbitant. Yue thought, her enthusiasm waning upon seeing the 5 zeros after the initial 5. That's simply one do. I brought you out to enjoy yourself. Shopkeeper. Please bring me that pair, Ye Xiaofeng instructed, determination in his voice. The shopkeeper, without hesitation, retrieved the shoes for him. Ye Xiaofeng seated Yue and, taking the initiative, removed her shoes. Brother Xiaofeng, I can do it myself, she said, her cheeks tinged with pink. Stay still, he commanded gently. Little sister. You are truly fortunate to have such a caring boyfriend, the shopkeeper remarked, a hint of envy in her tone, surprised by Ye Xiaofeng's attentiveness. In that moment, Yue felt her heart melt. Even if Ye Xiaofeng harbored feelings for another, she would not hold it against him. This moment was enough for her, filled with happiness. Yue, stand up and take a few steps to try them on, Ye Xiaofeng encouraged as he fitted her with the new shoes. He reached out to help her up. Xiaofeng, how do I look? Is it good? Yue happily took a couple of steps in front of Ye Xiaofeng, her heart brimming with joy. Very nice. Let's go with this one, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, observing how well it suited her. He noticed how perfectly the crystal shoes fit her. Madam, please wrap this up for me, Yue said, preparing to take off her shoes. Why take them off? Wear them like this. When we go back, Mua will be envious, Ye Xiaofeng joked with a smile. Madam, I'd like to settle the bill, he added, presenting his black gold card to the female shopkeeper. Sir, please hold on for a moment, she replied, her eyes lighting up. She had suspected that Ye Xiaofeng was a wealthy patron, and now she realized just how affluent he was. Sir, it's truly fate that I encountered you and the young lady today. I'll offer you a 20% discount. Please take your card back, the shopkeeper smiled, handing the black gold card back to Ye Xiaofeng with both hands. Thank you. Please pack these shoes for me, he said, pointing to the ones Yue had changed out of. Sir, they are already packed, she replied, handing Yue's shoes to him. Ye Xiaofeng placed them directly into his spatial ring. Xiaofeng, this ring is so magical, Yue exclaimed, realizing she didn't have much money on her. Recently, Ye Xiaofeng had given her a black gold card, but she hadn't touched the funds within. If you like it, we can visit the auction house and I'll buy you one, he suggested, affectionately stroking her hair, his face filled with tenderness. Let's forget it, Xiaofeng. We should head back, Yue said, though she liked it, not wanting to waste his money. Ye Xiaofeng then took her hand and led her out of the shop. Xiaofeng, Can we check out the clothing store? Yue asked, seeking his approval. Of course, as long as you like it, he replied, guiding her into the boutique. Ultimately, Yue chose a light blue dress. Xiaofeng, it's getting late. Shall we go back? She said, her heart particularly light today. Let's eat first. We still have time, he said. Taking her to a restaurant, choosing a private room where they wouldn't be disturbed. Xiaofeng, how wonderful it would be if we could stay like this forever, Yue thought. Knowing it was an impossible dream, today had been the happiest day for her. It will get even better. Ye Xiaofeng smiled gently at her while sipping his drink. Yue, do you know what dish you're eating? He teased. Isn't it the signature dish we had before? I've had it several times, she replied, looking surprised that he could forget. But do you know what ingredients it contains? He asked. I don't know, do you, Xiaofeng? She inquired. Let me tell you. It's made with lamb kidneys, he whispered in her ear. Instantly, Yue felt nauseous. Xiaofeng, how could you? She thought he was teasing her. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask the waiter, he said seriously. Yue immediately felt queasy. Rushing to the restroom with her hand over her mouth, Ye Xiaofeng burst into laughter at her reaction. When she returned, she looked a bit pale, perhaps from vomiting. Yue, why don't you eat a bit more? He suggested, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Xiaofeng, you're such a bad person. Sister Xue Wu isn't any better. Both of you deceived me, her earlier joy was gone. You can't blame me for that. At the gathering, I hinted at it, but you rushed to eat. What could I do? Ye Xiaofeng quickly defended himself. If there's blame, it's on you. Why worry about the details? As long as you enjoy your meal. That's what matters, he smiled. Why must I eat this? Yue stomped her foot in frustration. To nourish your body, to strengthen your health, Ye Xiaofeng retorted shamelessly. I'm not eating anymore. If you want to, you eat alone. I'm going home. She turned to leave. Ye Xiaofeng wouldn't let her go, pulling her back into his embrace. Let go of me, you big liar. She protested, her feet dangling as she struggled, but he held her tightly. If you shout, I might have to take drastic measures, he teased with a mischievous grin. All men are the same. She shot him a glare but stopped struggling, resigning to his hold. You're incorrigible, he playfully swatted her on the back. She yelped, her face flushed with embarrassment. Let us see if you dare to be angry in front of me again, Ye Xiaofeng said, not indulging her. Ye Xiaofeng, you tyrant. Let me go. She was about to scold him when he pinned her against the wall. After struggling briefly, she settled down, no longer causing a ruckus. All right, sit down and eat properly. After we finish, I'll take you back, he released her, but she was still dazed from the earlier encounter. What's wrong? Do you think I'm kissing you too little? Should we continue? Ye Xiaofeng feigned a lewd demeanor, leaning closer to her. Yue quickly returned to her seat. You men are all the same, just looking to take advantage of me, she pouted, though she no longer dared to scold him as before. All right. Let us eat a bit, and then we can go home, he said, no longer teasing her, offering her a chicken leg. Don't think that just because you did this, I want to be mad at you, she grumbled, though she couldn't stay angry with him. Let us eat first. And then you can do as you please, he sighed, shaking his head. Women could be so troublesome. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. She shot him a glare. What am I thinking? He replied nonchalantly. From your expression, I can tell you're displeased with me, she said, looking slightly upset. You know that, huh? No, don't overthink it. That's impossible. He almost let the truth slip but quickly changed his words. I knew it. At that moment, Yue felt a lump in her throat, tears almost spilling. Yue, do you know why I brought you out alone today? He asked earnestly. Isn't it because the sisters and Xue Wu just returned, and you didn't want to go out? She said dismissively, casting a glance at him. Wrong. Think about it. If I had brought Binger and Muir, would they have stayed in? He questioned seriously. Well, Yue realized that if they were invited out, they would be eager to join. The reason I brought you is that I find you gentler than them, and of course, you listen better, he continued to flatter her. Really? She beamed, delighted to hear that she was more exceptional than Binger and Xue Wu. Why would I lie to you? Have I ever deceived you? He smiled at her gently. Just as Yue was about to say something, Ye Xiaofeng interrupted her. Don't dwell on the details, just eat, he urged her. Oh. The moon nodded slightly, indicating her belief in Ye Xiaofeng. Brother Xiaofeng, I have finished eating. Shall we return? She glanced outside, noticing the darkness enveloping the sky. All right, replied Ye Xiaofeng as he settled the bill, and the two exited the restaurant. Yue, why aren't you moving? Upon reaching the entrance, Yue stood still. Brother Xiaofeng, I don't want to walk today. Could you carry me back? She lowered her head, fearful of his rejection. What? Do you want your boyfriend to do the heavy lifting again? Ye Xiaofeng teased, sensing a slight blush on Yue's cheeks, yet he crouched down to accommodate her request. I knew it. Brother Xiaofeng treats me the best, she said, climbing onto his back. Suddenly, Ye Xiaofeng felt a strange sensation on his back and swallowed hard. Brother Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Yue noticed his stillness. Nothing at all. Yue, how old are you? Aren't you embarrassed to make me carry you? He began to walk slowly with her on his back. Brother Xiaofeng, am I forever just your little sister in your heart? She asked, wrapping her arms around his neck. Indeed, but I recall someone saying just yesterday that I shouldn't be your sister but your little wife. Yue, why are you twisting my ear? Ye Xiaofeng had intended to jest but was caught off guard when she playfully pinched his ear. Always talking nonsense, hurry up, And don't speak to me, she said, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Why is this so difficult for me? Ye Xiaofeng complained, but Yue ignored him, savoring the moment of happiness and, unbeknownst to her, drifting off to sleep. Ah, you finally decided to come back. I thought you were spending the night out. Shui Wu blocked Ye Xiaofeng at the entrance. Keep your voice down. Can't you see Wei is already asleep? Ye Xiaofeng glared at her. Brother Xiaofeng, where are we? Yue mumbled sleepily. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought little sister Wei knows how to enjoy herself? Shui Wu teased. Sister Shui Wu, hee. I'm going to sleep now. Yue hurriedly sought her sister. What are you doing? It took her so long to fall asleep. Ye Xiaofeng frowned. How is it that you've only been gone for half an hour, and you're already so concerned for her? Shui Wu seized the opportunity to tease him. Come with me, Ye Xiaofeng said, pulling Shui Wu back to his room. What are you doing? Shui Wu, who had been contemplating how to persuade Ye Xiaofeng to accompany her, was taken aback by his eagerness. Once inside, he locked the door behind them. What do you think you're doing? I'm not that easy. Shui Wu stepped back defensively. What do you think? You've tricked me enough times. Ye Xiaofeng advanced towards her. I haven't tea. Shui Wu assumed he had ulterior motives, not realizing he was merely questioning her past actions. Why did you trick me and being her at the inn? Don't think I didn't notice you bribing that attendant, he reproached her. How did you find out? Aren't you supposed to thank me for this? Shui Wu smirked at him slyly. The fact that I haven't hit you is already generous enough. Do you expect my gratitude? Ye Xiaofeng was exasperated. I disagree. My actions merely facilitated your relationship with my sister. Besides, you were the one who benefited from it, she retorted. Then why don't you fulfill your own desires? Ye Xiaofeng shot her a bemused glance. Xiaofeng, would you like me to fulfill my desires with you? Shui Wu suddenly embraced him. Ye Xiaofeng stood frozen, bewildered by her audacity. What's wrong? Don't you like me? She asked softly, avoiding eye contact. We. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss, burdened by the presence of too many women in his life. I don't need you to take responsibility. Everything is my choice, Shui Wu said, biting her lip as if battling her inner turmoil. Ye Xiaofeng was about to decline, but Shui Wu boldly made her move and kissed him. He was taken aback by her initiative, as he was usually the one to pursue. Seeing him motionless, Shui Wu, believing he was uninterested, began to tear up and prepared to leave. Ye Xiaofeng swiftly pulled her into an embrace, pinning her against the wall. Didn't you say you weren't interested in me? Shui Wu looked at him with watery eyes, feeling wronged. Who said that? You aren't me. How would you know I don't like you? He replied shamelessly. Such smooth talk, Shui Wu felt comforted by his words. You come and go as you please. Do you think my room is a marketplace? Ye Xiaofeng said, holding her close. You pulled me in. I didn't come on my own, Shui Wu protested, playfully punching his chest. Since you're here, you might as well stay, Ye Xiaofeng declared, scooping her up in a princess carry and bringing her to the bed. Xiaofeng. I'm a little scared. Shui Wu, usually so carefree, felt like a naive child in this moment. I can't promise you a future, but I will never let you down, he whispered in her ear. I don't want you to promise anything. I don't want to live with regrets. I've waited 6 years, just like my sister longing for your return every day and night. This wait has lasted 6 years, Shui Wu revealed her heart. I'm sorry. Ye Xiaofeng felt a pang of guilt. I don't want to hear you say sorry. I want your love. Shui Wu gazed at him, waiting for him to profess his feelings. He leaned in to kiss her. Xiaofeng, the three of us sisters have fallen for you and entrusted ourselves to you. Will you feel burdened? Shui Wu hesitated, not finishing her thought. You are all cherished in my heart. You are my loved ones, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, wishing to provide her with stability. With closed eyes, Shui Wu leaned in for a kiss, and Ye Xiaofeng reciprocated without hesitation, though she still felt a hint of fear. He loved her in the gentlest way. Their clothes gradually fell away, leading to a night of sleepless passion. Meanwhile, you were nestled against Binger in sleep. Sister, what if Brother Xiaofeng has other women outside? She asked tentatively. What did you say? Binger was taken aback. I was just saying, Brother Xiaofeng is so outstanding. It wouldn't be impossible for other women to throw themselves at him. You observed her sister's reaction. If that happens, what can I do? But if he betrays you and I will make him pay, Binger said seriously. Then what about you? You inquired. I would let him be. Binger replied, devoid of jest. No way. If Brother Xiaofeng betrays you, I will confront him as well, Yu said playfully, snuggling back into Binger to continue her slumber. In the dead of night, Shui Wu lay motionless in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, occasionally murmuring her grievances. Shall we continue? Ye Xiaofeng said with a mischievous smile, eyeing her playfully. I feel like my bones are falling apart. Please spare me and go find the elder sister and you she protested. Shui Wu felt overwhelmed. Perhaps it was better to concede, lest you complain later about my lack of affection. Yet, Ye Xiaofeng paid no heed to Shui Wu. Having embarked on this endeavor, how could he abandon it midway? Even if death were to befall him, it would be on the path of valor. Shui Wu covered her mouth with her hand, fearful that her voice might carry outside. The following morning, Binger and Yue rose to find neither Shui Wu nor Ye Xiaofeng. They sought him out, only to discover the door open with a gentle push. Upon entering, the scene that greeted them left Binger and Yue utterly astounded. Binger, incensed and at a loss for words, poured a cup of water from a glass, and splashed it onto the slumbering faces of Ye Xiaofeng and Xu Weiwu. With a sudden start, Xu Weiwu awoke. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment upon realizing she was still in Ye Xiaofeng's room, undressed, and hurriedly wrapped herself in a blanket. Why aren't you two getting dressed? Are you waiting for me to dress you? Bingo shot a cold glare at Xu Weiwu and Ye Xiaofeng before turning to leave. Yue, are you going to stay in there and watch? Bingo called out from the doorway. Hee. Yue responded innocently with a smile and scampered out. This is your fault. Xu Weiwu exclaimed, kicking Ye Xiaofeng off the bed. Ah, he cried out in sudden pain. Xiaofeng, I didn't mean to. Sister, come quickly. Xu Weiwu, disregarding her own attire, rushed to embrace Ye Xiaofeng. What happened? Binger, hearing Xu Weiwu's cries, intended to enter and reprimand them further, but was taken aback by Ye Xiaofeng's ashen face. Brother Xiaofeng. What's wrong? You were fine just a moment ago. At that moment, Yue rushed in as well. Why are you wasting time? Let us get him back on the bed, Binger remarked coldly, glancing at Xu Weiwu and Yue. Terrified, Xu Weiwu and Yue quickly assisted in lifting Ye Xiaofeng back onto the bed. What's wrong with him? Binger inquired, eyeing Xu Weiwu. It's my fault. I accidentally kicked him and didn't realize it would result in this, Xu Weiwu confessed. Tears streaming down her face like a remorseful child. It shouldn't have caused this much harm. Where did you kick him? Bingo observed that Ye Xiaofeng's expression of pain was genuine, yet Xu Weiwu's kick shouldn't possess such lethal force. Xu Weiwu's face turned crimson. Embarrassed to admit it before Binger and Yue. Given the situation, what is there to hide? Bingo frowned, clearly displeased. It was right here. Xu Weiwu pointed to Ye Xiaofeng's groin. Ha, Sister Xu Weiwu, are you trying to ensure Brother Xiaofeng can have children? Yue burst into laughter uncontrollably. Enough, Binger glared at Yue, who quickly realized her mistake and fell silent. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and get dressed. Do you intend for me to admire your handiwork? Bingo admonished Xu Weiwu. At that moment, Xu Weiwu realized that in her haste to help Ye Xiaofeng, she had neglected to dress herself properly. Yue, take off his pants, Binger instructed, pointing at Ye Xiaofeng's trousers. Ah, coming right up, Yue exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise, as if this were something she excelled at. Hey, shouldn't you at least consult me first? Ye Xiaofeng weakly protested. Even now, you're still concerned about that? Binga shot him an incredulous look. You three have drained me dry, and now you take advantage of my vulnerability. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at the three women, mustering his last bit of strength to resist. Yue, why are you dawdling? Binger urged impatiently. Without hesitation, Yue yanked down Ye Xiaofeng's trousers. Well, Yue inadvertently commented at an inopportune moment. Ye Xiaofeng quickly shielded his lower half with his hands, while Binger and Xu Weiwu turned beet red at Yue's words. By the way, do any of you know how to treat injuries? Ye Xiaofeng asked weakly. We're merely here to observe, not to administer treatment, Yue retorted, adding salt to the wound. All of you, exit to the left, Ye Xiaofeng said, losing his composure at their ignorance. Xiaofeng, let me check for internal injuries, Bingo said earnestly. However, Ye Xiaofeng was no longer convinced. The three pairs of eyes fixated on him made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Please leave, he implored, unable to bear it any longer. Sister Xu Weiwu, hold Xiaofeng down for me, Yue said with a sly grin. Yue, what are you planning? Ye Xiaofeng felt a sense of dread, fearing he would be besieged by these three mischievous girls. Of course, it's for observation and treatment, Brother Xiaofeng, Yue replied innocently. All right, all of you out. I assure you, I'm fine, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, hastily dressing himself and attempting to shove the three of them out, though sweat dripped from his forehead. As the three were expelled from the room, Ye Xiaofeng fainted again while shutting the door. The three assumed it was a prank, but their smiles froze in shock. Xiaofeng. Yue, hurry and call the teacher, Binger exclaimed, clutching Ye Xiaofeng, realizing this was beyond her control. Sister, I genuinely didn't foresee this. I, Xu Weiwu, am unparalleled. I was merely shy at the moment and kicked out of instinct, not intending to strike Ye Xiaofeng in that manner. Let us discuss this later. The teacher is coming. Binger and Xu Weiwu lifted Ye Xiaofeng back onto the bed. Teacher, Brother Xiaofeng has fainted. Please save him. Yue rushed to Wang Yan's office, who had just awakened and was still in her nightwear. What transpired? Xiaofeng, what happened? Wang Yan's heart raced with concern. Teacher, we must hurry. Brother Xiaofeng is in dire straits. Yue exclaimed, prompting Wang Yan to rush off without changing her attire, seeking a healing instructor. While Binger and Xu Weiwu anxiously awaited, Wang Yan returned with a healing instructor. After a thorough examination, the instructor confirmed that Ye Xiaofeng bore no injuries. Xiaofeng, what is the matter? Wang Yan scrutinized Ye Xiaofeng's pale visage, then turned to Binger and Xu Weiwu. Teacher, it's all my fault. I accidentally kicked him, Xu Weiwu stammered. You kicked him? And he asked like this? Where did you kick him? Wang Yan queried, having noted the absence of injuries during the examination. Teacher. Sister Xu Weiwu accidentally kicked Brother Xiaofeng right here, Yue interjected eagerly, pointing to Ye Xiaofeng's groin. Wang Yan felt her face flush, casting a reproachful glance at Yue. Are you trying to ensure he cannot have children? She scolded the three of them. Teacher, I thought the same, Yue chimed in unwittingly, causing Bingo to facepalm at her sister's naivety. Did I authorize you to speak? From now on, you shall remain silent, Wang Yan instructed Yue firmly. Teacher. You should remove his pants, the female healing instructor suggested to Wang Yin. Wang Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, with so many present. She found it hard to maintain her composure. You three, step outside for a moment. Wang Yin decided it best for Binger and the others to leave. Teacher, allow me to assist. The moonlight cast a gentle glow as the girl smiled innocently. Then, in front of everyone, she pulled down Ye Xiaofeng's trousers. In his dazed state, Ye Xiaofeng found himself exposed, utterly powerless in that moment. Teacherly, how is Xiaofeng? Wang Yin asked anxiously. The situation isn't too favorable. He has sustained severe injuries below. We'll have to see how he fares, Teacherly replied with a sigh, shaking his head. Please, I beg you, save Xiaofeng. Shuiwu pleaded as she blocked the way of the teacher who was attending to Ye Xiaofeng. You foolish girl, you nearly caused him to lose everything. Do you not realize that treatment has already begun to alleviate his condition? For now, you all must care for him diligently, Teacherly remarked, secretly amused. She had merely been teasing to observe Shuiwu's reaction. I truly do not understand what you three are thinking. You never make things easy for me, Wang Yin said. Choosing not to argue further as she escorted Teacherly away, remembering she was still in her pajamas. You all may leave for now. I wish to be alone. Ye Xiaofeng muttered, feeling weary and desiring a proper rest. Who is alone? The three of them chimed simultaneously. Ye Xiaofeng felt an impulse to curse but held back. Please prepare some food, Binger instructed the two. Understanding that this was not a time for jest, they returned to the kitchen. Binger, you should also go back, Ye Xiaofeng said, closing his eyes. A pang of sorrow struck Binger's heart, yet she did not depart. Xiaofeng, please do not blame Wu. She may have acted impulsively. If you must direct your anger, direct it at me. Binger thought Ye Xiaofeng was upset. However, he simply wished to sleep. Not wanting to converse after a night of overtime and nearly losing everything that morning. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng unresponsive, Binger took the initiative and kissed him. Ye Xiaofeng opened his eyes, staring motionlessly at her. I'm a bit hungry. You should assist them, he said, preferring to close his eyes and drift into a deep slumber. Just then, a chime echoed, signaling the arrival of a new system task. Master, your new mission is to win the championship of the Soul Master competition across the continent. The Tianji system, Xiaobing, announced. Damn it. I want to go back. I do not wish to remain in this wretched place. I have had enough. Ye Xiaofeng cursed vehemently, longing for his original world, one he truly desired. As he vented his frustrations, Shui Binger stared wide-eyed at him, unable to comprehend his words. The three sisters had devoted themselves to him, and yet, after one incident where Wuo had unintentionally hurt him, he treated them this way. Binger couldn't help but shed tears. Binger, please let me explain. Ye Xiaofeng realized she had misunderstood him. You do not need to apologize. It is my fault. Do not hold Wu accountable. If you need to vent your anger, I will accept it, but please do not harm Wu and Yue, he implored. Binger could no longer contain herself. Tears streaming down her face. Binger, it is not as you think. Ye Xiaofeng felt utterly overwhelmed, as the system had disrupted his plans, leaving him unable to clarify anything. No need for explanations. Once you recover, you may leave. Do not return. I will tell them you have gone on a journey. Bingo interrupted him decisively. Without hesitation, Ye Xiaofeng embraced Shui Binger and kissed her. She struggled against him, but he showed no sign of releasing her. Did you not despise this place? Why pretend to care for me? Shui Binger questioned him. Binger, do you still believe in me? Ye Xiaofeng asked earnestly. I do not know, she replied. Torn between past trust and present uncertainty. My love for you has never wavered. I have burdens that are difficult to articulate, Ye Xiaofeng stated sincerely. Then please share with me. Even if I am not your wife at present, I wish to bear your burdens, Shui Binger said. Her heart aching but still believing in him. Binger, let me tell you a story. Ye Xiaofeng paused, looking at her in his arms. I am listening, she responded attentively. There was a boy who lived on a distant blue planet. During his schooling, he was struck by lightning, and when he awoke, he found himself in the Douluo world. And then? Shui Bingo asked, curiosity piqued. He was born on an island called Sea God Island, revered by many from birth, basking in unparalleled glory. However, upon reaching the age of 6, he failed his martial spirit awakening, and all his glory gradually faded. The elders on the island attempted to harm him, but his mother intervened. In the end, to protect him, she was forced to exile him. Even with her immense power, facing a god seemed futile. If she insisted on keeping him, she would have to oppose everyone on the island. Reluctantly, she chose to let her child go. The boy faced pirates at sea but survived under the protection of a pendant gifted by his mother. Later, when he was rescued by a group of girls, he awakened twin martial spirits, dreaming of returning one day. Ye Xiaofeng paused, leaving Shui Bingo in silence, unsure of what to say. Xiaofeng, are you truly reborn? She asked, embracing him. I do not know, perhaps so. I possess all the memories of my past life, he replied, closing his eyes as vivid recollections flooded his mind. And your parents? She inquired gently. My father left early. As for my mother, I trust my brother will take care of her, Ye Xiaofeng said, tears escaping his eyes. Xiaofeng, I am sorry. From now on, we will be your family, Shui Bingo said, struggling to comfort him, feeling immense pain with each revelation of his past. Since I have come to this world, I shall embrace it, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, though he knew some matters and people would remain impossible to forget. Just then, Yue entered the room. Ahem, she cleared her throat deliberately. Shui Bingo quickly released Ye Xiaofeng and wiped her tears, though her eyes remained red. Sister, why are you crying? Yue asked, noticing Binger's distress. Oh, it's nothing. A bit of sand got in my eye, and I asked Xiaofeng to help, Binge stammered, avoiding Yue's gaze as she struggled to formulate a response. Really? Does sand require such intimacy? Yue teased, looking at Binge with a disdainful expression, as if to say, Sister, can you not come up with a more believable excuse? Xiaofeng, confess honestly, did you bully my sister? Yue approached the bed, her gaze fixed intently on him. How could I ever bully Bingo? Do you truly think I am that kind of person? Ye Xiaofeng replied with righteous indignation. Then why is she crying? Yue pressed, determined to uncover the truth. Could it not simply be tears of emotion? Ye Xiaofeng responded, exasperated. Sister, what did Xiaofeng say to you? Yue turned her attention back to Binger. He told me a story, Binger replied. Binger, feeling helpless, had no choice but to speak the truth. A story? Yes, yes. I also wish to hear it. The more Yue inquired, the more curious she became. Yue, I tasked you with inviting them to dinner. And this is how you address people? Snow Dance stormed in, brimming with indignation. Do you still wish to listen? Ye Xiaofeng deliberately turned to Yue and asked, provoking her to stamp her foot in annoyance. You all go ahead to eat. I'll just have a little bit and wait for later. Ye Xiaofeng was reluctant to move, still feeling a lingering pain from Snow Dance's earlier kick that nearly cost him dearly. Stop pretending. You won't die. Get up quickly. Yue firmly pulled Ye Xiaofeng from the bed. Yue, wait a moment. I am not yet fully dressed, Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly protested, surprised by Yue's newfound assertiveness. This scene left both Binger and Snow Dance astounded. What are you two still dawdling for? Yue tugged at Ye Xiaofeng while glancing at Binger and Snow Dance. They quickly followed suit. Sister Snow Dance, why are you dawdling? Serve the dishes, Yue commanded. Oh, right away. Snow Dance, still dazed from the morning's events, scrambled to comply. Brother Xiaofeng, to nourish your body, I specially prepared a bowl of chicken soup for you, Yue said, eyeing Ye Xiaofeng as she presented him with a bowl. Yue, why not taste it first and see how it is? Ye Xiaofeng, recalling Yue's earlier mention of it being toxic, felt uncertain. I command you to drink. Why so much chatter? Yue replied assertively, scooping a spoonful and bringing it to Ye Xiaofeng's lips. Yue, I can manage on my own. Ye Xiaofeng trembled as he took the spoon, sipping cautiously. How does it taste? Binger asked with concern. It's quite good. Once we finish, we shall depart. Ye Xiaofeng stated to the three of them. All right, Snow Dance, later you go call Hyro and the others to meet with the teacher. We'll tidy up and join you, Binger directed. Sister, why is it always me who washes the dishes? Yue complained slightly. Because we believe in you, Ye Xiaofeng, Binger. And Snow Dance replied in unison. Snow Dance, nearly infuriated to the point of bloodshed, nonetheless went to wash the dishes, now that they were undisturbed. Bingo could no longer contain her feelings and sat beside Ye Xiaofeng, leaning against his shoulder. Ye Xiaofeng wrapped his arm around her gently. Bingo, if one day I am no longer here, just forget me. Ye Xiaofeng was aware that he must win the championship, but that victory would surely offend many. Well, if you die, we'll marry someone else the very next day, Binger teased with a smile, though her heart felt as if pierced by a sword. She sensed the deeper meaning behind Ye Xiaofeng's words, as if he were bequeathing her with future matters. Surely not? Ye Xiaofeng frowned. I'm just joking. If danger truly arises, we will face it together, even if it means death, Binger stated earnestly. Ha ha, even in death. I will carve a bloody path to ensure your escape, Ye Xiaofeng smiled, tenderly caressing Binger's azure hair. Brother Xiaofeng, did I arrive at an inopportune moment? At that moment, Yue entered, noticing Ye Xiaofeng embracing her sister. No, you arrived just in time, Ye Xiaofeng beckoned, pulling Yue close with his left arm. With Yue on one side and Bingo on the other, Ye Xiaofeng felt quite content. Let us depart. We must not keep them waiting, he said as he led both Binger and Yue out of the room. Wang Yin and the other members of their team awaited Ye Xiaofeng downstairs. Surprised to see him leisurely strolling with both Binger and Yue, Snow Dance shot them a disapproving glance. Ahem, young people should be mindful of their image, Wang Yin remarked. Unable to contain herself. Teacher, we haven't done anything wrong. Are you perhaps feeling jealous? Ye Xiaofeng joked. Do you think you've lived long enough? Wang Yin shot him a cold glare, clearly disapproving of his behavior. Just a joke. No need to take it so seriously. Ye Xiaofeng quickly backed down, eliciting laughter from the other girls. They boarded two carriages. Ye Xiaofeng, Shui Binger, Yue, and Snow Dance shared one, while Wang Yin took Yuhairo, Shui Yue, Shenluyu, Guqingbo, and Qiurua Shui in the other. Brother Xiaofeng, why are you so quiet? Yue couldn't help but ask. You've said everything. What is left for me to say? Ye Xiaofeng lay back, closing his eyes. I'm not letting you sleep, Yue declared, plopping down onto his stomach. Oh, Yue? Are you trying to commit murder? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, angrily pushing her away, causing her to stumble into Snow Dance's arms. Pfft. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, Yue retorted sharply. A dog's mouth? But you've bitten me plenty before. Ye Xiaofeng replied with a harmless grin. Oh, I shall kill you. Yue lunged at Ye Xiaofeng, grasping his neck. Hey, you two, pull her off me. Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, glancing at Binger and Snow Dance, but they were unwilling to intervene. Ye Xiaofeng then flipped Yue over, pinning her on the carriage seat. He pulled her aside and playfully smacked her bottom repeatedly. Sister, Snow Dance, save me. Ye Xiaofeng, you big pig hoof, heartless scoundrel. Despite being in Ye Xiaofeng's grasp, Yue still taunted him. Daring to insult me? I'll let you have your fill of it, Ye Xiaofeng said, landing another playful smack. I admit my wrongs, okay? Yue blushed, knowing that if he continued, things might spiral out of control. Finally, Ye Xiaofeng and the others arrived at the capital of the Tiando Empire. At last. I no longer have to endure the jolting of the carriage, Yue exclaimed, jumping down and stretching. Wow, it's so vast. Ye Xiaofeng leered at Yue, making a lewd comment. Of course, it's the capital of the Tiando Empire. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, you scoundrel. Yue misunderstood his remark as referring to the city. But upon realizing he was staring at her chest, she quickly covered herself with her hands. All right, Ye Xiaofeng, he whispered softly in her ear. You've seen it. Touched it. What is there to fear? He playfully smacked her bottom again. Rogue. Yue stamped her foot in frustration. Let us find a place to rest before making further plans, Wang Yin instructed. Yes, teacher, let us hurry and find a spot. Look. I've slimmed down a bit. Yue interjected eagerly. You only think about eating. Have you considered your training? Wang Yin shot her a disapproving look. Hee, teacher. If I can't fill my stomach, wouldn't that affect my training? Yue chuckled. Wang Yin sighed, exasperated, questioning how eating could relate to training. And how Yue could come up with such elaborate excuses just to indulge. Teacher, please follow me, Ye Xiaofeng said, stepping forward. Brother Xiaofeng is the best. Yue beamed as she wrapped her arms around his. Wait, just a moment ago, you called me a big pig hoof, and now I'm suddenly a good brother? Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words in response to Yue, who unexpectedly spoke with such fervor. Sighing, he thought it unnecessary to dwell on trivial matters. Yue's face turned crimson, and she quickly sought to change the subject. Ye Xiaofeng then led the group to the entrance of the Heavenly Inn. Ladies first. He remarked to Wang Yin. Please, sisters, Yue mimicked Ye Xiaofeng's gesture, prompting laughter from the group. Ye Xiaofeng was accustomed to such antics, and upon entering, the innkeeper, Li, immediately approached to greet him. Long time no see, Li. This is my teacher and my classmates. I would appreciate it if you could arrange something for us. Ye Xiaofeng interjected, clearly wanting to keep the nature of his relationship with Li a secret. Since you are friends of young Master Yi, please proceed upstairs. Li understood Ye Xiaofeng's intention and refrained from further comments. Brother Xiaofeng, do you know the owner of this establishment? Yue whispered as she sidled up to him. I spent over a year here, so I became familiar with the innkeeper, Ye Xiaofeng replied. This exchange did not go unnoticed by Ziyun, who observed from above with a subtle smile before retreating to her room. Li led them to a private room, and Ye Xiaofeng, preoccupied by Yue's antics, temporarily forgot about Ziyun's presence. Li, please make the necessary arrangements, he instructed, taking a seat with his back to the door for convenience. As laughter and conversation filled the air, Ziyun stood motionless at the entrance, fixated on the group. Excuse me, is there something you need? Yue asked politely, noticing Ziyun. I am looking for someone, Ziyun replied with a smile. Upon hearing her voice, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and regretted forgetting such an important matter. He quickly stood up, intending to dismiss the potential troublemaker before it was too late. Darling, you're back. Why didn't you let me know? Ziyun exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Ye Xiaofeng. The scene left Binger, Yue, and Shuewu in shock. They had anticipated the presence of women in Ye Xiaofeng's life. But the suddenness of Ziyun's arrival caught the trio off guard. Ye Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming urge to slap Ziyun and himself for neglecting to anticipate her unpredictable nature. Why are you here? He managed a forced laugh, masking his discomfort. You've been gone so long. I missed you. I assume these are your friends? Why not introduce us? Ziyun, a seasoned performer, effortlessly commanded the room. Hello, I am Ziyun, Ye Xiaofeng's primary wife, she said with a gentle smile to the group. Wang Yin's expression shifted as she realized her prized pupil might have lost out to someone else, now entangled in complicated emotional debts. Hello, I'm Shui Binger, she said, feigning composure. The food is here. Why are you here, madam? Li inquired, addressing Ziyun. Since Ye Xiaofeng's departure, Ziyun had arranged for everyone in the inn and the Great Soul Arena to refer to her as madam, while Qingqing was called second madam, a title that Qingqing supported wholeheartedly. Li, please invite second madam to join us. Tell her I need to speak with her, Ziyun directed. Li glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, whose expression darkened, yet he felt powerless to intervene. Go on, what are you waiting for? Ziyun urged, and with no other choice, Ye Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Xiaofeng, stop standing there and come sit down, Bingo insisted, wishing to confront him about his choices but managing to restrain herself. Shuewu and Yue were on the verge of standing as well, but Bingo held them back. Meanwhile, Hairo, Xinliuyu, Gu Qingba, and Qiu Ruoxue remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Xiaofeng, won't you introduce me to your friends? Ziyun asked, casting a flirtatious glance at him. This is Shui Binger. Shui Yue, Shuewu, Hairo, Xinliuyu, Gu Qingba, and Qiu Ruoxue. I am their teacher, Wang Yin. It is a pleasure to meet you, she said, maintaining her authority as a mentor. Hello, thank you for educating our Xiaofeng over the years. Ziyin expressed her gratitude to Wang Yin, while her gaze shifted to Binger, where? In Shiwewu. Ziyun, perhaps you should return now. I will come find you shortly, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, regretting having brought her back from the Devil's Island. Oh no. I've waited so long for your return. What if some vixen tries to steal you away again? Ziyun teased. What do you mean by that? Yuer could no longer contain her irritation and stood up. Calm down, Yuer. I am not the vixen here. Ziyun maintained her serene demeanor. Yuer, sit down, Bingo interjected firmly. Xiaofeng often speaks fondly of you, Binger. Ziyun praised her. Is that so? It's a pity Ziyun never mentioned you in our presence, Bingo shot back. Her tone laced with tension. Brother Xiaofeng, you've been quite remiss, treating Ziyun like a mere accessory that you only wear when convenient. Yuer smiled at Ziyun. Ah. I didn't expect you to be so sharp-tongued. Where? Ziyun retorted, barely suppressing her amusement. Xiaofeng, your tastes seem rather dubious. Even an older woman like her is within your reach, Shiwewu added, joining in. Ziyun's smile faltered at being labeled an older woman. Let us all keep our comments to a minimum. Ziyun is my student. I've clearly failed in teaching them proper manners. Wang Yin quickly intervened. Xiaofeng, are you back? Qingqing arrived from the Great Soul Arena. Yes, Ye Xiaofeng nodded, although his demeanor remained tense due to Ziyun's interference. Ziyun, what brings you here? Qingqing asked, her expression brightening upon seeing her. I came to see Xiaofeng, Ziyun replied simply. Hello, I am Qingqing, Ye Xiaofeng's girlfriend. She introduced herself with a gentle smile. What girlfriend? We are practically an old married couple, Ziyun quipped, causing Qingqing's cheeks to flush slightly. Qingqing, take Ziyun back with you. I will join you shortly. Ye Xiaofeng urged, eager to avoid further conflict. Then you two enjoy your meal. Ziyun, let us step outside for a moment, Qingqing suggested. Feeling a twinge of pain at Ziyun's unruly behavior. You don't need to linger. Go accompany your two wives, Ziyun stated, her tone light yet pointed. The moon's expression was quite grim. Had it not been for her sister's intervention, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Ye Xiaofeng across the face. Let us dine first, she suggested. Wang Yin, feeling equally troubled, was taken aback by Ye Xiaofeng's indiscretions. It was best to let him address the situation on his own. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng had lost his appetite, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, while Binger, Shiwewu, and Yuer shared his lack of desire for food. The others seemed unaffected. Ultimately, Ye Xiaofeng finished his drink and departed before the meal was concluded, retreating to his private chamber. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Ziyun, whose presence he found infuriating. Oh, why aren't you spending time with them? Why the rush to return? Ziyun teased. What do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Ye Xiaofeng retorted. Seeing you return has me overly excited. Can't I even give you a hug? Ziyun maintained her playful demeanor. Xiaofeng, please don't be angry, Qingqing implored, wrapping her arms around him, aware that Ziyun had provoked his ire. Qingqing, why be upset? Do you not realize that among the girls at that table, 3 of them have been involved with him? Ziyun clarified, shifting the focus of indignation onto Qingqing instead of Ye Xiaofeng. Hearing this, Qingqing stiffened in disbelief. Sister Ziyun, is that true? She asked, searching Ye Xiaofeng's gaze. Yes, he admitted after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Qingqing was left momentarily speechless. May I meet them? She inquired hesitantly. All right. He replied before exiting the room to seek out Binger and the others. What's this? Not accompanying your wives, but coming to find us instead? Shiwewu began to mock him. Wu, I don't even know how to explain myself, Ye Xiaofeng confessed. Qingqing wants to meet you, he added, at a loss for words. Why does she want to meet us? Is she trying to assert her status as your wife? Shiwewu continued her teasing. Qingqing is not that kind of person. Ye Xiaofeng quickly defended, but his explanation only seemed to complicate matters further. Xiaofeng, let us be honest. How many women do you have outside? Bingo asked him seriously. You've all noticed, haven't you? However, my feelings for you have never wavered. He cleverly dodged the question, unwilling to admit to other romantic entanglements. Let us go. We must confront what is inevitable, Water Bingo stated to Yuer and Shiwewu. Soon, Ye Xiaofeng led Bingo to his room. Qingqing stood before the 3 women, uncertain of what to say. Qingqing, this is Binger, Shiwewu, and Yuer, Ye Xiaofeng introduced, his resolve wavering. Hello, please have a seat. Qingqing offered as she poured tea for them. Do you need something from us? Water Bingo asked, cutting to the chase. I don't mind how many women Xiaofeng has outside. As long as he holds a place for me in his heart, Qingqing said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng with newfound tenderness. Hearing her words brought Ye Xiaofeng joy. Qingqing understood the gravity of the situation, showing maturity. I mind, Ziyun interjected, stirring the pot. Nor do we, Binger and the others chimed in, unwilling to concede. Ziyun, you should learn from your younger sisters, Ye Xiaofeng thought, wishing to embrace Binger more closely, while dismissing Ziyun's presence entirely. You're also jealous, Ziyun remarked, her heart brimming with envy. Ziyun, come upstairs. I need to discuss something with you, Ye Xiaofeng said, eliciting disdain from the other women. In front of so many. He was calling one to his room for a private conversation. What could that possibly entail? All right, take your time. We'll wait our turn, Ziyun quipped. genuinely believing Ye Xiaofeng was finally coming to his senses. Don't listen to her nonsense. I really have something to discuss, Ye Xiaofeng reassured Binger and the others. Xiaofeng. Hurry along, we trust you, Yue said with a mischievous grin. Ye Xiaofeng, aware of the misunderstandings, followed Xian upstairs, unable to elaborate further. Ching. Would you care to share how you met Xiaofeng? Binger asked curiously. I'm not quite sure how to explain, Ching stammered. Is there something you can't disclose? Xue Wu observed her discomfort. Actually, we met at the Great Soul Arena. I don't know what got into him, but he pursued me, and before I knew it, he had captured my heart, Ching recounted her story. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng locked the door behind him. I can't believe you finally got a clue. It was worth my time to stick with you, Xian said, her alluring gaze fixed upon him. Are you jealous today? Why be at odds with a few young girls? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. Indeed, sister has developed feelings for you. Seeing you with those girls is simply unbearable. Xian complained, gazing at him with longing. Ye Xiaofeng ceased his words, pulling Xian into an embrace and kissing her. Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, and she pushed him away, but he was unwilling to end their encounter. His hands wandered. And suddenly, a force erupted from Xian, sending him sprawling backward, blood trickling from his mouth. You insolent boy. Xian's aura transformed, radiating the might of a tidal Douluo. Did you not say you liked me? Why the sudden reluctance? Ye Xiaofeng queried, slowly regaining his footing and wiping the blood from his lips. Are you not afraid I might kill you? You truly believe you have one? If we hadn't held back on Demon Island, any one of us could have torn you to shreds, Xian replied coldly. I fear death, yet to perish at your hands would be a fate I would accept willingly. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at her. Downstairs, the four women's faces turned crimson upon hearing the commotion. I never imagined Xiaofeng would be so unable to contain himself in broad daylight, Yue remarked. Though Binger, Xue Wu, and Ching remained silent, they silently agreed with her sentiment. They were, however, unaware that the noise stemmed from Xian injuring Ye Xiaofeng. Do not approach me, Xian said suddenly, her emotions in turmoil. She had teased him so relentlessly. Yet now she realized he had genuine feelings for her. As Ye Xiaofeng attempted to embrace her once more, he was once again sent flying. Ye Xiaofeng. If you continue this, I truly will kill you, Xian warned, her gaze fixed on him with trepidation. If that is the case, then let us proceed, Ye Xiaofeng stated. Moving to embrace her again, but this time, Xian did not resist. Before she could finish her sentence, Ye Xiaofeng captured her lips once more. Xian, caught in a moment of inner conflict, eventually closed her eyes, instinctively wrapping her arms around him. Ye Xiaofeng lifted her in a princess carry, guiding her to the bed. Ye Xiaofeng winced as Xian's nails grazed his back. Xian, what is wrong? He asked, noticing her tense demeanor. Xiaofeng, I'm a bit scared, she admitted softly. Fear not. I will cherish you well, he promised. Ye Xiaofeng gently kissed Xian. Sister Binger, how did you come to know him? At this moment, Ching had seamlessly integrated with Binger and the others. We found him by the seaside, Xue Wu replied with an air of annoyance. Xiaofeng has a woman outside and is concealing it from us. Ching looked at Xue Wu in surprise. Haha, don't listen to her nonsense. We happened to see him at the beach during one of our visits and, moved by compassion, saved him, not realizing we would end up ensnared ourselves. Binger reminisced about the moment they rescued Ye Xiaofeng. Sister, is it really that serious? You're practically drooling, Yue teased. Binger quickly wiped her mouth, insisting she hadn't done anything. Are you asking for a beating? Binger shot a glare at Yue. Upstairs, Ye Xiaofeng embraced Xian. How long are you planning to play around? Xian shot him an exasperated look. If possible, I could continue until the end of time, Ye Xiaofeng replied shamelessly. Hurry up and get up, hand me my clothes. Xian playfully punched him on the chest. What are you doing? Are you trying to murder your husband? Ye Xiaofeng feigned innocence. Just as long as you know, Xian said, giving him another playful punch. You little enchantress, tempting me daily on Devil's Island. Now I will let you tempt me to your heart's content. Ye Xiaofeng said with a mischievous grin. No, Ching and the others are still downstairs, Xian pleaded with Ye Xiaofeng. But he was not one to let her off that easily. How boring. When will Brother Xiaofeng come down? Yue waited impatiently, having seen no sign of him. Shortly after, Xian descended the stairs, her gait slightly unsteady, and everyone exchanged knowing glances, saying nothing. Xian's cheeks flushed as she noticed their looks. Ching, Xiaofeng wants you upstairs, Xian said. Her face turning crimson as she lowered her head, hesitant to approach them. Ching glanced at Xian, then at Binger and the others, her own cheeks reddening as she ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room, she found Ye Xiaofeng relaxing in the bathtub. Ching wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. Ching, soaking alone is quite dull. What should I do? Ye Xiaofeng suddenly remarked. Ching understood his implication and moved to the sofa to change before joining him in the bathtub. Is it not boring anymore? She whispered in his ear. With a beauty like you by my side, how could it be? Ye Xiaofeng replied, pulling Ching into his embrace. Did you bully Sister Xian? Ching inquired, looking at him. Not at all. Since I entered, we've been getting along just fine, from the bed to the sofa and now the bathtub. Ye Xiaofeng replied shamelessly. How annoying. You only know how to talk nonsense. Ching's cheeks flushed at his words. But I miss you even more, Ye Xiaofeng said, leaning in for a kiss. How many women have you said that to? Qingqing fixed her gaze on him. Aside from you, I have never said it to anyone else. He replied with a roguish smile. Qingqing, let us move to the sofa, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, standing up to dry her hair with a towel before carrying her to the sofa. Sister Xian, how did you meet Brother Xiaofeng? Yue asked curiously. We met during his training, and that was 5 years ago. I ended up with him shortly after. Xian smiled at the group. Sister Xian, could it be that Brother Xiaofeng saved you in a moment of danger, and you chose to dedicate yourself to him? Yue asked again. If I said it was a beauty saving a bear, would you believe me? Xian smiled at Yue, not revealing that she had been the one to torment Ye Xiaofeng for 5 years. I don't know. Even Bing'er and Shuewu found it hard to believe. Sister Xian, what level have you reached in your cultivation now? Yue asked with curiosity, as did Bing'er and Shuewu. If I told you that I have long since reached the rank of title Douluo, would you believe me? Xian replied with a smile. Participating in the tournament under the Lord's banner. Ahaha. Yue suddenly burst out laughing. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Xian shook her head in resignation. Humph. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Yue dismissed her skepticism. That evening, Ye Xiaofeng took everyone to tour the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Brother Xiaofeng, is the Great Fighting Soul Arena really yours? Yue gazed at the magnificent arena in admiration, astonished that its master was Ye Xiaofeng. Indeed. You all should try your luck in the welfare betting area, Ye Xiaofeng said with a slight smile. Brother Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to be such a cunning fox, wanting to earn our money, Yue scoffed. Haha, even if I were to deceive, it would be impossible with our way here. Come with me. Ye Xiaofeng led everyone to Luo Xiaotian's office. Manager Luo, give each of them 100,000. He instructed as he entered the room. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. I will handle it right away. Luo Xiaotian responded respectfully. Teachers, please have a seat. Ye Xiaofeng gestured to Wang Yin, extending his hospitality. Xiaofeng, I never realized you were so wealthy, Wang Yin remarked in surprise. Yue and the others looked at Ye Xiaofeng with envy, wishing to offer themselves to him. However, Yue and Shuewu shot them warning glances, asserting that Ye Xiaofeng was already theirs. Before long, Luo Xiaotian returned with 10 cards, each with a limit of 100,000 gold soul coins. Teacher, this is for you. Ye Xiaofeng handed a card to Wang Yin. I don't need it. Just give it to them, Wang Yin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Teacher, the students mean no harm. We just hope everyone can have fun. If you don't accept it, we will feel guilty. Ye Xiaofeng understood her intentions and quickly found a way to ease her discomfort. Well, if you insist, Wang Yin reluctantly accepted it. Thank you, Brother Xiaofeng. Yue exclaimed, promptly kissing him on the cheek. The others looked at her disdainfully, thinking how pitiful she was. I won't take one either, Qingqing said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng. If it's free, why not take it? Xian snatched 2 cards from Ye Xiaofeng's hand, giving one to Qingqing and keeping one for herself. Tonight, if we win, it's all your money. If we lose, you don't have to pay it back. The important thing is for everyone to enjoy, Ye Xiaofeng addressed the group. Sisters, with me, it's a guaranteed win, Xian assured Bing'er and the others. I still prefer to play on my own. Yue remained skeptical of Xian, given her penchant for boasting about being a title Douluo. Little Yue, you better not regret it. I won 5 million in just 3 hours earlier. Xian proudly recounted her history of winning at Ye Xiaofeng's expense. Ye Xiaofeng's expression darkened, yet he could do nothing about it, as she was his wife, and they were all family. Xian, do take care not to lead them astray, Ye Xiaofeng cautioned. Humph, are you worried about your money? Xian retorted, not giving him any face. Manager Luo, please bring me the information on all the participants for tonight's competition. Xian gazed at Luo Xiaotian and then cast a glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Yes, madam, Luo Xiaotian replied, reluctantly going to retrieve it. Xian, you truly are something. Yue admired, her eyes filled with respect. Only you could pull off such a mischievous act, but I rather like it. You all carry on. I shall take a stroll. Ye Xiaofeng said to the group, but everyone was engrossed in conversation with Xian, completely ignoring him. Alone, Ye Xiaofeng made his way to the prince's chamber, grateful for the token Snow Qinghe had previously given him, which allowed him unfettered access. Stealthily entering Snow Qinghe's room, he found it empty. Just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps outside. Upon entering, Snow Qinghe was suddenly ambushed, a hand covering her mouth. Shh, Ye Xiaofeng quickly signaled to her. What brings you here? Snow Qinghe hastily locked her door. Am I not allowed? Ye Xiaofeng smiled warmly at her and embraced her. Do you have any idea how perilous this place is? In Ye Xiaofeng's presence, Snow Qinghe was always the gentle Qianren Shui, unable to disguise herself as the Snow Qinghe of the Tiando Empire. When you gave me the token, was it not your wish for me to come see you? Ye Xiaofeng replied, momentarily lost in thought as he held the enchanting Qianren Shui. She felt a twinge of shyness at this tender moment, but more so, a surge of joy. How long do you plan to gaze? Qianren Shui teased. A lifetime would scarcely suffice, Ye Xiaofeng responded, leaning in for a kiss. She quickly pushed him away, insisting, this is not the right place. Nonsense. I find it most suitable, he declared, sweeping her into a princess carry and taking her to the bed. Why aren't you with your 2 ladies? What brings you here? Qianren Shui murmured. I couldn't sleep. Thoughts of you filled my mind, so I came to see you, he said, gazing at her. Was it merely to see? A hint of disappointment flickered in Qianren Shui's heart. Of course, there are other intentions, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a mischievous grin. No, let us go to the inn. She quickly protested. But I can't wait that long, he declared, playfully tackling her. In the Great Soul Arena, Xian watched as the next competitors were Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy and Mu Yunting, the vice-captain of the planned academy, though their strengths were evenly matched. Mu Yunting held a slight edge. With her martial soul, the Green Vine, she had triumphed in 6 consecutive matches. However, her opponent, Ma Hongjun, possessed the Phoenix martial soul, which held an advantage over Wood. Even with a disadvantage in soul power level, the elemental counter could lead to overwhelming victory. Everyone, invest in this lad, Xian proclaimed. Placing the 100,000 gold soul coins Ye Xiaofeng had given her on the line. Xian, isn't this a bit reckless? You have frowned. Count me in for 100,000 gold soul coins as well, Qingqing said, knowing Xian's little secret and following suit without hesitation. Qingqing, even you seem a bit unsteady, Wei remarked. I trust Sister Xian. She replied with a soft smile. All right then, I'll invest 50,000 gold soul coins. Binger, being more rational, chose a cautious approach. Despite the elemental advantage. Who knew if Mu Yunting had any hidden cards? The others followed Bingo's lead, investing 50,000 each, viewing it as the safest option. Sister, I must tell you that while the risks are higher, the potential rewards are substantial. One must understand that fortune favors the bold, Xian informed them. Sister Xian, I believe that often, those who frequent the riverbank inevitably get their feet wet. Caution is never misplaced, Yue jested. Well, do as you wish. But don't come crying to me later, Xian said, not wanting to impose, as long as everyone enjoyed themselves. In the deep of night, Ye Xiaofeng held Qianren Shui close and kissed her forehead. Are you satisfied now? She complained lightly. Not at all. It's still too early, he replied, feeling an overwhelming desire to cherish her. As dawn approached, Ye Xiaofeng dressed and departed, while Qianren Shui disguised herself as Snow Qinghe to avoid detection. Watching him leave, she returned to her bed and fell asleep. Ye Xiaofeng headed back to the inn, only to find his bed already occupied by Yue and Shui Wu. He shook his head in resignation, preparing to leave. Brother Xiaofeng, please don't abandon us again, Yue mumbled in her sleep. Suddenly, an idea struck him. And instead of leaving, he locked the door. Quietly approaching the bed, he noticed an empty space between the two. With a thoughtful smile, he lay down in the middle. Perhaps he had made a bit more noise than intended. Brother Xiaofeng, are you back? Yue murmured, sleepy-eyed. Indeed. What brings you both to my bed? He inquired. I was happy and couldn't sleep in my own room, so I came here, Yue said, blushing. Ah. Shui Wu was awakened by their conversation. What is all this commotion? Ye Xiaofeng frowned. When did you return? Shui Wu blushed, hastily covering herself. You've been sleeping in my arms all night. And you didn't even notice? Ye Xiaofeng teased. How improper. You should leave. Shui Wu blushed as she pushed him away, aware that both she and Yue were present. This is my room, after all. You were the one who threw yourself at me, he chuckled mischievously. Shui Wu was fuming, her teeth gritting. Enough of this. If you keep being unreasonable, I might have to take matters into my own hands, Ye Xiaofeng warned her. You wouldn't dare. Shui Wu shot him a glare. Knowing Yue was still there. Watch me, he said, leaning in to kiss her. Shui Wu retaliated with playful punches and kicks, while Yue, embarrassed, covered her face. Peeking through her fingers. Yue, Brother Xiaofeng is bullying Sister Shui Wu, she said, ready to leave. Yet, Ye Xiaofeng would not grant her that opportunity. Yue widened her eyes at him, torn between wanting to hit him and being unable to push him away. All right, it's still early. Let us sleep, Ye Xiaofeng said. Ignoring the two. Despite any interest, he knew his body wouldn't hold up, having just returned. Shui Wu and Yue, initially thinking Ye Xiaofeng had ulterior motives, were surprised when he simply fell asleep, unresponsive to their calls. A hint of disappointment lingered in their hearts as they snuggled against him. The following morning, Binga sought out Yue and Shui Wu but found them missing. Qingqing, have you seen Yue and Shui Wu? She asked. I saw them go to Brother Xiaofeng's room last night, Qingqing replied casually, realizing her words might have been ill-advised. Binga shot her a peculiar glance. Let us go check, she suggested, and Qingqing led Bingo to Ye Xiaofeng's exclusive chamber. They must be upstairs. Let us go, Qingqing said. Did Brother Xiaofeng return yesterday? Shui Binger, ever cautious, inquired once more. Yesterday, when we departed from the Grand Soul Arena, I was unaware if they had returned. Even if they had, it was improbable that they were upstairs. Qingqing also believed that with both Yue and Shui Wu present, Ye Xiaofeng could not possibly be in the room. Upon reaching the upper floor, they found the door locked. Fortunately, Qingqing possessed a key. Qingqing, you go about your business. I shall summon them, Shui Bingo said. Her worry still palpable. Then wake them up and invite them down for a meal, Qingqing replied, sensing the atmosphere and discreetly taking her leave. Taking a deep breath, Shui Binger opened the door. The sight that greeted her was enough to freeze her smile. Scattered on the floor were Ye Xiaofeng's disheveled clothes, alongside those of Shui Wu and Yue. As she glanced down at the tousled blanket by the foot of the bed, her gaze fell upon Ye Xiaofeng, who was embracing both women, with Yue and Shui Wu nestled against him. The morning light cast an unusually intense focus on Ye Xiaofeng's position. Shui Bingo felt as if she had turned to stone, unable to believe the scene before her. Despite her thorough preparations, her heart struggled to accept the reality of her two younger sisters simultaneously entwined with the man she cherished. Tears suddenly welled in her eyes, a tumultuous mix of sadness and jealousy coursing through her as she stood frozen, staring at the three of them. Unbeknownst to her, Ye stirred awake, her groggy eyes meeting the sight of her sister, whose face was already streaked with tears. Quickly, Ye sat up, pinching Shui, disregarding her clothes and shoes. Sister, I'm so sorry. Please don't be angry, she pleaded, embracing Binger. Shui, awakened by Ye's pinch, looked at Shui Binger. Binger remained silent, even as Ye held her. Sister, what is wrong? Please don't frighten Ye. She felt Ye's concern deepen. Elder sister, we truly did nothing wrong. We waited for Xiaofeng to return. And we must have dozed off while waiting. He returned just before dawn, Shui explained hastily. Shui Binger, already wrestling with a torrent of emotions, felt her inner fury ignite at Shui's words. With an unforgiving slap, she struck Shui's face, and then immediately turned to deliver another blow to Ye. The sound jolted the sleeping Ye Xiaofeng awake, who sprang up to shield both women. What are you doing? He exclaimed, unable to bear the sight. Shui Bingo glared at him and struck him again. Are you out of your mind? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback, still reeling from the unexpected assault. Yes, I'm mad. I should not have come looking for you, for then I would not have witnessed my beloved younger sisters attending to the man I adore, Shui Bingo cried, tears cascading down her cheeks. The pain inflicted on the three of them resonated within her heart. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon me. This turmoil within me is beyond their control. Ye Xiaofeng wished to say more, but held his tongue. Sister, it's not as Xiaofeng said. He returned this morning. Ye attempted to clarify, but her words faltered. Using his second martial soul, the Emerald Swan, Ye Xiaofeng began to heal the wounds on Ye and Shui's faces. Both women sensing the gravity of the situation. You two go down and get dressed, he instructed, ushering them away. Once they had departed, he embraced Shui Binger, who attempted to push him away, but lacked the strength to succeed. Shui Binger was still furious with Ye Xiaofeng, reluctant to acknowledge him. Yet she found herself unable to escape his grasp. Where were you last night? She demanded, her discomfort palpable. I had a clandestine rendezvous with a lover. Do you believe me? He replied with a subtle smile. Are you not afraid of exhausting yourself? Shui Bingo glared at him. Ye Xiaofeng rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly. If I could choose again, I would love only you, he declared, realizing that amidst the affection of many beautiful women, he also bore a newfound sense of responsibility. Stop with the flattery. If given another chance, I would rather not save you, to prevent you from being so fickle, Shui Binger retorted, her gaze fixed upon him. You are all talk and no action. Should you have the opportunity again, I believe you would still save me, he replied, already aware of her feelings. On what grounds? Do not be so conceited, she scoffed, surprised by his audacity. Whether you believe it or not, I am the destined one for you, he said earnestly, looking deep into her eyes. Since we are to participate in the Soul Master competition, you should absorb this head soul bone. It is of the spiritual attribute and well-suited for you. Ye Xiaofeng had hesitated before, with only one soul bone available. He could not bestow it upon any of the beauties surrounding him. Now, it seemed fitting to give it to Binger, as her calm and rational demeanor would serve her well in the competition, especially with this spiritual soul bone. This precious soul bone is too much for me. Shui Bingo protested, feeling her previous hurt dissipate, yet unable to accept the gift. Giving it to you is a well-considered decision. The value of a soul bone lies in its wielder. Among all, you are the most deserving, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, his gaze serious. He had previously offered it to Qian Rinxue, but she could not accept it. The martial soul elder hall had long prepared a soul bone for her. Moreover, Qingqing, Yue, and Shui would not be able to utilize it effectively. Then why not keep it for yourself? Shui Bingo questioned, still reluctant to take the soul bone. Especially given Ye Xiaofeng's lack of one. I have no need for a soul bone. With the 7 killing sword in hand, I can advance unimpeded. With the sword, I can slay gods and Buddhas alike, he proclaimed confidently. Xiaofeng, you must understand the significance of a soul bone to a soul master, Shui Binger expressed her concern, fearing his reckless thoughts. Rest assured, sit down and absorb it peacefully, he replied, gently kissing her forehead as he handed her the soul bone. Eventually, Shui Binger relented and sat down to absorb the soul bone, while Ye Xiaofeng stood guard to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Hearing footsteps outside, Ye Xiaofeng stepped out and saw Xian approaching. After a brief exchange, Xian cast a protective barrier around the entire room. Are you out of your mind? Xian exclaimed, worried that any disturbance could jeopardize Shui Binger's absorption process, potentially endangering her life. No one will disturb us. My room is secure, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her. You are quite generous to give such a precious soul bone to her, Xian remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. Are you feeling jealous? Ye Xiaofeng teased, glancing at her. Indeed, I could use a torso bone myself, Xian shot back, eyeing him reproachfully. I am also your woman. Is it fair to favor one over the other? Could you do me a favor? Ye Xiaofeng gazed into Xian's pleading eyes, contemplating. No. Xian swiftly declined. Are you truly willing to watch your husband march to his demise? Ye Xiaofeng began to play the emotional card. Aren't you formidable? You, Ye Xiao. possessed the prowess of a soul emperor, challenging 7 titled Douluos single-handedly. Zian teased, mocking Ye Xiaofeng. My dear wife, it's only because you let me off easy. Ye Xiaofeng could only smile back at Zian. Speak, what is it? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Zian ceased her torment. Are you returning to Demon Island? Ye Xiaofeng wore an innocuous smile. What? Zian's fury surged. Are you attempting to deny responsibility after the fact? No. That's not my intention. I meant you should return and summon the other 6 back. Ye Xiaofeng realized Zian had misunderstood and hastily clarified. Such thankless tasks should be undertaken by you alone. Zian disregarded Ye Xiaofeng entirely. Alas, they say that couples are like birds of a feather, yet in times of peril, they take flight separately. Ye Xiaofeng's emotional appeal fell flat, prompting him to lament his misfortune. All right, what exactly is the issue? Zian recognized that Ye Xiaofeng was in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned everyone from Demon Island. Not long ago, I received a secret. The elite competition of soul masters from across the continent will be held in Wuhuan City, and the champion will receive 3 soul bones as a prize. Ye Xiaofeng dropped this bombshell. I never anticipated Bibidong would be so generous. Offering 3 soul bones at once, Zian frowned slightly. The elite competition of soul masters is jointly organized by the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and the Wuhuan Palace. Over the past decade or two, Wuhuan Palace's rapid development under Bibidong serves to attract talent while simultaneously orchestrating a grand scheme. Ye Xiaofeng smiled faintly at Zian. How do you know so much? Zian furrowed her brows. Your husband is well versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters. Nothing escapes my grasp, Ye Xiaofeng boasted. Very well. Then you shall resolve this matter yourself, Zian replied without mercy. Even with all my knowledge, I cannot escape the grasp of my wife, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly asserted. I shall give it a try, but you know how difficult it is to persuade them. Zian glanced at Ye Xiaofeng with a hint of embarrassment. However, I believe in you, my dear wife. You surely have a way, do you not? Ye Xiaofeng hurried to flatter her. When did you become so kind to me? I never noticed before. Zian shot a glare at Ye Xiaofeng. I have always treated you well. I simply chose not to display it. Ye Xiaofeng chuckled awkwardly. Are you going to abandon me once you are safe, living comfortably with your little wives? Zian looked deeply into Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. How could that be? Am I really that kind of person? Ye Xiaofeng laughed lightly. Well, I choose to believe you are not. Zian smiled softly. Just as Zian was about to depart, Ye Xiaofeng embraced her. All right, I'm not leaving forever. Why act as if we are parting for good? Zian chuckled as she embraced Ye Xiaofeng. Yet in the next moment, she was taken aback by Ye Xiaofeng's unexpected action, closing her eyes and yielding to him. That moment seemed to stretch infinitely until Ye Xiaofeng finally released Zian, licking his lips, savoring the sweetness. Take care. Zian turned and walked away. You too, return swiftly, or I shall have to gather your remains. Ye Xiaofeng smiled before retreating into the room. Shui Bingo continued to absorb the soul bone, her body trembling, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Ye Xiaofeng silently channeled soul power into Shui Binger. Steady your mind. Do not let external matters distract you, Ye Xiaofeng advised. 3 entire days passed without interruption. Perhaps Zian had instructed them before leaving. Just then, Shui Bingo finished absorbing the head soul bone and opened her eyes, whereupon Ye Xiaofeng remained motionless, gazing at her. Shui Binger leaped into Ye Xiaofeng's arms. Xiaofeng, thank you. Saying this, she kissed Ye Xiaofeng, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What is happening today? The plot has taken a turn. How do you feel? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, observing Shui Binger. Quite well. My soul power level has reached 48 now. Shui Binger smiled gently. Since you have successfully absorbed it, let us head out. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the elite competition for soul masters across the continent. Ye Xiaofeng took Shui Binger's hand and led her downstairs. The crowd awaited their arrival, Ware and Shui Wu initially intended to speak but subsequently lowered their heads. Congratulations, Binger. Wang Yan looked at Shui Bingo with satisfaction, then smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, feeling content in her heart, for Bingo had found someone trustworthy. Sister, big sister, Shui Binger embraced the two, perhaps feeling guilty for having slapped each one earlier. The grievances of Ware and Shui Wu were released, and all 3 could not help but shed tears. Teacher, there isn't enough space for so many here. Let us move to the adjacent room, Ye Xiaofeng suggested to Wang Yan. Very well, let us proceed. Wang Yan agreed without further ado. Upon entering the next room, Manager Li quickly brought out the dishes. Teacher, for this competition, please guide them. Ye Xiaofeng said to Wang Yan. Xiaofeng, what about you? Before Wang Yan could finish, Ye Xiaofeng interjected. I shall seek my master to refine my sword. I trust Binger will lead you all to victory. My presence is inconsequential. Given Shui Binger's current strength, she was fully capable of advancing. And Ye Xiaofeng saw no need to join the fray. It was better to train with his master. Xiaofeng, do you have such faith in your big sister? Shui Wu cast a mischievous glance at Ye Xiaofeng. I have faith in each one of you present. Wu, are you lacking confidence in yourself? Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at Shui Wu, recognizing her attempt to tease him. Who says that? Shui Wu quickly retorted. Good, then enjoy your meal. I shall take a stroll. Ye Xiaofeng announced to everyone. Xiaofeng, I shall accompany you. Shui Binger quickly rose to follow. Xiaofeng, I want to go too. Yue also jumped up. Wait for me. Shuewu chased after them. Aren't the four of you joining? Wang Yin smiled at Yu Hairo, Xin Lu Yu, Gu Qingbo, and Xiu Ruoshui. Never mind. Let us take the evening to rest well and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Yu Hairo responded with a smile. What are the three of you doing? I said one person should go out for a stroll. Ye Xiaofeng frowned at the three. You go your way. We will go ours, Shuewu replied nonchalantly. Very well. Where are you headed? Ye Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. Not telling you. It's a secret among sisters, Shui Bing'er playfully smiled. Then I shall meet someone. You three may proceed, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, unable to argue with them. Xiaofeng, is it a man or a woman? A man. What business do you have with him? Are you asking him to find you a husband so you can marry? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled. What do you mean by that? The moonlight illuminated the scene as Wei swiftly reacted, gripping Ye Xiaofeng's ear tightly. Ouch, ouch, let go. I was wrong. Ye Xiaofeng pleaded for mercy. Yue, I'm not criticizing you, but if you continue like this, you might never find a husband. As your brother, I can't help but worry, he lamented with a sorrowful expression. How shameless. You pull up your pants and deny everything? Yue shot him a disdainful glance. Ahem, Yue, as a young lady, you must speak with grace and subtlety. Do you understand? Ye Xiaofeng quickly attempted to shift the topic. I don't understand. Yue would not relent. Young Master Yi, you're here. Luo Xiaotian promptly greeted him. Thank you for your hard work. Where's Qingqing? Ye Xiaofeng was aware that the Pan-Continent Soul Master Academy competition was to be held here tomorrow, and thus recognized the busyness of Luo Xiaotian. Young madam is in the office, Luo Xiaotian replied. Please inform AXIN to bring the others to your office. Subsequently, Ye Xiaofeng, accompanied by Bing'er, Yue, and Shuewu, made his way to Qingqing's office. What brings you all here? Qingqing expressed mild surprise upon seeing the four. Sister Qingqing, you wouldn't be disappointed, would you? Interrupting your good time with brother Xiaofeng? Yue teased with a mischievous grin, growing more outrageous in her remarks. Come here. Let me hug you. Yue, are you running a fever? Qingqing was taken aback by Yue's antics. You're the one who is feverish. It's been ages. And you still haven't poured a cup of tea, Yue complained. We're all family now. Can't you pour it yourself? Qingqing retorted playfully. I'll pour for all four of you since you've all worked the hardest, Ye Xiaofeng volunteered, stepping forward to fetch water. Thank you, brother Xiaofeng, unlike some people. Yue grumbled, still upset about earlier. Young Master Yi, AXIN has arrived, Luo Xiaotian announced. Enjoy your tea. I'll be back shortly. With that, Ye Xiaofeng left to meet Luo Xiaotian in his office. He gestured for Luo Xiaotian to step aside. Young Master Yi, I brought them. AXIN approached Ye Xiaofeng. Yes, Young Master Yi, this is Yao Zi, the captain of the Plant Academy, and this is Mu Yunting, the vice captain. AXIN introduced the two. It's a pleasure to meet you. To be succinct, I hope for your loyalty, Ye Xiaofeng stated directly. Young Master Yi, AXIN brought us here to understand more. You can't expect us to pledge allegiance so casually, and what will you offer us? Yao Zi replied coolly, considering Ye Xiaofeng was younger than her. Making such a request seemed ludicrous. The opportunity is right before you. Seizing it depends on your choices, Ye Xiaofeng remained unfazed. AXIN exchanged glances with the two. AXIN, there is no need to pressure them. He sensed the tension. We are willing, but we have a request. Yao Zi ultimately made a bold decision, demonstrating her strength to sway AXIN, a soul emperor. That is acceptable, but think it over before asking. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly, surprised by Yao Zi's decisiveness. What is your current strength? Yao Zi inquired. Do you share the same thoughts? Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Mu Yunting. My sister's choice is also mine, Mu Yunting replied, meeting Ye Xiaofeng's gaze. As for strength, I currently possess a soul power level of 61. If I strike with all my might, I can't guarantee AXIN could withstand it. Ye Xiaofeng chuckled at AXIN. Young Master Yi, please spare me some dignity. AXIN looked at Yao Zi and Mu Yunting, astonished and finding it hard to believe. Dignity is earned through one's own strength, not bestowed by others. Ye Xiaofeng doused AXIN's hopes. Tomorrow night, you two may come to the Grand Soul Arena, where you will witness my true strength. You must not disclose this to anyone else. Only the two of you are permitted to attend, Ye Xiaofeng instructed Yu Zi and Mu Yunting. By the way, I must remind you, the reason your academy is inferior to the Five Elements Academy is largely due to elemental constraints. Fire counters wood. It would be best for your soul spirits to resist fire when acquiring soul rings, Ye Xiaofeng advised them with a smile. Yao Zi quickly responded. My crimson flame thorns are already fire resistant. I know, Captain Yao Zi of the Plant Academy has reached level 44, and I've taken that into consideration. However, your fire resistance is insufficient. For instance, against the Blaze Academy's Wu or Shrek Academy's Ma Hongjun, you would struggle. Ye Xiaofeng had already reviewed their profiles. How do you know it won't work if you don't give it a try? Mu Yunting countered. Mu Yunting, as a core control-type spirit master. You should understand this rather than questioning my words, Ye Xiaofeng replied to her defiance. Young Master Yi, it is indeed our oversight. Please enlighten us, Yao Zi acknowledged, recognizing that this young man was not to be underestimated. In the future, if you wish to enhance your soul spirit's effectiveness, consider selecting those that resist fire, are resilient, and preferably possess toxins. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The choice is ultimately yours. Ye Xiaofeng offered a reasonable recommendation. Yes, we will consider it. Yao Zi and Mu Yunting seemed to take Ye Xiaofeng's counsel to heart. You may leave now. Return here tomorrow night, Ye Xiaofeng concluded. Then we shall not disturb you further. Yao Zi and Mu Yunting departed the office. Exile, please inform Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuang to join us here tomorrow night. Ye Xiaofeng instructed Exile before leaving. Brother Xiaofeng, why were you gone for so long? Yue inquired curiously upon seeing him. I was on a date with two lovely ladies. I just finished and returned. Ye Xiaofeng replied with an innocent smile. Go die? Yue glared at him. All right, no more jokes. You can either stay here tonight or return to the inn. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at the four. We should head back. After all, the teacher is still waiting for us. Shui Binger expressed her desire to leave. Then you all go back. I will remain here, Qingqing stated. Looking at the three, as she preferred to stay at the Grand Soul Arena for the time being. Upon returning to the inn, Ye Xiaofeng retreated to his room. With Ziyin returning to the Demon Island and Qingqing staying at the Grand Soul Arena, he finally had some peace. After a warm bath, Ye Xiaofeng climbed into bed and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Shui Binger entered Ye Xiaofeng's room. What brings you here? I locked the door. How did you get in? Ye Xiaofeng was awakened by her arrival. Qingqing gave me the key. I couldn't sleep, so I came to see you. Shui Binger lay in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. The competition is tomorrow. You should rest early. Ye Xiaofeng, weary from recent events, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Oh. Shui Binger felt a twinge of disappointment but chose not to voice it. The next morning, everyone gathered at the Grand Soul Arena to watch the Pan-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. This event was hosted by the Tiando Empire, featuring 28 teams from across the nation. For this grand occasion, Luo Xiaodian had directly recruited the hosts and judges from the Soto Great Soul Arena at a high price. The host began by introducing the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy, followed by the introduction of various powerful teams and their respective slogans. By the way, teacher, what is our team's slogan? Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts were not focused on such trivial matters. In the absence of miracles, one must forge them through strength. Wang Yin glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, her brow furrowed in evident dissatisfaction, yet Ye Xiaofeng remained unconcerned. Teacher, isn't this a bit kitsch? Can we come up with something more melodious? Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofeng sensed a lack of creativity in the suggestion. What did you say? Wang Yin was nearly infuriated by Ye Xiaofeng's words. Haha, just joking, right, Yue? Ye Xiaofeng quickly clarified. Humph, Yue shot him a disdainful glance. Look at the three individuals in the front row. Wang Yin addressed the group. Teacher, who are they? Yue inquired curiously, as it was their first encounter with such a grand spectacle. Seated in the center is the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heavendo Empire. To his right is Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned as the strongest support in the continent. To the Emperor's left is the somewhat lecherous elder, Salus, the head of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, who is also one of the 4 platinum bishops of the Spirit Hall. Wang Yin elaborated. And what about the second row? Shui Wu asked. From the right, we have the 3 esteemed professors of the Royal Academy of the Heavendo Empire. The first, Meng Shenji, a Soul Douluo of the control system at level 86. The second, Bai Baoshan, also a Soul Douluo of the defense system at level 85. And the third, Jilin, another Soul Douluo of the control system at level 83. Following them are the 4 princes of the Heavendo Empire, Prince Xuepeng, Prince Xuexing, and the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. Upon mentioning Xueqinghe, Ye Xiaofeng could not help but glance at him. Their eyes met, and Ye Xiaofeng awkwardly smiled, akin to a young man caught in a moment of indiscretion with another girl before his girlfriend. What about those 3? Yue continued to inquire. They have all attained the revered rank of title de law, Wang Yin expressed with a blend of admiration and envy, pondering if she would ever reach such heights in her lifetime. What? The crowd was taken aback. Previously, Ziyun had joked about being a title Douluo. Yet here were the genuine title Douluos within arm's reach. Teacher, you still haven't introduced those 3 title Douluos, Yu Hero urged. The one clad in dark green leather is called Gu Du Bo. He is a guest elder of the royal family, known as Poison Douluo. A level 92 control system title Douluo whose martial spirit is the Emerald Phosphor Snake, adept at group attacks. Before Wang Yin could finish describing the white-haired handsome man, Yue interjected, Brother Xiaofeng, is this your teacher? He is so dashing. The others shared exasperated glances, realizing that this silly girl was infatuated with looks and completely missing the point. Yes, haven't you met him? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a slight smile. However, that matter was not to be disclosed to others. Yue chuckled, while Yuheru and the others looked on with envy, recognizing the honor of having a title de law as a master. My master is named Chen Exile. He is devoted to the path of the sword and is one of the protective elders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, and a pinnacle title Douluo of level 96 known as Sword Douluo, with the 7 killing sword as his martial spirit. The sword depicted on the Spirit Hall's insignia represents his 7 killing sword, Wang Yin remarked, a hint of envy creeping into her voice. Brother Xiaofeng, your master is extraordinarily formidable. Yue exclaimed in admiration. My master has devoted his life to the sword, yet he believes he may never have the opportunity to transcend. He hopes that one day I can break through to that level, Ye Xiaofeng recalled, thinking of the words the sword Douluo had once shared with him. And what about that frail old man? Yue continued. His name is Gu Rong, another protective elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He is the continent's foremost defense system soul master and one of the most enigmatic soul masters, with the bone dragon as his martial spirit. He has also reached level 95, known as Bone Douluo, and his understanding of space has ascended to an unparalleled height, Ye Xiaofeng explained. Having learned about Bone Douluo during his time at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as the group continued their discussion, the host began to speak, announcing the arrival of the Snow Knight Emperor to declare the commencement of the competition. The applause was thunderous. The Snow Knight Emperor rose slowly, taking a step forward, prompting everyone to rise from their seats. With a thump of his scepter, all noise ceased. I, Snow Knight, Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, on behalf of the Empire and the Organizing Committee, hereby solemnly declare the opening of the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, he proclaimed with fervor, followed by a wave of motivational words directed at the 28 participating teams, essentially urging them to achieve commendable results and maintain the Empire's dignity. Soon after, Ning Fengji encouraged the 28 teams, and then Salas took on the role of the adjudicator. Once the opening ceremony concluded, everyone proceeded to the Grand Soul Arena. Now, let us welcome Lord Salas to draw lots for the first round of preliminaries. Salas, while distributing the lots, did not refrain from teasing the female attendants. If there hadn't been so many people present, he might have indulged in more scandalous antics. Salas swiftly matched the 28 participating teams. Ye Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement, anticipating the substantial profits to be gained from this Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. The Heaven Do Empire had contracted the Grand Soul Arena for this event, and to leave a favorable impression on the Snow Knight Emperor, they had decided to waive the entrance fee. Most importantly, the participating teams had access to lucrative gambling opportunities, allowing Ye Xiaofeng to reap significant rewards. The first match featured the Royal Academy's second team against Shrek Academy. Both teams, please take the stage, the referee announced through the microphone. Ye Xiaofeng, uninterested in watching the match, left the arena. Upon arriving at the inn, he found it deserted, as everyone had gone to watch the competition. Young master, why are you back? Manager Li inquired hastily. They don't require my presence, and I have no interest in the match, so I returned early, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Young master, while others are eager to watch, you seem utterly indifferent. Manager Li remarked with a shake of his head. It's just a trivial affair. My only concern is securing the championship in the finals, Ye Xiaofeng said. Choosing not to elaborate further and headed upstairs, Manager Li promptly instructed the staff to bring wine upstairs. As Ye Xiaofeng dined and conversed with Manager Li, Shuqing entered the inn. Your Highness, why are you not watching the match? What brings you here? Ye Xiaofeng teased. Oh, don't mention it. The Royal Academy's second team was eliminated in just a minute by Shrek Academy, and my father was furious about it and returned to the palace, Shuqing has said, sitting beside Ye Xiaofeng and recounting the events at the Grand Soul Arena. Ultimately, this incident stems from the mischief of Prince Xuexing, so it has nothing to do with you. Ye Xiaofeng indicated to Manager Li to leave the room. The strength of Shrek cannot be underestimated, Xuexing has sighed resignedly. No one can thwart my quest for the championship, Ye Xiaofeng replied coolly. Just be cautious not to stumble at the critical moment, Xuexing had teased. Can't we speak positively? Are you so eager to see me fail? Ye Xiaofeng retorted. Ye Xiaofeng cast a glance at Xuexing. I jest. Yet I firmly believe you can secure the championship of the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Xuexing smiled faintly. Not only will I claim the championship of the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, but I also aspire to win the overall championship of the entire continent. This ambition was also a mission for Ye Xiaofeng. There was no room for alternative choices. Do you realize that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, led by the Pope, requires no one to achieve the final overall championship? Xuexing began to worry for Ye Xiaofeng. I'm aware that Bibidong is manipulating everyone through subtle schemes, yet I have no choice. No one can hinder my pursuit of the ultimate championship. The Celestial Mechanism System, Xiaobing, had assigned Ye Xiaofeng the task of unconditionally securing the final championship. Are you not afraid of death? Xuexing looked intently at Ye Xiaofeng, knowing that if he attained the final championship, the Spirit Hall would not spare him. I am afraid, yet to grow stronger, I must proceed, Ye Xiaofeng replied resolutely. Meeting Xuexing's gaze. Xiaofeng, if your pursuit is for soul bones or soul rings, I can assist you in obtaining them. Even if they are not of 10,000 years, I will strive to provide you with the best. Will you heed my counsel? The more steadfast Ye Xiaofeng became, the more anxious Xuexing felt for him. Xuer, I know you have my best interests at heart, but I have no leeway in this matter. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. You need not worry about me. Ye Xiaofeng gently caressed Xuexing's cheek. Who is worried about you? I would prefer you to perish outside, as long as I do not witness it. Xuexing felt discomfort in her heart at Ye Xiaofeng's disregard for her advice, and she could not help but sulk in irritation. Fear not, I will not die. I have promised to take you into the divine realm. Ye Xiaofeng pulled Xue Qinghe into his embrace. Swear, if there comes a day when you cannot remain here, you may return. Ye Xiaofeng spoke softly to Xue Qinghe. I have endured humiliation for so many years. I do not wish to abandon my efforts so easily. Xue Qinghe was determined not to let her over a decade of hard work go to waste. In the Grand Soul Arena, Shrek Academy shone brightly by defeating the Royal Academy's second team in just 1 minute. Shui Binger and her companions faced an average team and easily triumphed. After a brief exchange with Ye Xiaofeng, Xue Qinghe returned to avoid raising suspicions among others. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the Grand Soul Arena to meet with the Sword Douluo. Chen Exile. Master, there is a matter I do not yet understand. I seek your guidance. Ye Xiaofeng arranged a private meeting with Sword Douluo Chen Exile. What is it? Chen Exile inquired, his expression remaining neutral. Master, I have been practicing the 6th layer of the 7 killing sword, yet I cannot grasp it. I feel as though something is missing. Ye Xiaofeng shared his recent insights on swordsmanship. Fenger, the 5th and 6th layers of the 7 killing sword represent a pivotal juncture in swordsmanship. It took me 5 years to master the 5th layer. Successfully cultivating this layer signifies that your current swordsmanship has reached a minor success in sword intent. Achieving the 6th layer means your sword will attain a major success in sword intent. Mastering the 7th layer will perfect your sword intent, while the 8th layer will elevate it to its pinnacle. When you succeed in the 9th layer, Sword Douluo paused, leaving the conclusion unspoken. Master, what happens upon mastering the 9th layer? Ye Xiaofeng leaned in, captivated. In this world, there exists but one sword. This sword can slay gods and Buddhas alike and can even move mountains and fill seas. Sword Douluo regarded Ye Xiaofeng, implying that his journey ahead was long and should not be met with complacency. Master, to what realm have you cultivated? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, curiosity piqued. I have long mastered the 7th layer of perfected sword intent, yet I remain at a loss regarding the 8th layer. In this regard, I am inferior to my father. Sword Douluo confided, as his father, the supreme Douluo Chen Jianjun, had attained the 8th layer at the 98th rank, reaching the pinnacle of sword intent. Take these. One is a collection of my father's insights on swordsmanship, and the other is my own reflections. Both can serve as references, providing you with invaluable insights for your future swordsmanship. Remember, you may draw inspiration, but do not simply replicate my methods. Sword Douluo cautioned Ye Xiaofeng, stressing that without his own understanding and perception of swordsmanship, his future would be limited to his current state. Rest assured, Master. I know what I should and should not do, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. By the way, Master, may I request your guidance in practical combat again tonight? Ye Xiaofeng flashed an innocuous smile at Sword Douluo. I am unavailable. Sword Douluo observed Ye Xiaofeng's harmless demeanor, sensing mischief. Do you wish for me to escort you to meet Yama? Sword Douluo replied coldly before turning to leave. Master you. Ye Xiaofeng was left speechless, his master behaving unpredictably. I shall return tonight, prepare for some rigorous training. With that, Sword Douluo exited the office. Ye Xiaofeng sighed in relief, having secured his master's agreement. Brother Xiaofeng, you truly are idle. While we are all busy with the competition, you still find time to sip tea here. At that moment, the others returned. Here. Have a drink. Ye Xiaofeng offered his cup to Wei. You shameless fool, I have no desire to drink your tea. Wei replied with a look of disdain at the cup Ye Xiaofeng extended. The competition has concluded. How do you all feel? Ye Xiaofeng asked the group. When we take the stage, there is no way we can lose. Wei declared proudly. Our elder sister controlled the battlefield splendidly. Binger's first soul skill instantly immobilized their 7 members. Even if they used brute force to break free from the ice, they could not withstand the continuous area attacks of ice. Yue swiftly resolved the situation with her ice explosion technique. Shui Wu recounted the day's achievements. Take a look at the members of this academy's team. They are your greatest rivals. Ye Xiaofeng then presented the information to Binger. Shrek Academy? Is this the same academy that defeated the Royal Academy's second team in just 1 minute today? Yu Hairo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is they. And among those who participated today, for our reserve members, Ye Xiaofeng stated matter-of-factly. What? The group stared at Ye Xiaofeng in disbelief, astonished at the hidden strength that allowed them to win in a minute. Take your time studying. Among their official members, 2 support-type soul masters did not participate. One is Ning Rongrong, the young master of the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect, and the other is Oscar, who wields the sausage martial soul. Do not underestimate him. He possesses innate, full soul power at the 10th level. Ye Xiaofeng disclosed shocking news to the group. With the support of the 7-treasure Glazed tile pagoda, they are indeed formidable, Wang Yin remarked. Her future will surpass her father's, as her martial soul has evolved. She now possesses the 9-treasure Glazed tile pagoda and will no longer be constrained by her martial soul, Ye Xiaofeng added, unveiling more significant revelations. Brother Xiaofeng, how do you know all this so well? Yue gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, incredulous. A secret. Ye Xiaofeng could never disclose to them that he had traversed through time and witnessed the world of Douluo. The root of it all lay with their vice-captain, Tang San, who, like Shui Binger, wielded control-type abilities. However, such details were trivial. They could not deploy their full strength this time. Given your current capabilities, a stalemate with them is within reach, but victory hinges on how Binger orchestrates the battlefield. While Tang San is undoubtedly significant, the contributions of others must not be overlooked. Ye Xiaofeng cautioned Binger. I understand, Shui Binger replied, aware of some of Ye Xiaofeng's circumstances, yet she preferred not to pry further. Teacher, I have already given instructions to Manager Li upon my arrival. Let us proceed. Ye Xiaofeng turned to Wang Yan. Aren't you going to watch the upcoming match? Shui Wu inquired, somewhat hesitantly. If you cannot even advance in this Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, you might as well return home and spare yourselves the embarrassment. Ye Xiaofeng remarked candidly. Shui Wu, irked, stamped her foot in frustration. Since Brother Xiaofeng has spoken, let's go. Yuer quickly echoed Ye Xiaofeng's sentiment. Only you can say so. Shui Wu shot a glare at Yuer. I'm hungry. Why don't you stay behind to gather information on the other teams while we head over first? Yuer smiled innocently. Why should it be only you who is hungry? Shui Wu retorted defiantly, glancing at Yuer. Subsequently, the group made their way to the inn. Upon arrival, Manager Li had everything arranged. After dining, he suggested, rest for a bit, and then we shall visit the great fighting arena. It would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourselves with our members. Teacher, you may stay or join us as you wish. Ye Xiaofeng did not press Wang Yan for a decision. Xiaofeng, I heard that Binger and the others have joined your sect. Can I join as well? Wang Yan asked with an awkward smile. Teacher, are you truly considering this? Ye Xiaofeng questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Is that unwelcome? Wang Yan scrutinized Ye Xiaofeng. Of course, you are most welcome. I would be thrilled to have you as an elder in our sect, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Surprised that Wang Yan would also join his sect. All right, it's quite dull in the academy anyway, Wang Yan conceded readily. Come, everyone, let's eat quickly. The dishes are getting cold, Ye Xiaofeng urged. That night at the great fighting arena, apart from Luo Xiaodian and Qingqing, the place was deserted. Soon after, Exile arrived with Yao Zi and Mu Yunting, followed shortly by Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuang. After a while, Ye Xiaofeng, accompanied by Wang Yan and Shui Binger, arrived, with Manager Li joining them as well. Young Master Yi, Feng Xiaodian greeted as he approached. Yao Zi and Mu Yunting nodded slightly towards Ye Xiaofeng, while Huo Wushuang's gaze remained fixed on Mu Yunting. Since everyone is here, let us sit and wait for a moment, Ye Xiaofeng suggested. Luo Xiaodian promptly poured tea for everyone. If any of you wish to withdraw now, you still have the chance. I, Ye Xiaofeng, do not wish to force anyone. Just keep all previous secrets, he stated, his gaze serious as he surveyed each individual present. I, Li Baokai, am willing to join the 7-kill hall. Manager Li understood Ye Xiaofeng's intent, seeking a definitive response. We are willing to join the 7-kill hall. The others echoed in unison. Excellent. I hope you all remember this day. Should anyone betray me, Ye Xiaofeng, he warned ominously, unleashing the eye of God and demon, which sent chills through the hearts of everyone present, as if the grim reaper had descended. Even Shui Binger felt a tremor within her. Brother Xiaofeng, I have never seen such a terrifying side of you. Just a glance is enough to instill fear, Yuer remarked. Ye Xiaofeng quickly retracted his gaze, offering a measured warning to ensure future compliance. After the conclusion of the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, aside from Li Laotu and Luo Xiaotian, Xian would take them to a remarkable place where they would flourish. A smile graced Ye Xiaofeng's lips as he spoke. For the 7 individuals on Demon Island were not to be trifled with. Brother Xiaofeng, will you accompany me? Yuer inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. I have other matters to attend to. Xian will take care of you all, he reassured her with a smile. Indeed. She will care for each one of you and leave lasting psychological scars, he added, the irony not lost on him. Young master, do I also get to go? Xian interjected eagerly. Yes, you will find better opportunities for cultivation there. Teacher Wang Yin should join as well, Ye Xiaofeng casually remarked. Having gleaned from Xian's conversation that their identities were far from ordinary, unlike typical title Douluo. Xiaofeng, is that place the Demon Island you mentioned before? Shui Bingo asked. Unable to contain her curiosity. Nothing escapes your notice, does it? Yes, I trained on Demon Island for 5 years and was quite satisfied with my progress. I believe each of you will swiftly attain the Soul Sage realm, Ye Xiaofeng smiled. Brother Xiaofeng, the name Demon Island gives me an uneasy feeling, Yue said, her eyes wide with wonder. The name may sound peculiar, but the island is extraordinary. Yue, your sister Xian has resided there all along, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, using Xian as a means to ease Yue's concerns. Oh, then I am at ease, Yue replied, her innocence shining through. Apologies for the delay at that moment. Sword Douluo arrived alongside Bone Douluo. Greetings, Master and Elder Bone. Ye Xiaofeng felt a twinge of discomfort at their presence during such an important occasion. Although he trusted Bone Douluo's character, it still felt strange. Greetings to both esteemed seniors, the others quickly bowed, unaware of when the 2 elders had arrived. They had only heard legends of title Douluo before, yet now they were in close proximity. No need for excessive formalities, Fenger, proceed, Sword Douluo instructed. As he summoned his sword, the crowd was left in awe. Bone Douluo, with an enigmatic air, appeared on the arena in a flash. Ye Xiaofeng walked calmly onto the stage, fully aware of the spectacle unfolding. With a wave of his hand, Douluo activated the spatial barrier around the arena, ensuring that their duel would not disrupt the venue, allowing for a fair competition. Thank you, Elder Bone. Ye Xiaofeng thought it prudent to remind himself that engaging in a match with his master warranted caution to avoid damaging the arena, especially with the competitions looming ahead. Master, please, Ye Xiaofeng politely gestured to Sword Douluo. As you wish, he replied, as his 9 soul rings descended from above, forming a magnificent display of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, while he coalesced the 7-killing sword in his grasp. The onlookers were astounded. Even Wang Yan, a soul sage of level 78, seemed insignificant in the presence of a title Douluo. How could Ye Xiaofeng possibly contend with Sword Douluo? The crowd admired Ye Xiaofeng's courage. For even if he could not land a single blow, that audacity alone was commendable. Master, I apologize for the offense, Ye Xiaofeng declared, revealing his true strength as 6 radiant red soul rings descended slowly. How is this possible? Even the 95th level Douluo could not help but exclaim in astonishment that Ye Xiaofeng's soul ring configuration had completely shattered his understanding. Previously, when Chen Exile had informed him that Ye Xiaofeng could withstand his 8th soul skill, he had been incredulous, suspecting that Chen Exile was merely being lenient with his disciple. Not just Douluo, but others outside the arena also watched in wide-eyed disbelief, as the Sword Douluo emanated an aura of dominance, while Ye Xiaofeng astounded them all. Ashin finally comprehended why he could not withstand even 3 moves from Ye Xiaofeng, realizing that despite his relentless efforts, the chasm between them only widened. Previously, Master Li had recognized Ye Xiaofeng's potential and his twin martial souls, but witnessing his actual strength now left him utterly subdued. Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu Shuang, Yao Zi. And Mu Yunting looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a mixture of emotions. At the same age, Ye Xiaofeng had far outstripped them. While they had still reveled in their self-congratulatory status as elite members of the academy, Wang Yan gazed at Ye Xiaofeng with a bitter smile, never expecting him to be so formidable. The thought of having him as a disciple was now utterly ludicrous. Master, forgive me, my 2nd soul skill, sweeping the army. Ye Xiaofeng understood that he could not hold back his power against his master. Despite possessing immense soul power, the gap in swordsmanship was insurmountable. My body is like a sword, he declared, unleashing his 1st soul skill, Sword's Edge. The Sword Douluo dared not go easy with his own 1st soul skill, recognizing that his disciple was exceptionally gifted. Sister, Brother Xiaofeng is incredible, Yue exclaimed in admiration. His swordsmanship had become increasingly refined. Binger felt a surge of joy at Ye Xiaofeng's progress, astonished that this little fellow had grasped his true teachings. As Douluo observed Ye Xiaofeng's radiant swordsmanship, he acknowledged the invaluable guidance from Sword Douluo. With his 4th soul skill, Instantaneous Shadows, Ye Xiaofeng aimed a lethal strike at Sword Douluo. In the moment his 4th soul skill caused a brief disorientation, he swiftly unleashed his 3rd soul skill to ambush Sword Douluo. Impossible, Douluo thought. Realizing that Ye Xiaofeng's 4th soul skill contained elements of time and space, had it not been for Sword Douluo's strength, the disorientation would have lasted far longer. The 5th soul skill, dominating the 4 corners, compelled Sword Douluo to promptly utilize his Millennium-level 5th soul skill to defend, yet he still staggered back a step. Douluo was astonished that Ye Xiaofeng's 4th soul skill could disorient him. Had he not mitigated some of the impact with his formidable strength, Ye Xiaofeng would have successfully launched his ambush. Is Senior Chen Exile holding back? Huo pondered, unable to shake her doubts as she considered that the Sword Douluo was a 96th level titled Douluo and a powerful assault-type Douluo. Yet Ye Xiaofeng had managed to push him back. It's impossible to go easy. I initially thought Ye Xiaofeng's soul rings were fabricated, but it seems they are indeed all 100,000 years old, Feng Xiaodian analyzed. 6 soul rings of 100,000 years each. How is it that he hasn't perished from the strain? Huo Wu could not help but glance at Ye Xiaofeng. What do you mean? Are you cursing Brother Xiaofeng? This remark from Huo Wu was overheard by Yue, who instantly became upset. Sister Ware, you misunderstood. Huo Wu didn't mean that, Feng Xiaodian quickly clarified. Since he can endure the power of 600,000 year soul rings, why must you pry into the details? Everyone has their own secrets, Ashin interjected to diffuse the tension. Master, prepare yourself, Ye Xiaofeng declared, continuously charging his 7-kill sword for his 5th soul skill. 10,000 swords returning to origin. What? This old fellow has entrusted this move to him. Douluo gazed at the myriad of 7 kills swords descending upon Sword Douluo. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Ye Xiaofeng intensified his output. This boy was determined to force out all of his master's strength. How infuriating that he had never encountered such a disciple before. Douluo felt an acute sense of imbalance as he considered that Sword Douluo might flaunt Ye Xiaofeng before him, boasting of his exceptional disciple, while he had no one even to serve him tea. Suddenly, Douluo appeared to have a thought, and an evil smile crept across his face. 6th soul skill, Thunderous Might. Ye Xiaofeng directly harnessed the power of heaven and earth. You rascal, are you attempting to destroy the Great Soul Arena? Douluo quickly reinforced the spatial barrier. The 7 kills true body, Sword Douluo unleashed his 7th soul skill, merging with the 7 kills sword. Is this the martial soul true body of a titled Douluo? Feng Xiaodian gazed enviously at the manifestation. Ye Xiaofeng's audacity had indeed compelled Sword Douluo to reveal his martial soul true body. As the clash of Ye Xiaofeng's thunderous might and Sword Douluo's 7 kills true body reverberated through the arena, the spatial barrier trembled perilously, nearly shattering. Fenger, since your 10,000 swords returning to origin has concluded, let us witness the true 10,000 swords returning to origin, Sword Douluo proclaimed without mercy. Unleashing a version of the technique that far surpassed Ye Xiaofeng's in both power and finesse. Green Lotus protecting the body. Ye Xiaofeng recognized that he could not contend head-on with soul skills, hastily employing his first soul skill as a defense. Sister, can Brother Xiaofeng withstand this? Yue worriedly observed, knowing that one misstep could lead to obliteration. Perhaps he can, but the longevity of his first soul ring has also reached 100,000 years. Exceeding the norm for protective abilities, Binghe thought, though uncertainty lingered in her heart, aware that Sword Douluo was a titled Douluo. And while Xiaofeng's soul skills and rings were formidable, only he truly understood their limits. Sword Douluo noted Ye Xiaofeng's ability to withstand the initial onslaught of 10,000 swords returning to origin and resolved to escalate his attack. Knowing that holding back would only endanger Ye Xiaofeng, let me show you what true 10,000 swords returning to origin looks like. Sword Douluo's gaze shifted, and he melded completely into the 7 kills sword. Bone Douluo observed Sword Douluo with a slight frown, realizing that Chen Exile was indeed serious. Could this young man truly endure? If he could withstand, that would be fortunate. If not, he would face annihilation. It dawned upon Ye Xiaofeng that his master had previously conserved his strength. Ye Xiaofeng urgently augmented the output of his Green Lotus protecting the body. Halfway through the assault of 10,000 swords returning to origin, cracks began to appear in the protective shield. He had not anticipated the overwhelming terror of the technique in Sword Douluo's martial soul true body state. Even his 100,000-year soul skill was nearing its limit. The fissures in the Green Lotus protecting the body widened, yet 10,000 swords returning to origin showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed, and Ye Xiaofeng was violently thrown back, his body drenched in blood. Brother Xiaofeng. Yue rushed forward, intent on aiding him. What are you doing? Ashin swiftly blocked her path. I must say, Brother Xiaofeng. Yue cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she beheld his bloodied and tattered form. You cannot breach the barrier reinforced by Bone Douluo. He will not perish so easily. Ashin intervened, restraining Yue. Cough, cough. Ye Xiaofeng lay on the ground, blood spilling from his lips, shocked to have underestimated his master's power. How could a titled Douluo be shaken by a mere 61st level Soul Emperor? What? This is all the strength you possess, and you dare challenge me? Sword Douluo regarded Ye Xiaofeng coldly, the warmth previously in his gaze replaced by a chilling intensity. What is there to fear? It is far from over. Man and sword united, 7 kills formula. Ye Xiaofeng completely immersed himself in the 7 killing sword, executing the 7 killing technique to forcibly unleash the 6th level of the killing character. Very well, I did not expect you to comprehend this step, however. You still have a long way to go, particularly with the 8th soul skill, moving mountains and filling seas. The Sword Douluo unreservedly displayed his 8th soul skill, which could instantaneously divide into 12 sword shadows, each possessing 80% of Qinshin's attack power. Ye Xiaofeng continuously executed the 7 killing technique, manifesting 6 killing characters, leaving everyone dumbfounded by the sheer intensity of his sword intent and murderous aura, which had materialized into form. Wang Yan pondered whether she could withstand such a formidable attack from Ye Xiaofeng in her martial soul true body state. Perhaps she truly could not. The 12 sword shadows of the Sword Douluo slashed directly toward Ye Xiaofeng. Qinshin, have you lost your mind? Bone Douluo exclaimed, witnessing the Sword Douluo's serious intent and cursing loudly. Ye Xiaofeng managed to counter 6 of the sword shadows with his 6 killing characters, but upon reaching the 7th, he hastily used the 7 killing sword to block it. Nevertheless, he was sent flying, the sword slipping from his grasp, while the 5 remaining sword shadows struck him directly. Bone Douluo attempted to intervene, but a sharp glance from Sword Douluo left him rooted to the spot. Each sword shadow seemed to cleave Ye Xiaofeng in two. Brother Xiaofeng. No. Yue cried out in distress. Binghe and Shuewu covered their mouths in shock. Isn't Senior Qinshin Xiaofeng's master? Why did he hold back? The others were equally stunned, as Ye Xiaofeng had endured 5 sword shadows with his body, just when everyone thought it was over. Sword Douluo teleported in front of Ye Xiaofeng and delivered a fierce kick, sending him crashing against Bone Douluo's spatial barrier before falling heavily. Bone Douluo retracted the spatial barrier, and disregarding the protest of others, Yue rushed forward to embrace Ye Xiaofeng. Master, why did you do this? Qingqing looked at Sword Douluo, who had always been revered and kind, now appearing so foreign. Humph, with his meager strength, he dares to challenge a titled Douluo. If he doesn't receive a lesson, he might truly think himself above the law. Sword Douluo coldly surveyed the crowd, making them break out in a cold sweat. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Ye Xiaofeng said weakly, looking up at Sword Douluo. Brother Xiaofeng, he has injured you so badly, and you still thank him? He does not deserve to be your master. Tell him to leave. Yue retorted angrily at Sword Douluo. Yue, be quiet, Binghe exclaimed, alarmed at Yue's audacity in disrespecting a titled Douluo in front of so many witnesses. Senior, my sister spoke out of turn in her haste. I hope you can forgive her. Binger quickly apologized to Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, offered a slight smile, and paid no further heed to the crowd as he returned with Bone Douluo. As soon as they departed, Ye Xiaofeng coughed up blood and fainted again. Brother Xiaofeng, are you all right? Yue exclaimed, cradling him, her clothes stained with his blood, though she had no time to be concerned about her appearance. Quickly, get Xiaofeng inside. Manager Luo, please clean up this area, Qingqing instructed urgently. Xin rushed over, intending to lift Ye Xiaofeng, but Yue, fueled by an unexpected strength, pushed him aside and carried Ye Xiaofeng into Qingqing's office bedroom. No one mocked Yue, all eyes were on Ye Xiaofeng. When Ye Xiaofeng awoke, his wounds were meticulously bandaged, and he had been changed into fresh clothes. Turning, he saw Yue asleep beside the bed. Ye Xiaofeng slowly rose, noticing bloodstains from his injuries on her clothes. Gently, he lifted her and laid her down, removing her shoes and covering her with a blanket. However, as he did so, the strain caused his own wounds to reopen, blood seeping and staining the bandages anew. Ye Xiaofeng quietly moved to the sofa and utilized his other martial soul, the Emerald Swan, for healing. This confrontation with his master had yielded significant insights. First, he recognized the vast chasm between himself and a titled Douluo. Second, the duel had granted him a renewed understanding of the sword path, enabling him to break through to the 6th level of the 7-killing technique. Yet, why could his master not offer a word of caution instead of subjecting him to such torment, nearly costing him his life? He dismissed the thought and began to reflect on the earlier duel. As Ye Xiaofeng became lost in thought, Binger entered with medicine, seeing him motionless on the sofa, and glanced over at Yue, who was snoring softly on the bed. Soon after, others entered, witnessing the scene, and quietly exited, while Xin shook his head in resignation. Xin, what's wrong? Feng Xiaodian couldn't help but inquire. I was contemplating what manner of prodigy Ye Xiaofeng truly is. I initially thought this duel would take half his life. Yet here he is, deep in enlightenment. Enlightenment? Feng Xiaodian and the others were left speechless. All right, return to your rest. Tomorrow you have a match, remember. Treat tonight as if it never happened. If others find out, even if Ye Xiaofeng wishes to spare you, Sword Douluo will show no mercy, Xin cautioned the group. Don't worry, since we joined the 7-killing hall, we know what to do, Feng Xiaodian replied, leading Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang away. If young Master Yi awakens, please convey our message. We are willing to join the 7-killing hall. In that moment, Yao Zi and Mu Yunting fully surrendered. They understood that no matter how hard they tried, reaching the level of a titled Douluo was unattainable. Ye Xiaofeng, at such a young age, had immeasurable potential ahead, and joining the 7-killing hall would only bring benefits, not detriments. Rest assured, you both should sleep early, Xin smiled at them, recognizing their choice as the wisest decision. As night deepened, Qingqing urged Li Zhuanggue, Xin, and Luo Xiaodian to rest. Back in the room, Binger and Xue Wu looked at Yue, contemplating silencing her snoring. Especially since Ye Xiaofeng was in a state of enlightenment. Wu, wake her up. We are going back to the inn. Bingo could no longer tolerate Yue's snoring. Just as Yue was about to scold Xue Wu, she was silenced by a hand over her mouth, and Binger shot her a fierce glare, realizing she had fallen asleep. Brother Xiaofeng, how is he? Yue whispered softly. Xiaofeng has entered enlightenment. Qingqing is keeping watch. We should head back to the inn, Binger replied, looking at her sister with exasperation yet acceptance. Yue, you were incredible today, Xue Wu teased. Indeed, had it been any other titled Douluo, we could have faced dire consequences in the Great Soul Arena. I really don't understand what you were thinking. The dignity of a titled Douluo is not something you can trifle with, Binger remarked, her expression darkening as she looked at Yue. I don't know what came over me today. Seeing Brother Xiaofeng covered in blood made me lose control, Yue admitted sheepishly. Next time, regardless of the situation, take a moment to calm yourself. Don't rush in without thinking. Impulsiveness can be dangerous, and you too must remember this. Binger spoke of Yue while reminding Xue Wu. Upon meeting Bingo's gaze, Xue Wu nodded eagerly. In the following days, Water Bingo led Xue Wu and the others through numerous challenges, ultimately succumbing to the Shrek Academy and claiming 2nd place in the competition. The Shekong Academy and the Thunder Academy secured 3rd place, while the Fire Academy came in 4th, and the Elephant Armor Academy took 5th. However, the Plan Academy faced a dismal fate, as they were utterly defeated by Shrek's formidable team, losing all dignity due to their martial spirit's limitations. Of course, humiliation was not limited to the Plan Academy. The Elephant Armor Academy, in their arrogance, also faced a similar fate, with the Zhanghui Academy suffering the worst, as all 7 members were rendered incapable. On the last day of the competition, Ye Xiaofeng experienced a sudden epiphany. Following the conclusion of the matches, the Snow Knight Emperor commenced his address. After several days of fierce competition, a new team from the Tiando Empire was born, with special congratulations directed towards the Shrek team for their flawless victory. The Snow Knight Emperor's words thrust the Shrek 7 into the spotlight. Brother Xiaofeng, look at their smug expressions, Yue remarked, feeling particularly displeased with the Shrek 7. Little do they know, the higher they are lifted, the harder they will fall. Let them relish their moment of pride, Ye Xiaofeng responded nonchalantly. In this Grand Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, His Highness, Prince Shuai Qinghe, would represent the Empire as a judge, accompanied by 500 elite royal guards for the safety of the participants. The Snow Knight Emperor took this event with utmost seriousness, granting the teams an hour to prepare before reconvening outside the palace gates. Brother Xiaofeng, have your injuries healed? Yue could not refrain from asking. Yue, you've asked that 800 times already, Shuwu sighed. Why are you so concerned? I didn't ask you, Yue retorted, displeased. Brother Xiaofeng, have you recovered? Shuwu echoed Yue's inquiry. Not yet, it's quite severe. All of you be quiet and let me rest, Ye Xiaofeng replied, intending to say he was better, but was interrupted by Yue and Shuwu's incessant questioning. Your tone suggests you've already healed, Yue said with an innocent smile. Then why inquire? Ye Xiaofeng responded, exasperated. Dismissing the conversation. The royal carriage was indeed a marvel, offering an unparalleled smoothness. After an undetermined duration, Ye Xiaofeng was jolted awake by the swaying of the carriage. What is happening? He inquired urgently. Brother Xiaofeng, you're awake. We arrived at a canyon area where rocks have suddenly fallen from the mountains, blocking our path. Yue informed him. Don't worry, it's not our concern. Let me sleep a bit longer, Ye Xiaofeng replied, retreating back into the carriage. Not our concern? Then whose concern is it? Yue pondered, bewildered by his words. In a competitive world, the winds will inevitably bring down the trees, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with his eyes closed. What do you mean? Bingo asked, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. She entered the carriage to find Ye Xiaofeng still asleep. Xiaofeng, what did you mean by that? Water Binger pressed again. I was quite clear, Ye Xiaofeng muttered, attempting to resume his slumber. Get up and clarify, Yue insisted, twisting his ear. Ouch, ouch. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, sitting up and freeing himself from Yue's grasp. If you don't speak, I'll truly, Yue stammered. Her face flushed. Yue, why did you stop? Ye Xiaofeng said with a mischievous grin. Don't change the subject, Yue interrupted. You all fail to comprehend such a simple truth. The Shrek 7 shines brightly, particularly that Tang San, with his dual martial spirits and the Haotian hammer. Blessed with a millennium-level 4th soul ring. His presence will keep certain individuals awake at night, if you catch my drift. Just as Ye Xiaofeng finished speaking, a warning echoed, beware. Enemy attack. He quickly exited the carriage, aware that although the threat was directed at Tang San, it could also lead to lethal intentions. The attack was aimed squarely at the Shrek 7. Leaving the carriage, everyone summoned their martial spirits, preparing for battle. Ye Xiaofeng was the first to leap out. Announcing the situation. Xiaofeng, what is going on? The others queried as Waterbinger and her companions swiftly exited the carriage to activate their martial spirits. Stay close together and ensure your safety. They cannot possibly target us, Ye Xiaofeng remarked casually. How can you be so sure? Wang Yan furrowed her brow. It's just a guess. Teacher, we harbor no enmity, so why would we provoke enemies? Unlike certain teams that bask in glory, Ye Xiaofeng commented, casting a glance towards the Shrek 7. In that case, let us protect ourselves. Xiaofeng, you and I will guard against the enemy's ambush. Wang Yan understood that the situation was far from simple. Since this group's objective wasn't them, she decided not to dwell on it further. Their relationship with the Shrek Academy wasn't close enough to warrant interference. As the battle unfolded, the scene turned chaotic. Chrysanthemum remains, a ground of wounds. Flowers fall and hearts break. Chrysanthemum Douluo attacked from above. Chrysanthemum, do you dare harm those from Shrek? Poison Douluo interrupted forcefully. I came here for Shrek. Old ghost. Hold back, old poison. A ghostly figure lunged towards Poison Douluo. Kid, let us see who can save you this time. Chrysanthemum Douluo fumed, having not anticipated such a tightly coordinated ambush. Old man, it's our turn. Martial spirit fusion technique. Dragon snake combination. At that moment, Mengiran's grandparents executed their martial spirit fusion technique to thwart Chrysanthemum Douluo's assault. Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, do you wish to meddle in this affair? Chrysanthemum Douluo warned them sternly. The Shrek 7 are our friends. We cannot allow you to harm them, the Dragon Lord declared. Dragon Lord, I advise you to be wise. You ought to understand my motives and the forces backing me. I will not trouble you, but you must take your granddaughter and leave, Chrysanthemum Douluo urged. Seeking to expedite his mission. Elder Chrysanthemum, please spare the Shrek 7, the Dragon Lord hesitated. Even if I wish to spare them, would those behind me allow it? I'll say it once more. Take your granddaughter and leave, and I'll pretend today never happened, Chrysanthemum Douluo insisted angrily. Iran, we must go. The Dragon Lord and his wife realized they could not protect them. If a battle ensued, their lives could be sacrificed, but their granddaughter's safety was paramount. Grandpa, can't we just? Mengiran protested, stamping her foot in frustration. Apologetically, the Dragon Lord and his wife nodded slightly towards Shrek, understanding that they were in dire straits. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Bibidong sat elegantly upon the Pope's throne, her scepter in hand, as Yu Shaojing approached slowly. Boldly, who dares trespass into the Pope's hall? The guards directly intercepted Yu Shaojing. Upon recognizing the papal token he produced, they broke into a cold sweat. Yu Shaojing remained silent as the two guards cast pleading glances at Bibidong. With a mere wave of her hand, it seemed as if the guards felt a reprieve from their impending doom and hurriedly exited the spirit hall. Why have you sought me? The Pope, Bibidong, gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, her heart a tumult of emotions, yet she forcefully suppressed her feelings, reminding herself that she was now the Pope, above all, rather than the innocent Bibidong of yore. Bibidong, you may address me as your holiness, she interjected as Ye Xiaofeng attempted to speak. Your holiness. I am curious about how you overcame the trials of the twin martial spirits, Ye Xiaofeng inquired earnestly. If I am not mistaken, you have no need of such information. Bibidong replied, feigning ignorance. Indeed, I have taken on a disciple whom I have nurtured since childhood. He, like you, possesses twin martial spirits, Ye Xiaofeng said, pride illuminating his features, oblivious to the growing menace in Bibidong's gaze. Oh, what a coincidence. What are his twin martial spirits? Bibidong inquired with a smile. His first spirit is blue silvergrass, but his other spirit is the Haotian hammer. Ye Xiaofeng spoke with a mix of joy and excitement, mostly pride. Oh, is that so? You seem quite invested in him, Bibidong remarked with a cold chuckle. I aspire to develop him into a true powerhouse. Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts were solely focused on his student, disregarding the intensity in Bibidong's eyes. Why should I assist you? To cultivate him into a powerhouse only to turn against the spirit hall and me? At that moment, the malice emanating from Bibidong became palpable. That will not happen. I have no intention of having him oppose you. I assure you he shall never be your enemy, Ye Xiaofeng hastily clarified. Ha ha ha, Ye Xiaofeng, do you take me for a child? The moment you took him as your disciple, you decided to stand against me. Bibidong's composure finally unraveled. I did not. I truly never contemplated opposing you. Are you unaware of who his father is? Or how his mother met her demise? Even if you remain oblivious, he is constantly seeking to oppose me. What can you do to prevent that? Your assurances are as ludicrous as they were back then. Bibidong's irritation grew as she regarded Ye Xiaofeng. You need not know the secret of the twin martial spirits. Even if you did, it would be of no use. Bibidong sneered at Ye Xiaofeng. Your holiness, what do you mean? Ye Xiaofeng sensed something amiss. From the moment you arrived, someone has already set your disciple on his final path, Bibidong said with a mocking smile. Bibidong, you have gone too far, Ye Xiaofeng erupted in fury. Have I? A mere child with twin martial spirits, a fourth soul ring of a millennium, and if I am not mistaken, a soul bone as well, correct? Bibidong's gaze was icy. How do you know? Ye Xiaofeng's astonishment was evident. Indeed, I have taken notice of him, yet unfortunately, he cannot serve my purpose. Thus, I must send him off. Bibidong's intent was to test the waters, her smirk indicating she was aware of the soul bone's existence. Bibidong, if he dies, I will ensure the entire spirit hall pays the price, Ye Xiaofeng threatened, pointing at Bibidong. Why the rush? Will you two experience a moment of impatience? Bibidong found Ye Xiaofeng's distress increasingly amusing. You have said the same words over a decade ago. I have waited for over 10 years. While you have lived like a fool, Bibidong reminisced, finding the past words of Ye Xiaofeng to be comically naive. I was wrong to you back then, but there is no need to revisit the past. There is only the Pope of the Spirit Hall now, not Bibidong. She turned away, closing her eyes as a tear trickled down her cheek, her heart finally finding solace as the memories of the past dispersed like dust in the wind. Ye Xiaofeng wished to say something, but he realized he had no words left for this former beloved. By the way, congratulations on reuniting with your cousin, Lu Erlong. Bibidong turned once more, smiling at Ye Xiaofeng, yet her heart was filled with unbridled malice. Bibidong, this shall be my last time addressing you as such. Should anything happen to my disciple, I will not let you escape unscathed. Ye Xiaofeng prepared to depart the papal hall. Bibidong sank wearily into her seat. In truth, it was her own hatred she could not relinquish, rather than any lingering affection for Ye Xiaofeng. Child, you should not have come into this world. Let me send you on your final journey. Third soul skill, Aura Barrier. Sixth soul skill, Golden Radiance. Douluo deployed his third soul skill to seal the space, preparing to execute his sixth soul skill to eliminate Tang San when he was suddenly interrupted. Fifth soul skill, Weijing Sifang. Just as everyone believed Tang San's life was forfeit, Douluo appeared, halting Douluo's sixth soul skill. I, see, Ye Xiaofeng, felt a tempest brewing within. Master, why did you choose this moment to join the fray? Brother Xiaofeng, why do you appear so upset? Yue noticed Ye Xiaofeng's sudden change in demeanor. It's nothing. Ye Xiaofeng thought it inappropriate to divulge his wish for Tang San's demise. Jian Dao Qinshin and Douluo were momentarily taken aback, but soon Qinshin's expression returned to normal. Qinshin, are you also going to wade into this murky water? Douluo felt displeased, surprised that not only the old poison was present, but now Jian Dao Qinshin had also appeared. Tang San is a friend of our seven treasure Glazed tile school. If you wish to kill him, you must first contend with my sword, Jian Douluo declared, sending Douluo flying. Fifth soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. Sixth soul skill, all swords return to the origin. Douluo unleashed his fifth soul skill while Jian Dou countered with his sixth soul skill, overpowering Douluo. Ye Xiaofeng's heart raced. Master, why do you involve yourself in this chaos? Since when did Tang San become a friend of the seven treasure Glazed tile school? Merely because he assisted Rong in advancing to the nine treasure Glazed tile school? Old Ghost, merge the dual polar domains, Douluo. Sensing he could not withstand Douluo's strength, sought to utilize the martial soul fusion technique. I must disrupt them. He swiftly approached Douluo and Douluo, determined to prevent the dual polar domain from being completed. Third soul skill, sword wings like flying. Douluo soared towards Douluo and Douluo, realizing that if the dual polar domain activated, all within would be immobilized. Is it too late? Ye Xiaofeng thought. 7 treasures turn out glazed tile, 7 treasures renowned. 2 speeds. Ning Fengji's ultimate support was akin to wings for Douluo. How is this possible? Douluo was astonished at the unexpected strength and speed of Qinshin's attack. Douluo had merely swung his sword once to shatter the dual polar domain and send both Douluo and Douluo flying. Ning Fengji, are you also here to stir the pot? Douluo was taken aback by Ning Fengji's involvement. The 2 titled Douluos from the 7 treasure glazed tile school had appeared. Although Douluo remained hidden, Douluo recognized that Ning Fengji's recent spatial displacement was undoubtedly due to Douluo's intervention. This competition is commissioned by the Snow Knight Emperor. There can be no mistakes. Ning Fengji, in an attempt to repay a personal favor, has now completely offended the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji, we shall remember this debt. Let us depart. The furious Douluo cast a scornful glance at Ning Fengji and, upon noticing the presence of 3 titled Douluos by Ye Xiaofeng's side, regretted not having summoned her as well. Young man, I hope you are fortunate enough next time, Douluo remarked. Casting a glance at Tang San before making a complete withdrawal, Ning Fengji dared not act against them, for doing so would bring catastrophic consequences. In a fit of rage, Ye Xiaofeng shattered the boulder before him with the 7-killing sword. Brother Xiaofeng, please do not be upset. They have already left, Yue comforted him, unaware of the true reason behind Ye Xiaofeng's anger. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters, especially Tang San, hurriedly expressed their gratitude to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. To smooth over the situation, Ning Fengji explained that it was a commission from the Snow Knight Emperor, and that prince was also escorting them, thus necessitating their protection for both emotional and logical reasons. He instructed the handling of casualties and the swift opening of roads. Shui Qinghao promptly ordered the guard team to act. As Yu Xiaojiang prepared to leave, news arrived of the 2 elders' mission failure. Bibidong, you remain as beautiful as ever, Yu Xiaojiang said, feeling his anger dissipate upon hearing of the mission's failure. Such words are better reserved for your cousin. Let us hope your disciple has such good fortune next time, Bibidong replied with a cold smirk, their past affections long extinguished. Her only aspiration now being to transcend the 100 realms to achieve divinity. Your Holiness, the mission was nearly successful. Yet we did not anticipate Ning Fengji arriving with Chen Exile and Gu Rong. Douluo trembled as he attempted to explain to Bibidong. You 2 still have the audacity to return? Bibidong glared at Douluo and Ghost Douluo, her loyalty to them barely keeping her from striking them down. Your Holiness. We were on the verge of completing the mission when Ning Fengji intervened. To absolve himself of blame, Douluo implicated the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Oh. So the 7 treasure glazed tile school wishes to oppose me? Bibidong replied with a chilling laugh. Although this mission has failed, it has not yielded entirely fruitless results. Douluo glanced at Bibidong, while Ghost Douluo remained mostly silent. Do enlighten me, Bibidong said, her interest piqued. This attack revealed that Dugabo stands with the Tiando Empire, closely intertwined with Shrek. Douluo responded with a smile. Is that all? Bibidong frowned slightly, dismissing the significance of a mere poison Douluo. Of course not. As I departed, I observed one of the young warriors wielding the 7-killing sword. Douluo revealed a startling secret. What? Another 7-killing sword? He must have a unique connection to Chen Exile. What else do you know? Bibidong's smile widened, finally hearing something of substance. Your Holiness, that is all for now, but I shall immediately instruct a secret investigation into all his information, Douluo said, relieved to see Bibidong's pleased expression. Well done. You 2 elders have worked hard. Despite this failure, there will be future opportunities. Bibidong chose not to pursue accountability for Douluo and Ghost Douluo, recognizing that merely returning alive was commendable when facing 3 titled Douluos. Since you have returned safely, it also implies that the 7 treasure glazed tile school does not wish to be adversaries with the Holy Palace. Your Holiness, I have a suggestion. Though I am uncertain whether it should be voiced, Ghost Douluo suddenly interjected. Then perhaps it need not be mentioned, Bibidong replied with a smile towards Ghost Douluo. Oh, Your Holiness, I believe it is indeed necessary for you to hear it, Ghost Douluo insisted, perplexed by Bibidong's unusual demeanor. Then speak clearly. The time of the Holy Emperor is precious, do you not understand that? Bibidong smiled at both Ghost Douluo and Douluo, leaving them bewildered by her unexpected gentleness. Your Holiness, we must engage with that child. If possible, we should endeavor to sway him to our side, Ghost Douluo stated calmly. Continue, Bibidong acknowledged, recognizing the merit in Ghost Douluo's argument. The Radiant Soul Hammer, the venerable Haotian sect, while others remember the Haotian Hammer. They forget the unrivaled attack power of the 7-killing sword, Ghost Douluo remarked nonchalantly. Old Ghost, what exactly are you implying? Douluo could no longer contain his curiosity. It is simple. I wish to ascertain which of the 2, Haotian Hammer or 7-killing sword, holds the title of the world's foremost weapon spirit. Ghost Douluo smiled at Bibidong. But how can you be certain he will align with us? Zhu Douluo questioned, puzzled by Ghost Douluo's recent behavior. That is contingent upon the will of the Holy Emperor. Ghost Douluo replied, looking towards Bibidong. Does the Spirit Hall still require the assistance of others? Zhu Douluo sneered at Ghost Douluo, expecting a clever strategy. No. I believe Ghost Douluo's reasoning is sound. When lions and rabbits compete, the lion uses all its strength. This is a potential threat, and Ghost Douluo. I entrust this matter to you. Handle it with utmost care, Bibidong said, satisfied with Ghost Douluo's proposal. Yes, Your Holiness, Ghost Douluo acquiesced. You may leave for now. I find myself quite fatigued. Bibidong returned to her seat, closing her eyes as she observed Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo depart, a wicked smile creeping upon her lips. Things are becoming increasingly interesting, Bibidong mused, eager to discover who truly holds the title of the world's supreme weapon spirit. Old Ghost, you seem rather unusual today. Zhu Douluo remarked, eyeing Ghost Douluo. Do I? I perceive nothing amiss, Ghost Douluo replied, as if everything was normal. Alas. Being in the presence of a ruler is akin to being near a tiger, especially when it is a she-tiger, Zhu Douluo lamented. Zhu Elder. Whom do you refer to as a she-tiger? A figure appeared behind Zhu Douluo. Of course, I speak of the Holy Maiden. What brings you here? Zhu Douluo turned to find Hulaina, the Holy Maiden designated by the Pope, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Elder Zhu. Do you suppose what would happen if the teacher were to learn of your recent comments? Hulaina smiled sweetly, though the expression held an undercurrent of menace for Zhu Douluo. Your Highness, I trust you would not stab me in the back, would you? Zhu Douluo smiled nervously at Hulaina, his heart racing. So, the two elders' mission failed, and the teacher did not express her wrath? Hulaina was well aware of Bibidong's methods. Holy Maiden, have you finally grasped my plight? Zhu Douluo began to feign distress, knowing that if Bibidong discovered his disparagement, his life would be in jeopardy. The two elders are favored by the teacher. Even I, as the Holy Maiden, cannot compare. You need not pretend, Elder Zhu, Hulaina said, smiling at both men. Nothing escapes the notice of the Holy Maiden. There were some unexpected gains this time, and fortunately, these results pleased the Holy Emperor, so despite the mission's failure, her mood remains favorable, Zhu Douluo explained with a smile towards Hulaina. Your Highness. We must return to our duties and shall not intrude further, Zhu Douluo concluded. Hulaina intended to inquire further, but the Ghost Douluo abruptly interrupted her and turned to leave, leaving Zhu Douluo unable to follow. Frustrated, Hulaina stamped her foot. After all, the two elders had treated her well, and she couldn't speak ill of them in front of her teacher. Following a previous ambush, the group had traveled smoothly without incident, led by Xue Qinghe, who directed everyone to set up tents for rest outside the Spirit City. Tomorrow's finals of the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition would feature 33 teams, including 3-seeded teams sponsored by the Tiando and Exile empires, as well as the Spirit Hall. Notably, the team sponsored by the Spirit Hall included Xiaofeng. Did you hear that clearly? Wang Yan observed Ye Xiaofeng, who was dozing off despite her earnest explanation of the competition structure. Xiaofeng, the teacher is calling you. Yue quickly tugged at him to rouse him. It's already time for breakfast, and I'm a bit hungry. Ye Xiaofeng groggily awoke, unaware of what had transpired. Laughter erupted among the group at his words, easing the tension that had lingered. Xiaofeng, could you explain the competition structure? Wang Yan clearly expressed her dissatisfaction with him. What is there to explain? 33 teams, with the Tiando, Exile, and Spirit Hall each sending one-seeded team. Their strengths cannot be underestimated, particularly the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Ye Xiaofeng yawned. Xiaofeng, are the three from the golden generation truly formidable? Yue inquired with curiosity, prompting the others to lean in. What are you all doing? Ye Xiaofeng quickly shielded himself. Don't flatter yourself. Hurry and tell us about the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Shui Wu remarked, recognizing Ye Xiaofeng's old habits resurfacing. Among them, Yin possesses a spirit power level of 51, while both Xiaoyu and Hulaina boast levels of 52. Ye Xiaofeng concluded with a smile at the group. Xiaofeng, are you joking with us? Yue stared wide-eyed at him, while the others scrutinized him for signs of deception. Why are you all looking at me? Do I seem like someone who jokes around? Ye Xiaofeng felt uncomfortable under their gaze. Your skin is too thick. We can't tell if you're lying, Shui Wu retorted sharply. Ye Xiaofeng was rendered speechless. Xiaofeng, what else do you know? Yue's curiosity intensified. Nothing more. I'm a bit tired now. Call me when it's time to eat. Ye Xiaofeng dismissed, turning to leave. Xiaofeng, I know you haven't finished speaking. Hurry and tell us. Yue clung to him, pulling him back and beginning to act coyly. The Golden Generation has all received the Spirit Hall's Purple Record Medal. Hulaina has been directly designated as the Spirit Hall's Saintess by Pope Bibidong, the successor to the next Pope. Oh, and I forgot to mention, all other members possess strength at level 45, which means the weakest among them has capabilities akin to Binger. Ye Xiaofeng unveiled another astonishing secret. How do you know this, Xiaofeng? Yue pressed on, her curiosity piqued. I discerned it through celestial observation and calculations. Ye Xiaofeng could not reveal his origins from another world. Only Binger was privy to that knowledge. Cut it out. Who would believe that? Shui Wu scoffed at him. Why don't you believe me? Let me deduce your fate instead, Ye Xiaofeng declared, gesturing mysteriously at Wu. He widened his eyes and stared at her, startling everyone, then shook his head. Xiaofeng, what does Wu's fate entail? Where, driven by curiosity, leaned in to hear more. Alas, I cannot say. There is an inevitable calamity in your fate, Ye Xiaofeng began to tease. No way, you must tell me. Wu could no longer contain her emotions. During the deduction, I discerned that you possess the makings of an empress. However, when you reach the title Douluo level, there lies a calamity. If you can evade it, all will be well. If not, you shall face dire consequences, Ye Xiaofeng spoke solemnly. Master, is there a way to mitigate it? Wu casually asked. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged, Ye Xiaofeng replied coyly. Ah, don't slap my face. Ye Xiaofeng was in the midst of boasting when he suddenly found himself under attack from Yue and Wu, both of whom were unrelenting. Teacher, save me. Ye Xiaofeng quickly pleaded for mercy. I cannot say if others face calamities, but you are indeed destined for one, Wang Yin admitted helplessly. Yue and Wu only ceased their playful assault when they grew tired, finally letting Ye Xiaofeng go. How vicious. Exile observed Ye Xiaofeng's battered state and contemplated never marrying in this lifetime. Binger, Ye Xiaofeng lamented as he clung to Shui Binger, seeking solace. Fate can be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortune cannot. Binger regarded Ye Xiaofeng, reminding him that his troubles were of his own making. Xiaofeng, I was wrong. I lost control of my emotions earlier. Wei promptly helped Ye Xiaofeng to his feet, only to be pushed away. All right, let us go eat, Wang Yin announced as she stepped out of the tent. With the finals of the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition commencing tomorrow, all inns were fully booked. For safety's sake, Shui Qinghe instructed everyone to dine on site. Ye Xiaofeng had brought ample food for the journey, and they gathered around a fire not far from the tent. During dinner, Ye Xiaofeng and the others sat around the fire when Hulaina entered the spirit hall, where Bibidong was meditating. Teacher, Hulaina greeted softly. Nana, you've arrived. How are the preparations? Bibidong slowly opened her eyes, smiling at Hulaina as if seeing her own daughter. Rest assured, everything is in order. Hulaina responded with a smile of her own. Nana, do not overly concern yourself with those 3 soul bones, merely do your best. Bibidong had previously held great confidence in the golden generation, yet the news from Yuguan had instilled a flicker of doubt within her. Teacher, have no worries. The championship will undoubtedly belong to the spirit hall, Hulaina declared with unwavering confidence. Bibidong wished to offer a word of caution, but seeing Hulaina's self-assurance, she hesitated. Your Holiness, the 2 elders request an audience, a voice announced from outside. Nana, you may leave, let them in, Bibidong smiled at Hulaina, who understood and departed the Pope's chamber, encountering the ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo as she exited. Your Holiness, we have obtained information. The ghost Douluo stated as he produced a dossier from the soul guide ring on his finger. President. Bibidong watched the ghost Douluo with a smile as he handed over the file. Upon reading the contents, Bibidong was astonished, sitting back in her chair. How could this be? Bibidong gazed in disbelief at the document. Name, Ye Xiaofeng. Gender, male. Age, 18. Academy, Tianshui Academy. Grade, Senior Year Martial Spirit, 7 Killing Sword Spirit Power Level, 61 Spirit Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. Black. Your Holiness, according to our spies, Ye Xiaofeng has joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and taken Jian Daochanshin as his master. However, he scarcely cultivates within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In a tremulous voice, Ghost Douluo suggested, Your Holiness, should we not discreetly execute him? Zhu Douluo cast a glance at Bibidong, knowing that if Ye Xiaofeng were to witness this, he would surely be driven to despair. It was easy to speak of murder amidst the crowd, but could one truly silence another in such a public setting? Moreover, dealing with Tang Hao was already a considerable headache. They needed to find a way to bring Gui Mei to their side. Bibidong, however, appeared to disagree with Zhu Douluo's notion. Your Holiness, from my personal observations, Ye Xiaofeng seems somewhat infatuated. Surrounded by numerous beauties, Ghost Douluo hesitantly continued. Bibidong, casting a sidelong glance at him, encouraged him to proceed. Forgive me, but please, do continue. Your Holiness, the saintess has reached the age of choosing a spouse. If you could arrange a marriage, all would proceed smoothly, Ghost Douluo stammered, fully aware that he had conveyed his meaning. Zhu Douluo interjected, Old Ghost. What does the saintess's choice of a partner have to do with this matter? Bibidong, deep in thought, furrowed her brow before finally uttering a single word after much contemplation. Ingenious. Indeed, Ghost Douluo's suggestion is cunning. If the marriage were to be sanctioned in the name of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Ye Xiaofeng and the Sword Douluo would have no grounds to refuse. Especially when it involves the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Yet, she pondered, would Nana accept such an arrangement? Bibidong was reluctant to sacrifice her student for personal gain, questioning how she differed from others in this regard. I believe the saintess will understand your good intentions, Your Holiness. With her intelligence, she could easily manage him. Ghost Douluo asserted once more. Allow me to deliberate on this matter further. For now, do not act impulsively, Bibidong instructed, her mind lost in deep reflection. After a considerable time, she finally concluded, let us observe the situation for now. You may all take your leave. With that, she retreated to her quarters. The following day, the competition proceeded as scheduled. Yet Bibidong did not make an appearance at the opening ceremony. Instead, it was the Flame Eagle Douluo who took charge. And even Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were absent. In the first match, the Academy faced off against the planned Academy, where Yaozi unexpectedly conceded defeat, leaving the audience in astonishment. However, some speculated that Shrek's Ma Hongjun had single-handedly defeated 7 opponents, leading the Plan Academy to lose confidence and opt for surrender. Shrek Academy was not as fortunate, facing the Star Luo Royal Academy. Brother Xiaofeng, what is the background of this Star Luo Royal Academy? Yue inquired curiously, believing her brother to possess all knowledge. Yue, have you lost your senses? Do you think he knows everything? Shuewu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Believe it or not, I do know a thing or two, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, meeting Shuewu's contempt with a smile. Forget him. Just speak to me, Yue insisted, clinging to Ye Xiaofeng's arm. There is indeed a connection between the Star Luo Empire's royal team and Shrek, Ye Xiaofeng explained. Did you hear that? He can fabricate such nonsense, Shuewu exclaimed, attempting to drag Yue away. Wait, I haven't finished speaking, Ye Xiaofeng interjected. The captain of the Shrek 7 monsters is Daimubai, while the captain of the Star Luo royal team is Davis. What do you think their relationship is? He smiled at the 2 girls, prompting others nearby to turn and listen. There are many people with the same name in this world. You can't claim they are brothers. Shuewu dismissed, clearly skeptical of Ye Xiaofeng's claims. On the contrary, you are precisely correct. This world is indeed wondrous, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled. You mean they are truly brothers? The group was taken aback. How could someone from the Star Luo Empire end up at Shrek Academy in the Heaven Do Empire? Moreover, from what I gather, Davis is the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. It is plausible that he fled to the Heaven Do Empire to escape a power struggle with his brother. Ye Xiaofeng suggested, as if orchestrating everything behind the scenes. How do you know all this? Yuhara was utterly astonished. Are you feeling an urge to offer yourself? Ye Xiaofeng teased, casting a mischievous glance at Yuhara. At that moment, Shui Binger, Shuewu, and Yue shot him glances that seemed ready to pounce. Ahem. I have not finished my explanation. The Zhu Qing from the Shrek 7 monsters is the half-sister of Zhu Zhuyan, who was Davis's fiancée, a princess from a vassal state of the Star Luo Empire. Both Zhu Qing and Zhu Zhuyan are also engaged to Daimubai, Ye Xiaofeng revealed, dropping yet another bombshell. At this point, Shuewu was at a loss for words, forced to accept Ye Xiaofeng's revelations. Most importantly, just like Binger and Yue, Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, as well as Daimubai and Zhu Shiqing, can all execute the martial soul fusion technique. The Nether White Tiger, Ye Xiaofeng continued to unveil astonishing information. What? Brother Xiaofeng, did you deduce all this? Yue asked, her eyes wide with admiration. Can I truly claim it was all deduction? Ye Xiaofeng worried about being subject to their wrath again. Unable to retaliate. Look, Davis has knocked out that hefty opponent, Yuharu exclaimed, her eyes glued to the arena. The scales have tipped in favor of the Star Luo Empire, Shuewu noted, observing the fighting arena. How about we place a wager? Ye Xiaofeng proposed, seizing the opportunity. Since you believe the Star Luo royal team will win, I will wager that the Shrek 7 monsters will triumph. What are the terms of this wager? Shuewu questioned, noting the evident disparity in soul power levels favoring the Star Luo royal team. Should the Star Luo royal team emerge victorious, I shall gift you a soul bone of no lesser quality than 50,000 years. Conversely, if the Shrek 7 monsters win, you will publicly kiss me. Ye Xiaofeng suggested with a sly grin. Agreed. Shuewu's disdainful gaze lingered on Ye Xiaofeng, wishing she could sweat him into oblivion. However, it was a risk-free proposition, and she found it hard to resist. Brother Xiaofeng, I want to bet too, but I have a different idea, Wei suddenly exclaimed, her mind racing. Go on. Ye Xiaofeng replied, eager to partake in this opportunity. I choose the Shrek 7 monsters to win, Yue declared with a playful smile, looking at Ye Xiaofeng's face. Choosing the Shrek 7 monsters? How do we wager then? Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, realizing Yue was clearly trying to flirt with him. This is simple. If I select Shrek to win, then you can choose Star Luo to win. If I lose, you must grant me a month of servitude. At your beck and call. If I win, you will wash my feet tonight, Yue proposed with a mischievous grin. Can I opt out of this wager? Ye Xiaofeng weakly protested. You already agreed to bet with me, and besides, you did not stipulate any conditions. You can only blame yourself, Yue flashed a toothy grin, appearing innocent yet cunning. Xiaofeng, I also Shui Bingo began to speak but was interrupted by Ye Xiaofeng. Let's not wager today, we shall save it for another time. Ye Xiaofeng was not keen on being ensnared again. Did you see? Davis has knocked out that support soul master. Ning Rongrong has also sustained injuries, Shuewu remarked triumphantly, casting a glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Yet the match has not concluded, Ye Xiaofeng countered. Ye Xiaofeng realized that Davis had underestimated his opponents from the very beginning. The fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, was activated as Davis and Zhu Zhuyun combined their martial spirits. Meanwhile, Daimubai and Zhu Shiqing were also employing their fusion technique. However, it was evident that the soul power levels of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun overwhelmingly surpassed those of Daimubai and Zhu Shiqing. Brother Xiaofeng, the Star Luo royal team has clearly gained an absolute advantage, Yue remarked, her concern for Ye Xiaofeng palpable, especially since he had promised to give Shuewu a soul bone. It was too late for him to back out. A slight smirk appeared on Shuewu's lips. Only in dire straits can one find a way to survive. After all, isn't it too soon to declare the end? Ye Xiaofeng remained unfazed. What is Davis dawdling for? He could easily eliminate Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing. Why does he have to spout so much nonsense? Shui Wu observed Davis on the arena, her expression one of exasperation. Mubai, brother, I shall send you both on your final journey, Davis sneered, as the claws of the nether white tiger prepared to tear through the air. In that fleeting moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing's nether white tiger evolved into its ultimate form. How is this possible? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Brother Xiaofeng, how did the nether white tiger sprout wings? Where turned to Ye Xiaofeng. Did I not say, in the face of desperation, one can find rebirth? At the last moment. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing activated the supreme form of the nether white tiger. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Shui Wu. How infuriating. Davis is such a fool. I knew his incessant chatter would lead to unpredictable consequences. Shui Wu fumed, wishing she could slap some sense into Davis. Brother, I echo your previous sentiments. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity. The nether white tiger soared into the sky, unleashing a claw that sent Davis and Zhu Zhuyun's nether white tiger flying. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's nether white tiger remained aloft, while Davis, having been struck by the claw, suffered 4 broken ribs and struggled to rise, failing time and again. All eyes were fixed on the arena as Shui Wu swiftly planted a kiss on Ye Xiaofeng's cheek before returning to her place. Is that it? It's over? Ye Xiaofeng appeared bewildered. What else did you expect? Shui Wu replied with a smug smile, relieved that no one had witnessed the earlier scene. Sister, are you treating this like a beggar's fare? Ye Xiaofeng frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Shui Wu's kiss, which he deemed rather trivial. Regardless, I have fulfilled my promise. If you prefer to call me sister, then so be it. I shall gladly accept, Shui Wu declared with pride. Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words. The next match pitted the Elephant Armor Academy against the Spirit Hall Academy. The Elephant Armor Academy team forfeits. Hu Yanli abruptly interrupted the host. Is the Elephant Armor Academy conceding already? Indeed, they had no choice. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall was simply too formidable. Please maintain silence. Forfeiting is also a team's right. Thus, the competition progressed into the afternoon. The next match featured the Shrek Academy against the Thunder Academy. The Thunder Academy, facing Shrek Academy in the Heavendo Empire, suffered a devastating defeat, and the match concluded swiftly, allowing Shrek Academy to advance into the top 3. The following match was between the Heavendo Royal Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy. Both teams, please take the stage. The Spirit Hall Academy cheer squad began chanting their support. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng spotted a figure on the steps, a woman wielding a scepter. Her beauty rivaling that of his mother. Surely, she was the current pope, Bibidong. Just then, Bibidong seemed to notice Ye Xiaofeng's gaze, turning her head slightly. Ye Xiaofeng quickly averted his eyes, uncertain of her intentions. When he glanced back, she had vanished, as if she had never been there, leaving him questioning his own perception. Brother Xiaofeng, what about this match? Yue inquired, looking towards him. Let us observe, he replied. The announcer excitedly introduced the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Each member boasting soul power levels exceeding 50, all having earned the purple record medal from the Spirit Hall, hailed as rare talents of the century. If they are rare talents of the century, then Brother Xiaofeng must be a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Yue smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Now, let us examine the Heavendo Royal Academy team. Captain Yu Tianheng hails from the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, while Vice-Captain Du Guyan, granddaughter of the title Douluo Dugubo, has inherited the poison of the Emerald Poison Snake Emperor. Although there is a clear disparity in soul power levels, soul power does not necessarily equate to true strength, the host proclaimed encouragingly. The battle between the Heavendo Royal Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy commenced. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Yu Tianheng, do not hesitate, he urged, facing the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Why the rush? Hulaina instantly activated her martial spirit, seemingly captivating Yu Tianheng. Do not look into her eyes. He cautioned his teammates as his 4th soul skill was abruptly interrupted. Brother Xiaofeng, what is happening? It appears the Heavendo Royal Academy team is entranced, Yue observed, sensing something amiss with Hulaina's aura. Hulaina's martial spirit was the celestial fox, inherently possessing enchanting abilities, but her allure extended beyond just her eyes. She radiated charm that few could resist. Alongside her, Xie had completed the fusion technique, enigmatic charm. A veil of crimson mist enveloped the arena, obscuring all visibility. What a spectacle! Shui Wu exclaimed, unable to contain her thoughts. Through his divine demon eye, Ye Xiaofeng could discern every movement on the arena. I see now, he remarked, somewhat astonished. Xiaofeng, what have you discovered? Bing queried, observing that no one else could see the unfolding events unless they possessed special skills. The fusion technique of Xie and Hulaina reduced their opponent's soul power, movement, and perception by 50%, leaving the Heavendo Royal Academy team vulnerable. Ye Xiaofeng noted that only Xie and Hulaina were engaged in combat, while the others had yet to release their martial spirits, a testament to the Spirit Hall Academy's overwhelming confidence. Is that how it ends? The Heavendo Royal Academy lost without a fight? Yue frowned, having witnessed nothing of the match. What immense power does the Spirit Hall Academy possess? There was no doubt regarding the outcome. The Spirit Hall Academy triumphed, joining Shrek Academy and the Water Academy in the finals. The Pope has arrived. A middle-aged man's voice rang out, as Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo flanked him. We pay our respects to your holiness. The crowd knelt, but the Shrek members remained standing. Ye Xiaofeng, not wishing to bow, merely offered a slight gesture of acknowledgement, for she was, after all, his future mother-in-law. How audacious! To stand before the Pope without kneeling. Rise, Bibidong commanded with a wave of her hand, silencing the dissent. Bibidong gazed at the crowd with a faint smile. Your holiness, that individual is Tang San. And the one with the azure hair is Ye Xiaofeng. Children, I see the hope for the future of the Spirit Hall in each of you. I hope you can unleash your full potential. The champion of this final will receive the most generous rewards from the Spirit Hall. With a wave of her staff, 3 soul bones floated in the air. Brother Xiaofeng, where do these 3 soul bones come from? Yue inquired, glancing at Ye Xiaofeng. These 3 consist of a head soul bone with mental attributes, a right arm soul bone with fiery attributes, and a right leg bone with speed attributes. Ye Xiaofeng could not help but gaze at Pope Bibidong, captivated. Noticing his stare, she furrowed her brow slightly before offering him a gentle smile. Ye Xiaofeng regretted not slapping himself. If he provoked Pope Bibidong, he would not escape unscathed. It is now our turn to face the Shrek Academy team. You all deliberate and select one person to stay. Ye Xiaofeng preferred not to make the choice for others. How about this? I will stay, and Xiaofeng. You lead the others. Yu Hairo smiled, for she believed that winning was what truly mattered, regardless of whether she participated or not. No, Sister Hairo. You go up. I will remain and cheer you on. Do not compete with me, Gu Qingbo insisted, willingly choosing to stay behind. Teacher, Ye Xiaofeng. Look to Wang Yin, he said, acknowledging her as his mentor. Xiaofeng, you arrange the tactics. I trust you, Wang Yin responded. She had intended to devise the strategy, but realized along the way that Ye Xiaofeng possessed greater understanding, and she believed he would execute it even better. For the upcoming match against Shrek Academy. To play it safe, Binga will freeze the entire arena at the outset. Yue and Wuo will unleash ice explosion and snowfall, while Hairo will prevent any surprise attacks. Lu Yu and Ruo Shui will kick Oscar and Ning Rongrong off the stage the moment ice explosion and snowfall are executed. This attack will surely injure them, granting me time to create a soul fusion skill for Binger and Yue. This time, it will be the end of Shrek's victory, Ye Xiaofeng said, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Did everyone hear that clearly? Wang Yin asked. Understood. It's all right, we may lack rapport, but I will bring their victory to an end. The match between Shrek Academy and Tianshui Academy was about to commence. Shrek Academy, let's go. When did a male appear in Tianshui Academy? Wasn't it always an all-female institution? Everyone, please remain quiet as we briefly review the lineups. Shrek Academy had been on a winning streak, emerging as the dark horse of this tournament.